The Communist International. 1919 to 1943 documents. Selected and edited by Jane Degrasse. Volume I 1919 to 1922. The Royal Institute of International Affairs is an unofficial and non-political body, founded in 1920 to encourage and facilitate the scientific study of international questions. The Institute, as such, is precluded by the terms of its Royal Charter from expressing an opinion on any aspect of international affairs. Any opinions expressed in this publication are not, therefore, those of the Institute. Preface. The documents included in this volume fall roughly into four categories. There are first of all the programmatic and theoretical statements of the Communist International, enunciating its aims and objects and formulating general policy on particular questions, such as the Comintern statutes and the theses on the national and colonial question. The selection here has been fairly wide, with the exception of theses on communist work among women and young people and in cooperative organizations. It includes all the important documents for the period covered. Secondly, there are statements on current events. Here the selection represents a smaller proportion of those issued. On such questions as the Versailles Treaty and the Washington Conference, Comintern statements, reflecting and reinforcing the policies of the Soviet government, were usually well considered and instructive, and most of them are given here. It was also customary for the Comintern to make pronouncements, usually ill-informed and always repetitive, on events within the labor movement. Only a small number of these are reproduced, since little further understanding of the Comintern's operations would have been gained by including more of them. Letters to and resolutions on the national communist parties form a third group. Obviously only a part of the correspondence has ever been made public, but even of that part it was impossible to include more than a few representative items, illustrating the attitude of the central body to its affiliated sections. Most of them concern the communist parties of Germany, Italy, and France, countries which seemed at the time to offer the most hopeful prospects for revolutionary work. The Eastern countries, where the communist movement developed somewhat later than in Europe, will be represented in the second volume. Finally, there are documents referring to the internal organization of the Communist International. These are few in number, but none of importance has been omitted. It was only towards the end of the period covered by this volume that the Comintern became a tightly organized body, with a large staff in Moscow operating its communications and maintaining the hierarchy of authority. There would have been some gain from arranging the documents on these lines, but the advantages of chronological sequence seemed greater. It has not been possible to observe this strictly, since some documents were not dated at all, while others were obviously wrongly dated. This first volume ends in December 1922, that is, after the Fourth World Congress of the Communist International. This was the last which Lenin attended, and the last at which discussion was fairly uninhibited. In later 6 preface years debates were more constrained, and the disputes within the Russian Communist Party had marked repercussions on the Comintern. Moreover, with the fading of revolutionary hopes, the candor of the earlier years disappeared from Comintern statements as it did from the pronouncements of the Soviet government. For both the heroic period had come to an end, Russia had survived without the aid of revolution in other countries, and had reassumed her position as a great power. The prestige and authority of the Bolsheviks, understandably great from the outset, was now virtually unchallenged. It became more than ever true that the test of a communist hinged on his attitude to the Soviet Union, and as, with the United Front tactics, expediency replaced a fixed revolutionary standpoint, fidelity to the communist cause became a matter of discipline rather than principle. The introductory remarks are intended to give briefly the context of the document and to bring together relevant comments on the questions at issue made at the time and subsequently by leading Comintern members. In writing them I have made use of the proceedings of the Comintern Congresses, reports of meetings of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, the files of Kommunisticheski International and of Internationale Presse Correspondence, the notes to the protocols of Congresses of the Russian Communist Party and to Lenin's collected works, and Desiat let Kominterna. I have also drawn freely on the published memoirs of Angelika Balabanova, Clara Zetkin, and A. Rosmer, and have consulted in particular the third volume of Mr. E. H. Carr's The Bolshevik Revolution, O. Flechthiem's History of the German Communist Party, G. Walter's History of the French Communist Party, A. Rossi's Rise of Italian Fascism, and the Studies of the Communist International by F. Borkenau, R. Fischer, and B. Lazich. The translations have been made from the German text of the reports of the four Comintern congresses of this period, since it was the main language used, but wherever it was doubtful it has been compared with the Russian. There were many variations between the two, both verbal and in arrangement, but none that I have discovered of any substance. Conflicting figures are sometimes given for the number of delegates attending the congresses and the meetings of the enlarged executive committee. It was customary for draft theses to be published before the opening of the Congress. They were then debated at plenary sessions and, as a rule, referred back to a commission for detailed discussion and amendment. The revised theses were then reintroduced, debated, and voted upon. No reports of the meetings of the commissions were published, but the rapporteur frequently gave the Congress a summary account of their work. Voting was as a rule individual, not by delegation. Preface 7. I should like to thank Miss Violet Connolly and Mr. E. H. Carr for their help and advice, Mr. F. Karsten for the loan of books not otherwise available in this country, and Mr. R. Lowenthal for allowing me to use information collected for his forthcoming biography of Ernst Reuter. J.D. July 1955. Contents. Preface v. Table of Documents 11. Documents 1. Appendix. The ECCI 453. Sources 456. Index 458. Table of Documents. 1919. January 24 Invitation to the First Congress of the Communist International 1 The Foundation Congress of the Communist International 5 March 4 Theses on Bourgeois Democracy and Proletarian Dictatorship adopted by the First Comintern Congress 7 March 4 Resolution constituting the Communist International passed at its first Congress 16 March 4 Platform of the Communist International adopted by the First Congress 17 March 5 Resolution of the First Comintern Congress on the Bern Conference of the Parties of the Second International, extracts, 24 March 5 Appeal of the First Congress of the Communist International to the workers of all countries, extracts, 28 March 6 Theses on the international situation and the policy of the Entente adopted by the First Comintern Congress, extracts, 31 March 6 Resolution of the First Comintern Congress on the organization of the Executive Committee of the Communist International 37 March 6 Manifesto of the Communist International to the Proletariat of the Entire World 38 March 28 Manifesto of the ECCI to the workers and soldiers of all countries on the Hungarian Revolution 48 April ECCI Message to the Bavarian Soviet Republic 50 April 20 ECCI May Day Manifesto, extracts, 50 May 13 ECCI Manifesto on the Versailles Peace Terms 54 June 18 ECCI Manifesto on Intervention in Russia, extracts, 59 July Appeal of the ECCI on behalf of the Hungarian Soviet Republic 61 July 15 ECCI Manifesto on the Lucerne Congress of the Second International, extracts, 62 August 5 ECCI Statement on the Fall of the Hungarian Soviet Republic 64 September 1 ECCI Circular Letter on Parliament and Soviets, extracts, 66 September 22 Letter from the ECCI to the Bologna Congress of the Italian Socialist Party, extracts, 70. 1920 January Letter from the ECCI to the Industrial Workers of the World, extracts, 71 January 17 Letter from the ECCI to the Strasbourg Congress of the French Socialist Party, extracts, 74 February 5 Letter from the ECCI to the Central Committee of the German Communist Party and the Presidium of the German Independent Social Democratic Party, extracts, 74. 12 Table of Documents February 17 ECCI Manifesto on the Danger of a Russo-Polish War 80 March 25 ECCI Manifesto on the Civil War in Germany, extracts, 82 March 5 Manifesto to the Communist Parties of Bulgaria, Romania, Serbia. April and Turkey, extracts, 85 April letter from the ECCI to the trade unions of all countries, extracts, 87 May 18 ECCI manifesto on the Polish attack on Russia, extracts, 90 May 27 letter from the ECCI to the Presidium of the German Independent Social Democratic Party, 92 June 2 open letter from the ECCI to the members of the German Communist Labour Party, extracts, 93 June 21 letter from the ECCI to the German Independent Social Democratic Party, extracts, 100 June letter from the ECCI to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of America and the Central Committee of the Communist Labour Party of America, extracts, 101 June ECCI circular convening the Second Congress of the Communist International, extracts, 103 July ECCI appeal on the forthcoming Congress of Eastern Peoples at Baku, extracts, 105 the Second Congress of the Communist International, 109 July 19 appeal of the Second Comintern Congress to the World Proletariat on the Russo-Polish War, extracts, 110 July 19. Theses on the basic tasks of the Communist International adopted by the Second Comintern Congress, 113 July 24 Theses on the role of the Communist Party in the Proletarian Revolution adopted by the Second Comintern Congress, 127 July 26 letter from the ECCI to the French Socialist Party, extracts, 136 July 28 Theses on the National and Colonial Question adopted by the Second Comintern Congress, 138 July Theses on the Trade Union Movement, Factory Councils, and the Communist International adopted by the Second Comintern Congress, extracts, 145 August 2 Theses on Communist Parties and Parliament adopted by the Second Comintern Congress, extracts, 150 August 4 Theses on the Agrarian Question adopted by the Second Comintern Congress, extracts, 155 August 4 Statutes of the Communist International adopted at the Second Comintern Congress, 161 August 6 Conditions of admission to the Communist International approved by the Second Comintern Congress, 166 August 8 Manifesto of the Second World Congress of the Communist International, extracts, 173 August ECCI appeal to the workers of England and France on the Russo-Polish War, extracts, 183. Table of Documents 13. August Manifesto to all trade unions on the decision to found a Red Trade Union International, extracts, 185 August 27 ECCI letter to the Italian Socialist Party, extracts, 188 September 13 ECCI appeal on the Russian peace proposals to Poland, 191 September 22 ECCI letter to the Italian proletariat, extracts, 192 September ECCI RILU manifesto to the workers of France on the French Trade Union Congress, 194 September 28 open letter from the ECCI to all members of the USPD, extracts, 195 October letter from the ECCI to the Congress of the German Communist Party, extracts, 198 November ECCI appeal to all members of the Italian Socialist Party and the Italian trade unions, extracts, 199 November ECCI letter to all left-wing members of the USPD, to the KPD and the KAPD, extracts, 202 November open letter from the ECCI and the International Trade Union Council to the IFTU, extracts, 204 November 28 ECCI resolution admitting the German Communist Labour Party to the Communist International as a sympathizing party, extracts, 206 December letter from the ECCI to the Congress of the French Socialist Party at Tours, 207. 1921. January ECCI letter to the Congress of the Italian Socialist Party, extracts, 208 January 15 ECCI statement on the Vienna Conference of Socialist Parties, extracts, 209 March ECCI resolution on the resignation of 5 members from the Central Committee of the German Communist Party, 211 March ECCI manifesto on the Kronstadt Rising, extracts, 212 April 6 ECCI Statement on the March Action in Germany 215 April 29 ECCI Statement on the Expulsion of Paul Levi 218 May 7 ECCI Manifesto on the Payment of Reparations by Germany, Extracts, 220 May ECCI Circular on the Agenda of the Third Comintern Congress, Extracts, 222 The Third Congress of the Communist International 224 June 29 Resolution of the Third Comintern Congress on the Report of the Executive Committee, Extracts, 226 July 4 Theses on the World Situation and the Tasks of the Comintern adopted by the Third Comintern Congress, Extracts, 229 July 9 Resolution of the Third Comintern Congress on the Situation in the German Communist Party 239 July 12 Theses on Tactics adopted by the Third Comintern Congress, Extracts, 241. 14 Table of Documents July 12 Theses on the Structure of Communist Parties and on the Methods and Content of their Work. Adopted by the Third Comintern Congress, Extracts, 256 July 12 Resolution on the Organization of the Executive Committee of the Communist International adopted by the Third Comintern Congress, Extracts, 271 July 12 Theses on the Communist International and the Red International of Labor Unions adopted by the Third Comintern Congress, Extracts, 274 July 17 Manifesto of the ECCI on the conclusion of the Third Comintern Congress, Extracts, 281 August 15 Theses of the ECCI on the forthcoming Washington Conference 285 September Letter from the ECCI and the Executive Committee of the RILU to the Workers of Great Britain, Extracts, 292 October Appeal of the ECCI, the Executive of the RILU and the YCI on the Danger of War Against Russia 297 December 4 ECCI Resolution on Members' Contributions 300 December 4 Appeal of the ECCI for Help for the Famine-Stricken Areas of Russia 301 December 5 Letter from the ECCI to the Marseille Congress of the French Communist Party, Extracts, 303 December 15 ECCI Circular to all sections on forwarding of material 306 December 18 Directives on the United Front of the Workers and on the attitude to workers belonging to the Second, 2.5 and Amsterdam Internationals, and to those who support anarcho-syndicalist organizations. Adopted by the ECCI, Extracts, 307. 1922. January 1 ECCI-RILU Manifesto on the United Front, Extracts, 316 February ECCI Resolution on the Tasks of Communists in Trade Unions 320 February 22 Message from the enlarged ECCI on the 4th anniversary of the foundation of the Red Army 322. March 2 ECCI Resolution on the French Communist Party 323 March 4 Resolution of the ECCI on the Eastern Question 326 March 4 Resolution of the ECCI on the English Question, Extracts, 327 March ECCI Theses on the Fight Against the War Danger, Extracts, 329. April 2 ECCI Statement on the Meeting of the Representatives of the Second, 2.5 and Third Internationals 333 April 4 Statement issued by the Conference of Representatives of the Executives of the Second and Third Internationals and the Vienna Union 337 April 5 Statement of the Comintern Delegation on the Manifesto issued by the Conference of the Three Internationals 339 April ECCI Statement on the Results of the Berlin Conference, Extracts, 340 May 19 ECCI Statement on the Genoa Conference, Extracts, 342 May 24 ECCI Statement on the Meeting of the Committee of Nine. Extracts, 349. Table of Documents 15. May ECCI Manifesto on the Nationalist Movement in French North Africa, Extracts, 351 June 11 Resolution of the enlarged ECCI on the French Communist Party, Extracts, 353 June 24 ECCI Statement on the third anniversary of the Versailles Treaty, Extracts, 357 July 22 ECCI Manifesto on the conclusion of the Hague Conference, extracts, 359 July 22 ECCI Manifesto to the Workers of Italy, extracts, 362 July 25 ECCI Statement on the decision of the Poles ION not to affiliate to the Third International, extracts, 365 September 2 ECCI Manifesto to the German and French proletariat on the Cologne Conference of the German and French Communist Parties, extracts, 366 September 25 ECCI Manifesto on Turkey 368 October Letter from the ECCI to the Italian Socialist Party, extracts, 370 October 6 the ECCI to the Congress of the French Communist Party 373 the 4th Congress of the Communist International 374 November 5 Manifesto to the Italian workers passed at the opening session of the 4th Comintern Congress, extracts, 376 November Resolution of the 4th Comintern Congress on the report of the ECCI 378 November 20 Open Letter to the Communists and Working People of Turkey adopted at the 4th Comintern Congress 380 November Theses on the Eastern Question adopted by the 4th Comintern Congress 382 November 28 Telegram from the 4th Comintern Congress to the All India Trade Union Congress at Lahore 393 November 30 Agrarian Action Program adopted by the 4th Comintern Congress. Directives on the application of the agrarian theses passed by the 2nd Congress, extracts, 394 November 30 Theses of the 4th Comintern Congress on the Negro Question 398 December 2 Resolution of the 4th Comintern Congress on the French Question, extracts, 402 December 4 Open Letter to the Second International and the Vienna Labor Union. To the trade unions of all countries and to the Hague International Trade Union and Cooperative Congress, extracts, 406 December Directives for Communist Action in the Trade Unions adopted by the 4th Comintern Congress, extracts, 409 December 5 Theses on Tactics adopted by the 4th Comintern Congress, extracts, 416 December 5 Resolution of the 4th Comintern Congress on the Versailles Peace Treaty 428 December Resolution of the 4th Comintern Congress on the Italian Question. Extracts, 434. 16 Table of Documents. December Decisions of the 4th Comintern Congress on the reorganization of the ECCI and on its future activities 436 December 5 Resolution of the 4th Comintern Congress on proletarian help for Soviet Russia 442 December Resolution of the 4th Comintern Congress on 5 years of the Russian Revolution, extracts, 444 December Resolution of the 4th Comintern Congress on the Program of the Communist International 444 December Manifesto of the Communist International to the Italian Proletariat, extracts, 446 December 19 ECCIRILU Manifesto on the Hague Peace Congress, extracts, 449. Invitation to the First Congress of the Communist International January 24, 1919 Borba Bolshevikov, p. 113 The foundation of a new international to replace the second had been included in Lenin's April 1917 theses submitted to the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party, and the conference which followed resolved on April 29, 1917 that, it is the task of our party, acting in a country where the revolution has started earlier than in other countries, to take the initiative in creating a third international. A further stimulus was provided by the formation in December 1918 of the German Communist Party. The decision to convene an international conference of socialist parties and groups opposed to the Second International with the object of establishing the new and revolutionary international was taken hurriedly, when it became known that an attempt to reform the Second International was to be made, since this would mean a consolidation of the forces in the labor movement hostile to Bolshevism. Hopes of wide representation were not entertained, since Russia was at the time virtually cut off from Europe, and the difficulties of communication and travel were very great. In the midst of civil war and intervention, and with no normal diplomatic channels at its command, the Bolshevik leaders resorted to transmission by radio for this as for other communications to the outside world. Angelika Balabanova, the first secretary of the Communist International, wrote that it was realized at the time that a representative international congress could not possibly be held in Russia then, but it was considered essential to have some kind of gathering to offset the meeting to be held in Bern. The invitation was drafted by Trotsky, and approved by a small committee which included Lenin and Chicherin, at that time Commissar for Foreign Affairs. It was first published in Pravda on January 24, 1919. The lack of precision in the names of the parties and organizations to which it was addressed reflects both the confused state of labor organizations at the end of the 1914-1918 war, and the ignorance of the Bolshevik leaders about developments in other countries. The signatories were all in Moscow. The undersigned parties and organizations consider it urgently necessary to convene the first Congress of a new revolutionary international. During the war and the revolution it became conclusively clear not only that the old socialist and social democratic parties, and with them the Second International, had become completely bankrupt, not only that the halfway elements of the old social democracy, the so-called center, are incapable of positive revolutionary action, but that the outlines of a real revolutionary international are already clearly defined. The gigantic pace of the world revolution, constantly presenting new problems, the danger that this revolution may be throttled by the alliance of capitalist states, which are banding together against the revolution under the hypocritical to the Communist International banner of the League of Nations, the attempts of the social traders' parties to get together and, having amnestied each other, to help their governments and their bourgeoisie to deceive the working classes once more, finally, the extraordinarily rich revolutionary experience already gained and the internationalization of the entire revolutionary movement, compel us to take the initiative in placing on the order of the day the convening of an international Congress of Revolutionary Proletarian Parties. Aims and Tactics. In our opinion, the new international should be based on the recognition of the following propositions, put forward here as a platform and worked out on the basis of the program of the Spartakusbund in Germany and of the Communist Party, Bolsheviks, in Russia. 1. The present epoch is the epoch of the disintegration and collapse of the entire capitalist world system, which will drag the whole of European civilization down with it if capitalism with its insoluble contradictions is not destroyed. 2. The task of the proletariat now is to seize state power immediately. The seizure of state power means the destruction of the state apparatus of the bourgeoisie and the organization of a new proletarian apparatus of power. 3. This new apparatus of power should embody the dictatorship of the working class, and in some places also of the rural semi-proletariat, the village poor, that is, it should be the instrument for the systematic suppression of the exploiting classes and for their expropriation. Not false bourgeois democracy, that hypocritical form of the rule of the financial oligarchy with its purely formal equality, but proletarian democracy, which gives the working masses the opportunity to make a reality of their freedom, not parliamentarianism, but self-government of these masses by their elected organs, not capitalist bureaucracy, but organs of administration created by the masses themselves, with the masses really taking part in the government of the country and in socialist construction. This should be the type of the proletarian state. Its concrete form is given in the regime of the Soviets or of similar organs. 4. The dictatorship of the proletariat must be the lever for the immediate expropriation of capital and for the abolition of private property in the means of production and their transformation into national property. The nationalization of large-scale industry, nationalization being understood as the abolition of private ownership and transference to the ownership of the proletarian state, to come under the socialist management of the working class, and of its organizing centers, the banks, confiscation of the estates of the large landowners and nationalization of capitalist agricultural production, monopoly of wholesale trade, nationalization of large. January 1919 3 houses in towns and on large estates, introduction of workers' management and centralization of economic functions in the hands of agencies of the proletarian dictatorship. These are the essential problems of the day. 5. In order to safeguard the socialist revolution, to defend it against internal and external enemies, to give aid to other national sections of the fighting proletariat, etc., it is essential to disarm the bourgeoisie and their agents completely, and to arm the proletariat. 6. The world's situation today demands the closest possible contact between the different sections of the revolutionary proletariat and a complete union of the countries where the socialist revolution has already triumphed. 7. The basic methods of struggle are mass actions of the proletariat right up to open armed conflict with the political power of capital. 2. Attitude to socialist parties. 8. The old international has broken down into three main groups: the avowed social chauvinists, who throughout the imperialist war of 1914 to 1918 supported their own bourgeoisie and turned the working class into executioners of the international revolution; the center, whose theoretical leader is Koskay, consisting of those elements who are always vacillating, incapable of a firm line of conduct, and at times outright treacherous. Finally there is the left revolutionary wing. 9. Towards the social chauvinists, who everywhere at critical moments come out in arms against the proletarian revolution, no other attitude but unrelenting struggle is possible. As to the center, the tactics of splitting off the revolutionary elements, and unsparing criticism and exposure of the leaders. Organizational separation from the centrists is at a certain stage of development absolutely essential. 10. On the other hand, it is necessary to form a bloc with those elements in the revolutionary workers' movement who, although they did not formerly belong to socialist parties, now stand by and large for the proletarian dictatorship in the form of Soviet power. Chief among these are the syndicalist elements in the workers' movement. 11. Finally, it is necessary to draw in all those proletarian groups and organizations which, although they have not openly attached themselves to the left revolutionary tendency, nevertheless appear to be moving in this direction. 12. In concrete terms, we propose that representatives of the following parties, groups, and trends shall take part in the Congress. Full membership of the Third International shall be open to those parties which stand completely on its platform. 1. The Spartakusbund, Communist Party of Germany. 2. The Communist Party, Bolsheviks, of Russia. The Communist International. 3. The Communist Party of German Austria. 4. The Communist Party of Hungary. 5. The Communist Party of Poland. 6. The Communist Party of Finland. 7. The Communist Party of Estonia. 8. The Communist Party of Latvia. 9. The Communist Party of Lithuania. 10. The Communist Party of White Russia. 11. The Communist Party of the Ukraine. 12. The revolutionary elements in the Czech Social Democratic Party. 13. The narrow Bulgarian Social Democratic Party, Tesniaki, 14. The Romanian Social Democratic Party. 15. The left wing of the Serbian Social Democratic Party. 16. The Left Social Democratic Party of Sweden. 17. The Norwegian Social Democratic Party. 18. The Klassenkampen Group in Denmark. 19. The Communist Party of Holland. 20. The revolutionary elements in the Belgian Labour Party. 21 and 22. The groups and organizations within the French socialist and syndicalist movement which by and large support Laureate. 23. The Left Social Democrats of Switzerland. 24. The Italian Socialist Party. 25. The left elements in the Spanish Socialist Party. 26. The left elements in the Portuguese Socialist Party. 27. The left elements in the British Socialist Party, in particular the group represented by Maclean, 28. The Socialist Labour Party, England, 29. The IWW, England, 30. The IW of Great Britain. 31. The revolutionary elements among the shop stewards, Great Britain, 32. The revolutionary elements in the Irish workers' organizations. 33. The Socialist Workers' Party of America. 34. The left elements in the American Socialist Party, in particular the group represented by Debs and the League for Socialist Propaganda. 35. The IWW, America, 36. The IWW. Australia, 37. The Workers' International Industrial Union, America, 38. Socialist groups in Tokyo and Yokohama, represented by Comrade Katayama, 39. The Socialist Youth International, represented by Comrade Munzenberg. January 19, 5-3. The question of organization and the name of the party 13. The basis of the Third International is already provided by the existence, in various parts of Europe, of groups and organizations of like-minded comrades which have a common platform and by and large use the same tactical methods. Chief among these are the Spartakists in Germany and the Communist parties in many other countries. 14. The Congress must establish a common fighting organ for the purpose of maintaining permanent coordination and systematic leadership of the movement, a center of the Communist International, subordinating the interests of the movement in each country to the common interest of the international revolution. The actual form to be taken by the organization, representation on it, etc., will be worked out by the Congress. 15. The Congress must assume the name of the First Congress of the Communist International, and the individual parties shall become its sections. Marx and Engels had already found the name Social Democrat theoretically incorrect. The shameful collapse of the Social Democratic International also makes a break on this point necessary. Finally, the kernel of the great movement is already formed by a number of parties which have taken this name. In view of the above, we propose to all fraternal parties and organizations to discuss the question of the convening of the International Communist Congress. With fraternal greetings, the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party, Lenin, Trotsky, the Foreign Bureau of the Communist Workers' Party of Poland, Karski, the Foreign Bureau of the Communist Party of Hungary, Rudniansky, the Foreign Bureau of the Communist Party of German Austria, Duda, the Russian Bureau of the Central Committee of the Latvian Communist Party, Razin, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Finland, Sarola, the Executive Committee of the Balkan Revolutionary Social Democratic Federation, Rakovsky, for the Socialist Workers' Party of America, Reinstein. The Foundation Congress of the Communist International. The first Congress of the Communist International was held in Moscow from 2 to March 6, 1919. It was to have opened on February 15, but was postponed because of the difficulties of traveling to Russia. It was attended by 35 delegates. 6. The Communist International with voting powers, representing 19 parties and organizations, and by 19 delegates, representing 16 organizations, with a consultative voice. Most of the delegates, Balabanova wrote later, had been handpicked by the Russian Central Committee from so-called communist parties in these smaller nations which had formerly comprised the Russian Empire, or they were war prisoners or foreign radicals who happened to be in Russia at the time. Eberlein, Germany, Gruber, Austria, Stange, Norway, Grimlund, Sweden, and Rutgers, Holland, were the only delegates arriving from abroad especially for the meeting. Zinoviev was elected chairman, and Balabanova and Vorovsky acted as secretaries. The Russian Communist Party was represented by Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Bukharin, and Chicherin. Stalin's name was also included, but there is no evidence, either in the records of the Congress or in the accounts written by participants and observers, that he took any part in its meetings. No full stenographic record of the proceedings was made. German was the official language of the Congress. It was decided that no voting powers were to be exercised by those who had no mandates from their organizations, or were not its accredited representatives. Seydoux, for example, spoke as a French officer in the ranks of the Red Army. The conference opened without any report in the press. Reports appeared first on March 6, after the decision had been taken that the meeting be regarded as the Foundation Congress of the Third International. This had been opposed from the start by Eberlein, the German delegate, acting on instructions from his party. At a meeting on March 1, Lenin had tried to persuade Eberlein to agree to its foundation, but without success. It was then decided to consider the meeting as a preparatory conference which would draw up a platform and elect a working committee to make arrangements for a wider and more representative gathering. The proceedings were opened by Lenin with a speech in which he said that the civil war had become a fact not only in Russia but in Germany, and that a practical form had to be found to enable the revolutionary opposition in the labor movement to give effect to its views. Eberlein reported on the breakaway of the Spartakusbund from the German Independent Social Democratic Party, USPD, and the formation of the German Communist Party, KPD, at the end of 1918. Unless all the signs are deceptive, the German proletariat is facing the last decisive struggle. However difficult it may be, the prospects for communism are favorable. Zinoviev reported for the Russian Communist Party. We consider it one of our primary duties to give as much material assistance as possible to the workers' movement in other countries. We shall continue to regard it as our duty to help every workers' movement that acknowledges communist principles. Speaking on the situation in Finland, Sorola said that it needed only a shock to bring revolutionary tension there to the pitch of explosion. Speaking nearly 4 years later, at the Fourth Congress, Radek said that the belief in an immediate world revolution held when the International was founded was shared by Lloyd George and Clemenceau. Rutgers, the Dutch delegate to the First Congress, was instructed to set up a January 1997 West European Bureau of the Comintern in Holland, because of Moscow's isolation. The bureau was established at the end of 1919 in Amsterdam. The West European Secretariat, also set up in the autumn of 1919, had its seat in Berlin and included Paul Levi among its members. It had been started by Thomas, a Bavarian, and Brinsky, a Pole who had served with the Soviet Trade Mission in Berlin. Theses on bourgeois democracy and proletarian dictatorship adopted by the First Comintern Congress March 4, 1919 Protocol, I. p. 115. These theses, written by Lenin, were adopted by the Congress without discussion. In introducing them, as in his other speeches at the Congress, Lenin expressed the belief, shared by the other delegates, that the capitalist world was rapidly approaching its end, and that the working class everywhere was moving towards revolution. He likened the shop stewards movement in England to the Soviets. Unless the proletariat seized power, the problems created by the imperialist war and its aftermath could not be solved. The chief danger lay in the attempt of the reformist socialist parties to hold the workers back, and win them for a policy of bourgeois reconstruction and Wilsonian reforms, by appealing to their loyalty to the old socialist organizations, and their attachment to democratic procedures. The main emphasis of the Congress was not on the struggle against capitalism, but on the struggle against the right wing in the labor movement. Speaking 3 years later, at the June 1922 meeting of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, ECCI, Zinoviev said, "We were splitters when the Comintern began its work. At that time we could not act otherwise. We had to split the old socialist parties, rescue the best revolutionary elements of the working class, form a rallying point for communist parties in every country. The split was historically necessary, it was a great step forward, a means of winning the masses." 1. The growth of the revolutionary movement of the proletariat in all countries has provoked the bourgeoisie and their agents in the workers' organizations to convulsive efforts to find theoretical arguments in defense of the rule of the exploiters. Among these, particular emphasis is placed on the rejection of dictatorship and the defense of democracy. The falseness and hypocrisy of this argument, repeated in 1,000 forms in the capitalist press and at the February 1919 Bern Conference of the Yellow International, is however clear to anyone who is unwilling to commit treachery to the principles of socialism. 2. In the first place, the argument uses abstract concepts of democracy and dictatorship, without specifying what class is in question. Putting the question in this way, outside or above the class standpoint, as though it were valid as a standpoint of the entire people, is downright mockery of the basic theory of socialism, namely the theory of the class struggle, which is 8. The Communist International still recognized in words, it is true, by the socialists who have gone over to the camp of the bourgeoisie, but judging by their deeds is forgotten. For in no civilized capitalist country is there democracy in the abstract, there is only bourgeois democracy, and the question is one not of dictatorship in the abstract, but of the dictatorship of the oppressed class, that is, of the proletariat, over the oppressors and exploiters, that is, the bourgeoisie, in order to overcome the resistance put up by the exploiters in the effort to maintain their rule. 3. History teaches us that an oppressed class has never and can never come to power without passing through a period of dictatorship, that is, without the conquest of political power and the forcible suppression of the most desperate and frenzied resistance, that shrinks from no crime, which is always put up by the exploiters. The bourgeoisie, whose rule is now defended by socialists who express hostility to dictatorship in general and stand up body and soul for democracy in general, won their power in the civilized countries by a series of revolts, civil wars, the forcible suppression of monarchical rule, of the feudal lords and slave owners, and of their attempts at restoration. Thousands and millions of times, in their books and pamphlets, their Congress resolutions and speeches, socialists in every country have explained to the people the class character of these bourgeois revolutions. That is why the present defense of bourgeois democracy in speeches about democracy, and the present outcry against the proletarian dictatorship in the clamor about dictatorship, is an outright betrayal of socialism, objectively a going over to the camp of the bourgeoisie, a denial of the right of the proletariat to its political revolution, a defense of bourgeois reformism, and this precisely at the historical moment when bourgeois reformism has gone to pieces throughout the world and when the war has created a revolutionary situation. 4. By recognizing the class character of bourgeois democracy, of bourgeois parliamentarianism, all socialists have articulated the ideas expressed with the greatest scientific precision by Marx and Engels when they said that even the most democratic bourgeois republic is nothing but the instrument by which the bourgeoisie oppress the working class, by which a handful of capitalists keeps the working masses under. There is not a single revolutionary or a single Marxist among those who now raise such an outcry against dictatorship and advocate democracy who has not loudly and solemnly sworn to the workers that he acknowledges this basic truth of socialism, but now, when ferment and movement have started among the revolutionary proletariat, aimed at breaking this machine of oppression and fighting for the dictatorship of the proletariat, these traitors to socialism present the case as though the bourgeoisie had made a gift of pure democracy to the workers, as though the bourgeoisie renounced resistance and were ready to submit to a workers' majority, as though in March 1999 the Democratic Republic there were no state apparatus for the oppression of labor by capital. 5. The Paris Commune, which everyone who wanted to be considered a socialist extolled in words, for they knew that the working masses had a great and genuine sympathy with it, proved particularly clearly the historical conditioning and limited value of bourgeois parliamentarianism and bourgeois democracy, which are highly progressive institutions in comparison with the Middle Ages, but which in the epoch of proletarian revolution inevitably require to be changed from the ground up. It was Marx himself, who placed the highest value on the historical significance of the Commune, who in his analysis of it demonstrated the exploiting character of bourgeois democracy and bourgeois parliamentarianism, under which the oppressed class is given the right, once in several years, to decide which deputy of the possessing classes shall represent and betray the people in parliament. It is now, when the Soviet movement which is seizing the entire world is carrying forward before all eyes the cause of the Commune, that the traitors to socialism forget the practical experience and the concrete lessons of the Paris Commune and repeat the old bourgeois rubbish about democracy in general. The Commune was not a parliamentary institution. 6. The significance of the Commune consists further in this, that it made an attempt to destroy and utterly root out the bourgeois state machine, the apparatus of officials, court, army, and police, and to replace it by the self-governing mass organization of workers without any separation of legislative and executive powers. All bourgeois democratic republics of our time, including the German, which the traitors to socialism, making a mockery of truth, call proletarian, retain this bourgeois state apparatus. That proves once more, and clearly and unmistakably, that the outcry in defense of democracy is nothing but defense of the bourgeoisie and their privileges of exploitation. 7. Freedom of assembly can be used as an example of the demand for pure democracy. Every class-conscious worker who has not broken with his class grasps immediately that it would be monstrous to promise the exploiters freedom of assembly in times and situations in which they are resisting their overthrow and defending their privileges. Neither in England in 1649, nor in France in 1793, did the revolutionary bourgeoisie guarantee freedom of assembly to the royalists and nobility when these summoned alien troops to the country and assembled to organize an attempt at restoration. If the bourgeoisie of today, who have long since become reactionary, demand that the proletariat shall guarantee in advance that freedom of assembly shall be assured to the exploiters regardless of the resistance the capitalists put up to their expropriation, the workers will only laugh at such bourgeois hypocrisy. 10. The Communist International. On the other hand, the workers know very well that even in the most democratic bourgeois republic freedom of assembly is an empty phrase, for the rich have the best public and private buildings at their disposal, have also enough leisure for meetings, and enjoy the protection of the bourgeois apparatus of power. The proletariat of town and country, as well as the small peasants, that is the overwhelming majority of the population, have neither the first nor the second nor the third. So long as this is true, equality, that is, pure democracy, is a deception. To win real equality, to make a reality of democracy for the workers, the exploiters must first be deprived of all public and private mansions, the workers must be given leisure and their freedom of assembly defended by armed workers and not by the offspring of the nobility or officers from capitalist circles in command of an intimidated rank and file. Only after such changes is it possible to speak of freedom of assembly, of equality, without mocking the workers, the laboring people, the poor. But nobody can bring these changes about except the vanguard of the working people, the proletariat, by overthrowing the exploiters, the bourgeoisie. 8. Freedom of the press is another leading watchword of pure democracy. But the workers know, and the socialists of all countries have admitted it a million times, that this freedom is deceptive so long as the best printing works and the biggest paper supplies are in capitalist hands, and so long as capital retains its power over the press, a power which throughout the world is expressed more clearly, sharply, and cynically, the more developed the democracy and the republican regime, as for example in America. To win real equality and real democracy for the working masses, for the workers and peasants, the capitalists must first be deprived of the possibility of getting writers in their service, of buying up publishing houses and bribing newspapers. And for that it is necessary to throw off the yoke of capital, to overthrow the exploiters and to crush their resistance. The capitalists have always given the name of freedom to the freedom of the rich to make profits and the freedom of the poor to die of hunger. The capitalists give the name of freedom of the press to the freedom of the rich to bribe the press, the freedom to use wealth to create and distort so-called public opinion. The defenders of pure democracy reveal themselves once more as defenders of the dirty and corrupt system of the rule of the rich over the means of mass education, as deceivers of the people who with fine-sounding but thoroughly false phrases divert them from the concrete historical task of liberating the press from capital. Real freedom and equality will be found in the system the communists establish, in which there will be no opportunity to get rich at the expense of others, no objective possibility of subjecting the press, directly or indirectly, to the power of money, where nothing will prevent the workers, or any large group of March 19, 11 workers, from having and employing equal rights to use the presses and paper belonging to society. 9. The history of the 19th and 20th centuries showed us, even before the war, what this much praised pure democracy really means under capitalism. Marxists have always maintained that the more developed, the more pure democracy is, the more openly, sharply, and ruthlessly does the class struggle proceed, the more clearly does the oppression of capital and the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie come to light. The Dreyfus affair in Republican France, the bloody collisions between striking workers and the mercenaries armed by the capitalists in the free and democratic Republic of America, these and 1,000 similar facts disclose the truth which the bourgeoisie try in vain to conceal, namely that in reality terror and a bourgeois dictatorship rule the most democratic republic, and come openly to the surface whenever it seems to the exploiters that the power of capital is endangered. 10. The imperialist war of 1914–18 exposed the true character of bourgeois democracy, once and for all, even to the backward workers, even in the freest republics, as the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. To enrich a group of German and English millionaires and milliardaires, dozens of millions of men were killed and the military dictatorship of the bourgeoisie established in the freest republics. This military dictatorship still exists in the Entente countries even after the defeat of Germany. It was the war, more than anything else, that opened the eyes of working people, tore the false tinsel from bourgeois democracy, and revealed to the people the whole pit of speculation and greed for profits during the war and in connection with the war. The bourgeoisie waged this war in the name of freedom and equality. In the name of freedom and equality the war contractors enormously increased their wealth. No efforts of the Yellow Burn International will succeed in concealing from the masses the exploiting character of bourgeois freedom, bourgeois equality, and bourgeois democracy, now finally exposed. 11. In the country of Europe where capitalism has been most highly developed, that is, in Germany, the first months of full republican freedom which followed the downfall of imperialist Germany, showed the German worker and the entire world the real class content of the bourgeois democratic republic. The murder of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg is an event of world historical significance not only because the best people and leaders of the truly proletarian communist international perished tragically, but also because it finally showed up the class character of the leading European state, of, it can be said without exaggeration, the leading state in the world. If prisoners, that is, people who have been taken under protection by the state power, can be murdered with impunity by officers and capitalists under a government of social patriots, the democratic. 12. The communist international republic in which this can happen is a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Those who express indignation over the murder of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg but do not understand this truth only demonstrate their obtuseness or their hypocrisy. In one of the freest and most advanced republics of the world, in the German Republic, there is freedom to kill the imprisoned leaders of the proletariat and to go unpunished. And it cannot be otherwise so long as capitalism remains, for the development of democracy does not blunt but sharpens the class struggle, which has now, as a result of the war and its consequences, reached boiling point. All over the civilized world Bolsheviks are being deported, persecuted, imprisoned, in Switzerland, one of the freest bourgeois republics, and in America, there are pogroms against the Bolsheviks. From the standpoint of democracy in general, or pure democracy, it is simply ludicrous that progressive, civilized, democratic countries, armed to the teeth, should fear the presence of a few dozen people from backward, hungry, ruined Russia, described as savages and criminals in millions of copies of bourgeois newspapers. It is obvious that a social system which can give rise to such glaring contradictions is in reality a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. 12. In such a state of affairs the dictatorship of the proletariat is not merely wholly justified, as a means of overwhelming the exploiters and overcoming their resistance, but quite essential for the mass of workers as their only protection against the bourgeois dictatorship which led to the war and is getting ready for new wars. The chief thing which the socialists do not understand, a failure which reflects their intellectual short-sightedness, their dependence on bourgeois prejudices, their political treachery to the proletariat, is that when, in capitalist society, the class struggle on which it rests becomes more acute, there is nothing between dictatorship of the bourgeoisie and dictatorship of the proletariat. The dream of another, third way is the reactionary lament of the petty bourgeoisie. Proof of this can be found in the experience of more than 100 years of bourgeois democracy and the workers' movement in all advanced countries, and particularly the experience of the last 5 years. The same proof is furnished by economic theory, by the entire content of Marxism, which analyzes the economic necessity of bourgeois dictatorship in every commodity economy, a dictatorship which can be abolished by none other than the class which through the development of capitalism itself develops and grows, becomes more organized and powerful, that is, by the class of proletarians. 13. The second theoretical and political mistake of the socialists is their failure to understand that the forms of democracy have inevitably changed in the centuries since it first appeared in the ancient world, as one ruling class gave way to another. In the republics of ancient Greece, in the medieval cities, in advanced capitalist states, democracy has different. March 19, 13 forms and varying scope. It would be the greatest nonsense to assume that the most profound revolution in mankind's history, the first transference of power from the hands of the exploiting minority to the hands of the exploited majority, could take place within the framework of the old bourgeois parliamentary democracy, without the greatest changes, without the creation of new forms of democracy, new institutions, new conditions for their use, etc. 14. The dictatorship of the proletariat is like the dictatorship of other classes in that, like any dictatorship, it originates in the necessity of suppressing by force the resistance of the class which is losing its political power. The fundamental difference between the proletarian dictatorship and the dictatorship of other classes, that of the large landowners in the Middle Ages and that of the bourgeoisie in all civilized capitalist countries, consists in this, that while the dictatorship of the large landowners and the bourgeoisie forcibly suppresses the resistance of the overwhelming majority of the population, namely the working masses, the dictatorship of the proletariat is the forcible suppression of the resistance of the exploiters, that is, of the minority of the population, the large landowners and capitalists. From this it follows further that the dictatorship of the proletariat must inevitably involve not only a change in the forms and institutions of democracy, but change of a kind which results in an extension of actual democratic usages, on a scale never before known in the world, to the working classes whom capitalism enslaved. And in fact the forms taken by the dictatorship of the proletariat, which have already been worked out, that is, the Soviet power in Russia, the workers' councils in Germany, the shop stewards' committees, and other analogues of Soviet institutions in other countries, all these make a reality of democratic rights and privileges for the working classes, that is, for the overwhelming majority of the population. They mean that it becomes really possible to use these rights and privileges in a way and on a scale that was never even approximately possible in the best democratic bourgeois republic. The essence of Soviet power lies in this, that the permanent and sole foundation of the entire state power, of the entire state apparatus, is the mass organization of those very classes which were oppressed by the capitalists, that is, the workers and semi-proletarians, peasants who do not exploit labor and who are always forced to sell at least part of their labor. The masses, who even in the most democratic bourgeois republics, where in law they had equal rights, but in fact were prevented by 1,000 ways and tricks from taking part in political life and making use of democratic rights and liberties, are now drawn into continuous, unhampered, and decisive participation in the democratic administration of the state. 14. The Communist International. 15. The equality of citizens, regardless of sex, religious belief, race, nationality, which bourgeois democracy always promised everywhere but in fact never carried out, and could not carry out because of the rule of capitalism, has been made a complete reality at one stroke by the Soviet regime, or the proletarian dictatorship, for only the power of the workers, who are not interested in private property in the means of production and in the struggle for their distribution and redistribution, is able to do this. 16. The old democracy, that is, bourgeois democracy and parliamentarian, was so organized that it was the working classes who were most alien to the administrative machine. The Soviet power, the proletarian dictatorship, on the other hand, is so organized that it brings the working masses close to the administrative machine. The merging of legislative and executive power in the Soviet organization of the state serves the same purpose, as does the substitution of the production unit, the workshop, or factory, for the territorial constituency. 17. The army was an instrument of oppression not only under the monarchy, it is still that in all bourgeois republics, even the most democratic. Only the Soviet power, as the only established state organization of the very classes oppressed by the capitalists, is in a position to abolish the dependence of the military on the bourgeois command and really fuse the proletariat with the military, to arm the proletariat and disarm the bourgeoisie, without which the victory of socialism is impossible. 18. The Soviet organization of the state is designed to give the proletariat, as the class which was most concentrated and educated by capitalism, the leading role in the state. The experience of all revolutions and all movements of enslaved classes, the experience of the world socialist movement, teaches us that only the proletariat is in a position to unite the scattered and backward strata of the working and exploited population and carry them along. 19. Only the Soviet organization of the state is able to destroy, at one stroke and completely, the old, that is, the bourgeois apparatus of bureaucracy and judiciary, which under capitalism, even in the most democratic republics, remained and had to remain, being in fact for the workers and the working masses the greatest obstacle to making democracy effective. The Paris Commune took the first world historical step in this direction, the Soviet regime the second. 20. The abolition of state power is the goal of all socialists, including, and above all, Marx. Unless this goal is reached, true democracy, that is, equality and freedom, is not attainable. But only Soviet and proletarian democracy leads in fact to this goal, for it begins at once to prepare for the complete withering away of any kind of state by drawing the mass organizations of the working people into constant and unrestricted participation in state administration. March 19, 1915-21. The complete bankruptcy of the socialists who met in Bern, the complete absence of understanding which they showed of the new, that is, proletarian democracy, can be seen very clearly from the following. On February 10, 1919, Branting declared the International Conference of the Yellow International in Bern closed. On February 11, 1919, its members in Berlin published an appeal of the independence to the proletariat in Freiheit. In this appeal the bourgeois character of Scheidemann's government was admitted. It was reproached for wanting to abolish the workers' councils, which were called bearers and defenders of the revolution, and the proposal was made to legalize the councils, to give them statutory rights, to give them the right to veto the decisions of the National Assembly and refer the question at issue to a national referendum. Such a proposal reflects the complete intellectual bankruptcy of the theoreticians who defend democracy and have not understood its bourgeois character. The ridiculous attempt to unite the system of councils, that is, the proletarian dictatorship, with the National Assembly, that is, the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, finally exposes the mental poverty of the yellow socialists and social democrats, and their reactionary petty bourgeois policy, as well as their cowardly concessions to the irresistibly growing forces of the new proletarian democracy. 22. The majority of the Yellow International in Bern, who condemned Bolshevism but did not dare, for fear of the working masses, to vote formally for a resolution on these lines, acted correctly from the class standpoint. This majority is completely at one with the Russian Mensheviks and social revolutionaries and with the Scheidemans in Germany. The Russian Mensheviks and social revolutionaries, who complain of persecution by the Bolsheviks, try to conceal the fact that this persecution was provoked by their participation in the civil war on the side of the bourgeoisie against the proletariat. In precisely the same way the Scheidemans and their party in Germany took part in the civil war on the side of the bourgeoisie against the workers. It is therefore quite natural that the majority of those attending the Yellow International in Bern should come out in favor of condemning the Bolsheviks. But that did not represent a defense of pure democracy, it was the self-defense of people who feel that in the civil war they are on the side of the bourgeoisie against the proletariat. For these reasons the decision of the majority of the Yellow International must be described as correct from the class point of view. But the proletariat should not fear the truth, but look it straight in the face and draw the political conclusions which follow. On the basis of these theses and having heard the reports of the delegates from various countries, the Congress of the Communist International. 16. The Communist International declares that the chief tasks of the communist parties in countries where Soviet power is not yet established are, 1. To explain to the broad masses of the working class the historical meaning of the political and practical necessity of a new proletarian democracy which must replace bourgeois democracy and parliamentarism. 2. To extend and build up workers' councils in all branches of industry, in the army and navy, and also among agricultural workers and small peasants. 3. To win an assured, conscious communist majority in the councils. Resolution constituting the Communist International passed at its first Congress March 4, 1919. Protocol, I. p. 131. Eberlein, the only German delegate at the conference, had been explicitly instructed to oppose the formation of the Third International as premature. His party, he said during the discussion, was not opposed in principle, but considered that the conference in Moscow should do no more than lay down principles and put forward a provisional platform, defining their goals and methods of attaining them, which could then be used to test the strength of the forces available in other countries and establish the foundations on which they could unite. What was missing at the conference, he said, was the whole of Western Europe. The German communists wished to know in advance that a new international would have the forces with which to support the proletarian struggle. Because of the importance of the German party, the Russian delegates at first agreed to regard the meeting as a preliminary conference, although Zinoviev made it clear that they considered the time ripe. Zinoviev, answering Eberlein's objections to the immediate establishment of a new international, asked why it should be postponed. We have a victorious proletarian revolution in a great country. We have a powerful revolution moving towards victory in two countries, and are we still to say that we are too weak? Our device is the International Soviet Republic, and nobody can call that utopian. We are convinced that this is a question of the immediate future, and are we to shrink from creating in the Third International the instrument for creating an international Soviet Republic? You want communist parties to be first established officially in all countries. You have a victorious revolution, and that is more than any formal foundation. You have in Germany a party marching to power which in a few months will establish a proletarian government. And are we still to delay? Nobody would understand it. The decision to transform the conference into the Foundation Congress of the new International was taken after the belated arrival of the Austrian delegate, who gave an extremely optimistic account of the progress of revolution in Central Europe. The resolution was moved by Rakovsky, Gruber, Steinhardt, Grimlund, and Rudniansky. It was carried, with Eberlein abstaining. March 19, 1917. Balabanova, Zinoviev, Rakovsky, Trotsky, Lenin, and Platon, in the name of the Zimmerwald left, declared that they regarded the Zimmerwald organization dissolved, since all that was truly revolutionary in it had now been taken over by the Third International. The representatives of the Communist Party of German Austria, of the Left Social Democratic Party of Sweden, of the Social Democratic Revolutionary Workers' Federation of the Balkans, of the Communist Party of Hungary, move that the Communist International be founded. 1. The fight for the dictatorship of the proletariat requires a united, resolute, international organization of all communist elements which adopt this platform. 2. The foundation of the Communist International is the more imperative since now at Bern, and possibly later elsewhere also, an attempt is being made to restore the old opportunist international and to rally to it all the confused and undecided elements of the proletariat. It is therefore essential to make a sharp break between the revolutionary proletariat and the social trader elements. 3. If the conference now sitting in Moscow were not to found the Third International, the impression would be created that the communist parties are not at one. This would weaken our position and increase the confusion among the undecided elements of the proletariat in all countries. 4. To constitute the Third International is therefore an unconditional historical imperative which must be put into effect by the International Communist Conference now sitting in Moscow. Platform of the Communist International adopted by the First Congress March 4, 1919. Protocol, I. p. 185. The platform was drafted by Bukharin. In seconding it Eberlein, the German delegate, suggested that it should be discussed by the revolutionary parties and organizations in the various countries before the new international was established. When the decision to found the Third International was taken, the platform was adopted with one abstention, Norway. The contradictions of the capitalist world system, which lay concealed within its womb, broke out with colossal force in a gigantic explosion, in the Great Imperialist World War. Capitalism tried to overcome its own anarchy by organizing production. Instead of numerous competing businessmen, powerful capitalist associations, syndicates, cartels, trusts, were formed. Bank capital united with industrial capital. All economic life was dominated by the finance capitalist oligarchy, who attained sole dominion by organizing on the 18. The Communist International basis of this power. Monopoly took the place of free competition. The individual capitalist became a trust capitalist. Insane anarchy was replaced by organization. But while in each country the anarchy of the capitalist mode of production was superseded by capitalist organization, the contradictions, the competitive struggle, and the anarchy in world economy grew ever sharper. The struggle between the largest organized robber states led with iron necessity to the monstrous imperialist world war. Greed for profits drove world capital to fight for new markets, new investment openings, new raw material sources, the cheap labor power of colonial slaves. The imperialist states which divided the entire world among themselves, which had changed many millions of African, Asiatic, Australian, and American proletarians and peasants into beasts of burden, had sooner or later to expose the true anarchist nature of capital in that tremendous conflict. This was the origin of the greatest of all crimes, the predatory world war. Capitalism also tried to eliminate the contradictions in its social structure. Bourgeois society is a class society. In the greatest civilized states, capital wanted to gloss over social contradictions. At the expense of the plundered colonial peoples, capital corrupted its wage slaves, created a community of interest between the exploited and the exploiters as against the oppressed colonies, the yellow, black, and red colonial peoples, and chained the European and American working class to the imperialist fatherland. But the same method of steady corruption which created the patriotism of the working class and its moral submission was changed by the war into its opposite. Physical annihilation, the complete enslavement of the proletariat, tremendous oppression, impoverishment, and deterioration, world famine, these were the final fruits of civil peace. It broke down. The imperialist war changed into civil war. A new epoch is born. The epoch of the dissolution of capitalism, of its inner disintegration. The epoch of the communist revolution of the proletariat. The imperialist system is breaking down. Ferment in the colonies, ferment among the former dependent small nations, insurrections of the proletariat, victorious proletarian revolutions in some countries, dissolution of imperialist armies, complete incapacity of the ruling classes to continue to guide the destinies of the peoples. This is the state of affairs throughout the world today. Humanity, whose entire civilization now lies in ruins, is threatened with complete annihilation. There is only one force that can save it, and that is the proletariat. The old capitalist order no longer exists. It can no longer exist. The final outcome of the capitalist system of production is chaos. And this chaos can only be overcome by the largest class, the productive class, the working class. It must create genuine order, communist order. March 19, 1919. It must destroy the rule of capital, make war impossible, abolish state frontiers, change the entire world into one cooperative community, make a reality of the brotherhood and freedom of the peoples. On the other side, world capital is arming for the last fight. Under the cloak of the League of Nations, pouring out torrents of pacifist words, it is making its last efforts to patch together again the capitalist system, which is spontaneously breaking up, and to turn its forces against the steadily growing proletarian revolution. The proletariat must answer this new and monstrous conspiracy of the capitalist class by conquering power, turning this power against its class enemies and using it as a lever for starting the economic revolution. The final victory of the world proletariat means the beginning of the real history of liberated humanity. The conquest of political power. The conquest of political power by the proletariat means the annihilation of the political power of the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie's most powerful means of exercising power is the bourgeois state machine with its bourgeois army led by bourgeois junker officers, its police and gendarmerie, its prison governors and judges, its priests, officials, etc. The conquest of political power means not only a change in ministry personnel, but the annihilation of the enemy's state apparatus, the conquest of real strength, the disarming of the bourgeoisie, of the counter-revolutionary officers, of the White Guards, and the arming of the proletariat, of the revolutionary soldiery, of the Red Workers' Guard, the dismissal of all bourgeois judges and the establishment of proletarian courts, the abolition of the rule of reactionary state officials and the creation of new proletarian organs of administration. The victory of the proletariat lies in shattering the organization of the enemy power and organizing proletarian power. It consists in the destruction of the bourgeois state machine and the construction of the proletarian state machine. Only after the proletariat has won victory and broken the resistance of the bourgeoisie can it make its former enemies of use in the new order by bringing them under its control and gradually drawing them into the work of communist construction. To democracy and dictatorship, like all states, the proletarian state is an instrument of repression, but it is directed against the enemies of the working class. Its purpose is to break the resistance of the exploiters, who use every means at their disposal in the desperate struggle to drown the revolution in blood, to make their resistance impossible. The dictatorship of the proletariat, which openly gives the proletariat a privileged position in society, is however a provisional institution. As the resistance of the bourgeoisie is broken, as they 20 the Communist International are expropriated, and changed gradually into a working stratum, the proletarian dictatorship disappears, the state withers away, and with the state classes themselves. So-called democracy, i.e. bourgeois democracy, is nothing but the concealed dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. The much praised general will of the people exists no more than the people as a whole exists. What does really exist are classes with opposed and incompatible wills. But since the bourgeoisie are a small minority, they need this fiction, this fraud of the national people's will, so that behind these high-sounding words they can consolidate their rule over the working classes and impose on them their own class will. As against this, the proletariat, as the vast majority of the population, openly uses the class power of its mass organizations, its Soviets, to abolish the privileges of the bourgeoisie and to ensure the transition to the classless communist society. In bourgeois democracy the emphasis lies in purely formal declarations of rights and liberties, though for the working people, for the proletarians and semi-proletarians without any material means, these are unattainable, while the bourgeoisie use their material resources, their press and their organizations, to cheat and deceive. As against this, the Soviet system, this new type of state power, puts chief weight on giving the proletariat the opportunity of making a reality of its rights and liberties. The Soviet regime gives the best palaces, houses, printing works, paper stocks, to the people for their press, their meetings, their unions. Only in this way is it possible to have real proletarian democracy. It is only on paper that bourgeois democracy with its parliamentary system gives the masses a share in the administration of the state. In fact, the masses and their organizations are completely cut off from real power and the real state administration. In the Soviet system, administration is through the mass organizations, and through them the masses themselves. As the Soviets draw ever-growing numbers of workers into the state administration, this is the only way in which the entire working people will gradually be drawn into the state administration. The Soviet system is thus based on the mass organizations of the proletariat, on the Soviets themselves, the revolutionary trade unions, cooperatives, etc. By separating the legislative and executive powers, by the absence of the power to recall parliamentary mandates, bourgeois democracy and the parliamentary system widen the gulf between the masses and the state. The Soviet system, on the contrary, with its right of recall, its merging of legislative and executive power, the character of the Soviets as working collegia, unites the masses with the organs of administration, and the same object is promoted by the Soviet electoral system, which is based, not on artificial territorial constituencies, but on the production unit. Thus the Soviet system brings about genuine proletarian democracy. March 19, 1921 Democracy by and for the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. In this system the industrial proletariat is privileged as the leading, best organized, and politically most mature class, under whose hegemony the level of the semi-proletarians and the small peasants is gradually raised. These temporary privileges of the industrial proletariat must be used to free the poorer petty bourgeois masses in the countryside from the influence of the large peasants and the bourgeoisie, and to organize and train them for cooperation in building the communist system. 3. Expropriation of the bourgeoisie and the socialization of production in the given class relationships. The dissolution of the capitalist order and of capitalist labor discipline makes it impossible to reconstruct production on its former basis. The workers' wage struggles, even when they are successful, do not bring the hope for improvement in their conditions of life, for soaring prices of all consumption commodities make every success illusory. The condition of life of the workers can be improved only if the proletariat, and not the bourgeoisie, controls production. The pressure of the mighty wage struggles of the workers in all countries, which clearly reflect their desperate plight, and which tend to become universal, makes the continuation of capitalist production impossible. To raise the productive forces, to break as quickly as possible the resistance of the bourgeoisie, which prolongs the death agony of the old society and hence threatens economic life with complete ruin, the proletarian dictatorship must expropriate the big bourgeoisie and the junkers and make the means of production and exchange the common property of the proletarian state. Communism is now being born out of the ruins of capitalism. History offers no other way out for mankind. The opportunists who put forward the utopian demand for the reconstruction of capitalist society in order to postpone nationalization, only prolong the process of dissolution, which involves the danger of complete ruin. The communist revolution is both the best and the only method by which the most important productive force, the proletariat, and with it society itself, can be maintained. Proletarian dictatorship does not by any means involve any sharing out of the means of production and distribution. On the contrary, its purpose is to centralize the forces of production even more and to subordinate production as a whole to a unified plan. The first steps towards nationalization of the entire economy will include the nationalization of the big banks, which now quadruple production, the seizure of the economic organs of the capitalist state and their transference to the proletarian state power, taking over all municipal undertakings, the nationalization of industries organized in syndicates and trusts, and of those branches of industry in which the concentration and centralization. 22. The Communist International of Capital makes this technically feasible, the nationalization of large agricultural estates and their transformation into socially managed agricultural undertakings. As to small concerns, the proletariat must gradually amalgamate them by ways appropriate to their size. In this connection it must be expressly emphasized that small properties will not be expropriated, and that proprietors who do not exploit any wage labor will not be subject to any coercive measures. This stratum is to be gradually drawn into socialist organization by example, by the practical demonstration of the advantages following from the new regime, a regime which will liberate the small peasants and the urban petty bourgeoisie from the economic pressure of usury capital and the junkers, from the burden of taxation, particularly by the cancellation of the public debt, etc. The task of the proletarian dictatorship in the economic sphere can only be accomplished in conditions which enable the proletariat to create centralized organs for the management of production and to make a reality of workers' management. In this work it will necessarily use those mass organizations which are most closely integrated with the production process. In the field of distribution, the proletarian dictatorship must replace trade by the correct distribution of goods. Steps towards this include the following measures: the nationalization of wholesale businesses, the taking over by the proletariat of all bourgeois state and municipal distributive machinery, control of the large cooperative associations, whose organization will continue to play an important economic part in the transition epoch, the gradual centralization of all these organs and their transformation into a unified whole affecting a rational distribution of goods. In distribution, as in production, all skilled technicians and specialists are to be used when their political resistance has been broken and they have learned to adapt themselves not to capital, but to the new system of production. The proletariat will not oppress them, but will, for the first time, give them the opportunity of developing the most intensive creative work. The proletarian dictatorship will replace the separation of manual and mental work, which capitalism encouraged, by their cooperation, and in this way unite science with labor. In addition to the expropriation of factories, mines, estates, etc., the proletariat must also abolish the exploitation of the population by capitalist landlords, hand large houses over to the local workers' councils, move workers into bourgeois houses, etc. During this period of great changes, the Soviet power must continue steadily to centralize the entire administrative machinery, at the same time drawing ever larger sections of the working people into direct administration. March 19, 1923. For the road to victory, the revolutionary epoch demands that the proletariat use those methods of struggle which concentrate its entire energy, namely the methods of mass action leading logically to direct clashes with the bourgeois state machine in open struggle. All other methods, as for example the revolutionary use of bourgeois parliaments, must be subordinated to this purpose. For success in this struggle it is necessary to break not only with the outright lackeys of capital and the hangmen of the communist revolution the part played by the right-wing social democrats, but also with the center, Koskiets, which, in the most critical moments, deserts the proletariat in order to flirt with its avowed enemies. On the other hand, it is necessary to form a bloc with those elements in the revolutionary workers' movement who, although they did not formerly belong to the Socialist Party, now adhere by and large to the standpoint of proletarian dictatorship in the form of Soviet power, e.g. certain elements in syndicalism. The growth of the revolutionary movement in all countries, the danger that the alliance of capitalist states will strangle this movement, the attempts of the parties of social traders to unite, the formation of the Yellow International at Bern, in order to perform services for Wilson's League, finally the absolute necessity of coordinating proletarian action, all this must lead to the foundation of a truly revolutionary, truly proletarian, communist international. The international, which subordinates so-called national interests to the interests of the international revolution, will embody the mutual aid of the proletariat of different countries, for without economic and other mutual aid the proletariat will not be in a position to organize the new society. On the other hand, in contrast to the Yellow Social Patriotic International, international proletarian communism will support the exploited colonial peoples in their struggles against imperialism, in order to promote the final downfall of the imperialist world system. On the outbreak of war, the capitalist criminals maintained that they were only defending their common fatherland. But by its bloody actions in Russia, in the Ukraine, in Finland, German imperialism quickly revealed its true predatory nature. Now the Entente states are being unmasked before the eyes of even backward strata of the population, and they are revealed as robbers and murderers of the proletariat. Together with the German bourgeoisie and social patriots, with hypocritical words of peace on their lips, they are using their arms and their brutalized barbarous colonial troops to strangle the revolution of the European proletariat. Indescribable is the white terror of the bourgeois cannibals. 24 The Communist International, innumerable are its victims in the working class. The best Liebknecht, Luxembourg are lost. The proletariat must defend itself, at any cost. The Communist International calls the entire world proletariat to this last fight, weapon against weapon, force against force. Down with the imperialist conspiracy of capital. Long live the International Republic of Proletarian Soviets. Extracts from the resolution of the First Comintern Congress on the Bern Conference of the Parties of the Second International, March 5, 1919. Protocol, I. p. 163. This resolution was drafted by Zinoviev and passed unanimously. The Bern Conference of Parties of the Second International was held from 3 to February 10, 1919, it was attended by 98 delegates from 26 countries. The Italian, Swiss, Serbian, and Bulgarian socialist parties refused to attend because the Congress was convened by reactionaries, the Belgian because the Germans had been invited. Many delegates, in particular the French and Austrians, were profoundly critical of official social democratic policy. It was proposed to send a delegation to Russia, to study the political and economic situation there and report back. Permission for their entry was given by the Soviet government, against the opposition of some leading Bolsheviks, who argued that if such a delegation did not condemn the revolution they would be condemning themselves, but the proposal fell through. The Congress elected a committee to make arrangements for the reconstitution of the Second International. As early as 1907, at the International Socialist Congress at Stuttgart, which discussed questions of colonial policy and imperialist war, it was clear that more than half the Second International, and the majority of its leaders, held views on these questions much closer to those of the bourgeoisie than to those of Marx and Engels. Nevertheless, the Stuttgart Congress accepted an amendment moved by the representatives of the revolutionary wing, Anne Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg, which ran as follows: if, however, a war should break out, socialists are obliged to intervene to bring it to an end as quickly as possible, and to exploit in every way the economic and political crisis created by the war to stir up the people and so to accelerate the overthrow of capitalist rule. Even at the end of July and beginning of August 1914, 24 hours before the outbreak of the World War, the leading organs and bodies of the Second International continued to condemn the approaching war as the greatest crime of the bourgeoisie. The statements issued by the leading parties of March 19, 1925, the Second International at that time, serve as the most eloquent accusation against its leaders. At the first shot in the mass slaughter, the chief parties of the Second International betrayed the working class, and each of them, on the pretext of defense of the fatherland, went over to the side of its bourgeoisie. It was at that moment that the Second International finally reached bankruptcy and perished. Three basic trends were already visible within the Second International. In the course of the war, up to the beginning of the proletarian revolution in Europe, their outlines emerged with unmistakable clarity. 1. The social chauvinist trend, the majority trend, whose most typical representatives are the German Social Democrats now sharing power with the German bourgeoisie, who were later to become the murderers of the leaders of the Communist International, Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. The social chauvinists have now exposed themselves completely as class enemies of the proletariat, and are following the program for liquidating the war prescribed by the bourgeoisie, shunting the greater part of the tax burden onto the working masses, leaving private property untouched, leaving the army in the hands of the bourgeoisie, dissolving the workers' councils which are springing up everywhere, leaving political power in the hands of the bourgeoisie, supporting bourgeois democracy. Against socialism. Although the communists have up to now fought vigorously against the majority socialists, the workers have not yet grasped the danger threatening the international proletariat from these traitors. One of the most important tasks of the international proletarian revolution is to open the workers' eyes to the studious work of the social chauvinists, and with armed hand to make this counter-revolutionary party harmless. 2. The centrist trend, social pacifists, Koskiets, independents. This trend began to be formed even before the war, chiefly in Germany. On the outbreak of war, the center nearly everywhere occupied roughly the same ground as the social chauvinists. The theoretical leader of the center, Koskai, came forward with a defense of the policy pursued by the German and French social chauvinists. The International was only a peacetime instrument. Fight for peace, the class struggle in peacetime, these were Koskai's slogans. After war broke out, the center insisted on unity with the social chauvinists. After the murder of Liebknecht and Luxemburg, the center again preached the same unity, that is, the unity of communist workers with the murderers of the communist leaders, Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. Early in the war, the center, Koskai, Victor Adler, Turati, MacDonald, began to advocate a reciprocal amnesty, to be valid for the leaders of the social chauvinist parties of Germany and Austria on the one. 26. The Communist International side, and France and England on the other. The center is still advocating this amnesty today, after the war has ended, and thus prevents the workers getting a clear understanding of the causes of the breakdown of the Second International. The center has sent its representatives to Bern, to the International Conference of Compromising Socialists, and has thus made it easier for the Schademans and Renaudels to deceive the workers. It is absolutely essential to split the most revolutionary elements off from the center. This can be done only by the ruthless criticism and exposure of the centrist leaders. The organizational break with the center is an absolute historical necessity. It is the task of the communists in each country to determine the moment for this break, according to the stage of development which the movement has reached there. 3. Communists. In the Second International, where this trend put forward communist Marxist views on war and the tasks of the proletariat, the Lenin-Luxemburg Resolution, Stuttgart, 1907, they remained a minority. The left radical group, later the Spartakus group, in Germany, the Bolshevik Party in Russia, the Tribunists in Holland, the youth group in Sweden, the left wing of the Youth International in a number of countries, formed the first kernel of the new international. Faithful to the interests of the working class, this trend from the beginning of the war proclaimed as its slogan, "Turn the imperialist war into a civil war." This trend has now constituted itself the Third International. 2. The Bern Socialist Conference of February 1919 was an attempt to galvanize the corps of the Second International. The composition of the Bern Conference shows clearly that the revolutionary proletariat of the world has nothing in common with this conference. The victorious proletariat of Russia, the heroic proletariat of Germany, the Italian proletariat, the communist section of the proletariat of Austria and Hungary, the proletariat of Switzerland, the working class of Bulgaria, Romania, Serbia, the left-wing workers' parties of Sweden, Norway, Finland, and the Ukraine, the Lettish and Polish proletariat, the best part of the organized English proletariat, the Youth International and the Women's International, demonstratively refused to take part in the Bern Conference of Social Patriots. Of the participants, those who still have some contact with the real workers' movement of our time formed an opposition group, which, at least in the chief question appraisal of the Russian Revolution, opposed the doings of the social patriots. The declaration of the French Comrade Laureate, who scourged the majority of the Bern Conference as servants of the bourgeoisie, represents the real opinion of all class-conscious workers throughout the world. March 19, 1927. On the so-called guilt question, the Bern Conference did not escape from the bourgeois ideological frame. The German and French social patriots made the same charges against each other as the German and French bourgeoisie. The Bern Conference lost its way in a flood of petty details about what this or that bourgeois minister had done before the war, and refused to see that capitalism, the finance capitalists of both coalitions, and their social patriot lackeys, are those primarily guilty. The social patriot majority at Bern wanted to find out who were chiefly responsible for the war. They had only to look in a mirror, and they would have recognized themselves all as guilty. The most reactionary representative of the imperialist bourgeoisie, M. Clemenceau, acknowledged the service rendered to imperialist reaction by the Bern Conference of Social Patriots by receiving a delegation from the conference and suggesting that they take part in all the relevant commissions of the imperialist conference at Paris. On the colonial question, it emerged clearly that the Bern Conference was at one with those liberal bourgeois colonial politicians who find nothing wrong in the exploitation and enslavement of colonies by the imperialist bourgeoisie, but try to plaster it over with humanitarian and philanthropic phrases. The German social patriots demanded that the German colonies should continue to belong to the German Reich, that is, that German capital should continue to exploit these colonies. The disagreements which thereupon came to light showed that the social patriots of the Entente have the same slaveholders' attitude, and think it quite natural that French and English capital should continue to enslave French and English colonies. In this, the Bern Conference showed that it had completely forgotten the slogan, Clear out of the colonies. In its appraisal of the League of Nations, the Bern Conference showed that it was treading in the footsteps of those bourgeois elements who want to use the deceptive illusion of the so-called League of Nations to conjure away the proletarian revolution which is advancing throughout the world. Instead of exposing the goings-on at the Paris Conference as haggling with nations and economic areas, the Bern Conference seconded Paris by degrading itself into its instrument. The obsequious attitude of the conference, which left to a bourgeois government conference in Paris the question of labor legislation, shows that the social patriots were knowingly in favor of maintaining capitalist wage slavery and are ready to let the working class be put off with petty reforms. It was only the efforts of the opposition which defeated the attempt, inspired by the policy of the bourgeoisie, to get the Bern Conference to pass a resolution which would have provided a cover for any future armed intervention in Russia. This victory of the Bern opposition over the outspoken chauvinist elements provides indirect proof that the proletariat of 28. The Communist International Western Europe sympathizes with the Russian proletarian revolution and is ready to fight against the imperialist bourgeoisie. The fear that these lackeys of the bourgeoisie feel for the inevitable extension of the Workers' Council movement can be seen in their anxiety to avoid spending any time whatever on this world historical phenomenon. The Workers' Councils are the most important phenomenon since the Paris Commune. By ignoring them, the Bern Conference publicly proclaimed its moral poverty and theoretical bankruptcy. The Congress of the Communist International considers the international which the Bern Conference is trying to establish a yellow strike-breaking international, which is and will remain nothing but a tool of the bourgeoisie. The Congress calls on the workers of all countries to start a resolute fight against the Yellow International and to warn the broad masses of the proletariat against this lying and fraudulent international. Extracts from the appeal of the First Congress of the Communist International to the workers of all countries, March 5, 1919. Protocol, I. p. 195. The landing of Allied troops in Russia in the early summer of 1918 had given rise to a series of protests and appeals by the Soviet government. On April 18, 1919, Chicherin, Soviet Commissar for Foreign Affairs, issued an appeal to the workers of the Allied countries to protest against the blockade of Russia, against intervention, and against support by the Western governments of anti-Soviet plots in the countries bordering on Russia. It is none other than your rulers who are keeping civil war alive among us by giving help to the brutal counter-revolutionaries and creating hunger and unemployment by the criminal blockade of Soviet Russia. On October 20, 1919, Chicherin addressed a warning to the German government, and to the governments of the European countries which had remained neutral in the war, that their agreement to the Allied request to join in the blockade would be considered a hostile act. In the absence of any official diplomatic contacts, these messages were sent out by radio. Statements such as the present appeal were widely used by the Soviet government to announce and promote its policy. The Communist International provided a useful channel. The blockade was lifted in January 1920. The First Congress of the Third International, assembled on March 5, 1919 in the Kremlin, expresses its grateful admiration to the Russian revolutionary proletariat and to its directing party, the Communist Party of Bolsheviks. The Great Revolution, undertaken to guide socialist doctrine, so long corrupted by the opportunists, back to its original source, Marxism. The March 1919 29 superhuman efforts made for nearly a year and a half to create, in the place of the old bourgeois world, a new communist social order, both in moral and intellectual culture, as well as in the material spheres, collective or individual, of political, economic, and social life, the help given at all times to the workers of all countries against their militarist and despotic governments. All this must call forth the universal and enthusiastic approval of the working class of all countries. It is not the fault of the Soviet system or of Bolshevism that this goal has not yet been reached, that the population of Central Russia are suffering from hunger and from a growing shortage of finished products. On the contrary, it was only the Soviet system and Bolshevism which made it possible to put a complete end to the anarchy and chaos provoked by Kerensky and bourgeois democracy. They alone enabled the country to keep economic life going at its present level. The responsibility for the crisis rests solely on the internal and external enemies of the Soviet regime, for by sabotage, plots, and military intervention they compelled Russia to spend a great part of its strength, its manpower, and its resources on the creation of a new army. Despite their burning desire for peace, the entire Russian people courageously recognized and accepted this necessity. Everybody knows with what extraordinary success the Soviet power managed to carry out this immense task. The blame may be put on Bolshevism, but the best way of finding out whether it is to blame or not would be for the Entente powers to cease forcing the Soviet power to defend itself by arms. To do that they must not only stop sending armed forces to Russia and evacuate its ports, they must also refrain from exerting any pressure inside the country. They must cease to support with money, arms, and advisors the counter-revolutionary bands which without the help of the Entente would soon melt away of themselves. Then the soldiers of the Red Army could return to their families, and the best workers, the most devoted organizers, the most skilled engineers would be at the disposal of the Soviet power. Their activities in peaceful economic labor would soon yield the most substantial results. It should not be forgotten, however, that the young Russian industry never was able to manage without foreign assistance. The Entente is paralyzing the new economic organization by forbidding the foreign specialists, who in fact used to manage Russian industry, to return to Russia. It is hampering the equipment and maintenance of the factories, the transport of raw materials and fuel. It is condemning industry to ruin and the people to unemployment by prohibiting the import into Russia of machinery, trucks, and locomotives. More than once the Soviet Republic has officially expressed its desire to continue to call on the help of foreign industry and specialists. It has stated 30. The Communist International its readiness to pay a high price for their services, which are at the present time indispensable to the prosperity of Russian economic life. But the Entente, without even troubling to answer these proposals, is operating a strict blockade, using threats and force against Russia and even against the Central Powers and neutral countries. The working masses of all countries must demand of their governments a genuine renunciation of any direct or indirect intervention in Soviet-Russian affairs. To give these demands a precise form, the Congress of the Third International proposes to all peoples the following program of action. The honor, independence, and most elementary interests of the proletariat of all countries demand that they should immediately act and use all means at their disposal, if necessary, revolutionary means, to give effect to the following demands. 1. Non-intervention by the Entente in the internal affairs of Soviet Russia. 2. Immediate recall of all Allied European and Asiatic troops now in Russia. 3. Abandonment of any direct or indirect policy of intervention, whether it takes the form of provocation or of material and moral support for the Russian counter-revolutionaries or the reactionary border states. 4. Cancellation of treaties already concluded contemplating intervention by the given state, by Russian counter-revolutionaries, or by countries bordering on Russia, in the internal affairs of the Soviet Republic. Immediate return to their countries of the diplomatic and military missions which the Entente governments dispatched to North and South Russia, to Romania, Finland, Poland, and the Czech countries with the object of stirring up struggle against the Soviet republics. 5. Recognition of the Soviet government which after being 18 months in existence is stronger and more popular than ever. 6. Re-establishment of diplomatic relations, carrying with it the sending of official representatives, socialists, to Russia and the recognition of Russian representatives abroad. 7. The admission to the peace conference of delegates of the Soviet government as the representatives, and indeed the only representatives, of the Russian people. A European peace negotiated and concluded without Russia would be in the highest degree unstable. It would be odious and ridiculous to admit to the conference, in the absence of the Bolsheviks, or even alongside them, as representatives of the whole of Russia or a part of Russia, those mountebanks. March 19, 1931 forming the various regional governments artificially created by the Allies, existing only thanks to Allied support, and who, moreover, stand for practically nothing but a few personal aspirations and interests. 8. Cessation of the economic blockade which may soon condemn Russia to industrial ruin and hunger. 9. Resumption of trade relations and conclusion of trade agreements. 10. Dispatch to Russia of a few hundred or rather a few thousand organizers, engineers, instructors, and skilled workmen, in particular metal workers, to give the young Socialist Republic real help in the industrial field, above all in carrying out the most important tasks, the restoration of rolling stock and of the railways, and the organization of transport. Extracts from the Theses on the International Situation and the Policy of the Entente adopted by the First Comintern Congress March 6, 1919 Beschluss ersten Kongresses, p. 53. These theses were drafted by Obolensky Osinsky, one of the non-voting Russian delegates. A review of the international situation was customary at all Communist Party congresses. The invitation to all de facto Russian governments to a conference at Principe, suggested by Lloyd George, was supported by President Wilson and approved by the Council of Ten at the Paris Peace Conference. The Soviet government accepted the invitation, but the conference was not held. The events of the World War exposed the imperialist policy of the bourgeois democracies as the militant policy of the great powers aimed at carving up the world and consolidating the economic and political dictatorship of finance capital over the exploited and oppressed masses. The killing and crippling of millions of men, the impoverishment and enslavement of the proletariat, the unparalleled enrichment of the upper strata of the bourgeoisie through war contracts, loans, etc., the triumph of military reaction in all countries, all this began to destroy the illusions of national defense, of civil peace, and of democracy. The peace policy is revealing the real aims of the bourgeoisie of all countries and making the exposure final. The Brest-Litovsk peace and the exposure of German imperialism. The Brest-Litovsk peace, and subsequently the Treaty of Bucharest, revealed the predatory and reactionary character of the imperialism of the Central Powers. The victors wrung indemnities and annexations from 32. The Communist International Defenseless Russia. They used the right of national self-determination as cover for an annexationist policy by creating vassal states whose reactionary governments promoted their predatory policy and suppressed the revolutionary movement of the working masses. The victory of the Entente and the alignment of states. The victory of the Entente has divided the so-called civilized countries of the world into the following groups. The first group consists of the lords of the capitalist world, the victorious imperialist great powers, England, America, France, Japan, and Italy. Opposed to them are the countries of defeated imperialism, broken by war and their structure shaken by the beginning of the proletarian revolution, Germany, Austria, Hungary, and their former vassals. The vassal states of the Entente powers form the third group. It consists of the small capitalist states who fought the war on the side of the Entente, Belgium, Serbia, Portugal, etc., and also of the recently created national republics and buffer states, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Russian counter-revolutionary republics, etc. The position of the neutral states is approximately that of the vassal states, but they are subject to heavy political and economic pressure which at times makes their position similar to that of the defeated states. The Socialist Republic of Russia is a workers' and peasants' state standing apart from the capitalist world and representing a tremendous social danger for victorious imperialism, the danger that all the fruits of victory will be lost in the flood of world revolution. Entente imperialism's peace policy and its self-exposure. The peace policy of the five ruling powers was and is, when we regard it as a whole, one of continuous self-revelation. Notwithstanding all the talk about their democratic foreign policy, it represents the complete triumph of secret diplomacy, deciding the fate of the world by arrangements between the agents of the financial trusts behind the backs and at the expense of the millions of workers of all countries. All important questions without exception are decided by the Paris Committee of the five great powers behind closed doors, in the absence of representatives of the defeated and neutral countries, and even of the vassal states. The speeches of Lloyd George, Clemenceau, Sonnino, etc., frankly proclaim and justify the need for annexations and indemnities. Regardless of lying words about the war for universal disarmament, the need for further armaments and in particular for the maintenance of British sea power, ostensibly to safeguard the freedom of the seas, is openly announced. March 19, 1933. The right of national self-determination proclaimed by the Entente is publicly trampled underfoot, and for it is substituted the division of the disputed areas among the ruling states and their vassals. Alsace-Lorraine has been incorporated in France without consulting its population. Ireland, Egypt, India, have no right of national self-determination. The Yugoslav state and the Czechoslovak Republic were established by armed force. Shameless haggling is going on about the division of European and Asiatic Turkey. The distribution of the German colonies has in fact already begun, and so on. The policy of indemnities has been pushed to the point of complete plundering of the defeated countries. They are not only presented with bills running into many milliards, they are not only deprived of all weapons, but the Entente countries are also taking their locomotives, railway trucks, ships, agricultural equipment, gold stocks, etc., and in addition the prisoners of war are to be made the slaves of the victors. Proposals for compulsory labor service for German workers are being discussed. The Allied powers intend to impoverish them and make them the hungry slaves of Entente capital. Reaction is in the saddle both within the Entente countries themselves. France has reverted to the worst features of Napoleon III as well as throughout the capitalist world which is under Entente influence. The Allies are strangling the revolution in the occupied areas of Germany, in Hungary, Bulgaria, etc. They are inciting the bourgeois opportunist governments of the defeated countries against the revolutionary workers by threatening the withdrawal of food supplies. The Allies have stated that they will sink all German ships which dare to raise the red flag of revolution. They have refused to recognize the German workers' councils. They have abolished the 8-hour day in the occupied parts of Germany. Quite apart from supporting reactionary policies in the neutral states and promoting them in the vassal states, the Paderewski regime in Poland, the Allies are inciting the reactionary elements in these countries, Finland, Poland, Sweden, etc., against revolutionary Russia and demanding the intervention of German armed forces. Contradictions among the Entente states. A number of profound contradictions are appearing among the great powers who rule the capitalist world, despite the similarity of the basic features of their imperialist policy. These contradictions are focused mainly on the peace program of American finance capital, the so-called Wilson program. The most important points in this program are freedom of the seas, the League of Nations, and internationalization of colonies. The slogan of freedom of the seas stripped of its hypocritical cloak means in fact the abolition. 34. The Communist International of the supremacy of some great powers, primarily England, at sea and the opening of all sea routes to American trade. The League of Nations means that the European great powers, primarily France, are refused the right of directly annexing the weaker states and peoples. The internationalization of colonies has the same significance in regard to colonial areas. This program derives from the fact that American capital has no possibility of making direct annexations in Europe and therefore contemplates the exploitation of weak states and peoples by means of trade and capital investment. In the field of economic exploitation, highly developed American finance capital will win hegemony and thus be able to secure for itself world economic and political supremacy. The freedom of the seas is in most acute conflict with the interests of England and Japan, and partly also of Italy, in the Adriatic. The League of Nations and the internationalization of colonies are most emphatically in conflict with the interests of France and Japan, and to a lesser extent with the interests of all other imperialist powers. Imperialist France, where industrial development is weak and the forces of production have been completely shattered by the war, is resorting to the most desperate means to maintain the capitalist regime. These include the savage spoliation of Germany, the subjection and predatory exploitation of the vassal states, proposals for a Danubian federation, for a South Slav state, and the squeezing out by force of the debts incurred by Russian Tsarism to the French Chilok. While the interests of the great powers conflict with those of America, they also conflict with one another. England fears a strengthening of France on the continent. In Asia Minor and Africa its interests are incompatible with French interests. Italy's interests in the Balkan Peninsula and the Tyrol are in conflict with French interests. Japan disputes the Pacific Islands with English Australia, etc. Groups and trends within the Entente. These contradictions among the great powers lead to various combinations within the Entente. The two principal combinations which have emerged are the French-English-Japanese combination, directed against America and Italy, and the Anglo-American, which is opposed to the other great powers. The Anglo-American bloc is opposed to French priority in the spoliation of Germany and to its excessive intensity. It places certain limitations on the exaggerated annexationist demands of France, Italy, and Japan. It prevents the newly formed vassal states from being directly subjected to them. In the Russian question, the Anglo-American combination is more peacefully inclined. It wants a free hand to complete the partition of the March 19, 1935 world, to strangle the European Revolution, and then to turn to the suppression of the Russian Revolution. These two combinations of powers correspond to two trends, one the extreme annexationist, the other the more moderate. The Wilson-Lloyd-George combination supports the latter. The League of Nations. Faced by the irreconcilable contradictions which have made their appearance within the Entente itself, the League of Nations, if it should come into formal existence, will only play the part of a holy alliance of the capitalists to suppress the workers' revolution. Propaganda for the League of Nations is the best way of introducing confusion into the revolutionary consciousness of the working class. Instead of the slogan of an international union of revolutionary workers' republics, the slogan of an international association of sham democracies is put forward, to be attained by class collaboration between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. The League of Nations is a delusive slogan by means of which the social traders, acting on behalf of international capital, split the forces of the proletariat and promote the imperialist counter-revolution. The revolutionary proletariat of all countries of the world must wage an irreconcilable struggle against the idea of the Wilsonian League of Nations and protest against entry into this league of robbery, of exploitation, and of imperialist counter-revolution. Foreign and domestic policy in the defeated countries. The crushing military defeat and the internal collapse of Austrian and German imperialism brought bourgeois social opportunist regimes to power in the first period of the revolution in the Central States. Behind the shield of democracy and socialism, the German social traders are defending and restoring the economic rule and the political dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. In their foreign policy, they are trying to re-establish German imperialism by demanding the return of the colonies and the admission of Germany to the predatory League of Nations. At the same time, the bourgeois social opportunist government is undermining the international solidarity of the proletariat and separating the German workers from their brother workers, by carrying out the counter-revolutionary instructions of the Allies, and particularly, in order to please the Entente, by inciting the German workers against the Russian workers' revolution. The policy of the bourgeoisie and the social opportunists in Austria and Hungary repeats, in an attenuated form, the policy of the bourgeois opportunist bloc in Germany. 36. The Communist International. The vassal states of the Entente. In the vassal states and the republics newly created by the Entente, the Czechs, the South Slavs, and also Poland, Finland, etc. Entente policy, relying on the ruling classes and the social nationalists, is designed to create centers for a national counter-revolutionary movement. This movement is to be directed against the defeated countries, to keep the forces of the newly arisen states in equilibrium and subordinate them to the Entente, to obstruct the revolutionary movements developing within the new national republics, and finally to supply white guards for the struggle against the international, in particular the Russian Revolution. As to Belgium, Portugal, Greece, and other small countries allied with the Entente, their policy is wholly determined by the policy of the big robbers, to whom they are completely subject and whose help they solicit in getting their minor annexations and war indemnities. The Entente and Soviet Russia. The predatory, misanthropic, and reactionary character of Entente imperialism is most clearly shown in relation to Soviet Russia. From the beginning of the November Revolution, the Entente powers took the side of the counter-revolutionary parties and governments of Russia. With the help of bourgeois counter-revolutionaries, they annexed Siberia, the Urals, the shores of European Russia, the Caucasus, and part of Turkestan. From the annexed areas they stole raw materials, timber, oil, manganese, etc. With the help of bands of Czechoslovak mercenaries they seized the gold reserve of the Russian Empire. Working under the English diplomat Lockhart, English and French spies plotted to blow up bridges, destroy railways, and hamper the movement of food supplies. With money and arms the Entente supported the reactionary generals Denikin, Kolchak, and Krasnov, who hanged and shot thousands of workers in Rostov, Yusovka, Novorossiysk, Omsk, etc. Through the mouth of Clemenceau and Pichon the Entente openly proclaimed the principle of economic encirclement, that is, of starving out and annihilating the Republic of Revolutionary Workers and Peasants, and promised technical assistance to the bands of Denikin, Kolchak, and Krasnov. The Entente has rejected the repeated peace offers of the Soviet government. On January 23, 1919 the Entente powers, among whom the more moderate tendency was at the time growing stronger, addressed a proposal to all Russian governments to send representatives to Principe. This proposal undoubtedly had an element of provocation in it, in regard to the Soviet government. But although the Entente received an affirmative answer from the Soviet government on February 4, in which the latter even stated its readiness to discuss annexations, indemnities, and concessions. March 19, 1937 In order to free the Russian workers and peasants from the war forced on them by the Entente made no reply even to the Soviet-Russian peace offer. This confirms that the annexationist reactionary tendencies in the ranks of the Entente imperialists have a sure hold. They threaten the Socialist Republic with further annexations and counter-revolutionary attacks. In this the Entente peace policy conclusively reveals to the international proletariat the nature of Entente imperialism in general. At the same time it shows that the imperialist governments are incapable of concluding a just and lasting peace, and that finance capital is unable to restore the destroyed economy. The continued rule of finance capital would lead either to the complete destruction of civilized society, or to greater exploitation, to further enslavement, political reaction and armaments, and finally to new destructive wars. Resolution of the First Comintern Congress on the Organization of the Executive Committee of the Communist International March 6, 1919 Protocol, I. P. 200 Moscow was the obvious choice for the headquarters of the new organization. Between Congresses, the Executive Committee was to act in its name. It is clear from speeches and articles by the Russian leaders at this time that they had every hope and intention of transferring the seat of the executive to a Western capital once conditions were favorable to such a move. In moving the resolution, Platon said the executive would have the right to move its headquarters to another country. The Russian comrades would have to take over provisionally, because of the time that must elapse before the delegates reported back to their national parties and got representatives delegated to the ECCI. In order to start work without delay, the Congress shall now elect the necessary bodies, believing that the definitive constitution of the Communist International should be decided at the next Congress, on the report of the Bureau. The conduct of the business of the Communist International is entrusted to an executive committee. This shall be composed of one representative from each of the most important countries. The parties of the following countries shall immediately delegate their representatives to the first executive committee: Russia, Germany. 38 The Communist International: German, Austria, Hungary, the Balkan Federation, Switzerland, Scandinavia. Parties of other countries which proclaim their adherence to the Communist International before the Second Congress shall have a seat on the executive committee. Until the arrival of these representatives from abroad, the comrades of the country where the Executive Committee has its seat shall take over the work. The Executive Committee shall elect a bureau of 5 persons. Manifesto of the Communist International to the Proletariat of the Entire World, March 6, 1919. Beschluss der ersten Kongresses, p. 3. The manifesto was written by Trotsky, and adopted unanimously by the Congress at its last session. 72 years have passed since the Communist Party announced its program to the world in the form of a manifesto written by the greatest teachers of the proletarian revolution, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Even at that time communism, which had barely entered the arena of struggle, was beset by the baiting, lies, hatred, and persecution of the possessing classes, who rightly sensed in it their mortal enemy. In the course of those 7 decades, communism developed along complex paths, periods of stormy advance alternating with periods of decline. It has known successes, but also severe defeats. But essentially the movement proceeded along the path indicated in advance by the manifesto of the Communist Party. The epoch of final, decisive struggle came later than the apostles of social revolution had expected and hoped. But it has come. We communists, the representatives of the revolutionary proletariat of various countries of Europe, America, and Asia, who have gathered in Soviet Moscow, feel and consider ourselves to be the heirs and executors of the cause whose program was announced 72 years ago. Our task is to generalize the revolutionary experience of the working class, to cleanse the movement of the disintegrating admixtures of opportunism and social patriotism, to mobilize the forces of all genuinely revolutionary parties of the world proletariat and thereby facilitate and hasten the victory of the communist revolution throughout the world. March 19, 1939. Today, when Europe is covered with debris and smoking ruins, the most infamous incendiarists are busy seeking out the criminals responsible for the war. Behind them stand their professors, members of parliament, journalists, social patriots, and other political pimps of the bourgeoisie. For many years socialism predicted the inevitability of imperialist war, seeing its causes in the insatiable greed of the possessing classes of the 2 chief camps and, in general, of all capitalist countries. At the Basel Congress, 2 years before the outbreak of war, responsible socialist leaders of all countries branded imperialism as originator of the impending war, and threatened the bourgeoisie with socialist revolution as the proletarian retribution for the crimes of militarism. Today, after the experience of the last 5 years, after history has laid bare the predatory appetites of Germany, and the no less criminal acts of the Entente, the state socialists of the Entente countries continue together with their governments to expose the overthrown German Kaiser. On top of this, the German social patriots who in August 1914 proclaimed the Hohenzollern diplomatic white book to be the most sacred gospel of the peoples, are now, like vile toadies, following in the footsteps of the Entente socialists and accusing the overthrown German monarchy, which they had once slavishly served, as the chief criminal. They hope in this way that their own guilt will be forgotten and at the same time to earn the goodwill of the victors. But the light cast by unfolding events and diplomatic revelations shows up, alongside the toppled dynasties of the Romanovs, the Hohenzollerns, and the Habsburgs, and the capitalist cliques of their countries, the ruling classes of France, England, Italy, and the United States in all their boundless infamy. English diplomacy did not raise its veil of secrecy up to the very moment when war broke out. The government of the financiers took care to make no unambiguous statement of its intention of entering the war on the side of the Entente in order not to frighten the Berlin government. In London they wanted war. That is why they behaved in such a way that Berlin and Vienna counted on England's neutrality, while Paris and Petrograd relied firmly on England's intervention. Matured by the entire course of events over decades, the war was unleashed through the direct and deliberate provocation of Great Britain. The English government calculated on extending just enough aid to Russia and France to keep them going until, themselves exhausted, England's mortal enemy, Germany, was also crippled. But the power of the German military machine proved too formidable and demanded of England not token but actual intervention in the war. The role of Tertius Gaudens, to which Great Britain, following ancient tradition, aspired, fell to the United States. The Washington government reconciled itself the more easily to the English blockade, which unilaterally restricted American. 40. The Communist International Stock Exchange speculation in European blood, since the countries of the Entente compensated the American bourgeoisie with fat profits for violations of international law. But Germany's enormous military superiority compelled the Washington government to abandon its fictitious neutrality. In relation to Europe as a whole, the United States assumed the role which England had taken in relation to the continent in previous wars and tried to take in the last war, namely, weakening one camp by helping the other, intervening in military operations only so far as to secure for itself all the advantages of the situation. According to American standards of gambling, Wilson's stake was not very high, but it was the final stake, and it secured him the prize. The war has made mankind aware of the contradictions of the capitalist system in the shape of primitive sufferings, hunger and cold, epidemics, and moral savagery. This has settled once and for all the academic controversy within the socialist movement over the theory of impoverishment and the gradual undermining of capitalism by socialism. Statisticians and pedants of the theory that contradictions were being smoothed out have for decades been trying to dig out from every corner of the globe real or alleged facts testifying to the greater well-being of various groups and categories of the working class. It was assumed that the theory of impoverishment had been buried to the accompaniment of contemptuous jeers from the eunuchs of bourgeois professordom and the mandarins of socialist opportunism. Today this impoverishment, no longer only of a social kind, but also physiological and biological, confronts us in all its shocking reality. The catastrophe of the imperialist war has swept away all the gains of the trade union and parliamentary struggle. For this war itself was just as much a product of the inherent tendencies of capitalism as were those economic agreements and parliamentary compromises which the war buried in blood and mud. Finance capital, which plunged mankind into the abyss of war, has itself suffered catastrophic changes in the course of the war. The relation between paper money and the material foundation of production has been completely disrupted. Steadily losing significance as the means and regulator of capitalist commodity circulation, paper money has become an instrument of requisition, of robbery, and of military economic violence in general. The complete debasement of paper money reflects the general mortal crisis of capitalist commodity exchange. In the decades preceding the war, free competition, as the regulator of production and distribution, had already been supplanted in the major fields of economic life by the system of trusts and monopolies, but the course of events during the war tore this role from the hands of these economic associations and transferred it directly to the military state power. The distribution of raw March 19, 1941 materials, the utilization of Baku or Romanian oil, of Donetsk coal and Ukrainian wheat, the fate of German locomotives, trucks, and automobiles, the provisioning of starving Europe with bread and meat. All these fundamental questions of the world's economic life are being settled not by free competition, nor by associations of national and international trusts and consortiums, but by the direct application of military power in the interests of its continued preservation. If the complete subjection of state power to the power of finance capital led mankind into the imperialist shambles, then through this mass slaughter finance capital has completely militarized not only the state but also itself, and it is no longer capable of fulfilling its cardinal economic functions otherwise than by means of blood and iron. The opportunists, who before the World War appealed to the workers to practice moderation for the sake of the gradual transition to socialism, and who during the war demanded class docility in the name of civil peace and national defense, are now again demanding self-denial of the proletariat in order to overcome the frightful consequences of the war. If this sermon were to be obeyed by the working masses, capitalist development would celebrate its restoration in new, more concentrated and more monstrous forms on the bones of many generations, with the prospect of a new and inevitable world war. Fortunately for mankind this is no longer possible. State control of economic life, which capitalist liberalism resisted so strongly, has become a fact. There is no return to free competition, nor even to the domination of trusts, syndicates, and other economic monsters. There is only one question: who shall henceforth take charge of nationalized production, the imperialist state or the state of the victorious proletariat? In other words, shall all toiling mankind become the bond slaves of a victorious world clique who, under the name of the League of Nations and aided by an international army and international navy, will plunder and strangle in one place and cast crumbs elsewhere, while everywhere shackling the proletariat, with the sole object of maintaining their own rule? Or shall the working class of Europe and of the advanced countries in other parts of the world themselves take in hand the disrupted and ruined economy in order to assure its reconstruction on socialist foundations? It is possible to shorten the present epoch of crisis only by means of the proletarian dictatorship which does not look back to the past, which respects neither hereditary privileges nor property rights, but takes as its starting point the need of saving the starving masses, and to this end mobilizes all forces and resources, introduces universal labor conscription, establishes the regime of labor discipline, in order in the course of a few years not only to heal the gaping wounds inflicted by war but also to raise mankind to new and unimagined heights. 42. The Communist International. The national state, which imparted a mighty impulse to capitalist development, has become too narrow for the further development of productive forces. This makes still more untenable the position of the small states hemmed in by the major powers of Europe and other continents. These small states, which arose at different times as fragments chipped from larger ones, as small change in payment for various services rendered, or as strategic buffers, have their own dynasties, their own ruling cliques, their own imperialist pretensions, their own diplomatic intrigues. Their illusory independence rested, before the war, on the same foundations as the European balance of power, the uninterrupted antagonism between the two imperialist camps. The war has disrupted this equilibrium. By giving an enormous preponderance to Germany in its early stages, the war forced the small states to seek salvation in the magnanimity of German militarism. When Germany was defeated, the bourgeoisie of the small states, together with their patriotic socialists, turned to the victorious Allied imperialists and began to seek guarantees for their continued independent existence in the hypocritical provisions of the Wilsonian program. At the same time, the number of small states increased. Out of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, out of parts of the former Tsarist Empire, new state entities have been carved, which were no sooner born than they sprang at one another's throats over the question of state frontiers. Meanwhile, the Allied imperialists are constructing combinations of small powers, both old and new, bound to themselves by the pledge of mutual hatreds and common impotence. While oppressing and coercing the small and weak peoples, condemning them to hunger and degradation, the Allied imperialists, like the imperialists of the Central Powers a short while ago, do not stop talking about the right of national self-determination, which is today trampled underfoot in Europe as in all other parts of the world. The small peoples can be assured the opportunity of a free existence only by the proletarian revolution, which will liberate the productive forces of all countries from the constraint of the national state, unite the peoples in closest economic collaboration on the basis of a common economic plan, and afford even the smallest and weakest people the opportunity of conducting their national cultural affairs freely and independently, without detriment to the unified and centralized European and world economy. The last war, which was not least a war for colonies, was at the same time a war fought with the help of colonies. The colonial populations were drawn into the European war on an unprecedented scale. Indians, Negroes, Arabs, and Madagascans fought on the European continent for what? For their right to remain the slaves of England and France. Never before has the infamy of capitalist rule been shown up so clearly. March 19, 1943. Never before has the problem of colonial slavery been posed so sharply as it is today. Consequently, there has been a series of open insurrections, revolutionary ferment in all the colonies. In Europe itself, Ireland reminded us by bloody street battles that it still remains and still feels itself an enslaved country. In Madagascar, Annam, and other countries, the troops of the bourgeois republic had more than one revolt of colonial slaves to suppress during the war. In India, the revolutionary movement has not subsided for a single day, and has lately led to the greatest workers' strike in Asia, which the British government met by ordering its armoured cars into action in Bombay. Thus the colonial question in its fullest extent has been placed on the agenda, not only on the order papers of the diplomats in Congress in Paris, but also in the colonies themselves. Wilson's program, at its best, is meant only to change the commercial label of colonial slavery. The emancipation of the colonies is possible only in conjunction with the emancipation of the metropolitan working class. The workers and peasants not only of Annam, Algiers, and Bengal, but also of Persia and Armenia, will gain their opportunity of independent existence only when the workers of England and France have overthrown Lloyd George and Clemenceau and taken state power into their own hands. Even now the struggle in the more developed colonies is more than the struggle for national liberation, it is assuming an explicitly social character. If capitalist Europe forcibly dragged the backward sections of the world into the capitalist whirlpool, then socialist Europe will come to the aid of liberated colonies with its technology, its organization, its spiritual forces, in order to facilitate their transition to a planned and organized socialist economy. Colonial slaves of Africa and Asia. The hour of proletarian dictatorship in Europe will also be the hour of your own liberation. The entire bourgeois world accuses the communists of abolishing freedom and political democracy. That is not true. Having taken power, the proletariat merely asserts the utter impossibility of employing the methods of bourgeois democracy, and creates the conditions and forms of a new and higher workers' democracy. The whole course of capitalist development, especially during its final imperialist epoch, has undermined political democracy not only by splitting nations into two irreconcilable classes, but also by condemning the numerous petty bourgeois and semi-proletarian strata, as well as the lowest strata of the proletariat, to permanent economic deprivation and political impotence. In those countries where history provided the opportunity, the working class utilized the regime of political democracy in order to organize the fight against capital. The same thing will happen in those countries where 44 the Communist International conditions for the workers' revolution have not yet matured. But the broad intermediate strata in the countryside as well as the town are being hampered by capitalism, and are behindhand in their historical development. The peasant in Baden and Bavaria who still cannot see beyond the spire of his village church, the small French wine producer who is being ruined by the large-scale capitalists who adulterate wine, and the small American farmer fleeced and cheated by bankers and congressmen, all these social strata, thrust by capitalism out of the mainstream of development, are ostensibly called on, under the regime of political democracy, to run the state. But in reality, on all the important questions which determine the destinies of the peoples, the financial oligarchy make the decision behind the back of parliamentary democracy. That was true above all on the question of war, it is true now on the question of peace. When the financial oligarchy think it advisable to get parliamentary cover for their acts of violence, the bourgeois state has at its disposal for this purpose all the manifold instruments inherited from centuries of class rule and multiplied by all the miracles of capitalist technology: lies, demagogy, baiting, calumny, bribery, and terror. To demand of the proletariat that like meek lambs they comply with the requirements of bourgeois democracy in the final life and death struggle with capitalism is like asking a man fighting for his life against cutthroats to observe the artificial and restrictive rules of French wrestling, drawn up but not observed by his enemy. In this realm of destruction, where not only the means of production and exchange but also the institutions of political democracy lie in bloody ruins, the proletariat must create its own apparatus, designed first and foremost to bind together the working class and to ensure the possibility of its revolutionary intervention in the further development of mankind. This apparatus is the Workers' Soviets. The old parties, the old trade unions, have in the persons of their leaders proved incapable of carrying out, even of understanding, the tasks presented by the new epoch. The proletariat has created a new kind of apparatus, which embraces the entire working class regardless of occupation or political maturity, a flexible apparatus capable of continual renewal and extension, of drawing broader and broader strata into its orbit, opening its doors to the working people in town and country who stand close to the proletariat. This irreplaceable organization of working class self-government, of its struggle, and later of its conquest of state power, has been tested in the experience of various countries and represents the greatest achievement and mightiest weapon of the proletariat of our time. In all countries where the masses have wakened to consciousness, Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies will continue to be built. To strengthen the Soviets, to raise their authority, to put them up in March 1945 opposition to the state apparatus of the bourgeoisie. This is today the most important task of the class-conscious and honest workers of all countries. Through the Soviets the working class can save itself from the disintegration introduced into its midst by the hellish sufferings of war and of hunger, by the violence of the possessing classes and by the treachery of its former leaders. Through the Soviets the working class will be able most surely and easily to come to power in all those countries where the Soviets are able to rally the majority of the working people. Through the Soviets the working class, having conquered power, will manage all spheres of economic and cultural life, as is the case at present in Russia. The collapse of the imperialist state, from the Tsarist to the most democratic, is proceeding simultaneously with the collapse of the imperialist military system. The multimillioned armies mobilized by imperialism could stand firm only so long as the proletariat remained obediently under the yoke of the bourgeoisie. The breakdown of national unity means also an inevitable breakdown of the army. This is what happened first in Russia, then in Austria-Hungary and Germany. The same thing may be expected to occur in other imperialist states. The revolt of the peasant against the landlord, of the worker against the capitalist, and of both against the monarchical or democratic bureaucracy, inevitably brings in its train the revolt of soldiers against the army command, and subsequently a sharp split between the proletarian and bourgeois elements of the army. The imperialist war, which pitted one nation against another, has passed and is passing over into civil war which pits one class against another. The outcry of the bourgeois world against civil war and red terror is the most monstrous hypocrisy yet known in the history of political struggle. There would be no civil war if the clique of exploiters who have brought mankind to the very brink of ruin had not resisted every forward step of the working masses, if they had not instigated conspiracies and assassinations, and summoned armed assistance from without in order to maintain or restore their thievish privileges. Civil war is forced on the working class by its arch-enemies. Unless it renounces itself and its own future, which is also the future of all mankind, the working class must give blow for blow. The communist parties, which never conjure up civil war artificially, try to shorten it as much as possible whenever with iron necessity it does break out, to reduce to a minimum the number of victims and, above all, to assure victory to the proletariat. Hence arises the necessity of disarming the bourgeoisie in time, of arming the workers, of creating a communist army to defend the proletarian power and the inviolability of its socialist construction. Such is the Red Army of Soviet Russia, which arose to defend the conquests of the working class against all attacks from within and without. The Soviet Army is inseparable from the Soviet state. 46. The Communist International, conscious of the world historical character of their tasks, the enlightened workers, from the very beginning of their organized socialist movement, strove for association on an international scale. The foundation stone was laid in London in 1864 in the shape of the First International. The Franco-Prussian War, from which the Germany of the Hohenzollerns emerged, undermined the First International, while at the same time it gave an impetus to the development of national workers' parties. In 1889 these parties came together at a congress in Paris and created the organization of the Second International. But the center of gravity of the workers' movement during this period remained wholly on national soil, wholly within the framework of national states, founded upon national industry and confined within the sphere of national parliamentarianism. Decades of reformist organizational activity created a generation of leaders, the majority of whom recognized in words the program of social revolution but denied it by their actions. They were bogged down in reformism and in adaptation to the bourgeois state. The opportunist character of the leading parties of the Second International was finally revealed, and it led to the greatest collapse in world history at a moment when the march of events demanded revolutionary methods of struggle from the working class parties. If the War of 1870 dealt a blow to the First International, disclosing that there was as yet no resolute mass power behind its social revolutionary program, then the War of 1914 killed the Second International, disclosing that the working masses, though welded together, were dominated by parties which had become transformed into subsidiary organs of the bourgeois state. This applies not only to the social patriots who have today gone over openly to the camp of the bourgeoisie, who have become their favorite agents and the most reliable hangmen of the working class, it also applies to the amorphous, unstable socialist center, which is now trying to re-establish the Second International, that is, to re-establish the narrowness, the opportunism, and the revolutionary impotence of its leading elites. The Independent Party of Germany, the present majority of the Socialist Party of France, the Menshevik Group of Russia, the Independent Labour Party of England, and other such groups are actually trying to fill the place occupied before the war by the old official parties of the Second International by coming forward, as before, with ideas of compromise and unity, using all the means at their disposal to paralyze the energy of the proletariat, to prolong the crisis, and thus make Europe's calamities even greater. The struggle against the socialist center is the indispensable premise for the successful struggle against imperialism. In rejecting the timidity, the lies, and the corruption of the obsolete official socialist parties, we communists, united in the Third International, consider that we are carrying on in direct succession the heroic endeavors. March 19, 1947 and martyrdom of a long line of revolutionary generations from Babeuf to Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. If the First International predicted the future course of development and indicated the roads it would take, if the Second International rallied and organized millions of proletarians, then the Third International is the international of open mass struggle, the international of revolutionary realization, the international of action. The bourgeois world order has been sufficiently lashed by socialist criticism. The task of the International Communist Party consists in overthrowing that order and erecting in its place the edifice of the socialist order. We summon the working men and women of all countries to unite under the communist banner under which the first great victories have already been won. Proletarians of all countries. In the struggle against imperialist savagery, against monarchy, against the privileged estates, against the bourgeois state and bourgeois property, against all kinds and forms of social and national oppression unite. Under the banner of workers' Soviets, under the banner of revolutionary struggle for power and the dictatorship of the proletariat, under the banner of the Third International proletarians of all countries, unite. Signed in Moscow, March 6, 1919, by Max Albert Hugo Eberlein for Germany N. Lenin for Russia K. Gruber for German Austria A. Rudniansky for Hungary Otto Grimlund for Sweden Fritz Platten for Switzerland B. Reinstein for the United States C. Rakowski for the Balkan Federation J. Unschlicht, Turovsky, for Poland Yrjo Sorola for Finland Skripnik for the Ukraine K. Galis for Latvia Hans Pogelman for Estonia Haikoni for Armenia G. Klinger for the Volga German colonists Zalimov for the Eastern Peoples of Russia Henry Gilbos for the French Zimmerwald left. 48 The Communist International. Manifesto of the ECCI to the workers and soldiers of all countries on the Hungarian Revolution March 28, 1919 Beschluss ersten Kongresses, p. 74 The short-lived Soviet regime in Hungary was set up on March 21, 1919, following the resignation of the government because of unwillingness to accede to Allied territorial demands, and to the request for the withdrawal of Hungarian troops from the frontier. Count Michael Karolyi, provisional president, in the statement on his resignation, said he was handing power over to the Hungarian proletariat. The new government was a coalition of Social Democrats and Communists, under the premiership of Bela Kun, who had been a prisoner of war in Russia. The Hungarian Communist Party was founded in November 1918, largely from prisoners of war repatriated from Russia. With the consent of the ECCI, the Hungarian Communist Party signed an agreement on March 21, 1919 with the Social Democratic Party for complete amalgamation. In the name of the proletariat, the party immediately takes all power into its hands. The dictatorship will be exercised through councils of workers, soldiers, and peasants. The plan to convene a national assembly thereby becomes obsolete. To secure the power of the proletariat and offer resistance to Allied imperialism, a complete and close military and moral alliance shall be concluded with the Russian Soviet Republic. Lenin concluded a letter to the Hungarian workers, dated May 27, 1919, with the words, "You have given the world a still finer example than Soviet Russia, in that you have been able to unite all socialists from the outset on the platform of a real proletarian dictatorship. Comrades, in Hungary all power has been transferred to the working class. The imperialists of the Entente countries sent a new ultimatum to Hungary. They wanted to rob Hungary of all its food supplies. They wanted to deprive it completely of its independence. They wanted to wage war against Soviet Russia across Hungarian territory. The Entente imperialists thought that the Hungarian bourgeoisie would yield to their new ultimatum. They thought the Hungarian proletariat would be powerless to resist their bloodthirsty demands. But that is not what happened. Fearing the wrath of the people, the Hungarian bourgeoisie decided not to accept the Entente imperialists' ultimatum. Gritting their teeth, they had to yield power to the workers. The Entente imperialists burnt their fingers. Their rapacious pressure on Hungary only hastened the birth of the Socialist Soviet Republic in Hungary. When the Hungarian bourgeoisie thus confirmed their inability to save the country from ruin, they gave particularly clear proof that the historic role of the bourgeoisie has been played out, and that their gravedigger, the proletariat, has come to take their place. The Entente imperialists, however, are not content in Paris. The March 19, 1949 imperialist robbers are sharpening the knife to slaughter the young Hungarian Soviet Republic. There is no calumny which these bourgeois gentlemen have not invented against the Hungarian Socialist Soviet Republic, just as they have done for 16 months in regard to the Russian Soviet Republic. The French imperialist government intends to send its soldiers into battle against the Hungarian workers, as well as Romanian and Czechoslovak troops. Will this infernal plan succeed? The fate of working Hungary in the immediate future depends on the answer, and to a great extent also the immediate fate of the proletarian revolution in all other European countries. In the name of the Communist International, we appeal to the workers of all countries to come to the help of our brothers, the workers and peasants of Hungary. Workers and soldiers of France. The eyes of workers throughout the world are turned to you. At this moment the French bourgeoisie are the most reactionary in all Europe. The leader of the French imperialists, Clemenceau, is doing most to incite the Allies to suppress the Russian and Hungarian revolution. French workers and soldiers, you are to be driven to act as hangmen, to strangle the Hungarian socialist revolution. The French bourgeoisie want to use your hands to strangle the proletarian revolution in Budapest, and thus to avert the proletarian revolution which is maturing in Vienna, Berlin, Paris, and London. After the 4.5 years war which you fought for the bankers' interests, they now want to force you to become international gendarmes, hangmen of the proletarian revolution. That will not happen. The French workers will not stain themselves with treachery, they will turn their bayonets against their own oppressors, against the French and all other imperialists. Comrades, the proletarian revolution has broken out in the whole world. The Hungarian Revolution is only the first flash of lightning splitting the threatening clouds. The bourgeoisie of all countries, who exterminated 20 million men in the most bloody of all wars, will now have to account to us for this crime. Mankind has not yet gone mad. It will not leave power in the hands of those who led us into the imperialist bloodbath. Everybody to the aid of the Hungarian Revolution. Soldiers, refuse obedience to those who send you against Red Hungary. Rise, form your councils, and go over to the side of Soviet Hungary. May the Hungarian Socialist Revolution be a threatening warning to the bourgeoisie of all countries. Hands off Red Hungary. This cry shall sound throughout the world. 50. The Communist International. May the Hungarian Socialist Revolution be the beginning of a whole series of new proletarian revolutions. The end of bourgeois rule has come. Long live the working class and the revolutionary soldiers of Hungary. Long live the Hungarian Communist Party. Long live the proletarian world revolution. ECCI message to the Bavarian Soviet Republic. April 1919 Beschluss Ersten Kongresses, p. 78. The assassination of Kurt Eisner, the socialist pacifist premier of Bavaria, at the end of February, was followed by a decision of the Munich Workers' and Soldiers' Council, carried by 234 to 70 votes, the Communists opposing, to proclaim an independent socialist republic. A government of Social Democrats was formed, the Communists refusing to take part in a coalition. On April 7, 1919 Bavaria was proclaimed a Soviet republic. On April 13, after the revolt of the Munich garrison, the Communists joined the government, which was overthrown by military action on May 1. Writing in Izvestia, Chicherin, the Soviet Commissar for Foreign Affairs, said that every blow aimed at the Bavarian Republic is aimed at us. In absolute unity we carry on our revolutionary struggle. To the People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, Munich, on behalf of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, I send my warmest greetings through you to the Bavarian proletariat, who have founded a Soviet Republic. We are deeply convinced that the time is not far off when the whole of Germany will be a Soviet Republic. The Communist International is aware that you in Germany are now fighting at the most responsible posts, where the immediate fate of the proletarian revolution throughout Europe will be decided. Long live the German proletariat and its Communist Party. Long live the Communist World Revolution. President of the ECCI, G. Zinoviev. Extracts from an ECCI May Day Manifesto, April 20, 1919 Ki. 1, May 1919, p. 21. In an article on the perspectives of the proletarian revolution published in the same issue of Kommunisticheski International, Zinoviev wrote, as these lines are being written, the Third International already has as its main basis 3 Soviet republics, in Russia, Hungary, and Bavaria. But nobody will be Sir. April 19, 1951 prized if by the time these lines appear in print we have not 3 but 6 or more Soviet republics. Now it is abundantly clear that the movement in Europe is going ahead far more quickly than even the greatest optimist at the Moscow Congress of the Third International expected. The flames of civil war are blazing throughout Europe. The victory of communism in all Germany is wholly inevitable. There will be a few isolated defeats. Here and there, perhaps for a while, the black will defeat the red. Nevertheless, it is to the red that final victory will fall. And that in the next few months, perhaps even weeks. The movement is advancing so dizzyingly fast that one can say with certainty in a year's time we will already begin to forget that there was a struggle for communism in Europe, for in a year's time the whole of Europe will be communist. And the struggle will have spread to America, perhaps to Asia too, and the other continents. It may perhaps be that in America capitalism can continue to exist for a couple of years alongside a communist Europe. It may perhaps be that even in England capitalism will continue to exist for a year or two alongside the communism which will have triumphed over the whole European continent. But for any length of time such a symbiosis is impossible. To the working people of the whole world. Now that the imperialist war has ended, the workers of all countries can count the number of its victims. 30 million killed and crippled, countries laid waste, millions of people starving, milliards of new war debts. These are the results of the imperialist slaughter. The war has ended, and the bourgeoisie in those countries where they are still on their feet are not asking much of the working class, only that the workers themselves should fill the gaps in production left by the extermination of 30 million workers and peasants. The Second International is dead. It signed its own death warrant on August 4, 1914, when the German and French social patriots, equally shameful, voted for the war credits, that is, for the support of the imperialist slaughter. But the idea of the International is alive. Never before have the workers of all countries so passionately demanded international union as now. In Paris the imperialist extortionists are trying to create their own black international, the so-called League of Nations. Conscious workers throughout the world know perfectly well that the so-called League of Nations is in fact a league of bourgeois robbers for the oppression of nations, for the division of the world, for the enslavement of the workers, for strangling the proletarian revolution. And the social traitors, those people who in the name of socialism betrayed the working class to the bourgeoisie and the landlords, in their turn tried to create their own Yellow International in Bern. The attempt to revive the corpse of the Second International did not succeed. The revolutionary workers of all countries refused to take part in 52. The Communist International, the abominable comedy at Bern. The Yellow Bern International is only a branch of the Black Paris International. But in 1919 the Red International was formed, the International of Communism. Our third international is an international fellowship of the proletarians of all countries which has set itself the task of overthrowing the bourgeoisie and establishing the International Soviet Republic. Our third communist international is taking over the organization of the International May Day celebrations. In what circumstances do we greet the first May Day after the end of the war? All over Europe the ruins are smoking and millions of proletarian children are dying of hunger. But on the ruins of the old a new world is being born. The more the bourgeoisie suppressed the workers' movement during the war, the stronger the revolutionary flame is now burning. The working class is taking revenge for the tortures it suffered at the hands of the bourgeoisie in alliance with official social democracy. Communism has come out onto the streets. The communist revolution is growing before our eyes. A Soviet republic in Russia, a Soviet republic in Hungary, a Soviet republic in Bavaria, these are the results of the recent struggles of the working class. The whole of Germany is shaking under the strain of civil war. In Germany there is not a single town where the working class has not risen in revolt against the power of the bourgeoisie and the Social Democrats. In France huge workers' demonstrations have begun. In Italy the struggle has reached boiling point and the communists are calling for the dictatorship of the proletariat. In England strikes have taken on an epidemic character. Here and there workers' soviets are being created. In America the working class has come out onto the streets and is getting ready for the decisive conflict. Before a year has passed, the whole of Europe will be Soviet. In every country the workers have realized that the decisive moment has come. The workers see that in all the leading bourgeois countries the much vaunted democracy is nothing but the arbitrary and unrestrained dictatorship of a gang of robbers, bankers, and generals. They see that the bourgeoisie of all countries are preparing with united forces to stifle the proletarian revolution in Russia, Hungary, and Bavaria, and the proletarian revolution which is beginning in Austria and Germany. They know that the proletarian dictatorship can save mankind from the bloody horror into which they were plunged by the bourgeoisie of all countries. The workers know that the proletarian dictatorship leads to the triumph of socialism. There is no middle way. Either the bloody dictatorship of hangman generals, killing hundreds of thousands of workers and peasants in the interests of a gang of bankers, or the dictatorship of the working class, that April 19, 1953 is, of the overwhelming majority of the working people, disarming the bourgeoisie, creating their own Red Army, and liberating the whole world from slavery. Down with the autocracy of tsars and kings. That cry rang out in Russia in 1917 and echoed throughout Europe. Down with the autocracy of capital. This cry resounds now, when the workers of the majority of countries are beginning their second revolution, when they are rising for the second time, when they are getting ready for the last and decisive battle. The 8-hour working day, that was the May Day slogan in the past. The Soviet republics have already carried out this demand. Down with the imperialist war, this was the cry of the workers of the whole world on the 1st of May. Down with their war, down with the war which the Allied imperialists want to declare on the Soviet republics of Russia and Hungary. That is what we say now. For the civil war, the only just war, in which the oppressed class fights against its oppressors. Down with the French imperialists, down with the bourgeois alliance, down with the robbers who want to send their troops to Russia to give power back to the landlords, to re-establish the monarchy, to restore the bourgeoisie. Workers and soldiers of France, England, America, Italy, Serbia, Romania, Poland. Turn your weapons against your own bourgeoisie. Your enemy is in your own country. Stir up rebellion in the rear against your bourgeois governments. Workers and peasants of Germany and Austria. Turn your weapons against your own bourgeoisie and the social democrats who serve them. You, only you, can save your country from the torments of hunger and unemployment. The storm is rising. The flames of the proletarian revolution are spreading all over Europe, and it is invincible. The moment is drawing near for which our predecessors and teachers waited. That of which the best among mankind dreamed is becoming reality. Our banner, reddened with the heart's blood of whole generations of great fighters and martyrs of the working class, flies over the whole world. The last hour of our oppressors has struck. In thunder and storm, in blood and tears, in hunger and unending suffering, the new world is being born, the bright world of communism, of the universal brotherhood of labor. In 1919 the Great Communist International was born. In 1920 the Great International Soviet Republic will come to birth. 54 The Communist International ECCI Manifesto on the Versailles Peace Terms. May 13, 1919 Beschluss Ersten Kongresses, p. 92 The German Communist Party, in its theses on the peace treaty, stated that acceptance of the terms would be as catastrophic as their rejection. The arguments for or against, it was suggested elsewhere, depended entirely on the actual situation. For the proletariat the consequences would be the same, and the question was, which would do more to promote the revolution? Since its acceptance would give the bourgeoisie a much-needed respite, rejection of the Versailles terms became one of the main planks in the KPD platform and the avowed basis of its eastward orientation, of its advocacy of a German alliance with Soviet Russia in opposition to Western imperialism. In left-wing communism, however, Lenin wrote, one of the undoubted mistakes of the lefts in Germany is their stubborn insistence on non-recognition of the Versailles Peace. This, he argued, might have been possible in the early summer of 1919, when there was a Soviet government in Hungary and the possibility of a Soviet revolution in Austria. But the position is now obviously such that the German communists should not tie their hands and promise positively and without fail to repudiate the Versailles Peace in the event of the victory of communism. That would be foolish. The right-wing socialists had by their actions hindered the chances of an alliance with Soviet Russia and Soviet Hungary. We communists will do all we can to facilitate and pave the way for such an alliance, but it would be petty bourgeois nationalism to give liberation from Versailles precedence over promotion of the international Soviet revolution. This argument was directed against the group of German communists, known as National Bolsheviks, who were prepared to collaborate with the extreme nationalist right wing in Germany in opposition to the peace treaty. Down with the Versailles Peace! Long live the communist revolution! To the working people of the world. The governments which 5 years ago began the rapacious war are now trying to end it with the rapacious peace. In Versailles the English, French, and American bourgeoisie have handed the representatives of the German bourgeoisie the so-called peace conditions. Versailles has become a new Brest. Every stipulation in the Versailles Peace is a noose for strangling one or another people. The fury and vindictiveness of the imperialist bourgeoisie of the victorious coalition know no limits. While the Anglo-French and American bourgeoisie announce the foundation of the League of Nations, they are in fact trying to make a mockery of the will of all the nations inhabiting Europe. The bourgeoisie of the Entente countries are trying to break Germany into fragments. A whole series of territories is to be cut from Germany, Germany is to be robbed of coal and bread, of its merchant fleet, Germany is to be forced to pay staggering indemnities. The Entente. May 19, 1955 bourgeoisie, who allegedly fought the war to prevent the annexation of foreign lands, are putting through a series of the most gross and most cynical annexations. The colonies which formerly belonged to Germany are being dealt in like cattle. The Entente imperialists have armed themselves with a large knife and are vivisecting the body of Germany. But the rapacious conditions of peace dictated to Germany from Versailles are only one link in the chain of violence wrought by the Entente imperialists. While attempting to stifle and throttle Germany, they are also conducting a campaign against the Hungarian Soviet Republic. These French and English bourgeois are inciting the Romanian boyars to lead their White Guard troops against our brothers, the workers of Hungary. It is these representatives of enlightened French and English democracy who are inspiring the heroes leading their infuriated gangs in pogroms against Red Budapest. It is they, too, who incite the Russian ultra-reactionaries, Kolchak, Denikin, Krasnov, in their bloody struggle against the Russian working class and peasantry. They also encouraged the German White Guards, led by Niski, Ebert, and Scheidemann, to destroy the Bavarian Soviet Republic. The Entente imperialists openly stipulated that Scheidemann's government should make the suppression of the Soviet regime in Munich their primary task. It is they, the English, French, and American bankers and generals, who are disarming the revolutionary troops in Bulgaria. It is they who are strangling the revolutionary popular movement in Serbia and Slavonia. International gendarmes, that is what the English, French, and American imperialists are, who pass themselves off as representatives of world democracy. All illusions are destroyed. Masks have fallen. Those who did not learn the lesson of the endless, terrible, imperialist war will be taught by the imperialist peace, with which mankind is to be blessed from Versailles. The governments which for 4.5 years deluded their peoples into thinking that the war was being fought for national self-determination, for the independence of small nations, for freedom and civilization, for democracy, these governments are now revealed as hangmen, pitiless slave owners maddened by anger. The fairy tale of the League of Nations is fading before it had time to blossom. Now that the terms of the Versailles Peace are known, not many workers will be deluded by the League of Nations. The League of Nations, at whose cradle stands the butcher Clemenceau, is exposed to the whole world as a league of robbers out to crucify the many millions of the European laboring masses. The entire weight of the Versailles Peace falls in the first place on the German working class. If it were to endure for any length of time, it would. 56. The Communist International mean that the German working class would have to groan under a double yoke, that of their own bourgeoisie and that of the foreign slave holders. There is no need to say that the sympathies of the Communist International, the sympathies of honest workers throughout the world, are on the side of the German working class. Communist workers in all countries feel the Versailles Peace terms as an attack on the international proletariat, as a blow which can be parried only by the united forces of proletarians in all countries. The present German government, which protests in words against the Versailles Peace, is in fact helping the Entente imperialists to carry out their devilish plan in regard to the German working class. In Germany, the hangman Clemenceau has no servants more faithful than Scheidemann and Ebert. The party of Scheidemann and Ebert has from the first moment of the German Revolution danced obediently to the tune of the Entente imperialists. At Clemenceau's instigation, Scheidemann and Ebert sent and are still sending White Guard troops against Soviet Russia. To please the Entente imperialists, the Social Democrats led by Scheidemann and Ebert murdered Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, and suppressed with fire and sword the great movement of the German workers to establish the power of the workers' councils. In carrying out the orders of the London and Paris stock exchanges, Scheidemann's government has already wiped out many thousands of German communist workers. Whenever the waves of the working class movement in Germany rose particularly high and seemed about to wash the government of treacherous Social Democrats away, Scheidemann and Ebert frightened the hungry workers off with the argument that if the rule of the workers' councils were to be established in Germany, the Entente powers would cut off bread supplies to the German people. The Central Committee of Scheidemann's Social Democratic Party maintains in its appeal on the Versailles Peace that the lesson of Versailles is the best proof of the correctness of the attitude taken by German social democracy on the question of defense of the fatherland. Socialists of all countries, have you at last understood the way we acted during the war, says Scheidemann in the appeal. Oh you hypocrites, oh you cynics. In 1914 two thieves fell upon the same booty. One of them was more successful than the other. This criminal not only captured all the booty to which his competitor laid claim, but also picked his rival's pockets. Then the other thief, putting a good face on his loss and hypocritically assuming an air of injured innocence, appeals to all decent people, you see, the behavior of my opponent has conclusively demonstrated the correctness of my tactics. Won't you at last also understand that the Scheidemans are purer than the Alpine snow? May 19, 1957. The terms of the Versailles Peace have proved something quite different to all honest workers. The class-conscious workers of the whole world take first of all into account that if the war had ended with a victory for the German imperialists, they would have been as ruthless towards the defeated as their enemies now are to them. And then the Hendersons and Renaudels would no doubt have made use of the same false words as the Scheidemans and Niskis are using today. The Versailles Peace terms have shown that so long as imperialism still exists, even if only in one country, force and robbery will also continue to exist. The Versailles Peace terms have shown that the imperialism of whatever coalition is equally bloodthirsty. Whatever democratic fig leaves imperialism may use to cover itself, it remains the embodiment of barbarism and bloodthirstiness. The Versailles peace terms have shown that the social patriots of all countries have finally and forever become the lackeys of the bourgeoisie. The Versailles peace terms have shown how pitiful are the dreams of the adherents of the Yellow Burn International, in particular the Kosgais and their friends, dreams of disarmament while capitalism is maintained, of a kind and benevolent League of Nations protected by Wilson. The Versailles peace terms have shown that the bourgeoisie themselves have left only one road open to the workers of all countries, the road of world revolution, the road that leads over the corpse of capitalism. Workers of France. Workers of England. Workers of America. Workers of Italy. The Communist International turns to you. On you the fate of millions of German and Austrian workers primarily depends now. You must now have your say. You must tear from the bloody hands of your governments the robber's knife which they are holding over the heads of the German and Austrian working class. You must show that the lessons of the 5 years of slaughter have not been lost on you. Not for a moment should you forget that the victory of the Entente imperialists over the German and Austrian working class means victory over you, victory over the workers of all countries, victory over socialism. It is chiefly you that hold in your hands the fate of international socialism. The class-conscious workers of the whole world rely on you. And we are convinced that you will do your duty, in defiance of the advice of your Chefs-d'État. Workers of Germany. Workers of Austria. Now you can see that you have no other choice but to overthrow at once the government of traitors who call themselves social democrats but who are in fact the most shameful agents of the bourgeoisie. Now you can see where the policy of Scheidemann and Niski has led you. You see that your only hope is the proletarian world revolution. But the Scheidemanns and Eberts oppose this proletarian revolution with all their strength. When the Scheidemanns and Niskis appeal 58 the Communist International in your name to the international proletariat, they are met only with contempt. The men who uttered no word of protest when Soviet Hungary was strangled by the troops of the landowners, the men who at Libo are fighting on the side of the German barons against the Lettish workers and farm laborers, these men cannot count on the support of the international proletariat. Count Brockdorff von Rantzau, Landsberg the traitor, Niski and Scheidemann, the executioners, must not now speak in your name. So long as the present German government is at the helm, the conflict between Berlin and Paris remains only a legal dispute between the bourgeoisie of two coalitions. The entire power in your country must be taken over as soon as possible by the workers' councils. It is the communist workers who should speak in your name. Then and only then will you be able to save your country and to count on the full support of the proletarians of all countries. The time for hesitation is past. Now it is already clear to each one of you that nothing can be worse, that the government of social traitors has led you to the brink of ruin. Workers of Germany and Austria. You must realize that the proletariat of other countries will put no trust in German official social democracy, that social democracy which uttered not a word of protest when the government of Wilhelm of Hohenzollern imposed the Brest Peace on Soviet Russia. Workers of Germany and Austria. You must realize that if the Brest Peace which was forced on Russia in 1918 came to an end so quickly, it was because the Russian workers and peasants overthrew the government of the bourgeoisie and social traitors and took power in their own hands. Only for that reason did the Russian workers succeed in winning the confidence and sympathy of the proletarians of all countries. Only thanks to that did they succeed in breaking the Brest news so quickly. The proletarian world revolution, that is the only salvation for the oppressed classes of the entire world. The dictatorship of the proletariat and the establishment of Soviet power, that is the only lesson of Versailles for the proletarians of the whole world. So long as capitalism lives, there can be no lasting peace. Lasting peace will be built on the ruins of the bourgeois order. Long live the revolt of the workers against their oppressors. Down with the Versailles peace. Down with the new Brest. Down with the government of social traitors. Long live Soviet power throughout the world. June 19, 1959. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto on intervention in Russia. June 18, 1919 Beschluss ersten Kongresses, p. 111 The landing of Japanese troops at Vladivostok in April 1918 opened the period of Allied intervention in Russia. The British landed at Murmansk in June, the French and Americans in August. The period was brought to a close by the lifting in January 1920 of the blockade of Russia imposed by the Supreme Allied Council. Writing in the October 1919 issue of Kommunisticheski International, Chicherin, Soviet Commissar for Foreign Affairs, argued that in the past the working class could not take sides in disputes between capitalist states, or give any support to their policy. But, he continued, the situation is completely changed with the establishment of revolutionary Soviet governments of workers and peasants. For the first time, after a long interval, the revolutionary proletariat is again confronted with positive tasks in the field of foreign policy. For the first time there are, among existing governments, some in whose support the revolutionary international proletariat has an interest. These governments are becoming the center of the entire world struggle between the oppressed and the oppressing countries and groups. Revolutionary proletarian parties and groups have a new task, to fight for the security and consolidation of the international status of the revolutionary Soviet governments. To the working people of all countries. The capitalist world, which was shaken to its foundations by the 5-year war, is on the eve of final collapse. The world revolution is drawing near, approaching with the inevitability of fate. Faced by this danger, the international bourgeoisie are making desperate efforts to keep power in their hands, to destroy the socialist revolution which threatens their class rule. They organize counter-revolutionary insurrections and give all-out support to the embittered reactionaries who are trying to restore the power of the landowners and capitalists, hated by the peoples but dear to the hearts of the bourgeoisie throughout the world. They insolently reject the peace proposals of the genuinely popular governments, the Soviet governments, and conclude an alliance with the extreme counter-revolutionaries, the Tsarist generals Kalkuk and Denikin in Russia, the avowed monarchists Counts Karolyi and Andrassy in Hungary. They go so far as to use agents to destroy railway bridges and blow up waterworks, thus increasing immeasurably the sufferings of the laboring masses. By hypocritical and lying statements in parliament and press they try to muffle the vigilance of their peoples. Lloyd George and Clemenceau, Wilson and Scheidemann, they all with one voice give assurances that they have no intention of waging war against the Soviet republics, while at the same time they continue to send troops to Siberia and Archangel, to 60 the Communist International Murmansk and the Danube, and continue to provide all the enemies of the Soviet republics with arms and munitions. They stir up the Polish landlords, the Romanian boyars, the Baltic barons, the Czech, Finnish, and Estonian counter-revolutionaries, against the peoples of Russia, Hungary, and the Ukraine. A united front of the bourgeoisie of the whole world is being formed to fight socialism. Is it not astonishing how quickly and easily the enemies of yesterday are reconciled, once it is a question of the fight against the socialist revolution? The victors, the Allies, have not yet concluded peace with Germany, which they intended to plunder to the uttermost, but the German bourgeois social trader government is already on Allied instructions willingly playing the part of executioner by crushing the rebellious workers at home and sending its regular troops to occupy Latvia, Lithuania, White Russia. The workers of all countries should bear clearly in mind that what is now at stake is not only the fate of the Soviet republics of Russia, Hungary, the Ukraine, etc., the fate of the world revolution is being decided in the Urals and before Red Petrograd, in the Carpathians and on the Danube. If the imperialists of all countries now succeed in smothering the first flames of the communist revolution, the working class movement in all countries of the world will be set back many decades. The entire burden of paying for the first great imperialist war will be thrown onto the laboring people, and not only in the defeated countries, but also in those of the victors. The eternal conflict over the division of the spoils will, however, soon lead to new, even more senseless and more bloody wars, and in the end the whole world will be plunged into hopeless misery and bondage. The only way out and the only salvation is the socialist world revolution. The Executive Committee of the Communist International summons the masses of all countries to the defense of the socialist world revolution. At the same time it notes with joy that the working masses of many countries have already grasped their duty and are protesting resolutely against the criminal plans of their governments. It welcomes most warmly the decision of the Italian, French, and English socialists to declare a general strike of protest. The Executive Committee of the Communist International for its part proposes that the workers of all countries express their solidarity with the peoples of the Soviet republics by arranging an international demonstration against the attack of the imperialist powers on Russia and Hungary. The time for verbal protests is past, it is time to act. July 19, 1961. Appeal of the ECCI on behalf of the Hungarian Soviet Republic. July 1919 Beschluss ersten Kongresses, P100 Allied pressure combined with internal dissensions to weaken the position of the Hungarian Soviet government. Lenin was anxious for the Red Army to make contact with the Hungarian forces, although the territory between was occupied by Polish troops. A note to an article by Trotsky written shortly afterwards says, Soviet Russia, surrounded by a ring of enemies, could not come to the help of Hungary. The advance of Czech and Romanian troops towards Budapest was followed by the opening of negotiations with the Allied powers, undertaken by the Social Democratic members of the Hungarian government. To all. A monstrous crime is being committed, compared with which all misdeeds which the propertied classes committed during the war grow pale. The English and French imperialists are encircling the Hungarian Soviet Republic from all sides, in order to drown the Hungarian workers, the Hungarian Socialist Revolution, in blood. The Romanian feudalists are inciting the troops, deceived by the nobility, against Hungary. From two other directions the Czechoslovak and Yugoslav governments are moving against Hungary, spurred on by the same French imperialists. The Hungarian Soviet government had agreed to accept the most severe peace terms and to satisfy all the unheard-of demands of the reactionary Romanian and Czechoslovak governments. And still the reactionary armies of these governments are continuing their offensive against Hungary. The meaning of these events is clear. The Hungarian Soviet Republic did not and does not want war. The Hungarian Soviet Republic is carrying out the will of the Hungarian workers. The Hungarian workers overthrew the power of the capitalists, that is their only crime. The advance of the imperialists against socialist Hungary is taking place with the open sympathy and fairly certain support of the social traders who call themselves Social Democrats. The conference of the Yellow International meeting in Amsterdam uttered not a single word of protest against the predatory campaign against Hungary. The Executive Committee of the Communist International appeals to the Czechoslovak, Romanian, and Yugoslav workers and soldiers. Comrades, stop playing the part of forced executioners of the Hungarian workers. Stretch out a fraternal hand to your brothers, the Hungarian soldiers and workers. The workers of the entire world turn away in contempt from those who at this great moment fail in their duty. Workers and soldiers of France. The bourgeoisie of your state are most to blame for the hangman's campaign against the Hungarian Soviet. 62 The Communist International Republic. Raise your voices in protest. Wrest power from the hands of the greatest evildoers the world has ever known. Strike from the hand of the murderers the knife they have drawn against our brothers, the Hungarian workers. The class-conscious workers of the entire world are proud of the heroic deed of the Hungarian workers who established a republic of labor in Hungary. To you, Hungarian proletarians, surrounded on all sides by enemies, the communist workers of the world send ardent greetings. In the year and a half of their dictatorship the Russian proletariat have often been in as grave a position. And still they surmounted all difficulties. We are firmly convinced that you will steadfastly withstand the present test. Down with the international robbers. Long live the Hungarian Soviet Republic. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto on the Lucerne Congress of the Second International July 15, 1919 Beschluss ersten Kongresses, p. 119 The Lucerne Congress of Parties of the Second International was held from 2 to August 9, 1919. The committee appointed at Bern reported on its preparations for a World Congress. This was held in Geneva in July 1920. The chief parties represented were the British Labour Party, the German Social Democratic Party, and the Belgian, Dutch, Swedish, and Danish Social Democratic parties. Boycott the Yellow International. To the workers of all countries. On August 1 the Congress of the Second International is to be held in Lucerne. Who in fact has called this Congress? Those parties and men who from the first day of the 1914 war placed themselves entirely at the disposal of their imperialist governments. The same Scheidemann and Renaudel, van der Velde, Huisman, Hindman, and Henderson who for 4 years spoke of war to the victorious end, of defense of the fatherland, of whom some blessed General Hindenburg and others Marshal Foch, who helped the bourgeoisie to annihilate the flower of the working class. These men now want to build the Labor International again. In the eyes of the workers of all countries they are all equally criminal. They are bound by mutual pledges, all these Scheidemanns and Renaudels. They have to rehabilitate each other, they must pretend that nothing special has happened in the International during the 4.5 years of war. For these gentlemen socialism has lived through no crisis and is not living through one now. There were only unimportant misunderstandings, which, however, cost the lives of millions of workers. Now that the masters have been reconciled, and the Versailles Peace signed, the servants. July 19, 1963 can also be reconciled. In Lucerne these gentlemen intend to forgive each other their sins, to proclaim a general amnesty, to wash their hands in their own innocence, and to throw sand in the eyes of the workers of all countries, asserting that the Second International has been rebuilt. The proletarian revolution is spreading not only daily, but hourly, in all the countries of Europe and America. But what are the official social democratic parties doing, which are now convening the Lucerne Congress? These official parties, rotten to the core, are doing their best to choke the workers' movement. In France, in Germany, in Austria, in England everywhere the old patriotic social democracy comes forward to strangle the railwaymen's strikes and the strikes and revolts of all other categories of workers. The imperialist governments of the Entente countries have opened a crusade against the Russian and Hungarian proletarians who seized power in their countries. Honest workers in the Entente countries express the deepest indignation about this crusade and are ready to come out in arms against their governments. But what part are the official social traders playing in this affair? The social chauvinists of Germany as of France, of Austria as of England, are trying to damp down the workers' protest. By their action they are helping Kalkak, the Romanian boyars, and all other stranglers of the Hungarian and Russian Revolution. The Second International died on August 4, 1914, at the moment when the German and French Social Democratic parties voted the war credits and went over to the side of their governments. Nobody can awaken the Second International to life. In 1915 Rosa Luxemburg called official German social democracy a mouldering corpse. The entire Second International has now become a mouldering corpse, a corpse which should be unceremoniously buried as quickly as possible, so that it does not infect the surrounding atmosphere. On the ruins of the Second International there arose a new International Working Men's Association, the Third, Communist International. Everything that is honest, steadfast, militant in the working class joins the ranks of the Third International. About 20 communist parties took part in its constituent congress. Only 4 months have passed since the Third International was founded in Moscow. In that time many new parties have joined the Third International, the Italian Socialist Party, the Serbian Revolutionary Social Democrats, the Swedish and Norwegian Comrades, the Bulgarian Workers, the left wing of the American Party and many other workers' organizations in Europe and America. The struggle is bursting into flame throughout the world. The tremendous strikes which are shaking Italy are pledges that the emancipation of the Italian proletariat is not far off. The political strike which is to take place in the Allied countries on July 21 in protest against intervention in Russian and 64 The Communist International Hungarian Affairs heralds an entire series of international battles which will inevitably end with the victory of the world proletariat over international capital. the Executive Committee of the Communist International has unanimously decided to call on workers' organizations throughout the world to boycott the forthcoming despicable comedy in Lucerne. On that day, the workers in all countries should demonstrate in every possible way against the Yellow International and give proof of their fidelity to the ideals of communism proclaimed by Marx and Engels. Come out onto the streets that day, comrade workers, fling your contempt and hatred in the face of the lackeys of capitalism, proclaim the principles for which Karl Liebknecht fought, rally your forces under the banner of the Third Communist International. ECCI statement on the fall of the Hungarian Soviet Republic, August 5, 1919. Beschluss Ersten Kongresses, p. 136. The resignation of the Hungarian Soviet government on August 1, 1919 followed an ultimatum by the Allied powers, and military intervention by Czech, Romanian, and Serbian forces. Subsequent accounts by communists attributed its fall primarily to the treachery of the Social Democrats in the government, but in reporting to the Second Comintern Congress, Rákosi said that the Communist Party and the Soviets were too small and weak to carry out their tasks. The failure of the international strike called in support of Soviet Russia and Soviet Hungary showed clearly that the proletariat of France and England were hostile to Soviet Russia and on the side of Clemenceau and Lloyd George. The strike, called for July 21, 1919, was partially carried out only in Italy. Comrades, the greatest treachery has been committed. The Soviet power in Hungary has collapsed under the pressure of the imperialist robbers and the monstrous treachery of the social patriots. The leaders of the Second International, who supported the imperialist slaughter, broke the international protest strike. The imperialist robbers, led by Clemenceau and Wilson, have become quite shameless. The ultimatum they sent runs, overthrow the Soviet government, and we will leave you in peace. The wholly despicable character of the former Social Democratic Party has also been shown up. It swore fidelity to the proletarian dictatorship. It signed the agreement with the Communist Party of Hungary. Then it united with that party. At solemn meetings, at the Congress of Soviets, at the Party Congress, it declared that it would fight to the last drop of blood for communism and the revolution. By uniting with the communists, it adhered to the Third Communist International. August 19, 1965. The party now carries the mark of Cain on its forehead. It has sold out the proletariat, the revolution, the glorious party of Hungarian communists, the International. By concluding a secret treaty with the Versailles murderers and with their own counter-revolutionaries, supported by the gold of the imperialists and the bayonets of the executioners, it overthrew the government of the communist proletariat. These true socialists are now restoring private property. The League of Nations powers are each sending a regiment to support them. At the head of the government stands Spiedel, a murderer of workers, the Hungarian Niszky. The treacherous character of the social patriots has been exposed. Just as the Schademans and Koskais in Germany drowned the proletarian revolution in blood, just as the social revolutionaries and Mensheviks are objectively helping the Tsarist generals, just as the entire Yellow Burn International is selling out the working class, wholesale and retail, to the predatory League of Nations, so the Hungarian social traders have surrendered the Hungarian Soviet Republic, the pride of the world proletariat, to be torn to pieces. There is no place in the Third International for the provocateurs and paid hangmen of capital. Let them go into the Second, with Branting and Thomas, Niszky and Koskai. The Communist International, mourning the fall of the Soviet Republic in Hungary and the loss of its glorious leader Tibor Samuli, calls on the proletarians of the world to rally still more closely under the communist banner, to strengthen still more the offensive against the fortress of capital. In the greatest historical struggle of our day there will be great victories and cruel defeats. But the bloody experience of Finland and Siberia has shown us that in countries where once the Soviets have had power no lasting victory of the counter-revolution is possible. Everywhere the waves of insurrection are rising. Our final victory is as inevitable as the fall of the bourgeoisie and the social traders. The Communist International calls on the Hungarian proletariat to stand firm in courage and fortitude. To work, comrades. Start at once the organization of an illegal communist party. The bloody lesson of Hungary has taught the entire world proletariat that there can be no coalition, no compromise, with the social compromisers. The stratum of opportunist contemptible leaders must be swept away. New men must come to the head of the movement. They will come from the working class. For it is to them and not their enemies that victory is assigned. Soviet Hungary has fallen. Long live Soviet Hungary! Long live the Hungarian Communist Party! Long live the workers' revolution of the world! Long live communism! 66 The Communist International. Extracts from an ECCI circular letter on Parliament and Soviets September 1, 1919 Beschlussate ersten Kongresses, p. 139. The circular opened a campaign against ultra-leftism in the Comintern, and was followed by Lenin's pamphlet Left-Wing Communism, an infantile disorder. The reluctance to take part in parliamentary elections and parliamentary work was characteristic not only of the anarchist syndicalist wing of the labor movement, but also of many members of the communist parties. The first Congress of the German Communist Party voted 62 to 23 against taking part in the elections to the National Assembly. The KPD Congress at Heidelberg in October 1919 considered a set of theses submitted by Paul Levi, after correspondence with Radek, which implied expulsion of those who were opposed to parliamentary activities and to work in the reformist trade unions. Radek was not in favor of pushing matters so far. Levi's theses were carried by 31 against 18 votes, and the minority left the Congress, taking with them nearly half of the total membership of roughly 50,000. In April 1920 they founded the Kommunistische Arbeiterpartei Deutschlands, KAPD. The question of parliamentary activities was not, however, at this stage, elevated to a major issue. In July 1919 Sylvia Pankhurst, for the British Socialist Workers' Federation, had written to Lenin asking for his support for direct as opposed to parliamentary action. Lenin's reply suggested that if unity on the question of parliament could not be achieved, it might be necessary to have two communist parties in Britain, agreeing on the major issues of proletarian dictatorship and Soviet power, but divided on the issue of parliamentary action. The KAPD was in agreement with the dissident group of Dutch communists led by Herman Gorter, who emphasized the differences between conditions in Russia, where the nature of the party was determined by the preponderance of peasants among the population, and in Western Europe and America, where the proletariat was a majority. The proletarian party in the West should have no truck with the petty bourgeoisie, parliaments, or reformist unions. In reply to left-wing communism, Gorter wrote an open letter to Lenin putting forward his views. He left the Communist Party in the autumn of 1921 and formed the Communist Labour Party of Holland, analogous to the KAP in Germany. He is reported to have said, after a visit to Russia in 1920, that Lenin, thinking constantly of Russia, saw all things only from the Russian point of view, not in the sense of Russian interests, but of the universal validity of Russian experience. Dear comrades, the present phase of the revolutionary movement has placed squarely and sharply on the order of the day the question, among others, of parliamentarian. In France, America, England, Germany, as the class struggle grows more acute, all revolutionary elements are joining the communist movement by merging or coordinating their activities under the slogan of Soviet power. The anarcho-syndicalist groups, and the groups September 19, 1967 which just call themselves anarchist, are joining in the general trend. The ECCI welcomes them most cordially. These groups and tendencies have always come out actively against parliamentary methods of struggle. On the other hand, those elements in the Communist Party which have come to it from the socialist parties are mostly inclined to recognize parliamentary action also, Laureate's group in France, the ASP in America, the ILP in England, etc. All these tendencies, which should at all costs and as quickly as possible be united in the Communist Party, require a uniform tactic. The question must therefore be decided on a common basis, and the ECCI is sending this circular, which is devoted to this special question, to all fraternal parties. At the present moment the universal and unifying program is recognition of the struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat in the form of Soviet power. History has posed this question in such a way that it acts as a demarcation line between the revolutionary proletariat and the opportunists, between communists and social traders of every variety. The so-called Center, Koschei in Germany, Longuet in France, the ILP and some elements of the BSP in England, Hillquit in America, is, despite all its assurances, objectively an anti-socialist tendency, because it cannot and does not want to fight for the Soviet dictatorship of the proletariat. On the other hand, those groups and parties which formerly rejected any political struggle, e.g. some anarchist groups, have, by recognizing Soviet power, the dictatorship of the proletariat, in fact renounced their previous anti-political character, because they have admitted the idea of the seizure of power by the working class, the power which is necessary to suppress bourgeois resistance. In this way, we repeat, a common program has been found, the program of struggle for Soviet dictatorship. The old divisions in the international workers' movement have clearly become obsolete. The war created a new alignment. Many of the anarchists or syndicalists who rejected parliamentarianism, behaved just as contemptibly and treacherously during the 5 years of war as the old leaders of official social democracy, who take the name of Marx in vain. Forces are being mobilized along a new line: on one side those who are for a proletarian revolution, for the Soviets, for the dictatorship, for mass action rising to armed insurrection, on the other hand those who are against this. This is the basic question of our day. This is the main criterion. This is the distinguishing characteristic which marks the new associations. What is the relation between recognition of the Soviet idea and parliamentarianism? Here two questions must be kept quite separate, for logically they have nothing in common with one another: the question of parliamentarianism as a desirable form of the political regime, and the question of using parliament for the purpose of promoting the revolution. Comrades often confuse these two questions, and this has an extremely 68 the Communist International harmful effect on the entire practical struggle. We shall deal with each of these questions in turn and draw all the necessary conclusions. What is the form of the proletarian dictatorship? We answer, Soviets. That has been proved by Russian experience, which has universal significance. Can Soviet power be reconciled with parliamentarianism? No, and again, no. It is absolutely irreconcilable with parliaments as they now exist, because the parliamentary machine embodies the concentrated power of the bourgeoisie. The deputies, the Chamber of Deputies, their newspapers, the system of bribery, the secret connections between deputies and bankers, the connection with the entire machinery of the bourgeois state, all these are chains for the working class. They must be broken. The bourgeois state machine, and consequently bourgeois parliaments, are to be broken, dissolved, destroyed, and on their ruins a new power is to be organized, the power of working class bodies, of workers' parliaments, that is, of the Soviets. Only traitors to the working class can delude the workers with the hope of a peaceful social revolution by means of parliamentary reforms. Such people are the fiercest enemies of the working class, and they must be fought pitilessly. No compromise with them can be allowed. Hence our slogan for every bourgeois country is, "Down with Parliament. Long live Soviet power." But the question may be asked, all right, you reject the power of present bourgeois parliaments, why then do you not organize a new and more democratic parliament based on genuine universal franchise? During the socialist revolution the struggle reaches such an acute pitch that the working class must act quickly and decisively, and not give the class enemies in its camp access to its power organization. These requirements are met only by the Soviets of workers, soldiers, sailors, peasants, elected in the factories, on the land, in the barracks. That is the way to put the question of the form of proletarian power. The government must be overthrown, kings, presidents, parliaments, chambers of deputies, constituent assemblies, all these institutions are our sworn enemies and must be abolished. Now let us pass to the second basic question: can bourgeois parliaments be used to further the revolutionary class struggle? Logically, as we have said, this question is quite separate from the first one. We can help to abolish an organization by entering it, by exploiting it. Our class enemies also realize this very well, and use the official social democratic parties, the trade unions, and other such organizations, for their own purposes. Let us take the most extreme example. The Russian communists, the Bolsheviks, took part in the elections to the Constituent Assembly. They attended its meetings. But they came there in order to disperse the assembly after 24 hours and to establish the power of the Soviets. The party of the Bolsheviks also had its deputies in the Tsarist Duma. Does that mean that at that time they recognized the Duma as an ideal or at least a tolerable September 19, 1969 form of state organization? It would be madness to make that assumption. It sent its representatives to the Duma so that, from this direction too, it could oppose the apparatus of Tsarist power, and help forward the abolition of that same Duma. It was not for nothing that the Tsarist government sentenced the Bolshevik parliamentarians to prison for state treason. It was illegal work that the Bolshevik leaders were doing when they used their immunity to rally the masses to an attack on Tsarism. Are we in favor of retaining bourgeois democratic parliaments as the form of state administration? No, in no circumstances. We are for Soviets. But are we in favor of using these parliaments for our communist work, so long as we are not strong enough to overthrow them? Yes, we are in favor of that, on a number of conditions. We know very well that in France, America, and England, the workers have not yet produced from their ranks parliamentarians capable of this kind of action. In these countries, until now, we have had parliamentary treachery. But that is no proof of the incorrectness of the tactics which we consider right. It only means that they have had no revolutionary party of the proletariat such as the Bolsheviks or the German Spartakists. When there is such a party, everything can become quite different. In particular, it is necessary, 1. That the center of gravity of the struggle shall be outside Parliament, strikes, revolts, and other forms of mass struggle. 2. That action inside Parliament shall be bound up with this struggle. 3. That the deputies shall also do illegal work. 4. That they shall act on the instructions of the Central Committee and subordinate themselves to it. 5. That in their actions they shall disregard parliamentary forms, not fearing outright collisions with the bourgeois majority, speaking over their heads, etc. Whether at any given moment to take part in elections, in the electoral campaign, depends on a number of concrete circumstances which must be very carefully considered in the given country at the given time. The Russian Bolsheviks were in favor of boycotting the elections to the First Imperial Duma in 1906, and the same Bolsheviks were in favor of taking part in the elections to the Second Duma, when it became clear that the bourgeois landowning power in Russia would still be ruling in Russia for many years. Before the elections to the German National Assembly in 1918, some Spartakists were in favor of participation, others against. But their party remained a united communist party. We cannot, on principle, renounce the utilization of Parliament. We must leave ourselves elbow room on this question. What we wish specially to emphasize is that in all cases the question is really solved outside Parliament, on the streets. Now it is clear that strikes and revolts are the only decisive methods of struggle between labor and capital. Therefore comrades should concentrate chiefly on mobilizing the 70 the Communist International masses. Founding the party, forming their own groups in the trade unions and capturing the unions, organizing Soviets in the course of the struggle, leading mass struggles, agitating among the masses for revolution. All that comes first. Parliamentary activities and participation in the electoral campaign are only auxiliary activities, nothing more. If that is so, and it undoubtedly is, then it is obvious that it is not worthwhile splitting over differences of opinion on this subsidiary question. Therefore we appeal urgently to all groups and organizations who are genuinely fighting for Soviets to proceed with the utmost unity, even if on this question they are not of one mind. All who are for the Soviets and the proletarian dictatorship will unite as quickly as possible and form a unified Communist Party. With communist greetings, President of the ECCI, G. Zinoviev. Extracts from a letter from the ECCI to the Bologna Congress of the Italian Socialist Party. September 22, 1919 Beschluss ersten Kongresses, p. 150. The Italian Socialist Party had been opposed to the war and welcomed the Russian Revolution as a step towards peace. It had declared its adherence to the Communist International, although unable to send delegates to the First Congress. At the meeting of the Central Committee held in Milan on March 19, 1919, the motion to leave the Second International and to join the Third was carried by 10 votes to 3. The Bologna Congress voted by a large majority for adherence to the Comintern, although it took no steps to expel the considerable minority, led by Turati, who opposed the motion. A single socialist list was put forward in the November 1919 elections, and gained roughly a third of the total of 5 million votes, and 156 out of a total of 508 seats. Mussolini, standing as an independent in Milan, was defeated, receiving fewer than 5,000 votes out of a total of more than 250,000. Dear comrades, the ECCI sends its fraternal greetings to your Congress to be held on September 27. During the 4.5 years of the infamous imperialist butchery, the Italian working class never ceased to hold aloft the red flag. From the first moment when the Second International collapsed, there were men in the Italian Socialist Party who continued in word and deed to serve the idea of the international brotherhood of the workers. The Italian working class was the first to take up the fight against the Allied. September 19, 1971 imperialists who were conducting a robber campaign against Soviet Russia. The Communist International is, naturally, sure of the sympathy of the Italian proletariat. But our new international association of workers needs more than sympathy. We need clarity of program and of aim. The dictatorship of the proletariat, the Soviets as the form of that dictatorship, the abolition of bourgeois democratic parliaments, which are tools of bourgeois dictatorship, creation of a Red Army, these are the tasks which should bring together the international revolutionary proletariat. The Communist International will follow with intense interest the work of your Congress. One of the leading places in the Third International belongs to you, comrades. President of ECCI, GZLNOVIEV Secretary, A. Balabanova. Extracts from a letter from the ECCI to the industrial workers of the world. January 1920 Beschluss der ersten Kongresses, p. 173. A congress of left-wing groups and parties held at Chicago in September 1919 resulted in the formation of two communist parties entitled respectively the Communist Labor Party and the Communist Party. Early in 1920 the ECCI, in consultation with representatives of both parties, worked out an agreement for their fusion. It added the comment, "This is a model of how communists should act. If serious differences arise among them, the first thing they should do is to send representations of both points of view to the ECCI and try to settle their differences with the help of the CI. The decision of the CI is law for every communist organization." The agreement was not put into effect, and both parties sent delegates to the Second Comintern Congress. Both were very small in numbers. The IWW was a larger organization, and far more proletarian in character. Its hostility to orthodox parliamentary socialism was at this time of greater importance to the Comintern than its anarcho-syndicalist leanings. Comrades, the ECCI, which is meeting in Moscow, the heart of the revolution, sends greetings to the revolutionary proletariat of America in the person of the Union of the Industrial Workers of the World, IWW. World capitalism, disorganized by war, is now no longer able to keep under control the tremendous forces which it has itself called into being, and is approaching its collapse. The hour of the working class has struck. The social revolution has. 72 The Communist International begun, and here, on the plains of Russia, the first battle of the vanguard is being fought. History does not ask whether we are in the right or not, whether we are ready for revolution or not. A favorable opportunity has occurred. Seize it, and the whole world will belong to the workers. If you let it pass, there may not be a second for a century. This is not the time to talk of the building of a new social order within the shell of the old. The old social order is splitting its shell. The workers must establish the dictatorship of the proletariat, which alone can build the new order. We understand and share your hatred of the principles and tactics of the yellow socialists, who have discredited even the name of socialism in all countries of the world. Our goal is the same as yours: a community without state, without government, without classes, in which the workers manage the means of production and distribution for the welfare of the entire people. We are sending you this letter, comrades of the IWW, in recognition of your many years of heroic participation in the class struggle, to explain communist principles and the communist program. We call on you, who are revolutionaries, to join the Communist International, which was born in the dawn of the social revolution. The capitalists of the whole world, American, as well as French, Italian, English, German, etc., are now making plans to chain the workers once for all to a new, complete, and final subjection. Either this, or the dictatorship of the working class. There can be no third alternative. The workers must now decide. Capitalism is making desperate efforts to re-establish its precarious rule. The workers must, therefore, seize state power, in order to transform the whole social order in their own interests. Will the capitalists succeed in their intentions? They certainly will, unless the workers declare war on the entire capitalist system, overthrow the capitalist governments, and set up a government of the working class, which abolishes the institution of capitalist private property and makes all wealth the common property of the workers. That is what the workers of Russia did, and that is the only way in which the workers of other countries can shake off industrial slavery and transform the world so that the workers get the benefit of everything they produce and no one can exploit the labor of others. But the Russian Revolution cannot survive if the workers of other countries do not rise against their capitalists. The capitalists of the whole world have grasped the danger that Soviet Russia's example offers, and have united to destroy it. The Allies quickly forgot their hatred of Germany. January 19, 2073, and called on the German capitalists to join them in their common cause. And the workers of other countries are beginning to understand. The revolutionary wave is rising in Italy, Germany, France, and England. The social revolution has begun. The first battles are raging in Russia. It will not wait while the workers experiment with reforms. The capitalists have already overthrown Soviet Hungary. If they can keep their power and suppress the workers' movement in other countries, then the industrial slave state will inevitably follow. Before it is too late, the class-conscious workers of the world must prepare themselves to meet the capitalist offensive, to attack capitalism and abolish it, and to get rid of it forever. In the place of the capitalist state, the workers must build their own workers' state, set up the dictatorship of the proletariat. In order to destroy the capitalist state, to break the resistance of the capitalists, and to disarm the capitalist class, in order to seize the property of the capitalists and to hand it over to the entire working class, for all these tasks a government is necessary, a state, the dictatorship of the proletariat, through which the workers in their Soviets can eradicate the capitalist order with an iron hand. That is just what is happening in Soviet Russia. But the dictatorship of the proletariat is only a temporary measure. We communists also want to abolish the state. The state can exist only as long as the class struggle lasts. Every worker knows that when there is a strike there must be a strike committee, a central body conducting the strike whose orders must be obeyed. This committee is elected and controlled by the ordinary workers. Soviet Russia is on strike against the entire capitalist world. The social revolution is a general strike against the entire capitalist system. The dictatorship of the proletariat is the strike committee of the social revolution. As the most important revolutionary syndicalist organization among the revolutionary industrial unions in America, The IWW should take the initiative in seeking a basis for the unification of all unions with a class-conscious, revolutionary character, of all workers who recognize the class struggle, such as the Union of Industrial Workers, the One Big Union, and the few revolutionary unions in the AFL. This is not the time to quarrel about names or minor organizational questions. The chief thing is to unite all workers who at the critical moment will be capable of revolutionary mass action. As revolutionaries, they should not repulse the attempts of the American communists to get agreement on joint revolutionary action. The political party and the industrial organization must work shoulder to shoulder for the common purpose: the abolition of capitalism by the dictatorship of 74. The Communist International, the proletariat, and the establishment of Soviets, the dissolution of classes and of the state. The Communist International extends a brotherly hand to the IWW. President of the ECCI, G. Zinoviev. Extracts from a letter from the ECCI to the Strasbourg Congress of the French Socialist Party. January 17, 1920. Beschluss der ersten Kongresses, p. 194. The Strasbourg Congress voted 4,300 to 300 to leave the Second International, and 3,000 to 1,600 against joining the Third. Kakin and Froissart, representing the Center, were appointed as a delegation to visit Russia. The ECCI trusts that the pressure of the French working masses will induce the Strasbourg Congress to break with the Second International. It appeals to all communist elements in France to unite into one organization and to declare open war on the traitors to the proletariat. Cleanse the proletarian ranks of the adherents of the Yellow Second International. President of the ECCI, G. Zinoviev. Extracts from a letter from the ECCI to the Central Committee of the German Communist Party and the Presidium of the German Independent Social Democratic Party. February 5, 1920. Beschluss der ersten Kongresses, p. 195. A group of members of the German Social Democratic Party, SPD, broke away in March 1916, as a left-wing anti-war opposition, and in the following year, at a congress in Gotha in April, formed the Independent Social Democratic Party, USPD. The Independents, among its leaders were Kosky and Bernstein. It included, on the extreme left, the Spartakusbund, which later became the German Communist Party. We joined the USPD, said Liebknecht, in order to drive them forward, to have them within reach of our whip. The USPD left the SPD-USPD coalition government, formed in November 1918, at the end of that year. At its Leipzig Congress in December 1919, the USPD voted by 227 to 54 to leave the Second International, and by 169 to 114 against joining the Third. It suggested that a conference be called of the Third International and other socialist revolutionary organizations to discuss the foundation of a comprehensive international to include them all. February 1920. 75. In left-wing communism, Lenin wrote that the movement to the left in Germany had strengthened the USPD rather than the KPD. This made it the more necessary to win over the USPD. The USPD is obviously not homogeneous, alongside the old opportunist leaders. There has arisen in this party a left, proletarian wing which is growing with remarkable rapidity. To fear a compromise with this wing of the party is positively ridiculous. On the contrary, it is the duty of the communists to seek and to find a suitable form of compromise with them, such a compromise as, on the one hand, would facilitate and accelerate the necessary complete fusion with this wing, and, on the other, would in no way hamper the communists in their ideological and political struggle against the opportunist right wing. This letter prefigures the 21 conditions of admission to the Communist International adopted by its Second Congress later in the year. The last Congress of the Independent Social Democratic Party decided to propose to the Communist International and other social revolutionary organizations that they unite into a common international organization. The ECCI regards it as its duty to place this question before all revolutionary workers. It assumes that the open discussion of this question before the broad working masses of all genuinely revolutionary elements of the international army of the proletariat is the only possible course, and not an agreement come to behind the scenes. The following considerations are therefore a reply to Crispien's letter of December 15, 1919 to the ECCI, which was published in the Freiheit of January 2, 1920. The workers in the USPD and their leaders during the revolution. The Communist International is well aware that the workers who belong to the Independent Party think quite differently from their right-wing leaders. This is the starting point of our appraisal of the situation in the USPD. The Communist International regards the Leipzig Resolution as a change in the political direction of this party made in response to the pressure of that part of the German working class organized inside the party. Learning from the experience of the revolution, this section of the working class is coming more and more to take up the standpoint of proletarian dictatorship and mass struggle for the dictatorship under the banner of the Communist International. The opportunist right-wing party elite is doing its best to hamper this movement by recognizing it in words but in fact doing everything it can to prevent the development of the revolution. These opportunist centrists restrained the proletariat from any active mass action during the imperialist war, supported the treacherous policy of defense of the bourgeois fatherland, denied the necessity of an illegal organization, and shrank from the idea of civil war. When the revolution broke out, they formed a government with the avowed traitors of the working class, sanctioned the disgraceful expulsion of the Berlin 76 the Communist International Embassy of the Russian proletariat, and supported the policy of breaking diplomatic relations with the Soviet Republic. The right-wing leaders of the independents have since the beginning of the German Revolution preached orientation towards the Entente and opposed with all their strength the alliance between Germany and Soviet Russia. The right-wing leaders have systematically spread petty bourgeois illusions among the German workers about the nature of Wilsonism. They praise Wilson, and describe him as the defender of a just peace and the representative of democracy. Thanks to their tactics, the state machine of Wilhelm's empire, which was kept out of sight behind Republican flags, remained completely untouched. At the decisive moment of struggle against the executioner of the working class, Niski, the right-wing leaders of the independents adopted a conciliatory policy of dishonorable bargaining, weakened the revolutionary will of the workers, destroyed the unity of the proletariat in struggle, and thus promoted its defeat. It is now quite clear that the German Revolution is taking such a painful course because the Schedemans have succeeded in disarming the people, because the beginning of the revolution did not lead to an association between Germany and Soviet Russia, because the old apparatus of power has remained intact. An enormous part of the guilt and responsibility for this rests on the right-wing leaders of the USPD. To straighten the line again, these mistakes must be understood and corrected. To straighten the party line, even if this is done over the heads of some leaders, is the primary task of the workers who belong to the party of the independents. To the chief mistakes of the USPD and of centrist parties generally, the ideology of the leaders of the USPD is not a specifically German phenomenon. The followers of Longuet in France, the ILP in England, the ASP in America, and other parties have the same standpoint. Their characteristic feature is a constant vacillation between the open social treachery of the Niski type and the policy of the revolutionary proletariat, i.e. of communism. These mistakes may be summarized as follows: 1. The dictatorship of the proletariat means the overthrow of the bourgeoisie by a class, the proletariat, in fact by its revolutionary vanguard. It is a denial of the point of view of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the adoption of the point of view of bourgeois democracy to demand that the vanguard must first win over the majority of the people in elections to a bourgeois parliament or bourgeois constituent assembly, etc., that is, by an election when wage slavery is still in existence, when exploiters are still at large, and private property in the means of production still prevails. February 1920 77, 2. The dictatorship of the proletariat means recognition of the necessity of forcibly suppressing the resistance of the exploiters, means the readiness, the ability, and the resolution to do this. The bourgeoisie, even the most republican and democratic, for example in Germany, Switzerland, or America, systematically resort to pogroms, to lynch justice, to murder, to armed violence, to terror against communists, and are in reality opposed to all revolutionary steps of the proletariat. In these circumstances, to renounce the use of force and of terror is to act like a whining petty bourgeois. To sow reactionary Philistine illusions about social peace is, to put it concretely, to show fear of the officer's sword. 3. The same is true of the Civil War. After the imperialist war, confronted with reactionary generals and officers who use terror against the proletariat, faced with the fact that new imperialist wars are already being prepared by the present policy of all bourgeois states, and not only deliberately prepared but following with objective inevitability from their entire policy, in these circumstances and in this situation, to condemn civil war against the exploiters, to bemoan it and fear it is, in reality, to become a reactionary. It means fearing the victory of the workers, which may cost 10,000 victims, while accepting a new imperialist butchery which cost millions of victims yesterday and will cost as many tomorrow. 9. The independents, the right wing, and the followers of Longuet, are not conducting any agitation in the army, in favor of entry into the army for the purpose of preparing it to go over to the side of the workers against the bourgeoisie. They are not creating any organization for this purpose. They are making no reply to the violence of the bourgeoisie, who are constantly overstepping legality, during the war as well as after it, by systematic propaganda of illegal organizations and the creation of such organizations. Unless legal work is combined with illegal work and legal organizations with illegal organizations, there can be no truly revolutionary party of the proletariat, either in Germany or in Sweden, in England, in France, or in America. 10. The basic question of the socialist revolution, the expropriation of the exploiters, is discussed by the right-wing leaders in terms of nationalization and is put in a reformist and not in a revolutionary sense. The word nationalization glosses over the necessity for confiscation which arises from the unbearable burden of imperialist debts and the impoverishment of the workers. It glosses over the resistance of the exploiters and the necessity for revolutionary measures by the proletariat to suppress that resistance. It creates reformist illusions which are wholly incompatible with the dictatorship of the proletariat. 11. The Communist International regards it as not only incorrect but as inadmissible in principle for the USPD, which has in fact taken over the fundamental ideas of the German Spartakists, although it has. 78. The Communist International appropriated these ideas too slowly, too inconsistently, and incompletely, to say nothing in the resolutions of its congresses about amalgamation with the Communist Party of Germany, with the Spartakusbund. The unity of the revolutionary proletariat demands this amalgamation, for it is impossible in fact to recognize the dictatorship of the proletariat and Soviet power without taking concrete, serious, and deliberate steps in that direction, so that the vanguard of the proletariat of the country in question, which has demonstrated in prolonged and severe struggle, against the opportunists as well as against the syndicalists and the allegedly left-wing semi-anarchists, its capacity to lead the working masses towards dictatorship, shall be supported by all class-conscious workers, consolidate its authority, and carefully guard and develop its traditions. 3. The USPD and the International. The same petty bourgeois cowardly policy is being pursued by the right-wing leaders of the USPD on the question of the international unification of the proletariat. 1. The right-wing independents and the followers of Longuet are not trying to deepen and develop in the masses a realization of the corruption and rottenness of the reformism which in fact prevailed in the Second International, 1889–1914, and destroyed it. They are obscuring this realization and concealing the disease instead of exposing it. The question of the collapse of the Second International, a question which is of the greatest historical importance, the causes of that collapse, the chief mistakes and crimes of the Second International, the part it plays as a subsidiary branch of the League of Nations. None of these questions has been discussed by the USPD, which means that they are concealing these crimes and befogging the class consciousness of the proletarian masses. 2. The right independents and the followers of Longuet do not understand and explain to the masses that the imperialist super profits of the advanced countries enabled and enable them to bribe the upper strata of the proletariat, to throw them crumbs of these super profits drawn from the colonies and from the financial exploitation of weak countries, to create a privileged section of skilled workers, etc. Without exposing this evil, without fighting not only against the trade union bureaucracy but also against all petty bourgeois manifestations of the craft and labor aristocracy, without the ruthless expulsion of the representatives of this attitude from the Revolutionary Party, without calling in the lower strata, the broad masses, the real majority of the exploited, there can be no talk of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 3. The reluctance or the inability to break with the upper ranks of the workers who have been corrupted by imperialism is shown among the right-wing independents and the followers of Longuet by their failure to February 1920 79 support outright and unconditionally all insurrections and revolutionary movements among the colonial peoples. In these circumstances the condemnation of colonial policy and imperialism is nothing but hypocrisy, or the meaningless sighs of thick-headed Philistines. 4. While the leaders of the USPD, urged forward by the working masses, enter into negotiations with the Communist International, they also have dealings with the parties of the Second International, including Mannerheim's Finnish Social Democratic Party. They refer to these parties as social revolutionary and they suggest that the Communist International shall unite with these parties. This hopeless attempt to found a fourth bastard international without a clear program, without defined tactics, without prospects for the future, without any perspective, is, of course, doomed to failure. But it shows that the right-wing leaders are sabotaging the decision of the Leipzig Congress of their party and have no intention of making an honest alliance with the vanguard of the fighting international proletariat. In this connection the ECCI declares: b. The ECCI is of the opinion that it is not possible in the interests of success in the international proletarian struggle to allow the creation on whatever pretext of any new international association of workers, which could not in fact be in any circumstances revolutionary. Splintering of the forces of the international proletariat would only be to the advantage of capital and its servants among one-time socialists. c. The ECCI considers it highly desirable to enter into negotiations with the parties which declare themselves ready for a final break with the Second International. With this in view it requests the representatives of these parties to come to Russia, where the executive organ of the Communist International has its seat. However great the technical difficulties involved in crossing frontiers, it is still quite possible, as experience has shown, for the delegates of the party to make this journey. d. The ECCI is aware that in consequence of the complex relations and the specific peculiarities of the development of the revolution, full account must be taken of these peculiarities. We are quite prepared to extend the Third International, to take into consideration the experience of the proletarian movement in all countries, to amend and extend the program of the Third International on the basis of Marxist theory and the experience of the revolutionary struggle throughout the world. We decisively reject any cooperation with the right-wing leaders of the independents and the followers of Longuet who are dragging the movement back into the bourgeois swamp of the Yellow Second International. In welcoming that section of the decision of the Leipzig Congress which refers to a breach with the Second International, the ECCI invites the USPD delegation to negotiate, and expresses the firm conviction that as a 80 the Communist International result of the growing revolutionary consciousness of the proletarian masses, the leadership of the USPD will be cleaned up, the party will be brought to amalgamation with the Communist Party of Germany, and its best elements at last organized under the common banner of the Communist International. The ECCI suggests to the advanced workers of Germany that this reply shall be discussed in open proletarian meetings and that precise and clear answers be requested from the USPD leaders to the questions which have been put. ECCI Manifesto on the Danger of a Russo-Polish War. February 7, 1920 Beschluss der ersten Kongresses, p. 214. In January 1920 the Council of People's Commissars proposed negotiations with Poland, and early in February the Central Executive Committee addressed a long appeal to the Polish people disclaiming any intention of planting communism on Polish soil by force. The Poles also made half-hearted overtures, but neither side had confidence in the other's intentions. Lloyd George informed the House of Commons that at the end of January he had told the Polish representatives that the British government could not advise Poland to open war on Russia. The French, English, and American governments, which for 4 years conducted such a bloody war, ostensibly in the name of democracy, liberty, and the establishment of lasting peace among the peoples, are now inciting Poland to war against Soviet Russia, the same Poland which received its freedom and independence not from the hands of these imperialist governments, but thanks only to the revolution in Russia and Germany. Clemenceau's political testament was the instruction to wage war against Soviet Russia to the last drop of blood of the last Polish soldier. Along the entire front where Poland has cut into Lithuania, White Russia, and the Ukraine, without taking any notice of the desires of the inhabitants of these countries, the Polish proletariat dressed in Scottish uniforms presented by the English benefactors, are conducting a bloody fight against Russian peasants and workers. Now, after the final defeat of Yudenich, Kalkuk, and Denikin, a Polish war against Russia seems at first glance unlikely. If these white generals who brought into action not only all the forces of the Russian bourgeoisie but also everything that was left over from the feudal, Tsarist regime under the device of Great Russia, one and indivisible, and who were supported not only by international capitalism but also by the burning hatred for the revolution of all bourgeois elements of old Russia, if they could not withstand the mighty onslaught of the Red Army, could Poland really dare? February 19, 2081, with the tiny forces at its disposal to take up battle against the Workers' and Peasants' Republic of Russia? If the Polish government did that, it would be a senseless, suicidal adventure. And yet, comrades, we must openly admit that this adventure is possible, and the workers throughout the world must do everything in their power to prevent it. In the first place, the Allies are doing their utmost to force Poland into this desperate venture. At Versailles they tried to annihilate Germany economically and to break Central Europe into pieces, to dismember it so that the financial sharks could more easily swallow the peoples of Germany, Austria, and the Balkans piecemeal. But the peoples of Europe are not Hindus and Negroes, and since the French capitalists know this, they fear the consequences of their policy. They do not believe that the German people, throttled in the noose of Versailles, will quietly and patiently endure the yoke of a shameful servitude. Just as after the defeat of France in 1871 Bismarck lived in constant fear of the possibility of a Franco-Russian alliance against Germany, so today the rulers of France regard with fear the threatening specter of revolt among the peoples of Central Europe. And in particular they fear the thought that the Russian people, once they have settled accounts with their innumerable enemies, will unite with the German people, emancipated from capital and from the Junkers, and will later give powerful assistance to the French and English workers against their oppressors. But the French bourgeoisie have other fears also. They are afraid of a strong Great Russia, a Russia of landlords and capitalists. If reaction in Russia were to succeed with the help of the Allies in defeating Workers' and Peasants' Russia, Russian reaction would be driven in alliance with destroyed imperialist Germany to turn on its saviors in order to get for itself some of the booty which the French, English, American, and Japanese capitalists have divided up among themselves. For Russian reaction could only go on fooling the masses of workers and peasants by the glitter of external conquest, by the illusion of a great Russia. This fear of a future alliance of the revolutionary proletariats of Russia and Germany on the one hand, and the fear of a possible coalition of reactionary Germany and reactionary Russia on the other, determines the policy of the Allies, and particularly of bourgeois France, towards Poland. Since Poland is thrust like a wedge between Russia and Germany, French capital decided to make it into a military bulwark against Germany and a barrier against the East, in order to maintain in Europe a new balance of power that would be advantageous for bourgeois France. But it is not only against a possible future war with Germany that bourgeois France wants to use Poland. It wants to use Poland now as an executioner, to force it to strangle the Soviet regime in Russia, and to do this as 82 the Communist International quickly as possible, before the victory of the working class in Germany. If before that victory Soviet Russia has been swept away, then Marshal Foch, unopposed, can occupy the Rhine-Coal basin with his black and yellow troops and cut the proletarian revolution in Germany off from its most important sources of strength and life. And having settled one by one with the revolution in Russia and Germany, the French exploiters hope to be able to settle accounts with their own proletariat without any great difficulty. That is why the French bourgeoisie are urging Poland on so feverishly to war with Soviet Russia. Soviet Russia has several times proposed peace negotiations to the Polish Republic, and has not only emphasized its unqualified recognition of Polish independence but also its complete willingness to settle all questions in dispute by peaceful means. It has done everything in its power to prevent a new war and further bloodshed. Now it is up to you, comrades in all countries. The Polish workers have shown their opposition to the war in many demonstrations and strikes. Honor is due to the Polish workers who in these most difficult conditions have done their duty. French and English workers, it is up to you to support the Polish proletariat which is fighting against the war. Save Poland from the horrors of war. Help the Polish workers to free their land from the yoke of the masters and the intrigues of the Entente. Help Soviet Russia to avoid a new war. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto on the civil war in Germany. March 25, 1920 Beschluss ersten Kongresses, p. 241 The Kapp Putsch, a short-lived rebellion of officers and Freikorps against the Weimar Republic, opened on March 13, 1920 with the entry of troops under General von Luttwitz into Berlin. The government withdrew to Dresden and then Stuttgart, and von Luttwitz set up a right-wing government of neutral experts under Wolfgang Kapp. The Reichswehr refused to intervene. The Trade Union Federation called a general strike. The Communist Party Zentrale, the small working committee of 7 members of the Central Committee, permanently resident in Berlin, which later became the Politburo, issued a statement disclaiming interest in the affair. The proletariat will not lift a finger for the Democratic Republic, contending that naked reaction made the real situation clearer. The rank and file of the Communist Party, however, followed the trade union lead, and on March 15 the KPD came out in support of the strike. Paul Levi, a member of the Zentrale, was in prison at the time of the putsch, and vigorously attacked the policy of the KPD Zentrale. The KPD Congress, which met shortly afterwards, endorsed the condemnation. The strike was successful, and Kapp's government lasted only a few days, but severe reprisals were taken. March 1920 83 against the strikers in various parts of the country. In putting down the resistance of trade union and socialist organizations in the Ruhr, the Reichswehr was permitted by the Allies to enter the neutral zone demilitarized by the Versailles Treaty. In the report of the German Party to the Second Comintern Congress it was stated that, it is well known, and has never been concealed, that in the situation created by the Kapp Putsch the party leadership in a certain sense failed to act. The party membership, however, ignoring the leadership, went into action. The KPD, which had led a more or less illegal existence since January 1919, became a legal party in April 1920. However, the struggles which are now being fought out in the streets of German towns may end. The events now taking place are among the most significant in the history of the international proletarian revolution. For a year and a half the white social democratic government, the murderers of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, have systematically disarmed the German workers and armed the offspring of the German bourgeoisie. The white social democrats cleared the road for the white generals, and when these white generals thought that they were sufficiently strong and the German Revolution sufficiently demoralized by the treacherous social democrats, they attempted to bring about a counter-revolutionary change in Germany. But they miscalculated. The entire proletariat of Germany without exception sprang into action. The cowardly gang of Ebert and Niski fled from Berlin in fear of their own generals, but the heroic Berlin proletariat in one tremendous outburst thrust aside the government of the white generals, which could only keep going for a few days. The generals' counter-revolution worked a miracle. It opened the eyes of even those backward strata of the workers who, demoralized by the propaganda of the yellow social democrats, had formerly put their trust in the government of Ebert and Niski. With one powerful blow the Berlin proletariat pushed the gangs of Leitwitz and Kapp out of their town. The flame of the general strike has spread over practically the whole of Germany. The German workers have got arms, that is the chief thing, and there is no power on earth which can take these arms away from them, because they have realized that a military dictatorship is inevitable if the workers are once again disarmed. In incredibly difficult circumstances the Red Army is being formed in Germany, and it is growing in spite of everything. to the horror of those who oppress the proletariat and the joy of the workers of all countries. The formation of a standing Red Army, however small in numbers for the time being, is of tremendous importance for the fate of the proletarian revolution in Germany. Nor is it of small value that the agricultural workers and farm laborers are joining the insurrectionary urban proletariat in great numbers, are arming themselves and hastening to the help of the advanced troops in the towns as a reserve. 84 The Communist International. The civil war in Germany will not end until victory is in the hands of the workers. Neither treachery by the trade union leaders nor rotten compromises hatched out by the right wing of the independents, who are no different from the Schedemans, can save the power of the bourgeoisie. The lesson was too clear, the impulse which set the whole of working Germany in movement was too strong. The German workers' road to power is covered with thorns. The bourgeoisie and their servants, the white social democrats, are resisting stubbornly, but nothing can save bourgeois rule. The throne of the bourgeoisie is tottering in Germany also. Should the French and English capitalists send their troops tomorrow to tame the German workers, they will on the following day see with horror that the soldiers they have sent are fraternizing with the German workers. Intervention by the French and English capitalists will carry the communist wave like an echo to England and France and accelerate the ripening revolution in those countries. The bourgeoisie cannot avoid their fate. The proletarian revolution and the establishment of Soviet power throughout Europe is as inevitable as that morning shall follow the dark night. What has the attempt at counter-revolution in Germany shown to the workers of all countries? It has proved once again without any possibility of doubt how right the Communist International was when it declared time and time again that as the epoch of civil war opens there are only two dictatorships possible, either the dictatorship of the proletariat which liberates all mankind and rebuilds the whole of life on communist foundations, or the dictatorship of the most reactionary and brutal bourgeois and generals who draw the knots tighter round the neck of the working class and lead humanity into new wars. One dictatorship or the other, there is no third. The victory of Soviet power in Germany will give the cause of proletarian revolution in all countries a gigantic impulse forward. The League of Two Soviet Republics, Russia and Germany, will strengthen both of them and make it possible for the German and Russian workers to organize their economic life and to save the people from hunger. The League of Two Soviet Republics will act as a powerful magnet attracting the proletariat of the entire world, and to this League of Two Soviet Republics others will be added one by one as the proletarian dictatorship triumphs in other countries. Workers of Germany 1. Now you can all see where the policy of white social democracy leads. You can see quite clearly how Scheidemann and Ebert betrayed you to the German bourgeoisie. Now you can see how the gangs dispatched by Ebert and Scheidemann are shooting down not only communists but also social democratic workers who with arms in hand are taking up the fight against reaction. Arm yourselves, German proletarians, take arms wherever you can find them, set up your councils. The Kindi. March 1920 85 Shins which are now being created will put new life into the councils. Yellow social democracy cannot strangle them now as it did a year ago. Build up your Red Army without a moment's delay wherever you can form red detachments. French, English, and Belgian soldiers, if you are sent against your brothers, the insurrectionary German workers, if you are ordered to turn your bayonets against the starving German proletarians, their wives and mothers, turn these bayonets against your own bourgeois authorities, go over to the side of the rebels and fraternize with them. Remember that for an honest worker there is no greater crime than to stain his hands with the blood of the workers of another country. Remember that the German workers are fighting for bread, for peace, for freedom. Remember that there will only be an end to war if with an iron hand we put an end to the power of the capitalists. Extracts from a manifesto to the communist parties of Bulgaria, Romania, Serbia, and Turkey. March 5 April 1920 Bisklusta Ersten Congresses, p. 229 The Balkan Social Democratic Federation was founded in 1910 at a conference in Belgrade attended by the Social Democratic parties of Bulgaria, Serbia, Romania, and Greece. In 1914 it came out against the war. In 1919, at a conference in Sofia, it changed its name to Balkan Communist Federation and decided to affiliate to the Third International. Its affiliation was accepted in 1920. Its object was to concert the activities of the Balkan Communist parties on questions concerning the peninsula as a whole. The Turkish Communist Party was founded illegally in June 1920. In June 1919 the narrow Bulgarian Socialists, Tesniaki, voted for affiliation to the Third International. The elections in Bulgaria gave the Communists 50 seats out of a total of 229, the Agrarian Party won no seats, and the Social Democrats 9. The elections were held on 28 March. The Communist International sends its joyful greetings to the communist movement in the Balkan countries. The brilliant victory of the Bulgarian Communist Party in the elections to the Sobrani, the mass strikes and demonstrations which have taken place recently in Bulgaria and which have often led to bloody encounters with the troops, the wave of economic and political strikes in Romania during the past year, the action of the Bucharest proletariat in December 1918 that ended with the shooting down of dozens of workers, the official adherence of the Serbian Social Democratic Workers' Party to the Third International, all these clearly indicate the revolutionary frame of mind of the Balkan proletariat who have shown their desire to follow in the footsteps of the Russian 86 the Communist International proletariat and to strive for the dictatorship and the establishment of Soviet power. The program and the methods of struggle pursued by the Russian proletariat in the severe and bloody experience of 3 years of revolution are in conformity with the interests of the proletarian masses in all countries, including the countries of the Balkans and the Danube. Because of their geographical and economic position, the Balkan and Danubian countries were drawn long ago into the sphere of interests of the imperialist powers. The pressure of Tsarist, capitalist Russia towards the Mediterranean, of Imperial Austria and Germany to the shores of the Aegean, Asia Minor, and Mesopotamia, the struggle of England, France, and Italy to get the upper hand in the Mediterranean, in Egypt, and in Mesopotamia, all these strands met and interlocked in the Balkans, which is the focal point of the roads to the south and to the Near and Far East. The bloody rivalry for the upper hand in the Balkans lasted for decades, but when these rivals out of sheer exhaustion ceased waging war, the ruling classes of the Balkan countries who had become their agents and servants continued the war among themselves. The last imperialist war began in the Balkans. It had a prelude in the Balkan War of 1912-13 which ended without complete victory for any of the groups taking part and provided the occasion for the opening of the 1914 war among the imperialist great powers, to settle finally the question who should rule the Balkan Peninsula and control the main roads to Asia and the Mediterranean. In order to draw the Balkan states into war against one another, their imperialist patrons exploited the greed of the bourgeoisie for territorial conquest and enticed them with promises of a great Bulgaria, great Serbia, or great Romania. They incited the different nationalities against each other, made loans for armaments, taking as pledge the mines and harbors, and in fact transforming these countries into their colonies. The struggle to take possession of the Romanian oil fields waged by American capital on one side and Anglo-American capital on the other clearly proves that the Allies have no intention whatever of guaranteeing to the Balkan bourgeoisie the enjoyment of the fruits of their victory. As a result of this policy, the prospects for the future awaiting the Balkan peoples are even worse than their present situation. The new national divisions which followed the dismemberment of Austria-Hungary and the defeat of Bulgaria and Turkey have made the nationality problem in the Balkan Peninsula even more complex than it was before the war. Under the rule of the victors, far more people have acquired alien nationality, and the policy of national oppression, the policy of insatiable militarism, awakens a still greater desire for emancipation, and this struggle for emancipation is taking on an ever larger scope. March 19, 2087. Only the proletariat can avert a new catastrophe by its victory and free the working and peasant masses from economic and national oppression. Only the victory of the proletarian dictatorship can unite the masses in a Balkan or Balkan and Danubian federal, socialist, Soviet republic, liberate them both from the feudal capitalist exploitation of their own and the foreign bourgeoisie, as well as from colonial servitude and national dissensions. The Communist Party is called upon by circumstances to play an even greater part in the Balkan Peninsula than in the capitalist countries where there are no nationality problems. All the efforts of the Balkan communist parties should be directed to fulfilling this great historical mission of communism in the Balkans. In the present preparatory phase of the socialist revolution, the Balkan communist parties must pay great attention to close association and coordination of the work of the different Balkan parties. The experience of the Hungarian Socialist Republic, which collapsed because it came into conflict with the white governments of Romania, Yugoslavia, and Czechoslovakia instead of meeting with the support of the workers of those countries, should be a clear enough lesson that without the closest association among all the Balkan parties, victory is impossible. The second lesson which the Balkan and Danubian communist parties must take deeply to heart is the necessity of drawing into the communist movement the working peasantry, the poor and middle peasants as well as the industrial workers. The triumph and consolidation of Soviet power in Romania, Bulgaria, Serbia, Greece, and Turkey will depend on the ability of the communists to extend the influence of their party to the peasant masses. Extracts from a letter from the ECCI to the trade unions of all countries, April 1920, KI 10, Kernel 1677, May 1920. The International Federation of Trade Unions was reconstituted at a conference in Amsterdam, July-August 1919. It adopted a resolution condemning the Labor Convention, that is, Part 13 of the Versailles Peace Treaty, but decided that the trade unions should attend the first International Labor Conference, to be held in Washington, provided, inter alia, that their representatives were recognized as representing the labor movement. One of the first actions of the IFTU was to appeal to all trade unions for mass action against the blockade of Russia. The suggestion that a new trade union international should be founded was made by Zinoviev in March 1920 to the Congress of the Russian Communist Party. No steps were taken immediately, but when in April the IFTU helped to 88 the Communist International organized the conference in Washington at which the ILO was founded, the Russian trade unions decided to join the Comintern and to appeal to other revolutionary trade unions to do the same. An International Trade Union Council was formed at the time of the Second Comintern Congress to make preparations for an international Congress of Red Trade Unions. What is now to happen to the trade unions? Along what path will they travel? The old union leaders will again try to push the unions onto the bourgeois road. What was it in the old trade unions that in fact led to their capitulation to the bourgeoisie? A narrow craft spirit. Division into small units. An exaggerated respect for bourgeois legality. Emphasis on the labor aristocracy and contempt for the mass of unskilled workers. High membership dues which an ordinary worker could not afford. The leadership of the unions concentrated in the hands of bureaucratic bosses who developed into a caste of officials. The advocacy of a neutral attitude to political questions, which amounted in fact to support of bourgeois policy. A distortion of the collective agreement system which meant in fact that the agreements were concluded by the bureaucratic bosses, and kept the workers covered by the agreements in chains for several years. Pushing to the front the charitable and mutual benefit activities of the unions as against strike funds. Regarding the unions as organizations designed to win partial improvements within the capitalist system, not as organizations aiming at the revolutionary overthrow of the entire capitalist system. Will the unions continue along this old reformist road? That is the question which the international labor movement has to answer. We are deeply convinced that the answer will be no. A fresh wind is blowing through the musty trade union offices. Factory committees are being formed in England, production councils in Germany, new centers are crystallizing in the French unions, unions of unions like the Triple Alliance in England. New currents have set in the American unions. All these are symptoms that a radical revaluation of values is taking place in the world trade union movement. It is our belief that a new trade union movement is being formed. What should be its characteristic features? The new trade union movement should throw overboard all vestiges of the craft spirit. It should make its task the direct struggle shoulder to shoulder with the communist parties for the dictatorship of the proletariat and the Soviet system. It should place in the foreground the weapon of the general strike and should prepare for combining a general strike with armed insurrection. The new unions should cover the entire mass of workers and not only the labor aristocracy. They should implement the principle of strict centralism and organization by industry, not April 19, 2089 by occupation. The new unions should start a revolutionary struggle for the immediate nationalization of the most important industries, while remembering that unless the proletariat establishes a Soviet regime, no genuine nationalization is possible. The tremendous wave of strikes spreading across the entire continent of Europe, as well as America and other parts of the world, is the best proof that the unions will not wither away, but very quickly take on new life. They cannot and will not stand aside from the immense problems on which the attention of the entire world is fastened and which divide the whole of mankind into two camps, the white and the red. The old unions are reshaping, within a year we shall not recognize them. The old bureaucrats will be generals without armies. The new era will advance a new generation of proletarian leaders to reshape the trade union movement. But, foreseeing this, the bourgeoisie are not dozing. Through their tried and trusted servants, the old trade union bosses, they are trying to get the unions into their hands again. At Amsterdam, as you know, a congress was held which called itself an International Trade Union Congress. The illustrious League of Nations, which is in fact a league of imperialist robbers, convened in Washington, and later in Paris, a farcical conference on international labor protection, at which 2/3 of the votes were given to the bourgeoisie, and 1/3 to bourgeois agents like Legion, Jouerho, and Co., who call themselves the workers' representatives. By the united efforts of bourgeois ministers and trade union bureaucrats, they want to pin the workers' unions into the Procrustean bed of petty bourgeois reformism. The Communist International calls on the proletariat organized in trade unions to put an end to this bourgeois mockery, to expose this shameful comedy. Tell the whole world that you have nothing in common with these creatures of Clemenceau and Wilson. The Communist International considers that the time has come when the unions of producers, freed from bourgeois and social trader influence, should begin to create their international organization, both for industries and generally. In opposition to the Yellow International of Unions which the bourgeois agents are trying to recreate in Amsterdam, Paris, and Washington, we should put up a genuinely proletarian Red International of Trade Unions, marching side by side with the Third International. The cause of working class emancipation demands the concentration of all the organized forces of the proletariat. All kinds of weapons are necessary if we are to make a successful assault on capitalism. The Communist International aims at the closest bonds with the revolutionary unions. It wishes to bring together not only the political organizations of the workers, but all workers' organizations which in fact and not only in words are out for revolutionary struggle and for the dictatorship of the working. 90. The Communist International Class. The Executive Committee of the Communist International suggests that not only the communist parties should attend the congresses of the Communist International but also those trade unions which have a revolutionary program. Red trade unions should unite on the international level and become a section, of the Communist International. We make this proposal to the workers organized in unions throughout the world. In the trade union movement there is impending that evolution and breakaway which occurred in the political parties of the proletariat. Just as all the most important workers' parties left the Second International, so all honest unions should break with the Yellow Amsterdam Trade Union International. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto on the Polish attack on Russia, May 18, 1920 Ki. 11, Colonel 1861, June 1920. Desultory fighting and reluctant armistice overtures preceded the opening of the Polish offensive, aimed at annexing part of the Ukraine. At the end of April 1920, the Polish army advanced rapidly, capturing Kiev early in May. In the south of Russia, civil war flared up again between the Red Army and Rgel's forces. Analyzing the mistakes of the KPD during the Kapp Putsch, Radek urged the German communists to bear in mind that the conflict between Soviet Russia and Poland opens new perspectives. Paul Levi is said to have offered communist support to any German government that would support Russia in this conflict. To the proletariat of all countries. Workers of all countries. In the East, blood flows again. Again vast areas are laid waste by military operations. Again the Russian working masses, thirsting for peace and for the creative labor of reconstruction and regeneration, are compelled to take up arms. The attack of capitalist and landlord Poland on Soviet Russia has interrupted the work of peaceful construction to which the Russian workers and peasants turned once they had defeated Kalkuk, Denikin, and Yudnich. Who is responsible for these new hostilities? You know that the Soviet government recognized the independence of the Polish Republic from the very first day. You know that to spare the lives of Russian and Polish workers it was ready to make territorial and economic concessions. You know that, firmly convinced that the Polish workers, allies of the Russian proletariat, would sooner or later take power into their own hand, the Soviet government was even ready to transfer for the time being to the May 19, 1991 Polish ruling class's territory which, by the composition of its population, should not belong to Poland. Poland replied to the Soviet government's peace proposals by a treacherous attack on the Ukraine. But it is not only the Polish landlords and capitalists who are guilty of this war. The Entente governments are also responsible. They armed and are arming White Guard Poland. While negotiating with Soviet Russia about the resumption of trade relations, they have not given up hope of subduing the workers and peasants of Russia. The French capitalists have sent to Poland not only enormous quantities of arms, but also 600 officers. With one word, enough of war, enough of destruction. The whole world needs Russia. As a source of grain and raw materials, the English government could have stopped this war. But Lloyd George's government, which in its notes to the Soviet government appeals to the sentiments of humanity and demands an amnesty for the Russian counter-revolutionaries in Archangel and the Crimea, never even thought of telling Poland that enough blood had been shed. To a greater or less extent all the Entente governments are supporting the Polish invaders and robbers. Workers of the world. Soviet Russia will settle with the shameless bandits of Polish imperialism, as it settled with Yudnik, Kalkuk, and Denikin. But the question is, how long will the war last, how much blood will be shed, how much wealth destroyed, how many more wounds will be inflicted on the Russian people? It depends on you, workers of all countries, whether the war will stop as early as possible with the defeat of the Polish capitalists and landlords. Workers in the ammunition factories of France, England, Italy, and America. Do not turn out a single bullet, a single rifle, not a single gun for Poland. Transport workers, railwaymen, dockers, seamen. Do not dispatch supplies or food to Poland, for it will be used for the war against workers and peasants Russia. Workers of all allied countries. March out onto the streets, demonstrate and strike under the slogan, "No more support for White Guard Poland." German railwaymen. Do not pass trains through from France to Poland. Dockers of Danzig. Do not load ships destined for Poland. Austrian railwaymen. Not one train must get through from Italy to Poland. Workers of Poland. There is no need to remind you, who are bound to the Russian proletariat by 30 years of common struggle, of your duty. You will organize demonstrations and strikes on behalf of peace with Soviet Russia. The International is convinced that you will now exert your utmost efforts to strike White Poland in the rear, so that together with the workers of Russia you will win victory over the Polish landlords and capitalists. You know that Soviet Russia brings Poland not oppression, but 92 the Communist International national freedom, freedom from the chains of Allied capital, help in the fight against your own capitalists. The victory of workers and peasants Russia will be the victory of the Polish proletariat, brothers and allies of the Russian workers and peasants. To the attack, Polish workers. Letter from the ECCI to the Presidium of the German Independent Social Democratic Party, May 27, 1920. Beschluss ersten Kongresses, p. 284. Between the Leipzig and Halle Congresses of the USPD, the ECCI kept up a continuous stream of propaganda and appeals to the USPD. These negotiations between the ECCI and the USPD bypassing the small German Communist Party were pressed hard in the attempt to capture an important mass organization in Germany. In the June 1920 elections, the USPD received 4.9 million votes, while the KPD received fewer than 500,000. Dear comrades, the ECCI notes with regret that the Presidium of the USPD has not replied to its letter of February 5, 1920. This letter dealt with all the questions in dispute between us and the USPD. A clear answer would have certainly helped to clear up the relations of the USPD Presidium with the Third International. Even more than this failure to reply, the ECCI regrets that the Presidium found it possible to conceal our letter from the membership. The attitude of the USPD to the Communist International is the concern not only of the party Presidium but of the million German workers who support German social democracy and whose energetic pressure forced the USPD Presidium to enter into relations with us. The opinion of the independent working masses is decisive for the USPD attitude to the Communist International. For it is not the half-dozen men and women who make up the Presidium that decides whether the USPD shall belong to the Communist International or not, but the million independent workers who decide by their deeds. We are convinced that it is enough for the independent workers to be brought to an understanding of the meaning of their struggle, for them to decide consciously in favor of the Communist International. To keep our letter secret is therefore objectively nothing but an attempt to delay the decision of the USPD masses in regard to their relations with the Communist International. Any attempt to excuse the sabotage of the Leipzig Congress decision by the USPD Presidium, which has so far done nothing more to carry out the Congress decision than send a single letter, by reference to external difficulties, the Kapp Putsch, and preparations for the elections, is exploded by the simple fact that the May 19, 2093 question of international organization is a question of life and death for the struggle of the German working class. Quite apart from that, however, the publication of our letter by our West European Secretariat has shown that publication was technically possible. Since we are aware of the serious desire of the great majority of the independent workers to enter the Communist International, we think it our duty, regardless of obstacles placed in the way of dealing with the question of the international unification of the proletariat by the USPD Presidium, to request you to send your representatives to Moscow so that we can inform them of the thesis of the ECCI on the tactical questions of the struggle for proletarian dictatorship, and clear up the question of the reasons why the USPD Presidium is delaying adherence to the Communist International. Then it will be the job of the independent German workers to decide whether they are in agreement with the Presidium or with the ECCI. There are no insuperable technical difficulties in the way of the USPD representatives making the journey. If it is possible for workers from South Africa, Australia, and America to get here, sometimes almost entirely of their own accord, then representatives of a party of 1 million can find their way here if they really look for it. With communist greetings, for the ECCI, K. Radek, Secretary. Extracts from an open letter from the ECCI to the members of the German Communist Labour Party. June 2, 1920 Beschluss ersten Kongresses, p. 292 Lenin regretted the split in the KPD which led to the formation of the KAPD, but had been unable to prevent it. Communication between the two countries was slow and difficult. In a letter to the German Central Committee of October 20, 1919 he said he had learnt of the split from the official German news broadcast. If you are in agreement on basic questions, for Soviet power against bourgeois parliamentarism, unification is, in my opinion, both possible and necessary. In regard to the KAPD, as to the IWW, the ECCI was ready to be conciliatory, to overlook disagreements over secondary matters such as parliamentary activities, in order to win the support of organizations hostile to the Second International. At the Foundation Congress of the KAPD it was decided to apply for affiliation to the Comintern, and 2 delegates, Jung and Appelt, were sent to Moscow. Laufenberg and Wolfheim had advocated National Bolshevism, i.e. cooperation with the right-wing nationalist German parties on an anti-Versailles, anti-West, anti-social democratic program. Their proposals, communicated 94 the Communist International to Radek, were rejected by Lenin, and the 2 were expelled from the KPD. In April 1920 the ECCI had dissolved the Amsterdam Bureau of the Comintern, whose leaders were in sympathy with the KAPD, stating that on some highly important questions the Amsterdam Bureau is following a line which departs in principle from the line of the ECCI. In these circumstances the executive has no choice but to cancel the powers given to the group of Dutch comrades. The following resolution was unanimously adopted by the ECCI. We are convinced that the differences with the Dutch comrades will be quickly resolved. In contrast to the Second International, we do not conceal our differences nor do we permit ambiguous formulations. On a number of questions, trade unions, Parliament, the Dutch Bureau has adopted an attitude inconsistent with that of the Executive Committee. The Dutch Bureau did not inform the Executive Committee of its differing point of view before convening the International Conference in Amsterdam. In view of this, the Executive Committee declares that the mandate of the Dutch Bureau has lost validity and withdraws that mandate. The Executive Committee instructs the Little Bureau to send the Dutch comrades a full report on this matter. The functions of the Dutch Bureau are transferred to the West European Secretariat. The conference referred to met early in February 1920 and was attended by delegates from left-wing groups in Holland, Britain, France, Italy, Belgium, Germany, the Scandinavian countries, and America. Michael Borodin attended as ECCI delegate. The conference was dispersed by the Dutch police on the second day and accomplished nothing. Comrades, on April 4, 1920 a congress was opened in Berlin on the initiative of a few groups of the left opposition which proclaimed itself a new party, the Communist Labour Party. According to the organizers of the congress it represented about 38,000 members. The ECCI only learned about this congress a few weeks after it took place. We received no information that it was to be held. The statement made by the organizers, see the minutes, that a representative of the West European Bureau of the Communist International was present at the Congress is not correct. The ECCI has received the report of the representatives of your party Presidium on the foundation of the Communist Labour Party and has thoroughly examined it at a prolonged discussion, together with all the material relevant to the subject. The Executive Committee on the basis of a full knowledge of the facts then decided to address the present letter to you in order to explain the point of view which the Executive Committee takes up on the disputed questions of the German Revolution. We know that the overwhelming majority of the members of the German Communist Labour Party are honest, revolutionary-minded workers. We know that they are filled with a sacred desire to fight for the emancipation of the proletariat. We know that they are deeply convinced that they stand. June 19/20/95 on the platform of the Communist International. We know that what we have to say about the attitude of the Communist Labour Party will cause them pain. But in contrast to the Second International, the directing body of the Third International regards conflicts within the individual parties not from a diplomatic standpoint, and does not allow itself to be guided merely by considerations of a formal and organizational character. The ECCI sees it as its duty to be a guiding political center for the workers' movement of all countries. In the present case it considers it its duty to speak clearly on the nature of the disputes and problems which have become so acute because of the communist split in Germany. We are not by any means adherents of unity at any price. The ECCI is fully aware that there are situations in which it is the sacred duty of a revolutionary to split a party organization. Such cases occur when the old party organization has become unfaithful to the interests of the proletariat and is leading the proletariat along the path to ruin. The organizers of the new Communist Labour Party who took the initiative in splitting the German Communists did not by any means, we are deeply convinced, find themselves in such a situation. On the contrary, the views which the German Communist Labour Party upholds in contrast to those of the old German Communist Party, Spartakusbund, are, in the opinion of the ECCI, an outright deviation from communism and will have unfortunate results for the new party. The ECCI does not mean to imply that it is in absolute agreement on all details with the German Communist Party's Zentrale, against which the German Communist Labour Party has raised the banner of revolt. For example, it is completely out of agreement with the reasons given by the Spartakusbund Center in its well-known statement of March 21, 1920 on the possibility of forming a so-called purely socialist government. It was incorrect to state that such a purely socialist government could ensure a situation in which bourgeois democracy need not appear as a capitalist dictatorship. We also admit that the Spartakusbund Center has not always been sufficiently careful and patient in its organizational struggle with the opposition elements and has thus driven a part of the workers into the arms of the anarcho-syndicalist ranters. But we must state with all firmness to all members of the German Communist Labour Party that on all those most important questions of principle and tactics which have now become the most burning question of the day in Germany and throughout the Communist International, it is not the German Communist Labour Party but the German Communist Party which is right. Let us deal with these problems one by one. The most important question in our opinion is that of Communist. 96. The Communist International participation in the trade unions and in the campaign for factory council elections. The Berlin Congress of the Communist Labour Party officially confirmed the slogan that German communists should leave the free trade unions. The ECCI can in no circumstances agree with this slogan. What reasons did the Berlin Congress of the German Communist Labour Party give for urging communists to leave the free trade unions? It gave only one reason, unfortunately a wholly inadequate and absurd reason: the free trade unions are reformist unions which remain willing tools in the hands of their bureaucratic leaders. To deal with this question more fully, the membership of the free German trade unions is growing with unexampled speed. At the beginning of the imperialist war they numbered 3 million, and during the war fell to 1.5 million. Now their membership has increased to nearly 8 million. German workers are streaming into the unions because they hope to find in them the means of satisfying their most elementary economic demands. Can the Communist Labour Party stand aside from organizations to which practically the entire working class in the country concerned belongs? In our opinion, no. The new epoch, the epoch of embittered class struggle which is changing before our eyes into civil war, also changes the free trade unions into a new organization. Some of these unions we must split. Others will of themselves come over to us, either wholly or in a majority. The fires of the proletarian revolution which is breaking out will burn out the opportunist tendencies in all mass workers' organizations, including free trade unions, and transform these organizations into pillars of the proletarian dictatorship. This process of transformation has already begun in the German unions. Many of them are already expelling the social democratic leaders and replacing them by independents and sometimes by communists. A vigorous process of differentiation has already begun among the masses of the trade union membership, which will with every day that passes strengthen the influence of communism in the trade unions. It is true that this process is going on slowly, too slowly, much more slowly than we wished. The ordinary members of these unions will grasp through their own experience the treachery of their present leaders and the utter powerlessness of social democratic tactics. The March events in Germany during the counter-revolutionary Kaplutz-Putsch proved once more what a tremendous force the trade unions now represent, what irreparable harm they do to the cause of the proletarian revolution because they follow the yellow Social Democrats, and what a great force they could be if the communists succeeded in wresting the unions from social democratic influence. But events themselves will cure the ordinary trade union member of his. June 19, 2097. Confidence in the old, tried social democratic tactics. The lessons of experience are driven home too deeply. It is the mission of communists in Germany to facilitate and to accelerate the development which is already taking place. But that can only happen if they stay inside the free trade unions, form communist fractions inside them, even if at the beginning they are only small, take an energetic part in the current daily work of the unions and expose the bankruptcy of the legions in their day-to-day work. It is a deep concern of the Communist International that the German communists shall make no irreparable mistake in the trade union question. At the present moment this question is of great international significance. The Second International, insofar as it is a political organization of the working class, has collapsed like a house of cards. But it is trying to establish itself again on the basis of the trade unions. The Amsterdam International of Social Democratic Unions is a far more serious opponent of the Communist International than the Brussels International Bureau of the Second International. The Second International can only re-establish itself if it succeeds in maintaining its influence on the trade unions. If it has any mass support in the working class movement, it is only because of the unions, which we have not yet been able to wrest from the Second International, which we have not known how to rescue from the disintegrating influence of social democracy. The most important current task of the proletarian revolution is to destroy the Amsterdam International of Free Trade Unions, just as we destroyed the Brussels Second International. The bourgeoisie maintain themselves in power at the present time only because the Second International still has some influence. But the latter maintains itself only because it still has some influence on the free trade unions. Communist mistakes in this field can have as their result nothing more nor less than a prolongation of the rule of the bourgeoisie. The German Communist Labour Party, without of course wishing to do so, is helping the bourgeoisie to maintain their rule over the working class, and that is something to which the Communist International can in no circumstances reconcile itself. The German Communist Labour Party split from the German Communist Party because it considered the Communist Party's tactics opportunist. At the same time it accepted as members Laufenberg and Wolfheim. Advocates of civil peace with the bourgeoisie. If the bourgeoisie recognized the government of the workers' councils, before that bourgeoisie had been destroyed and broken by the proletariat. They advocated giving the franchise to all peasants regardless of the size of their holdings. Thus their policy amounted in fact to the establishment of a sham Soviet republic, for a genuine Soviet republic, a genuine proletarian dictatorship, can only be established if the proletariat has defeated the bourgeoisie. 98. The Communist International in civil war. If they get power without this struggle, the fight still confronts them. While it would be pedantic to renounce power if the proletariat could seize it without large-scale struggles, it would be the first duty of the Communist Party in such a situation to warn the proletariat against placing any trust in the bourgeois elements which recognized their power in words. Laufenberg and Wolfheim did the exact reverse. They tried to direct the policy of the proletariat towards a sham Soviet republic because they needed such a republic, that is, a coalition with the nationalist bourgeoisie and the officers' corps, for the purpose of fighting the Entente. War against the Entente is the alpha and omega of the policy of Laufenberg and his comrades. It may be that war with Entente capitalism will become a necessity for Soviet Germany if the workers in the Entente countries should not come quickly enough to the help of a victorious proletariat in Germany. But should this war have to be fought, the German proletariat will find it more than ever necessary to defeat the German bourgeoisie. For the German bourgeoisie, the German counter-revolution, notwithstanding all the hymns of hate against France and England, will make common cause with Entente capital against the German proletariat. In their address, Laufenberg and Wolfheim are spreading the poison of the illusion that the German bourgeoisie could, out of nationalist hatred, become allies of the proletariat. If the proletariat were to be befooled by this idea, they would become cannon fodder for German capital, which, under the flag of the sham Soviet Republic, would use the proletariat for war against the Entente, and then discard the cloak and openly re-establish capitalist rule. The nationalist petty bourgeois standpoint of Laufenberg and Wolfheim is bound to lead them to fight against the Communist International. Whoever has trust in their own bourgeoisie must distrust the international proletariat and the international. The ECCI has told your delegates that it cannot regard you as a serious revolutionary communist party so long as you keep within your ranks people and organizations who trample underfoot the principles of communism. Your representatives were obliged to recognize completely the correctness of the Communist International's attitude, were obliged to issue a statement that on their return to Germany they would ask for the expulsion of Laufenberg and Wolfheim and of the organizations which take up the same position. We welcome this awakening of a proletarian sense of honor and of proletarian insight in your delegates, and expect that you will carry out the obligations which they solemnly undertook and which clear your road to the Communist International. If you wish to attend the Communist International Congress, if you wish to be accepted into the communist family, and we know that is what you want, otherwise there would have been no point in your sending delegates. June 19, 2099. To Moscow, it is obvious that you must state in advance that you accept the decisions of the Communist International Congress. The Communist International has broken decisively with the rotten habit of the Second International in collecting round itself parties which in reality do not belong together. The Communist International is not a bundle of parties loosely tied together with general phrases, it is a fighting association, and whoever wants to belong to it must subordinate himself to and act in accordance with the general rules laid down by the International Congress. We repeat, we do not by any means defend every step taken by the Spartakusbund Center. We know that that center has made many mistakes. We think one of its chief weaknesses was its hesitating attitude to the question of participation in the trade unions and failure to take up a firm position. We know that making a cult of the leader is no business for a communist. We know very well that an entire generation of so-called leaders shamelessly betrayed the cause of the working class. We know that there are cases when the struggle against the old leaders becomes an absolute necessity and it is impossible to advance to the creation of a true proletarian movement without dethroning these leaders. The German Communist Labour Party, however, has only convinced us, in the programmatic statements we have had the opportunity of seeing, that its struggle against the Spartakusbund is not dictated by such considerations, but represents rather a certain vacillation in the direction of a petty bourgeois anarchist policy. We suggest that before the Congress you reach agreement with the German Communist Party Center and establish a provisional organization bureau of the two centers with equal representation and under the chairmanship of a member of the ECCI. The German working class is living through a period in which any dispersal of communist forces may result in tremendous dangers for their struggle. We must do everything that we can to alleviate the ruinous consequences of the split. Our practical suggestions are as follows: 1. Ratify immediately the statement of the delegates of your party that Laufenberg, Wolfheim, and Ruhl will be expelled. 2. State officially, what goes without saying, that you submit unconditionally to the decisions of the Second Congress of the Communist International. 3. Accept our proposal for the organization of a provisional bureau representing both centers under our chairmanship. 4. Send your delegates to the Second Congress of the Communist International on July 15, 1920. 100. The Communist International. Extracts from a letter from the ECCI to the German Independent Social Democratic Party. June 21, 1920. The USPD sent 4 representatives to Moscow. They attended the Second Comintern Congress, but without the right to vote. On their return, 2 advocated adherence to the Third International, Domig and Sturker, 2 opposed affiliation, Crispien and Dittmann. The 21 conditions of admission to the Comintern approved by the Congress were designed to ensure that the right wing would find them unacceptable. At the September 1920 conference of the USPD the conditions were rejected. On July 15, as you know, the Second World Congress of the Communist International opens in Moscow. It is already clear that our Second Congress will really be a World Congress of leading workers. The Congress will take stock of the experience of our struggle. It will point out to us the road of our further struggle. The voice of the Congress will be heard by the working people of the entire world. Comrades, are you really going to stand aside from this Congress? We know that you proletarians of the USPD are heart and soul with us. We know that you long to enter the ranks of our International Fellowship of Workers, the Third International. The less can it be tolerated that the right-wing leaders of your Central Committee should frustrate your wish and ours. Under your pressure, under the pressure of the workers, the Leipzig Congress of the USPD decided to leave the Second International and to establish relations with the Third. But your right-wing leaders in fact sabotaged and are still sabotaging that decision. We sent an open letter to the USPD stating in detail and precisely the terms on which we can accept your party, as well as other parties which up to now have belonged to the centrist tendency. Your Central Committee did not even publish the letter of the ECCI in Germany. It kept it and is still keeping it out of sight. It is hiding it from you, but the communists have published it. Their conduct shows how right we were when we said that your admission into the Third International was possible only over the heads of your right-wing leaders. In view of the above, we suggest that individual local and regional organizations of the USPD which want to join the Third International at once should immediately elect and send their delegates to our Congress. The revolutionary workers of the USPD must be present at the World Congress of the Communist International. Discuss our proposal at all. KI, 12, Colonel 2257 July 1920. June 1920 101 Your workers' meetings. Publish it in your papers. Expose those who frustrate your wishes. Act. With communist greetings, President of the ECCI, G. Zinoviev Secretary, K. Radek Members of the ECCI, Saradi, Bombassi, Graziade, Socialist Party of Italy, Lenin, Bukharin, Karakan, Balabanova, Klinger, RCP. Extracts from a letter from the ECCI to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of America and the Central Committee of the Communist Labor Party of America June 1920 Beschlussste Ersten Kongresses, p. 266 At a meeting of the ECCI in August 1920 it was decided to give the two American parties until October 10 to amalgamate on the basis of the decisions of the Second Comintern Congress. At a further meeting in September they were given until January 1, 1921. Amalgamation did not take place, and at a subsequent ECCI meeting in March 1921, at which representatives of both parties were present, the ECCI, observing that their refusal was tantamount to a crime against the Comintern, declared that unless the two parties amalgamated before the Third World Congress the ECCI would recommend that delegates from neither should be admitted. Amalgamation was effected at a Congress held in May 1921. Dear comrades, from the reports of comrades who have arrived from America and who represent the two tendencies in American communism, the ECCI has had the opportunity of familiarizing itself with the differences among the American comrades which led to an open conflict and to the formation of two communist parties. The question was examined at an enlarged meeting of the executive which consisted, in addition to members of the executive, of representatives of the two American parties and of the communist organizations of France, Switzerland, Hungary, Finland, and Yugoslavia. The ECCI came to the following conclusions: the split is doing great harm to the communist movement in America. It disperses the revolutionary forces and leads to injurious parallelism, to unnecessary friction and to unjustifiable expenditure of strength on the internal struggle. And this at a time when the mobilization of the forces of the American bourgeoisie has taken on an unprecedented scope, when the class struggle is becoming more acute from day to day, requiring unexampled sacrifices on the part of the American proletariat, at a time when, because of the inevitable growth of the world revolution, the greatest opportunities and the most brilliant prospects are opening before the American working class. 102 The Communist International careful examination of all the material on both sides has convinced us that there are no serious programmatic differences between the two parties. There are certain conflicts on questions of organization. There were disputes about how to break with the old Social Patriotic Party, but that was all. In such circumstances the split has no justification and must in all circumstances be eliminated. Insofar as both parties adopt the standpoint of the Communist International, and we have no reason whatever to doubt that they do, the unity of the party is not only possible but unconditionally necessary. The Executive Committee insists most emphatically that this unity shall be immediately established. The necessity of immediate unification is further dictated by the fact that to a certain extent the two parties represent different aspects of the communist movement in America, and can, therefore, complement each other. In the Communist Party of America there are to be found chiefly the foreign elements organized in the so-called national federations. The Communist Labor Party of America represents primarily American or English-speaking elements. If the first party has a better theoretic training and closer connections with the traditions of the revolutionary struggle of the Russian working class, it is at the same time less closely connected with the mass movement and the mass organizations of the American workers, who are gradually finding their way to the class struggle. If the second party has not yet had such a theoretic training it has, on the other hand, this colossal advantage, that through it the Communist Party can more easily exert an influence on the broad masses of the native American workers, who in the forthcoming decisive class struggle will have the most important part to play. One party is better at propaganda, the other at agitation. As a means of effecting the earliest possible unification, the ECCI proposes that a joint Congress be called, whose decisions shall be binding on both sections. An organization bureau shall be set up to prepare and convene the Congress and to coordinate the work of the two parties until they are amalgamated. This bureau shall consist of an equal number of representatives of the two parties. The basis of unification must be the principles set forth in the directives of the Communist International and the decisions of the ECCI. In addition, the executive wishes to state 4. While promoting in every way the splitting of the American Federation of Labor and other similar craft unions, the party must work to establish the closest possible relations with those industrial organizations of the working class which represent the tendency towards industrial unionism, IWW, OBU, IUW, and unions which split off from the AFL. 7. The increasing persecution of communists in America raises the question of illegal work. The Congress of the Communist International in March 1919 expressed itself quite clearly on this point. Illegal work is, June 1920, 103, essential because throughout the world the bourgeois democracies are in fact placing communist workers in a state of siege. 2 or 3 years ago the idea of working illegally in a free country like England seemed ridiculous to our English comrades. Now the revolutionary English workers have learned to do illegal work also. Every smallest possibility of legal action must be exploited. At the same time we must learn to issue illegal leaflets, to organize illegal groups, if necessary create illegal factory committees, have an illegal central direction, etc. The ECCI is convinced that you will show yourselves equal to the responsible tasks which await you. The fate of the international proletariat depends on the successes of communism in America. With communist greetings, the ECCI. Extracts from the ECCI circular convening the Second Congress of the Communist International, June 1920. Protocol 2, P1. Apart from Russia, represented by Balabanova, Berdan, Bukharin, Vorovsky, Klinger, and Zinoviev, the ECCI between the First and Second Congresses included representatives of the Communist parties of Hungary, Poland, Yugoslavia, Finland, and Lithuania. The other parties nominated to the ECCI in March 1919 were only occasionally represented. At different times leading communists from other countries who were visiting Russia were drawn into its work. The Bureau of the ECCI had met 56 times between the First and Second Congresses. To all communist parties and groups, to all red trade unions, to all communist women's organizations, to all communist youth leagues, to all workers' organizations standing on a communist platform, to all honest working people. Comrades, the Executive Committee of the Communist International has decided to convene the Second Congress of the Communist International on July 15, 1930 in Moscow. All communist parties, groups, and trade unions which have officially affiliated to the Communist International and are recognized by its Executive Committee are invited to attend the Congress, with voting powers. Those groups and organizations which accept the platform of the Communist International, but which are in opposition to the officially affiliated communist parties, are also invited to take part in the Congress, which will itself decide the voting powers to which they shall be entitled. An invitation is also extended to all groups of revolutionary syndicalists. 104 The Communist International, the IWW unions, and other organizations with which the ECCI has entered into relations. If it is at all possible, the first international conference of red trade unions will be held in connection with the Congress. All parties and organizations are invited to send to the Congress as large a delegation as possible. The ECCI emphatically insists that all communist parties represented at the Congress must nominate one of their delegates as permanent representative on the ECCI. The comrade selected must be in a position to spend a considerable time in Russia. The First Congress of the Communist International raised the banner of communism. Today millions of class-conscious workers all over the world are already gathered under that banner. Now it is no longer merely a question of propaganda for the communist idea. Now the era is opening of organizing the communist proletariat and of the direct struggle for the communist revolution. The Second International has collapsed like a house of cards. The efforts of a few socialist diplomats to found a new bastard international to stand between the second and the third, are downright ridiculous, and are meeting with no support from the workers. Separated from each other by military censorship, by the state of siege, the slander campaign of the yellow Social Democrats and the bourgeois press, the workers of all countries are still stretching out brotherly hands to each other. During the 1 year of its existence, the Communist International has won a decisive moral victory among the working masses of the entire world. These ordinary workers should force their parties and organizations to choose, once and for all. They should put an end to the unworthy game being played by some of their old leaders, who are trying to keep the parties from joining the Communist International. The members of the trade unions which formerly still belong to the White Guard International, organized in Amsterdam by the agents of capital, should strive to get their organizations to break with the traitors to the workers' cause and to send their delegates to the Congress of the Communist International. Every workers' organization, every workers' circle, should discuss the agenda proposed by the ECCI. The workers themselves should send in their own resolutions on these questions, and in the next few weeks the entire communist press should open their columns to a discussion of the important problems confronting us. The preparatory work must be carried out with vigor and zeal. With communist greetings, President of the ECCI, G. Zinoviev, Secretary of the ECCI, K. Radek. July 1920, 105. Extracts from an ECCI appeal on the forthcoming Congress of Eastern Peoples at Baku, July 1920. Beschluste Ersten Kongresses, p. 367. Reporting at the ECCI meeting of September 20, 1920, Zinoviev stated that the Baku Congress, called on the initiative of the ECCI, had been attended by 1,891 representatives of 32 nationalities. They came largely from the Caucasus and the Central Asian territories of Russia, but included also many Turks and Persians. Of the total, 2/3 were communists. There were 44 women delegates. Zinoviev, Radek, and Belakun were the principal ECCI representatives. In his opening speech, Zinoviev referred constantly to the struggle against English imperialism. We are ready to help any revolutionary struggle against the English government. Our task is to help the East to liberate itself from English imperialism. Our task is to kindle a real holy war against the English and French capitalists. Radek told the delegates they need fear no enemy, nothing can stay the torrent of the workers and peasants of Persia, Turkey, India, if they unite with Soviet Russia. Soviet Russia can produce arms and arm not only its own workers and peasants, but also the peasants of India, Persia, Anatolia, all the oppressed, and lead them in a common struggle and a common victory. He contended that their common enemy gave them a common cause. The Eastern policy of the Soviet government is thus no diplomatic maneuver, no pushing forward of the peoples of the East into the firing line in order, by betraying them, to win advantages for the Soviet Republic. We are bound to you by a common destiny. Either we unite with the peoples of the East and hasten the victory of the Western European proletariat, or we shall perish and you will be slaves. In the discussion following the two speeches, a delegate from Turkestan said, to applause, it was the duty of the Congress to say to the Soviet government, comrades, the Muslims will not desert the Soviets, but on condition that the peculiarities of the Eastern peoples are recognized, and that the measures taken by the Soviet government were realized in practice and not only on paper. The West accused the Bolsheviks of red imperialism. To answer that charge, the leaders of the Soviet government and the Communist Party should come and see for themselves what is happening there, what the local authorities are really doing, whose policy is such that it repels the laboring masses from the Soviet government. He asked them to remove your colonizers, working behind the mask of communism. Belakun spoke on Soviets in the East. The Soviet system, he argued, could be established in pre-capitalist conditions, as the dictatorship of the poor peasantry. His theses on the Soviet system of government in the East were adopted unanimously. In closing the Congress, Zinoviev said they hoped to meet annually. Meanwhile, they would elect a Council of Propaganda and Action of Eastern Peoples, attached to the ECCI, which would issue a journal in 3 languages, conduct propaganda throughout the East, unite the local liberation movements. 106 The Communist International and establish a University of the Social Sciences for Eastern workers. All the work of the Council will be done under the guidance and control of the ECCI. The Comintern representatives on the Council were Pavlovic, Arhonikij, Elaeva, Kirov, Stasova, and Skotchko. It was to meet at least 4 times a year in Baku, and have a permanent presidium of 7, to include 2 ECCI delegates. The Manifesto to the Peoples of the East issued by the Congress, after listing Britain's misdeeds and cruelties, called on them to rise as one man for the holy war against the English conquerors. Rise, all of you, against the common enemy, imperialist England. The Congress also issued a manifesto to the workers of Europe, America, and Japan, on the interdependence of the anti-imperialist struggles in the East and the West. It was as a result of the Baku Congress that an Institute of Oriental Studies was established in Moscow in 1920, and in the following year the Communist University of Toilers of the East, where instruction in political work was given to the students, who came from other countries as well as from Russia, in their own languages. There is no record that the Council of Propaganda and Action ever met. The first Congress of the Persian Communist Party was held at Enzeli in July 1920, preparatory work having been done at Tashkent. Enzeli had been occupied by Soviet forces in May 1920, ostensibly to take over the Russian ships abandoned there by Denikin's forces. The Congress was attended by 48 delegates claiming to represent 2,000 members and sympathizers. Until the arrival of the Red Army it had consisted of 2 underground groups enriched with a total membership of 37. A Congress resolution stated that it was the duty of the Persian Communist Party to fight jointly with Soviet Russia against world capitalism, and to support in Persia all forces opposed to the English and to the Shah's government. Soviet forces were withdrawn when the Soviet-Persian Treaty was signed in February 1921, and the Persian Communist Party moved its headquarters to Baku. To the oppressed popular masses of Persia, Armenia, and Turkey, the ECCI is calling a Congress of the Peasants and Workers of Persia, Armenia, and Turkey, to be held in Baku on September 1. What is the Communist International? The Communist International is the organization of millions of revolutionary workers in Russia, Poland, Germany, France, England, and America who, awakened by the thunder of war and driven by hunger, have risen up so that they may work no longer for the rich but for themselves, so that they may no longer turn their arms against their own brothers, against their own suffering and hungry brothers, but bear arms in their own defense against the exploiters. These working masses have realized that their only strength consists in their unity, and in the organization of their forces, that these are the pledge of their victory. Last year they created the organization which they needed for this purpose, the Communist International. Despite all the persecution of the capitalist governments it has become in the year-end July 1920 107.5 of its existence the moving spirit in the struggle for emancipation of the workers and the revolutionary peasants throughout the world. Why is the Communist International convening a Congress of Persian, Armenian, and Turkish peasants and workers? What can it give them? What does it ask of them? The militant workers and peasants of Europe and America turn to you because, like them, you are suffering under the yoke of world capital. Because, like them, you have to fight the exploiters, and because the amalgamation of the Persian, Turkish, and Armenian peasants and workers with the great army of the European and American proletariat will strengthen this front, hasten the death of capital, and so bring about the liberation of the workers and peasants of the entire world. Peasants and workers of Persia. The Tehran government of Hayars and their followers the provincial Khans, have plundered and exploited you for centuries. The land which under Shariat law was common property has been expropriated by the lackeys of the Tehran government. They deal with it as they will. They impose taxes on you as they think fit. When their mishandling of the land had gone so far that it no longer yielded them anything, they sold Persia last year for £2 million to the English capitalists, who are to form an army in Persia which will oppress you even more than you have been oppressed up to now. In order to collect the taxes for the Khans and the Tehran government, they have sold to the English capitalists the rich oil resources of South Persia and are thus helping to plunder the country. Peasants of Mesopotamia. The English have declared your country independent, but in your country there are 80,000 English soldiers who plunder and rob, who kill you and violate your wives. Peasants of Anatolia. The English, French, and Italian governments are keeping Constantinople within range of their guns. They have made the Sultan their prisoner, they are forcing him to agree to the dismemberment of purely Turkish land, they are forcing him to surrender the country's finances to foreign capitalists so that they can the better exploit the Turkish people who have been impoverished and beggared by 6 years of war. They have occupied the coal mines of Heraclea and they are sending their troops to your country and trampling down your fields. They are dictating their alien laws to the peaceful Turkish peasants, they want to make beasts of burden of you and put all loads on you. Some of the effendis and beys have sold themselves to the foreign capitalists, others have called you to arms and are organizing you for the fight against the foreign invaders, but they do not allow you to take the government of your country into your own hands, to take for yourselves the fields which the Sultan presented to his parasites, to grow corn in these fields and to feed yourselves. And tomorrow, if the foreign capitalists should grant your masters better peace terms, your present leaders with the help of the 108 the Communist International foreigners, will again put you in chains just as the large landlords and the former officials are doing in the areas where the foreign armies are in command. Peasants and workers of Armenia. For years you have been victims of the intrigues of foreign capital, which protested loudly against the massacres of the Armenians by the Kurds, and stirred you up to fight against the Sultan only in order to get greater profits from your struggle. During the war they not only promised you independence, they incited your merchants, your teachers, and your priests to demand the land of the Turkish peasants so that there should be unending hostility between the Armenian and Turkish peoples, a hostility from which they could draw unending profits. For so long as there is enmity between you and the Turks, so long will the English, French, and American capitalists be able to keep the Turks on a leash, threatening them with the danger of Armenian revolt and intimidating the Armenians with the danger of a Kurd pogrom. Peasants of Syria and Arabia. Independence was promised you by the English and the French, but now their armies are occupying your country, now they are dictating their laws to you, while you who freed yourselves from the Turkish Sultan and the Constantinople government are now the slaves of the Paris and London governments, who differ from the Sultan's government only by being stronger and better able to exploit you. You understand this very well. The Persian peasants and workers have risen against the treacherous Tehran government. The peasants of Mesopotamia are rebelling against the English troops and the English newspapers announce the losses which they have suffered in the fighting with the masses at Baghdad. Peasants of Anatolia. You have already been called to the standard of Kemal Pasha, to fight the foreign invaders, but at the same time we know that you are trying to form your own People's and Peasants' Party, which will be able to fight on alone even if the Pashas make peace with the Entente despoilers. There is no peace in Syria, and you, Armenian peasants, who are being starved to death by the Entente, despite all their promises, so that they can keep better control over you, you are coming to see more and more clearly that hope and salvation are impossible with the Entente capitalists, that even your bourgeois government, the government of the Dashnaks, of the lackeys of the Entente, is compelled to turn to the workers' and peasants' government of Russia with the request for peace and assistance. Now that we see that you are yourselves beginning to understand your own interests, we, as representatives of the European workers who have valuable experience, turn to you in order to help you in your struggle. We see that the time when European and American capitalists could oppress you with the help of their troops has passed. Everywhere in Europe the workers are. July 1920 109 rising, they are arming against the capitalists, they are marching to battle. Peasants and workers of the Near East, if you organize, if you arm yourselves, if you unite with the Russian workers and peasants' Red Army, then you will be able to defy the French, English, and American capitalists, then you will be free of your oppressors, then you will have the opportunity in free alliance with the workers' republics of the world to take care of your interests. Then the wealth of your country will be yours. In your own interests and in the interests of the workers of the entire world, the products of labor will be equitably exchanged and we shall help each other. We will discuss all this with you at the Congress. Spare no effort to come to Baku on September 1st in as large numbers as possible. Every year you make a pilgrimage across deserts to the holy places. Now make your way across desert and mountain and river to meet together, to deliberate together, how you can free yourselves from the chains of servitude, how you can join in brotherly union and live as free and equal men. The Second Congress of the Communist International. The Congress was attended by 217 delegates from 41 countries, of whom 169 had voting powers. Of these, 136 represented communist parties, which also had 15 delegates with consultative voice. The principal non-communist parties represented were the German Independent Social Democrats and the French Socialist Party, and various British organizations. The KAPD sent 2 delegates, Ruel and Merges, but they stayed only a few days and appear to have made no attempt to put their party's views to the Congress. The Congress opened on July 19, 1920 in Petrograd, and then adjourned to Moscow, where the proceedings lasted from July 23 to August 7. The Second Congress, Zinoviev said in his report to the Third, had to fight leftism as represented by the unwillingness of British comrades to work in the Labour Party and of the Italian comrades to work in Parliament. At the time it was held, his view of the prospects before the International were bright. In a speech to a joint meeting of the Congress delegates, the Central Executive Committee of the Soviets, the Moscow Soviet and Trade Union and Factory Committees held on August 7, 3920, he said, "I am deeply convinced that the Second World Congress of the CI is the precursor of another World Congress, the World Congress of Soviet Republics." At the same meeting Trotsky said, "If, since the First Congress, the world proletariat has suffered defeats and has sometimes had to retreat, that was because it did not follow the road pointed out by the CI." He paid tribute to the support given to Russia in its struggles. "Every strike, every protest, every revolt in any town of Europe, America, or Asia, gave us the certainty that we were on the right road, and enabled us in the darkest hours, when we were encircled on all sides, when it seemed we would be strangled, to stand up and say, 'We are not alone, the proletariat of Europe and Asia and the whole world are with us, we shall not yield, we shall stand fast.'" He added. 110 The Communist International. There is no doubt that the proletariat would be in power in all countries if there were not still, between them and the masses, between the revolutionary mass and the advanced groups of the revolutionary mass, a large, powerful, and complex machine, the parties of the Second International and the trade unions, which in the epoch of the disintegration, the dying of the bourgeoisie, placed their machine at the service of that bourgeoisie. From now on, from this Congress on, the split in the world working class will proceed with tenfold greater rapidity. Program against program, tactic against tactic, method against method. Extracts from an appeal of the Second Comintern Congress to the world proletariat on the Russo-Polish War. July 19, 1920. Protocol 2, p. 51. In June the fortunes of war changed and the Red Army recaptured the ground gained earlier by the Poles. At the time the Second Comintern Congress opened, the Soviet forces were approaching Warsaw. Their success affected the negotiations going on at the time with Britain. In a note of July 12 Lord Curzon made the conclusion of an armistice with Poland a condition of their continuation. It was in connection with this note that the ethnographic line traced by the experts at Versailles the year before became known as the Curzon Line. Trotsky and Radek were opposed to the plan to follow up the retreating Polish forces into Polish territory. Lenin's argument, which prevailed, was that the advance of the Red Army would provoke revolution in Poland, and have repercussions in Germany. In a conversation with Clara Zetkin a year later he said, "In the Red Army the Poles saw enemies, not brothers and liberators." The revolution in Poland on which we counted did not take place. The Polish counter-offensive opened in the middle of August and an armistice was concluded in October 1920. The appeal was introduced by Paul Levi, who said that, despite the sympathy of the European proletariat for the Russian Revolution and the Red Army, it was German proletarians who were used to enforce the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, and European proletarians who fought the revolution in the Baltic, the Ukraine, and South Russia. Now was the time for them to show that they could go beyond sympathy to action. Domig, USPD, said every mile that the Red Army advances is a spur to revolution, a step towards the revolution in Germany. In his speech at the meeting on August 7, Trotsky said that the liberation of Poland from Tsarism had opened the first pages of the history of the First International. Now Russia freed from Tsarism is fulfilling its great historical mission and giving crucified and violated Poland back to the Polish workers and peasants. The optimism engendered by the Red Army's advance set the tone for the entire proceedings. The theses and resolutions, as Vargas said at the Fourth Congress, were adopted in the belief that the revolution was about to spread to Eastern and Central Europe. Zinoviev described the scene in his report to the 10th Congress of the Russian Communist Party on March 16, 1921. In the hall of the Congress hung a large map. Every day we marked on it the July 1920 111 advance of our forces, and every day with breathless interest the delegates examined the map. All of them understood that if the military objectives of our troops were reached, it would mean an immense acceleration of the international proletarian revolution. All of them understood that on every step forward of our Red Army depended in the literal sense of the word the fate of the international proletarian revolution. We had to discuss as a practical matter whether a victorious workers' republic could carry socialism into other countries at the point of bayonets. There were differences of opinion. Unfortunately, the question is no longer a practical one, and we can continue the discussion on a theoretical level. To the proletarians of all countries, working men and women, the Second World Congress of the Communist International is meeting at a moment when, under the heavy blows of the Red Army of the Russian workers and peasants, White Poland, the bulwark of world capitalist reaction, is collapsing. What all revolutionary workers of the entire world have ardently longed for has come about. The Russian workers and peasants rose against the insolent Polish White Guards as mightily as they rose against the Russian counter-revolution, to defeat the armies of Yudenich, Kolchak, and Denikin. The Polish capitalists and Junkers who scorned Soviet Russia's honest peace proposals and flung their troops against Soviet Russia, hoping for help from world capital and convinced that Soviet Russia had exhausted all its strength in the struggle against counter-revolution, are now facing a great military defeat. Their armies have retreated in panic from the Ukraine and White Russia, followed closely by the Soviet armies. The bandits of capital, the Polish Junkers and capitalists, are now raising a loud lament. Poland is in great danger. They are appealing to the governments of capitalist countries for immediate help, otherwise European civilization will be destroyed by the barbarians of the Russian Revolution, and we see how the English government, which armed the Poles for their campaign against Soviet Russia, and together with its allies refused to restrain the Poles when on April 8 Soviet Russia proposed negotiations in London, we see how this same capitalist England is impudently threatening Soviet Russia with a new attack, organized by all the allies if it does not conclude an armistice with the Polish invaders. Men and women workers of the world, we do not need to tell you that Soviet Russia does not harbor any plans of conquest against the Polish people. Soviet Russia was even ready to make peace with the Polish capitalists, and for the sake of achieving peace not only recognized Poland's independence, but even yielded up large frontier areas. Soviet Russia. 112 The Communist International counts in its ranks thousands of brave Polish fighters. It is bound closely to the Polish working masses by decades of common struggle. For Soviet Russia, the right of the Polish people to self-determination is a sacred and inviolable right, and even if Poland were not defended by a single soldier, Polish soil would remain the property of the Polish people, and the Polish people could freely decide their own destiny. But so long as Poland is ruled by the clique of capitalist and Junker adventurers who dragged Poland into the criminal war, So long as Entente capital provides Poland with arms, Soviet Russia is fighting a defensive war. If today Soviet Russia gives the Polish White Guards a breathing space, if it lets them reorganize their shattered army, re-equip that army with the help of the Entente, tomorrow it will again be compelled to call up hundreds of thousands of its best sons from field and factory, and send them into battle in a new war of defense. Men and women workers. When the capitalist canine of the whole world shout about the threat to Poland's independence, in order to prepare a new campaign against Soviet Russia, remember one thing: your slaveholders are trembling lest one of the pillars of their rule, of their world system of reaction, exploitation, and slavery, should fall. They fear that if White Guard Poland breaks under the blows of the Red Army and the Polish workers seize power, it will be easier for the German, Austrian, Italian, and French workers to free themselves from their exploiters, and that then the workers of England and America will follow. If the capitalist canine rage and storm about Poland's threatened independence, they do so for fear that your bondage and your dependence may give place to emancipation from the shackles of capitalist slavery. That is why it is the duty of the proletarians of all countries to do everything they can to make it impossible for the governments of England, France, America, and Italy to give help to the Polish White Guards. Proletarians of the Entente countries. Your governments will again deceive you. They will say, as they have said before, that they are not supporting Poland. It is your duty to keep watch in all ports and at all frontiers, so that not a single train or a single ship leaves with munitions or food for Poland. Be on the lookout. Do not let yourselves be deceived by false statements about the destination of those supplies. They can be sent to Poland by a detour, and if the governments or private capitalists do not yield to your protests, go on strike, get down to action, for in no circumstances should you help the Polish junkers and capitalists to slaughter your Russian brothers. Men and women workers of Germany. The hour has struck in which you can make a reality of what you have acclaimed 1,000 times in great demonstrations, to stand by your Russian brothers and together with them to fight for your liberation. Do not let any attempts be made on German soil in support of White Guard Poland. Do not let any more mercenaries be. July 1920, 113 recruited on German soil. Keep a sharp watch on all trains going east. Keep a sharp watch on Danzig and do everything that the situation demands. No truck, no ship, should leave Germany for Poland. Proletarians of all other countries. Remember, White Poland is now the enemy. To destroy it is the duty of the hour. Proletarians of all countries. Do not let yourselves be misled by any fine words of the treacherous or vacillating labor leaders, or soothed by government promises. Now is the time to act. Now is the time to rally all your forces to blockade White Guard Poland, to rally all your forces to make a reality of the solidarity of the world proletariat with Soviet Russia. Men and women workers. Solidarity with Soviet Russia is one with solidarity with the Polish proletariat. Under the leadership of the Communist Party, the Polish proletariat has fought steadfastly against the war on Soviet Russia. The prisons of Poland are filled with our Polish brothers, with Polish communists. The defeat of the Polish White Guards aroused the greatest enthusiasm in the hearts of the Polish workers. A wave of strikes swept over Poland. The Polish workers are trying to exploit the defeats of their exploiters in order to give the weakened class enemy the last blow, in order to unite with the Russian workers in the common struggle for emancipation. The blockade of Poland is of direct help to the Polish workers in their struggle for freedom. It is the road which leads to Poland's freedom from the chains by which it is bound to the chariot of the victorious capitalists of London and France, the road to its development as an independent republic of the Polish workers and peasants. The Second World Congress of the Communist International calls on you, proletarian men and women of all countries. Go out onto the streets and show your governments that you will not let any help be given to White Poland, that you will not allow any intervention against Soviet Russia. Stop all work, stop all transport, if you see that despite your protests the capitalist cliques of your countries are preparing a new intervention against Soviet Russia. Do not allow a single train, a single ship, through to Poland. Show that proletarian solidarity exists in action and not only in words. Long live Soviet Russia! Long live the Red Army of the Russian workers and peasants! Down with White Poland! Down with intervention! Long live Soviet Poland! Theses on the basic tasks of the Communist International adopted by the Second Comintern Congress July 19, 1920 Protocol, 2, p. 746. These theses were drafted by Lenin and introduced on the opening day of the Congress with the remark that the basic tasks of the Comintern contained 114. The Communist International nothing essentially new. In the main they were merely the extension to a number of West European countries of some of the cardinal lessons of Russian revolutionary experience. He argued that, as the living conditions of the masses became steadily more intolerable, while the handful of victorious powers themselves were caught in a process of decline and decay, the prerequisites of world revolution were being created. Whether the crisis were successfully exploited depended on the revolutionary parties. The leaders of the centrist parties not merely failed to understand this, but were reluctant to exploit the crisis for revolutionary purposes. Opportunism is our chief enemy. Without the support of the opportunist leadership, the bourgeoisie could not maintain themselves in power. But he went on to criticize those communists who asserted that there was absolutely no way out for capitalism. There are no absolutely hopeless situations. The bourgeoisie are committing one stupidity after another, thus making the situation worse and accelerating their own downfall. This is true, but the attempt to prove in advance the absolute hopelessness of their position is sheer pedantry, a game with ideas and words. Only experience can provide a real proof in this and other questions. Over the whole world the bourgeois system is now going through an extreme revolutionary crisis. Now it is up to the revolutionary parties to prove that they are conscious enough, that their organization, their ties with the exploited masses, their resolution and intelligence are great enough to exploit this crisis for a successful, for a victorious revolution. It is largely to prepare this proof that we have assembled at the present Congress of the Communist International. The theses were passed against 2 votes and 1 abstention. The debate was concerned largely with the failure of the Italian Socialist Party to expel its right wing, and with the recommendation to British Communists to work within the Labour Party. The recommendation was supported by the delegates representing the British Socialist Party, and opposed by the shop stewards, the Socialist Labour Party, and the Socialist Workers' Federation. 1. It is characteristic of the present moment in the development of the international communist movement that in all capitalist countries the best representatives of the revolutionary proletariat have reached a thorough understanding of the most important principles of the Communist International, the dictatorship of the proletariat and Soviet power, and that they have enthusiastically come over to the side of the Communist International. It is a still bigger and more important step forward that everywhere, not only among the broadest masses of the urban proletariat, but also among the more advanced rural workers, unreserved sympathy with these most important principles is clearly apparent. On the other hand, 2 errors or weaknesses have emerged in this international movement, which is growing with such unusual rapidity. One very serious mistake, which is of the greatest immediate danger to the success of the cause of proletarian emancipation, arises from the fact that some of the old leaders and old parties of the Second International, in part half unconsciously yielding to the wishes and the pressure of the masses, in July 1920 115 part deceiving them in order to maintain their former role as agents and assistants of the bourgeoisie within the workers' movement, proclaim their conditional or even unconditional adherence to the Communist International, while in fact they remain, in all their practical party activities and political performances, on the level of the Second International. Such a state of affairs is quite intolerable, for it creates confusion among the masses, hampers the formation and development of a strong communist party, diminishes respect for the Communist International, and threatens a repetition of the treachery committed by the Hungarian Social Democrats, who hastened to don the red garb of communism. Another, but far less important error, which is rather a growing sickness in the movement, consists in the anxiety to be radical, This leads to an incorrect appreciation of the role and tasks of the party in relation to the class and the masses, and of the obligation of revolutionary communists to work in bourgeois parliaments and reactionary trade unions. It is the duty of communists not to hush up the weaknesses of their movement, but to criticize them openly, in order the more quickly and thoroughly to eradicate them. For this purpose it is necessary, firstly, to define the concepts of proletarian dictatorship and Soviet power more concretely, using, in particular, practical experience; secondly, to state in what the immediate preparatory work for the realization of these slogans can and should consist in all countries; thirdly, to indicate ways and means of curing our movement of its defects. The nature of proletarian dictatorship and Soviet power too. The victory of socialism, as the first stage of communism, over capitalism requires the proletariat, as the only truly revolutionary class, to carry out the following three tasks. First, to overthrow the exploiters, and above all others the bourgeoisie, as their chief economic and political representatives, to crush their resistance, to make impossible any attempt on their part to restore the capitalist yoke and wage slavery. Second, to attract not only the entire proletariat, or its overwhelming majority, but also the entire mass of working people and of those exploited by capital, and to bring them into position behind the revolutionary vanguard of the proletariat, the Communist Party, to educate, organize, train, and discipline them in the course of unflagging, bold, and relentless struggle against the exploiters, to rescue this overwhelming majority of the population in all capitalist countries from dependence on the bourgeoisie, to instill in them, through practical experience, belief in the leading role of the proletariat and of its revolutionary vanguard. The third task consists in neutralizing, in making harmless, the inevitable waverings between bourgeoisie and proletariat, between bourgeois democracy and Soviet power, of the class of small proprietors in agriculture, in industry, and in 116 the Communist international trade, a class which is still fairly numerous in all advanced countries, even though they do not form the majority of the population, and also in neutralizing the vacillations among that section of the intellectuals and white-collar workers associated with this class. The first and second tasks are independent in character, and each requires special measures to be taken in regard to both the exploiters and the exploited. The third follows from the first two, and requires only a skillful, timely, and flexible combination of the measures designed for the first two, according to the concrete circumstances of each particular case of vacillation. 3. In the concrete situation created throughout the entire world, and particularly in the most advanced, most powerful, most enlightened and free capitalist states, by militarism, imperialism, the oppression of the colonies and weak countries, the imperialist world slaughter and the Versailles Peace, any concession to the idea that the capitalists will peacefully submit to the will of the exploited majority, the idea of a peaceful reformist transition to socialism, is not merely proof of extreme petty bourgeois stupidity, but is a direct deception of the workers, a gilding of capitalist wage slavery, a concealment of the truth. The truth is this, that the bourgeoisie, even the most enlightened and democratic, already shrink from no fraud and no crime, nor from the murder of millions of workers and peasants, to save private property in the means of production. Only the forcible overthrow of the bourgeoisie, the seizure of their property, the destruction of the entire bourgeois state machine from top to bottom, parliamentary, judicial, military, bureaucratic, administrative, municipal, etc., going as far as the exile or internment of the most dangerous and stubborn exploiters, keeping a strict watch over them to combat the inevitable attempts at resistance and to restore capitalist slavery. Only by such measures can the real submission of the entire exploiting class be attained and secured. There is another idea which whitewashes capitalism and bourgeois democracy and deceives the workers, that is the opinion common among the old parties and old leaders of the Second International, that the majority of the working people and the exploited are able, in the conditions of capitalist slavery and under the yoke of the bourgeoisie which assumes countless different forms, both more refined and more cruel and ruthless the more civilized the country is, to acquire for themselves a completely clear socialist consciousness, firm socialist convictions and attitudes. In reality, the education, training, and organization of the working and exploited masses under the influence and guidance of communists, their liberation from egoism, from sectionalism, from the vices and weaknesses engendered by private property, their transformation into a free union of free workers, all that is possible only in the actual course of the most acute July 1920 117 class struggles, only when the vanguard of the proletariat, supported by all or by a majority of this class, which is the only revolutionary class, has overthrown and suppressed the exploiters, freed the exploited from their position of slavery and improved their conditions of life at the expense of the expropriated capitalists. 4. To win victory over capitalism, there must be the right relation between the Communist Party, as leader, the revolutionary class, the proletariat, on the one hand, and the masses, that is, all the working people and the exploited, on the other. Only if the Communist Party is really the vanguard of the revolutionary class, if it includes all the best representatives of that class, if it consists of thoroughly conscious and devoted communists, trained and steeled by the experiences of stubborn revolutionary struggle, only if the party has been able to tie itself indissolubly to the entire life of its class, and hence to the entire masses of the exploited, and enjoys the complete confidence of that class and those masses, only then is the party in a position to lead the proletariat in the unrelenting, decisive, last battle against all the forces of capitalism. On the other hand, it is only under the leadership of such a party that the proletariat is able to develop the full force of its revolutionary assault, which, because of the economic structure of capitalist society, is immeasurably greater than would correspond with the proportion of the total population represented by the proletariat, and to nullify the inevitable apathy and in part also the resistance of the small minority of the labor aristocracy, the old trade union and cooperative leaders, etc., corrupted by capitalism. Finally, it is only when the masses, i.e. all the working and exploited people, are really liberated from the yoke of the bourgeoisie and the bourgeois state machine, and have been given the opportunity to organize themselves freely in Soviets, that they will be able in their millions, for the first time in history, to develop all the initiative and energy suppressed by capitalism. Only when the Soviets have become the sole machinery of state can there be real participation in government by the entire mass of the exploited, who, even under the most enlightened and free bourgeois democracy, have in reality always been 99% excluded from participation in government. Only in the Soviets do the exploited masses begin to learn, not from books but from their own practical experience, how to set about the work of socialist construction, of the creation of a new social discipline, a free union of free workers. 2. Preparation for the dictatorship of the proletariat, work that must be carried out everywhere without delay. 5. It is a distinguishing feature of the present moment in the development of the international communist movement that in the great majority of capitalist countries the preparations of the proletariat to bring its 118 the communist international dictatorship into being have not been completed, indeed in many cases have not even been systematically begun. It does not follow that the proletarian revolution is impossible in the immediate future. It is quite possible, for the entire economic and political situation is unusually rich in inflammable material and in reasons for its suddenly catching fire. A further prerequisite of revolution, apart from the preparation of the proletariat, namely, a general state of crisis in all ruling and all bourgeois parties, is also present. But from what has been said it follows that for the communist parties the immediate task is to accelerate the revolution, taking care not to provoke it artificially before adequate preparations have been made. The preparation of the proletariat for the revolution must be promoted by action. On the other hand, the history of many socialist parties, previously referred to, makes it essential to see that recognition of the dictatorship of the proletariat does not remain an empty word. From the standpoint of the international proletarian movement, therefore, the chief task of the communist parties at the present moment is to rally the scattered communist forces, to create a united communist party in each country, or the consolidation and regeneration of the parties already in existence, to multiply tenfold the work of preparing the proletariat for the conquest of state power in the form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The socialist work usually done by groups and parties which recognize the dictatorship of the proletariat has not yet by a long way been subjected to that radical transformation and regeneration which are essential if it is to be regarded as communist work, corresponding to the tasks on the eve of the proletarian dictatorship. 6. The conquest of political power by the proletariat does not put an end to its class struggle against the bourgeoisie. On the contrary, it makes this struggle particularly comprehensive, acute, and unrelenting. Because the struggle has reached a pitch of the utmost intensity, all groups, parties, and active participants in the workers' movement which are wholly or partly reformist or centrist in character move inevitably either to the side of the bourgeoisie or to the side of the waverers, or, what is most dangerous, they join the unreliable friends of the victorious proletariat. That is why preparation for the dictatorship of the proletariat requires not only an intensified struggle against reformist and centrist tendencies, but also a change in the character of that struggle. It must not be restricted to explaining the incorrectness of these tendencies, but must mercilessly and ruthlessly expose every leading individual in the workers' movement who displays these tendencies, for otherwise the proletariat cannot learn with whom to act in the decisive struggle against the bourgeoisie. This struggle is of such a character that it may at any moment replace the weapon of criticism by the criticism of weapons, and, as experience has already shown, it not only may, but does. Any inconsistency or weakness in expose. July 1920 119ing those who turn out to be reformists or centrists directly increases the danger of the overthrow of the power of the proletariat by the bourgeoisie, who will tomorrow make use of what today seems to short-sighted people nothing but a theoretical difference of opinion. 7. In particular, it is not enough to be content with the usual rejection in principle of any cooperation between proletariat and bourgeoisie, any class collaboration. In conditions of the proletarian dictatorship which will never be able to abolish private property completely at one blow, the simple defense of freedom and equality changes, while private property in the means of production is maintained, into cooperation with the bourgeoisie, which directly undermines the power of the working class. For the dictatorship of the proletariat means that the entire apparatus of state power is used to establish and secure unfreedom for the exploiters to carry on their work of oppression and exploitation, inequality between property owners, that is, those who appropriate for their own use the means of production created by social labor, and the propertyless. What seems, before the victory of the proletariat, nothing but a theoretical difference of opinion about democracy inevitably becomes, on the morrow of victory, a question to be decided by force of arms. Consequently, without a fundamental change in the entire character of the struggle against the centrists and the defenders of democracy, even a preliminary preparation of the masses for the realization of the proletarian dictatorship is impossible. 8. The dictatorship of the proletariat is the most determined form of the class struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. This struggle can only be successful if the revolutionary vanguard is supported by the overwhelming majority of the proletariat. Preparation for the proletarian dictatorship therefore demands not only explaining the bourgeois character of any kind of reformism, any defense of democracy that involves the maintenance of private property in the means of production, not merely exposing those tendencies which mean in fact that the bourgeoisie are defended within the workers' movement, it also requires that the old leaders shall be replaced by communists in absolutely every kind of proletarian organization, not only political, but also trade union, cooperative, educational, etc. The longer bourgeois democracy has prevailed in a country, the more complete and well established it is, the more successful have the bourgeoisie of that country been in getting into those leading positions. People who are reared in bourgeois democracy, saturated in its attitudes and prejudices, and very frequently bribed by it, whether directly or indirectly. These representatives of the labor aristocracy, or of workers who have become bourgeois in outlook, must be pushed out of all their positions 100 times more boldly than ever before, and replaced even by inexperienced workers, so long as they are closely tied to the exploited masses and enjoy their confidence in the struggle against the 120 The Communist International Exploiters. The dictatorship of the proletariat will make it necessary to appoint such inexperienced workers to the most responsible offices of state, otherwise the power of the workers' government will be ineffective and will not be supported by the masses. 9. The dictatorship of the proletariat is the most complete realization of the leadership of all working and exploited people, who have been enslaved, downtrodden, oppressed, intimidated, disunited, and deceived by the capitalist class, by the one class which the entire history of capitalism has prepared for this leading part. Consequently, the work of preparing for the dictatorship of the proletariat must be everywhere undertaken without delay, along the following lines: in all organizations, unions, and associations of the working and exploited masses without exception, first in the proletarian and then in the non-proletarian, political, trade union, military, cooperative, educational, sport, etc., groups or cells of communists must be formed, chiefly open in character, but also secret, the latter being obligatory. Wherever their dissolution, or the arrest or deportation of their members by the bourgeoisie, is likely, these cells, closely connected with each other and with the party center, shall pool their experience, carry on propaganda, agitation, and organizational work, adapting themselves to absolutely every sphere of public life and to every kind and group of the working masses, and by this varied work systematically train themselves, the party, the class, and the masses. In this connection it is of the utmost importance to work out and to develop the methods necessary for all these activities. The leaders or responsible representatives hopelessly corrupted by petty bourgeois or imperialist prejudices must be mercilessly exposed and driven out of the workers' movement. In regard to the masses, however, who, particularly after the imperialist slaughter, are largely inclined to give a hearing to and to accept the theory of the necessity of the rule of the proletariat as the only way out of capitalist slavery, particular patience and caution must be shown in studying and allowing for the peculiarities and particular psychological features of every section, every occupation, etc. 10. There is one communist group or cell which deserves the party's particular attention and care, that is the parliamentary fraction, the group of members of parliament, deputies to bourgeois representative bodies, particularly in central, but also in local and municipal government. These bodies are of particularly great importance in the eyes of the backward working masses saturated in petty bourgeois prejudices. Therefore communists must from that very tribune carry on the work of propaganda, agitation, and organization, and explain to the masses why it was legitimate in Russia, and in due course will be legitimate in any country, for the Soviet Congress to dissolve the bourgeois parliament. On the other hand, July 1921, the entire course of bourgeois democracy has turned parliament, particularly in the advanced countries, into the main or one of the main centers for incredible swindles, for the financial and political deception of the people, for careerism, hypocrisy, and the oppression of the working people. That is why the burning hatred of Parliament felt by the best representatives of the revolutionary proletariat is fully justified. That is why communist parties, and all parties of the Communist International, particularly if they were founded not by breakaways from the old parties, and in protracted and stubborn struggles with them, but as a result of the old parties going over, often in appearance only, to new political positions, must be specially strict in their attitude to their parliamentary fractions. The fractions must be completely subject to the control and direction of the Central Committee of the party, they must consist largely of revolutionary workers, their speeches in Parliament must be carefully analyzed from the communist standpoint in the party press and at party meetings, members of Parliament must be detailed for agitational work among the masses, and any member of the fraction who shows Second International tendencies must be expelled. 11. One of the chief difficulties encountered by the revolutionary workers' movement in the advanced capitalist countries arises from the fact that capital, thanks to colonial possessions and the surplus profits of finance capital etc., is able to detach a comparatively broad and stable stratum, the labor aristocracy, which is a small minority of the working class. They enjoy good wages and are most deeply imbued with a narrow craft spirit and with petty bourgeois and imperialist prejudices. They represent the real social pillars of the Second International of reformists and centrists, and at the present moment are almost the sole social mainstay of the bourgeoisie. It is impossible even to begin to prepare the proletariat for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie without an immediate, systematic, comprehensive, and open struggle against this stratum which, as experience has already clearly demonstrated, will undoubtedly provide the bourgeois White Guard with not a few recruits after the victory of the proletariat. All parties adhering to the Communist International must, at whatever cost, carry through the slogan deeper into the masses, closer contact with the masses, meaning by the masses all working people and all who are exploited by capital, particularly those who are least organized and least enlightened, most deeply oppressed and least accessible to organization. The proletariat becomes revolutionary only insofar as it does not lock itself up in narrow craft limits, only insofar as it takes part in all activities and all spheres of public life as leader of all the working and exploited masses, and it is impossible for it to achieve its dictatorship if it is not ready and able to make the greatest sacrifices for the sake of victory over the 122 the Communist International Bourgeoisie. In this respect Russia's experience is of both theoretical and practical significance. There the proletariat could not have established its dictatorship, could not have won the respect and confidence of all the working masses, if it had not made greater sacrifices and suffered greater hunger than any other section of the masses, in the most difficult periods of attack, of war, and of the blockade by the world bourgeoisie. The Communist Party and the entire advanced proletariat must, in particular, give all-round and self-denying support to the broad and spontaneous mass strike movement, which alone is able really to rouse the masses under the yoke of capital, to get them into action, to educate and organize them, and to foster in them complete confidence in the leading role of the revolutionary proletariat. Without this preparation no dictatorship of the proletariat is possible, and people who come out openly against strikes, like Koskai in Germany and Turati in Italy, can in no circumstances be tolerated in parties which adhere to the Communist International. This of course applies in still greater degree to the trade union and parliamentary leaders who often betray the workers by using the experience of strikes to preach reformism and not revolution, for example Jouherho in France, Gompers in America, J. H. Thomas in England. 12. In all countries, even the freest, most legal and most peaceful, that is, where the class struggle is least acute, the time has come when it is imperative for every communist party systematically to combine legal with illegal work, legal with illegal organization. For even in the most enlightened and free countries with the most solid bourgeois democratic regime the governments are already beginning, despite their own false and hypocritical statements, to keep regular secret lists of communists, to resort to violations of their own constitution, to half-secret and secret support of the White Guards, and to the murder of communists in every country, to secret preparation for the arrest of communists, to smuggling agents provocateurs into communist circles, etc. Only the most reactionary petty bourgeois, however fine the democratic and pacifist phrases he may use, can deny these facts or the conclusion which necessarily follows from them, the necessity for all communist parties to establish without delay illegal organizations to carry on systematic illegal work and make thorough preparations for the day when bourgeois persecution comes out into the open. This illegal work is particularly necessary in the army, the navy, and the police, for after the great imperialist slaughter all governments have begun to fear national armies which are open to the worker and the peasant, and have begun in secret to single out from among the troops detachments recruited from the bourgeoisie and provided with special and technically superior equipment. On the other hand, it is also necessary, in all cases without exception, not to restrict oneself to illegal work but to carry out legal work, to overcome July 1920 123 all obstacles, to found legal press organs and legal organizations under the most varied names, and when necessary to change the names frequently. This is being done by the illegal communist parties in Finland and Hungary, and to some extent in Germany, Poland, Latvia, etc. This must also be done by the IWW in America, and by all legal communist parties, if the public prosecutor finds it convenient to use decisions of the Congresses of the Communist International to start persecuting them. The imperative necessity, as a matter of principle, of combining illegal with legal work, is determined not merely by the totality of the special features of the present period, on the eve of the proletarian dictatorship, but also by the need to demonstrate to the bourgeoisie that there is not and cannot be any sphere of activity which the communists cannot conquer, and still more by the existence everywhere of broad strata of the proletariat, and even more of the non-proletarian working and exploited masses, who still have faith in bourgeois democratic legality and whom it is very important for us to convince of the contrary. 13. The position of the workers' press in the most advanced capitalist countries shows particularly clearly both the entire mendacity of freedom and equality in a bourgeois democracy, and the necessity of systematic combination of legal and illegal work. In both defeated Germany and victorious America, the entire power of the bourgeois state apparatus, and all the tricks of its financial tycoons, are used to deprive the workers of their press prosecution in the courts and the arrest, even the murder by hired assassins, of its editors, the prohibition of distribution through the post, refusal of paper supplies, etc. Moreover, the news reports which are necessary for a daily paper are controlled by bourgeois press agencies, and the advertisements without which a large newspaper cannot pay its way are at the free disposition of capitalists. In these ways, by fraud and by the pressure of capital and of bourgeois rule, the bourgeoisie deprive the revolutionary proletariat of its press. To combat this, the communist parties must start a new kind of periodical press for mass distribution among the workers. First, legal publications which, without calling themselves communist or referring to their adherence to the party, must learn to take advantage of the slightest legal opportunities, as the Bolsheviks did after 1905 under the Tsar. Secondly, illegal papers, even if they are only very small and are published only irregularly, but which can be reproduced in small printing shops by the workers, either secretly, or if the movement has become strong enough, by the revolutionary seizure of printing presses, and which give the proletariat revolutionary information and revolutionary watchwords. Without a revolutionary struggle for the freedom of the communist press which carries the masses along with it, preparation for the dictatorship of the proletariat is impossible. 124. The Communist International. 3. Correcting the policy and partly also the composition of the parties which have joined or wish to join the Communist International. 14. The degree to which the proletariat in the countries which are most important from the standpoint of world economy and world politics is prepared for the realization of its dictatorship is indicated with the greatest objectivity and precision by the breakaway of the most influential parties in the Second International: the French Socialist Party, the Independent Social Democratic Party of Germany, the Independent Labour Party in England, the American Socialist Party from that Yellow International, and by their decision to adhere conditionally to the Communist International. This shows that not only the vanguard but the majority of the revolutionary proletariat, convinced by the course of events, have begun to come over to our side. The chief thing now is to know how to make this change complete and to consolidate what has been attained in lasting organizational form, so that progress can be made along the whole line without any hesitation. 15. The entire activity of the parties mentioned, to which the Swiss Socialist Party will most probably be added, shows, and their periodical press clearly confirms, that this activity is not yet communist and not infrequently is frankly incompatible with the basic principles of the Communist International, namely, recognition of the dictatorship of the proletariat and of Soviet power instead of bourgeois democracy. Therefore, the Second Congress of the Communist International has decided that it does not consider it possible to accept these parties immediately, that it approves the answer given by the ECCI to the German independents, that it confirms its readiness to conduct negotiations with any party which leaves the Second International and wishes to approach the Communist International, that it grants delegates of such parties a consultative voice at all its congresses and conferences, that it makes the following conditions for the complete unification of these, and similar, parties with the Communist International: I. publication of all decisions of all congresses of the Communist International and of its executive committee in all the parties' periodicals. 2. Discussion of these decisions at special meetings of all sections or local groups of the party. 3. The convening, after such discussion, of a special congress of the party to draw the conclusions. This congress must be called as early as possible and in any case not later than 4 months after the second congress of the Communist International. 4. The party to be cleansed of all elements which continue to act in the spirit of the Second International. July 1920 125, v. All party periodicals to be put in the hands of exclusively communist editorial boards. 6. Parties which now wish to enter the Communist International but have not yet made a radical break with their old tactics must ensure that 2/3 of the membership of their central committees and central bodies consist of comrades who, before the Second Congress, came out openly in favor of adherence to the Communist International. Exceptions can be made only with the consent of the ECCI. 7. Members of the party who reject the conditions and theses adopted by the Communist International must be expelled. The same applies to members of the Extraordinary Congress. The Second Congress of the Communist International instructs the Executive Committee to accept the parties mentioned, and similar parties, into the Communist International, after satisfying itself that all these conditions have really been fulfilled and the party's activity has become communist in character. 16. As to the question how communists, who are now in the minority, should behave when they occupy responsible positions in the said parties, the Second Congress of the Communist International has decided that, in view of the present rapid growth in the revolutionary spirit of the masses, it is not desirable for communists to leave these parties so long as they have the opportunity of working in them for the recognition of the proletarian dictatorship and the Soviet power, and of criticizing the opportunists and centrists who still remain in these parties. Whenever the left wing of a centrist party has become strong enough, and the development of the communist movement requires it, it may leave the party in a body and form a communist party. At the same time, the Second Congress of the Communist International is in favor of the affiliation of communist or sympathizing groups and organizations in England to the Labour Party, although the Labour Party belongs to the Second International. For so long as this party allows the organizations affiliated to it their present freedom of criticism and freedom to engage in propaganda, agitation, and organization for the proletarian dictatorship and the Soviet power, so long as this party retains the character of an association of all trade union organizations of the working class, communists must do everything they can, and even make certain organizational compromises, to have the possibility of exercising influence on the broad working masses, of exposing their opportunist leaders from a high tribune visible to the masses, of accelerating the transference of political power from the direct representatives of the bourgeoisie to the labor lieutenants of the capitalist class, in order to cure the masses quickly of their last illusions on this score. 17. As to the Italian Socialist Party, the Second Congress of the 126 the Communist International recognizes that the revision of the program decided on at the Bologna Congress of this party last year marks a very important stage in this party's road to communism, and that the proposals put forward by the Turin section to the National Council of the party and published in L'Ordine Nuovo of May 8, 1920 are in conformity with all the basic principles of the Communist International. The Congress requests the Italian Socialist Party at its next Congress, which is to be held in accordance with its own statutes and the conditions of admission to the Communist International, to examine the said proposals and all the decisions of the two Congresses of the Communist International, particularly with respect to the parliamentary fraction, the trade unions, and non-communist elements in the party. 18. The Second Congress of the Communist International judges as incorrect the views about the relation of the party to the class and the masses, about Communist Party participation in bourgeois parliaments and in reactionary trade unions held and defended in their most thoroughgoing form by the Communist Labour Party of Germany, KAPD, and in part by the Communist Party of Switzerland, and Interkommunismus, organ of the East European Secretariat of the Communist International in Vienna, by some Dutch comrades, and by some communist organizations in England, for example the Socialist Workers' Federation and the Shop Stewards Committee, and by the IWW in America. These views have been refuted in detail in special resolutions of the Second Congress. Nevertheless, the Second Congress of the Communist International considers both possible and desirable the immediate affiliation to the Communist International of such of these organizations as have not yet officially joined, for in these cases, particularly the IWW in America and Australia, and the Shop Stewards in England, we are dealing with a profoundly proletarian mass movement, whose principles really correspond to the basic principles of the Communist International. In such organizations, the incorrect views about participation in bourgeois parliaments derive not so much from the influence of members of bourgeois origin, who bring their basically petty bourgeois outlook into the movement, an outlook which anarchists often share, as from the lack of political experience of thoroughly revolutionary proletarians who are closely bound to the masses. The Second Congress of the Communist International therefore requests all communist organizations and groups in the Anglo-Saxon countries, even if the IWW and the Shop Stewards should not immediately join, to pursue a friendly policy towards these organizations, to draw closer to them and to the masses who sympathize with them, and to explain to them, in the light of the experiences of all revolutions and particularly of the 3 Russian revolutions of the 20th century, in a most friendly way the incorrectness of their views in this respect, and not to desist from. July 1920, 127 repeated attempts to unite with these organizations into a single communist party. 19. In this connection, the Congress directs the attention of all comrades, particularly in the Latin and Anglo-Saxon countries, to the deep theoretical cleavage that has been taking place since the war among anarchists throughout the world on the question of their attitude to the proletarian dictatorship and the Soviet power. The proletarian elements, who were frequently driven to anarchism by a wholly natural hatred of the opportunism and reformism of the parties of the Second International, have a particularly good grasp of these principles, which is growing as they become more familiar with the experience of Russia, Finland, Hungary, Latvia, Poland, and Germany. The Congress therefore thinks it the duty of all comrades to support to the utmost the movement of all mass proletarian elements from anarchism towards the Communist International. The Congress declares that the success of the work of genuine communist parties can be measured among other things by the extent to which they succeed in attracting from anarchism to their side all the mass proletarian elements. Theses on the role of the Communist Party in the proletarian revolution adopted by the Second Comintern Congress. July 24, 1920 Protocol, 2, p. 113. These theses were drafted and introduced by Zinoviev. After discussion in the Congress, and amendment in the Commission, they were unanimously adopted. They were designed primarily to counteract syndicalist and direct action tendencies, which were prevalent in France and Spain, as well as among the American IWW and the British Shop Stewards. The Russian party, Zinoviev said, had learned from experience that it was essential to have a centralized organization imposing iron military discipline. Among the most outspoken critics of this attitude was Tanner, Shop Stewards, who suggested that Russia had something to learn from the West as well as something to teach. The parties should agree on all basic questions, but for the rest might be left to act on their own. The Second International had been too formless and characterless, but the Third was going to the opposite extreme and being too dogmatic. He questioned whether the dictatorship of the Communist Party and the dictatorship of the proletariat were identical. Wijnkoop, Holland, also suggested a less dogmatic approach, since conditions varied so widely. Lenin reacted sharply to the charge of dogmatism. If each party were allowed to do as it pleased, the International was unnecessary. Zinoviev said that the International must be a single communist party with sections in the different countries. The dictatorship of the party was a function, a sign, and an expression of the dictatorship of the working class. Trotsky made the same point by a topical example. Today we received peace proposals from 128 the Communist International, the Polish government. Who decides this question? We have the Council of People's Commissars, but that too must be subject to a certain control. Whose control? That of the working class as a formless, chaotic mass? No. So we convened the Central Committee of the party to discuss the proposal and decide on the answer. The same is true of the agrarian question, the food question, and all other questions. Decisive struggles confront the world proletariat. The epoch in which we are now living is the epoch of open civil wars. The decisive hour is approaching. In practically every country where there is a substantial labor movement, the working class, arms in hand, is faced by a series of bitter struggles. More than ever before, the working class needs strict organization. It must now work indefatigably to make itself ready for these struggles without losing a single precious hour. If at the time of the Paris Commune, 1871, the working class had had a disciplined communist party, however small, the first heroic rising of the French proletariat would have had far greater weight, and many mistakes and weaknesses could have been avoided. The struggles which the proletariat is now facing, in a different historical situation, will be far more fateful than that of 1871. Therefore the Second World Congress of the Communist International directs the attention of the revolutionary workers of the entire world to the following: 1. The Communist Party is a part of the working class, the most advanced, most class-conscious, and hence most revolutionary part. By a process of natural selection, the Communist Party is formed of the best, most class-conscious, most devoted, and far-sighted workers. The Communist Party has no interests other than the interests of the working class as a whole. The Communist Party is differentiated from the working class as a whole by the fact that it has a clear view of the entire historical path of the working class in its totality and is concerned, at every bend in this road, to defend the interests not of separate groups or occupations, but of the working class in its totality. The Communist Party is the organizational and political lever which the most advanced section of the working class uses to direct the entire mass of the proletariat and the semi-proletariat along the right road. 2. Until the proletariat has seized state power and consolidated its rule once for all, and made it secure against a bourgeois restoration, the Communist Party will have in its ranks only a minority of the workers. Before the seizure of power, and in the transition period, the Communist Party can, in favorable circumstances, exercise an undivided intellectual and political influence on all proletarian and semi-proletarian strata of the population, but it cannot unite them all organizationally in its ranks. Only after the proletarian dictatorship has deprived the bourgeoisie of such. July 1920, 129 powerful means of exerting influence as the press, the schools, parliament, the church, the administrative machine, etc. Only after the final defeat of the bourgeois order has become clear to everybody, only then will all or practically all the workers begin to enter the ranks of the Communist Party. 3. A sharp distinction must be made between the concepts of party and class. The members of the Christian and liberal trade unions of Germany, England, and other countries are undoubtedly parts of the working class. The more or less numerous groups of workers who still follow Scheidemann, Gompers, and their like, are undoubtedly part of the working class. In certain historical circumstances it is even quite possible for the working class to include very numerous reactionary elements. It is the task of communism not to adapt itself to these backward sections of the working class but to raise the entire working class to the level of the communist vanguard. Confusion of these two concepts, party and class, can lead to the greatest mistakes and bewilderment. It is, for example, clear that in spite of the sentiments and prejudices of a certain section of the working class during the imperialist war, the Workers' Party had at all costs to combat those sentiments and prejudices by standing for the historical interests of the proletariat, which required the Proletarian Party to declare war on the war. Thus, on the outbreak of the imperialist war in 1914, the parties of the social traders in all countries, when they supported the bourgeoisie of their own countries, always and consistently explained that they were acting in accordance with the will of the working class. But they forgot that, even if that were true, it must be the task of the Proletarian Party in such a state of affairs to come out against the sentiments of the majority of the workers and, in defiance of them, to represent the historical interests of the proletariat. In the same way, at the beginning of this century, the Russian Mensheviks of that time, the so-called economists, rejected open political struggle against Tsarism on the ground that the working class as a whole had not yet reached an understanding of the political struggle. In the same way the right wing of the German independents always insist, when acting irresolutely and inadequately, on the will of the masses, without understanding that the party is there to lead the masses and show them the way. 4. The Communist International adheres unshakably to the conviction that the collapse of the old social democratic parties and the Second International should in no circumstances be presented as the collapse of the proletarian party system in general. The epoch of direct struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat brings a new party of the proletariat to birth, the Communist Party. 5. The Communist International decisively rejects the view that the proletariat can accomplish its revolution without having an independent. 130 The Communist International political party of its own. Every class struggle is a political struggle. The goal of this struggle, which is inevitably transformed into civil war, is the conquest of political power. Political power cannot be seized, organized, and operated except through a political party. Only if the proletariat has as leader an organized and experienced party with clearly defined aims and a practical program of immediate measures both for internal and external policy, will the conquest of political power turn out to be not an accidental episode, but the starting point of an enduring communist structure of society built by the proletariat. The same class struggle likewise demands the centralization and unified direction of the most varied forms of the proletarian movement, trade unions, cooperatives, factory councils, educational work, elections, etc. Only a political party can be such a coordinating and guiding center. The refusal to create and to strengthen such a party and to subordinate oneself to it implies the rejection of unity in the direction of the different fighting forces of the proletariat acting on the various fields of battle. The class struggle of the proletariat needs concentrated agitation which illuminates the various stages of the struggle from a single standpoint and directs the attention of the proletariat whenever the occasion demands to definite tasks common to the whole class. That cannot be done without a centralized political machinery, i.e. without a political party. The propaganda conducted by the revolutionary syndicalists and adherents of the industrial workers of the world, IWW, against the necessity for an independent workers' party objectively therefore helped and helps only to support the bourgeoisie and the counter-revolutionary social democrats. In their propaganda against a communist party, which they want to replace by trade unions alone or by formless general workers' unions, the syndicalists and IWW come close to the avowed opportunists. After the defeat of the 1905 revolution, the Russian Mensheviks for many years advocated the idea of a so-called Workers' Congress which was to replace the revolutionary party of the working class. The yellow laburites of every kind in England and America preach to the workers the creation of formless workers' unions or vague, purely parliamentary associations, to take the place of a political party, and at the same time put through a thoroughly bourgeois policy. The revolutionary syndicalists and IWW are anxious to fight against the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, but do not know how. They fail to grasp that without an independent political party the working class is a body without a head. Revolutionary syndicalism and industrialism mark a step forward only in comparison with the old, musty, counter-revolutionary ideology of the Second International. But in comparison with revolutionary Marxism, i.e. with communism, syndicalism and industrialism are a step backward. The declaration of the left KAPD at its foundation Congress in April, that July 1920 131 it was founding a party, but not a party in the traditional sense, is an ideological surrender to these reactionary aspects of syndicalism and industrialism. The working class cannot win victory over the bourgeoisie by the general strike alone, by the tactics of folded arms. The proletariat must resort to armed insurrection. Whoever has grasped that must also understand that an organized political party is essential, that formless workers' unions are not enough. The revolutionary syndicalists often speak of the great part that can be played by a determined revolutionary minority. A really determined minority of the working class, a minority that is communist, that wants to act, that has a program, that is out to organize the struggle of the masses. That is precisely what the Communist Party is. 6. The most important task of a genuine Communist Party is to keep always in closest touch with the broadest masses of the proletariat. In order to do that, Communists can and should also be active in associations which, though they do not have the character of political parties, have large proletarian groups among their members, such as the associations of disabled ex-servicemen in various countries, the Hands-Off Russia committees in England, proletarian tenants' leagues, etc. The Russian example of the so-called non-party workers' and peasants' conferences is particularly important. These conferences are organized in practically every town, in every working-class district, and also in the countryside. The broadest masses of even the backward workers take part in the elections to these conferences. The most pressing questions are placed on the agenda: food supplies, housing, the military situation, schools, the current political tasks, etc. The Communists exercise a most active influence on these non-party conferences, and with the greatest success for the party. Communists consider it their most important task to carry on the work of organization and instruction in a systematic fashion within these wider workers' organizations. And in order to do this successfully, in order to prevent the enemies of the revolutionary proletariat from taking possession of these broad workers' organizations, the advanced communist workers must form their own independent, tightly knit Communist Party, which acts always in an organized way and which is able, at every turn of events and whatever form the movement takes, to look after the general interests of communism. 7. Communists do not by any means shun mass workers' organizations which have a non-political character, even when these are of an outright reactionary character, yellow or Christian unions, etc., they do not shrink from taking part in them and using them. Within these organizations the Communist Party constantly carries on its propaganda and indefatigably persuades the workers that the idea of nonpartisanship is a 132. The Communist International principle is deliberately encouraged among the workers by the bourgeoisie and their hacks in order to divert them from organized struggle for socialism. 8. The old classic division of the workers' movement into three-party, trade union, and cooperative is clearly obsolete. The proletarian revolution in Russia has created the basic form of the proletarian dictatorship, the Soviets. The new division, which we are approaching everywhere, is 1 party, 2 workers' councils, Soviets, 3 producers' associations, trade unions. But both the councils and the unions must be constantly and systematically guided by the party of the proletariat, that is, by the Communist Party. The organized vanguard of the working class, the Communist Party, which must direct the struggles of the entire working class in the economic and the political field, as well as in the sphere of education, must be the animating spirit within the unions and the workers' councils, as well as in every other kind of proletarian organization. The rise of Soviets as the historical basic form of the dictatorship of the proletariat does not in any way diminish the leading role of the Communist Party in the proletarian revolution. When the German left communists say, see their appeal to the German proletariat of April 14, 1920, signed Communist Labour Party of Germany, that the party too is more and more adapting itself to the Soviet idea and assuming a proletarian character, Kommunistische Arbeiterzeitung No. 54, that is a confused expression of the idea that the Communist Party must merge in the Soviets, as though the Soviets could replace the Communist Party. This idea is basically wrong and reactionary. There was a period in the history of the Russian Revolution when the Soviets were opposed to the Proletarian Party and supported the policy of the agents of the bourgeoisie. The same was true of Germany. The same is possible in other countries also. If the Soviets are to do justice to their historical mission, a strong Communist Party is essential, a party which does not simply adapt itself to the Soviets, but is able to ensure that the Soviets do not adapt themselves to the bourgeoisie and to White Guard social democracy, a party which through its fractions in the Soviets is able to take them in tow. Whoever suggests that the Communist Party should adapt itself to the Soviets, whoever sees in such an adaptation a strengthening of the proletarian character of the party, is doing both the party and the Soviets a highly questionable service, and has failed to grasp the significance either of the party or of the Soviets. The stronger the party that we create in any country, the sooner will the Soviet idea triumph. Many independents and even right-wing socialists now pay lip service to the Soviet idea. We shall be able to prevent these elements from distorting the Soviet idea only if we have a strong Communist Party which is able to exercise a decisive influence on the policy of the Soviets. July 1920 133-9. The working class needs the Communist Party not only up to the seizure of power, not only during the seizure of power, but also after the transfer of power to the working class. The history of the Communist Party of Russia, which has been in power nearly 3 years, shows that the importance of the Communist Party after the working class has seized power does not diminish but, on the contrary, grows enormously. 10. When the proletariat seizes power, its party remains, as before, only a part of the working class, precisely that part of the working class which organized victory. For 2 decades in Russia, and for some years in Germany, the Communist Party has been fighting not only the bourgeoisie, but also those socialists who transmit bourgeois influences to the proletariat. It took into its ranks the staunchest, most far-sighted, and most advanced fighters of the working class. Only if there is such a disciplined organization of the working class elite is it possible to surmount all the difficulties confronting the workers' dictatorship on the morrow of victory. In the organization of a new proletarian Red Army, in the real destruction of the bourgeois state apparatus and its replacement by the beginnings of a new proletarian state apparatus, in the fight against narrow craft tendencies among groups of workers, in the struggle against local and regional patriotism, in clearing the way for the creation of a new labor discipline, in all these fields the Communist Party has the decisive word. By their own example its members must inspire and lead the majority of the working class. 11. The need for a political party of the proletariat disappears only with the complete disappearance of classes. On the road to this final victory of communism, it is possible that the historical importance of the 3 basic forms of proletarian organization today, party, Soviet, producers' union, will change, and that gradually a single type of workers' organization will crystallize out. But the Communist Party will only merge completely in the working class when communism ceases to be a goal to be fought for and the entire working class has become communist. 12. The Second Congress of the Communist International not only reaffirms the historical mission of the Communist Party in general, but indicates to the international proletariat, although only in broad outline, what kind of communist party we need. 13. The Communist International is of the opinion that, particularly in the period of the proletarian dictatorship, the Communist Party must be built on foundations of iron proletarian centralism. In order to lead the working class successfully in the difficult and prolonged civil war, the Communist Party must establish iron military discipline in its own ranks. The experience of the Communist Party, which for 3 years has led the working class in the Russian Civil War, has shown that without the strictest discipline, without complete centralization, and without the fullest 134 the Communist International comradely confidence of all party organizations in the party center, the victory of the workers is impossible. 14. The Communist Party must be built on the basis of democratic centralism. The basic principles of democratic centralism are that the higher party bodies shall be elected by the lower, that all instructions of the higher bodies are categorically and necessarily binding on the lower, and that there shall be a strong party center whose authority is universally and unquestioningly recognized for all leading party comrades in the period between congresses. 15. A number of communist parties in Europe and America have been compelled, as a result of the state of siege decreed by the bourgeoisie against communists, to lead an illegal life. It must be borne in mind that in such a state of affairs the principle of election cannot be strictly observed and the leading party bodies must be given the right of co-opting members, as was done at one time in Russia. Under a state of siege, the Communist Party is unable to make use of a democratic referendum about every serious question, rather it is compelled to give its central body the right in emergencies to take important decisions for all party members. 16. At the present time, the advocacy of broad autonomy for the local party organizations only weakens the ranks of the Communist Party, undermines its capacity for action, and favors petty bourgeois, anarchist tendencies making for a loose structure. 17. In countries in which the bourgeoisie or the counter-revolutionary social democracy are still in power, the communist parties must learn how to combine legal and illegal activity in an organized manner. Legal work must always be under the practical supervision of the illegal party. The communist parliamentary fractions, in both central and local government, must be completely under the control of the party, regardless of whether the party is at the given moment legal or illegal. Deputies who refuse, in whatever manner, to subordinate themselves to the party must be expelled from the party. The legal press, newspapers and publishing houses, must be completely and unconditionally subordinate to the entire party and its central committee. No concessions are admissible on this point. 18. The basis of the entire organizational activity of the Communist Party must be, in all cases, the creation of a communist cell, however small the number of proletarians and semi-proletarians it consists of. In every Soviet, in every trade union, in every cooperative, in every factory, in every tenants' council, wherever there are even 3 people who sympathize with communism, a communist cell must be formed immediately. It is only the strict organization of the communists which enables the vanguard of the working class to carry the entire working class with them. All Communist Party cells working in non-party organizations are July 1920 135 unconditionally subordinate to the party organization as a whole, regardless of whether the party is at the given moment working legally or illegally. Communist cells of all kinds must be subordinate to each other in a strictly hierarchical order of rank as precisely as possible. 19. Almost everywhere the Communist Party arises as an urban party, a party of industrial workers living mainly in towns. To facilitate and hasten the victory of the working class, the Communist Party must become the party not only of the towns, but also of the villages. The Communist Party must carry its propaganda and its organizing work to the agricultural workers and the small and medium peasants. The Communist Party must pay particular attention to organizing communist cells in the countryside. The international organization of the proletariat can be strong only if, in all countries where communists live and fight, the ideas about the role of the Communist Party here formulated take firm hold. The Communist International invites to its Congress every trade union which recognizes its principles and is ready to break with the Yellow International. The Communist International will organize an international section of red trade unions which acknowledge communist principles. The Communist International will not refuse to cooperate with any non-party workers' organization which is willing to wage a serious revolutionary struggle against the bourgeoisie. In doing so, however, the Communist International will declare to the proletariat of the entire world, 1. The Communist Party is the chief and primary weapon for the liberation of the working class. We must now have in every country not mere groups or tendencies, but a Communist Party. 2. There shall be in each country only one single unified Communist Party. 3. The Communist Party shall be built on the principle of the strictest centralization, and in the epoch of civil war military discipline is to prevail in its ranks. 4. Wherever there are a dozen proletarians or semi-proletarians, the Communist Party must have an organized cell. 5. In every non-party institution there must be a Communist Party cell which is strictly subordinate to the party. 6. While adhering firmly and unyieldingly to the program and revolutionary tactics of communism, the Communist Party must always be connected as closely as possible with the broad workers' organizations, avoiding sectarianism as much as unprincipled opportunism. 136 The Communist International. Extracts from a letter from the ECCI to the French Socialist Party July 26, 1920 Ki. 13, Colonel 2369, September 1920. The Strasbourg Congress of the French Socialist Party in January 1920 had voted 4,300 against 300 to leave the Second International, and had resolved to enter into negotiations with the responsible authorities of the Third International. It had also agreed to work, in conjunction with the German Independent Social Democratic Party and the Italian and Swiss Socialist parties, for a conference which should bring together with the parties of the Third International all those parties adhering to the traditional principles of socialism. Kakin and Froissart left for Moscow before the Second Comintern Congress was convened, and attended 2 sessions of the ECCI. Rosmer was present as delegate of the Committee for the Third International set up in France in May 1919. Kakin and Froissart were authorized by the National Committee of their party, on a vote of 2,735 against 1,632 abstentions, to attend the Second Comintern Congress. It was the critical and ambiguous attitude of the French and USPD delegates which prompted the ECCI to formulate the conditions of admission so strictly. The report on France given to the Second Congress by an unofficial member of the French Socialist Party asserted that a genuinely revolutionary situation existed, but could not be exploited because there were no organized revolutionary cadres who knew what to do. By a large majority, the last Congress of the French Socialist Party decided to withdraw from the Second International. The same Congress, by a majority of roughly 2/3, rejected immediate adherence to the Third International. In an ambiguous resolution, it decided to enter into relations with the Third International and, at the same time, to organize the parties which stand between the Second and the Third. In our judgment of the situation of the Socialist Party in France, we are guided by 2 vital considerations: first, the part now being played in the world by the French bourgeoisie, and, second, the situation within the French Socialist Party. The French bourgeoisie are at present playing the most reactionary of all roles. They have become the rampart of world reaction. French imperialist capitalism has, in the eyes of the entire world, assumed the part of international gendarme. More than any other, the French bourgeoisie worked to crush the proletarian republic in Hungary. The French bourgeoisie have always played and are still playing the chief part in organizing the war of brigandage against Soviet Russia. It is they who were chiefly responsible for drawing up the predatory Versailles Treaty. They send Negro troops to occupy German towns. In fact, they have entered July 1920 137 into an alliance with the German bourgeoisie against the German working class. There is no monstrous crime that the government of the French bourgeoisie would not commit. The world revolution knows no more cruel enemy than the government of French capitalists. This imposes on French workers and on their party an extremely important international duty. But the ECCI notes with regret that the situation within the French Socialist Party is not at all favorable to the fulfillment of the historic mission which the course of events imposes on you. The work of your parliamentary fraction in the Chamber of Deputies is neither revolutionary, nor socialist, nor proletarian. Every socialist deputy does as he pleases. The parliamentary fraction as a whole does not follow party instructions except when it pleases it to do so. It does not denounce the crimes of the French government. It does not conduct propaganda among the millions of ex-servicemen. It does not concern itself with the arming of the proletariat. In short, it not only fails to prepare the proletarian revolution, in fact it does everything to sabotage it. Your attitude to the trade unions is thoroughly equivocal. Not only are you failing to conduct a systematic struggle against the social patriot ideas of the leaders of the CGT, you conceal them. You have not made it your task to wrest the unions from the pernicious influence of the agents of capital. Your attitude towards the communist left wing in your own party leaves much to be desired. You are not trying to draw closer to them, on the contrary, you are organizing a struggle against them. You have put entry into the Communist International on the agenda, but at the same time you are doing nothing to bring about a fraternal rapprochement with the communist elements of your own country. And now as to your attitude to the International. In the report made to us in Moscow by your representative Frossard, you still explain your non-adherence to the Third International by the fact that the strongest parties of Western Europe have not yet joined. But you should not forget that if, by the strongest parties, you mean the parties contaminated by social patriotism, we would reply that we do not need them and will never admit them to the ranks of the Communist International. The truly revolutionary parties of Europe and America are in our ranks. The Communist International has become such a great force that for certain socialists it has become the fashion. We shall not allow our organization to be diluted. The Communist International must remain the fighting international association of communist workers. Now let us deal with the question which your representative Frossard put to us in his first written report. You ask what our attitude is to the French trade unions. We are opposed to revolutionaries and communists leaving the unions. 138 The Communist International revolutionaries and communists must be where the working masses are. We ask our adherents in France not to leave the unions in any circumstances. On the contrary, if they are to perform their duty towards the Communist International, they must intensify their work within the unions. The Second International, which was a political organization, has collapsed like a house of cards. The new Amsterdam International of Yellow Trade Unions is at the present time more dangerous and more harmful to the world revolution than the League of Nations. Whatever the cost, we must wrest these unions from the control of the capitalists and social traders, and to do that we must be in the unions, to do that we must direct our best forces there. In every union and in every branch we must organize a communist group. We must open the eyes of the members and get rid of the social patriot leaders. Red trade unions are beginning to be organized on an international level. An international congress of red trade unions is to be convened for August or September, in opposition to the Amsterdam International of Yellow Unions. Support this move in France. Get your unions to associate themselves with the International of Red Unions and to break, once and for all, with the Yellow Unions. This is the task of the revolutionaries in France. Theses on the national and colonial question. Adopted by the Second Comintern Congress July 28, 1920. Protocol 2, p. 224. In his speech on the international situation at the opening session of the Congress, Lenin said, "The imperialist war drew the dependent peoples into world history. It is one of our most important tasks to find out how we should set about organizing the Soviet movement in the non-capitalist countries. Soviets are possible there too. They will not be workers' Soviets, but Soviets of peasants, or of laboring people. The Second Congress must work out practical instructions for making the work which has up to now been carried on among hundreds of millions of people in an unorganized fashion organized, uniform, and systematic. The Soviet movement has begun throughout the entire East, over the whole of Asia, among all colonial peoples. At the 8th Congress of the Russian Communist Party, held immediately after the foundation of the Third International, Bukharin said, "If we propound the solution of the right of self-determination for the colonies, we lose nothing by it. On the contrary, we gain. The most outright nationalist movement is only water for our mill, since it contributes to the destruction of English imperialism." The theses were drafted and introduced by Lenin, and adopted with 3 abstentions, Seredy, Pestana, and Graziadei. The thesis of Lenin's speech was the division of the world into oppressing and oppressed nations, this and the July 1920 139 hostility of imperialist countries to Russia and to the Soviet movement determined the world's system of state relationships. Nationalist movements were bound to have a bourgeois character, because the vast majority of the population of the backward countries were peasants, a group characteristic of bourgeois capitalist relations. The differences of opinion in the Commission on the question whether the Comintern should or should not support bourgeois democratic movements in backward countries had been resolved by the verbal expedient of calling them national revolutionary, thus distinguishing them from reformist movements which were inclined to collaborate with the imperialists against local revolutionary movements. Communists could support bourgeois liberation movements in the colonies if they were genuinely revolutionary and were not opposed to the communists organizing and training the peasantry and the exploited masses on revolutionary lines. The idea of the Soviet form of organization is a simple one that can be applied not only to proletarian conditions, but also to feudal and semi-feudal peasant conditions. Peasant Soviets, Soviets of the exploited, are suitable for pre-capitalist conditions also. The Commission had also discussed whether the backward countries would have to go through a period of capitalist development, and had decided that this was not necessary. If the victorious revolutionary proletariat organizes systematic propaganda and the Soviet governments give them all the help they can, it is incorrect to assume that such peoples must pass through the capitalist stage of development. In the Commission, Lenin reported, Quelch of the British Socialist Party had said that the ordinary English worker would regard it as treason to help the dependent peoples to rebel against British rule. Radek replied to this that the British proletariat itself would never be free of the capitalist yoke unless it actively supported the colonial revolutionary movement. The Comintern would judge the British comrades not by their articles in favor of liberation, but by the number of them imprisoned for agitation in Ireland, Egypt, or India, and among the troops dispatched to suppress risings in these countries. The colonies were the Achilles heel of British imperialism. A set of supplementary theses was written and introduced by M. N. Roy, the Indian delegate, who reminded the Congress of the rapid industrial development of India that had taken place in recent years, which was giving rise to a revolutionary movement among the exploited that was quite independent of the middle-class nationalist movement. This would bring about the downfall of European imperialism, and was therefore of tremendous importance to the European proletariat. He also placed great emphasis on the struggle of the landless peasantry in colonial countries, which provided the mass basis for communist activity. Roy's theses were adopted unanimously, but were rarely referred to afterwards by the Comintern, which took Lenin's theses as a guide to its activities. 1. An abstract or formal conception of equality in general, and of national equality in particular, is characteristic of the very nature of bourgeois democracy. Under a show of the equality of the human personality in general, bourgeois democracy proclaims the formal equality in law of property owners and proletarians, of exploiters and exploited, thereby deeply deceiving the oppressed classes. The idea of equality, which is itself 140 the Communist International a reflection of the conditions of commodity production, is turned by the bourgeoisie, using the pretext of the alleged absolute equality of the human personality, into an instrument for combating the abolition of classes. The true meaning of the demand for equality resides solely in the demand for the abolition of classes. 2. As the conscious expression of the proletarian class struggle to shake off the yoke of the bourgeoisie, the Communist Party, in accordance with its chief task which is to fight bourgeois democracy and expose its falseness and hypocrisy, should not advance abstract and formal principles on the national question, but should undertake first of all a precise analysis of the given environment, historical and above all economic. Secondly, it should specifically distinguish the interests of the oppressed classes, of the workers and the exploited, from the general concept of so-called national interests, which signify in fact the interests of the ruling class. Thirdly, it should as precisely distinguish the oppressed, dependent nations, unequal in rights, from the oppressing, exploiting nations with full rights. To offset the bourgeois democratic lies which conceal the colonial and financial enslavement of the vast majority of the world's population by a small minority of the wealthiest and most advanced capitalist countries, that is characteristic of the epoch of finance capital and imperialism. 3. The imperialist war of 1914 demonstrated with the greatest clarity to all enslaved nations and oppressed classes of the entire world the falseness of bourgeois democratic phraseology. Both sides used phrases about national liberation and the right of national self-determination to make good their case, but the treaties of Brest-Litovsk and Bucharest on one side, and the treaties of Versailles and Saint-Germain on the other, showed that the victorious bourgeoisie quite ruthlessly determined national frontiers in accordance with their economic interests. Even national frontiers are objects of barter for the bourgeoisie. The so-called League of Nations is nothing but the insurance contract by which the victors in the war mutually guarantee each other's spoils. For the bourgeoisie, the desire to re-establish national unity, to reunite with the ceded parts of the country, is nothing but an attempt of the defeated to assemble forces for new wars. The reunification of nations artificially torn apart is also in accordance with the interests of the proletariat, but the proletariat can attain genuine national freedom and unity only by means of revolutionary struggle and after the downfall of the bourgeoisie. The League of Nations and the entire post-war policy of the imperialist states disclose this truth even more sharply and clearly, everywhere intensifying the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat of the advanced countries and of the laboring classes in the colonies and dependent countries, accelerating the destruction of petty bourgeois national illusions about the possibility of peaceful coexistence and of the equality of nations under capitalism. July 1920 141-4. From these principles it follows that the entire policy of the Communist International on the national and colonial question must be based primarily on bringing together the proletariat and working classes of all nations and countries for the common revolutionary struggle for the overthrow of the landowners and the bourgeoisie. For only such united action will ensure victory over capitalism, without which it is impossible to abolish national oppression and inequality of rights. 5. The world political situation has now placed the proletarian dictatorship on the order of the day, and all events in world politics are necessarily concentrated on one central point, the struggle of the world bourgeoisie against the Russian Soviet Republic, which is rallying round itself both the Soviet movements among the advanced workers in all countries, and all the national liberation movements in the colonies and among oppressed peoples, convinced by bitter experience that there is no salvation for them except in union with the revolutionary proletariat and in the victory of the Soviet power over world imperialism. 6. At the present time, therefore, we should not restrict ourselves to a mere recognition or declaration of the need to bring the working people of various countries closer together. Our policy must be to bring into being a close alliance of all national and colonial liberation movements with Soviet Russia. The forms taken by this alliance will be determined by the stage of development reached by the communist movement among the proletariat of each country or by the revolutionary liberation movement in the undeveloped countries and among the backward nationalities. 7. Federation is a transitional form towards the complete union of the working people of all nations. Experience has already shown the expediency of federation, both in the relations of the Russian Socialist Federal Soviet Republic with other Soviet republics, the Hungarian, Finnish, and Latvian in the past, the Azerbaijan and Ukrainian at the present time, as also within the RSFSR itself in regard to the nationalities which had neither independent political existence nor self-government, for example the Bashkir and Tatar autonomous republics of the RSFSR, which were established in 1919 and 1920. 8. On this question it is the task of the Communist International not only to promote further development in this direction, but also to study and examine the experiences of these federations which have arisen on the basis of the Soviet system and the Soviet movement. While recognizing federation as a transitional form to complete union, efforts must be made to bring about an ever closer federal association, consideration being given to the following. First, it is impossible for the Soviet republics, surrounded by the imperialist states of the entire world, which are far stronger from the military point of view, to hold out unless they are closely allied with other Soviet republics. Secondly, the necessity for a close economic association. 142 The Communist International among the Soviet republics, without which it is impossible to restore the productive forces destroyed by imperialism or to ensure the welfare of the working people. Thirdly, the movement towards the creation of a unified world economy on a common plan controlled by the proletariat of all nations. This tendency has already become clearly manifest under capitalism, and socialism will without any doubt carry forward and complete its development. 9. In regard to relations within states, the Communist International's national policy cannot confine itself to the bare and formal recognition of the equality of nations, expressed in words only and involving no practical obligations, to which bourgeois democracies, even if they call themselves socialist, restrict themselves. Offenses against the equality of nations and violations of the guaranteed rights of national minorities, repeatedly committed by all capitalist states despite their democratic constitution, must be inflexibly exposed in all the propaganda and agitation carried on by the communist parties, both inside and outside parliament. But that is not enough. It is also necessary, first, to make clear all the time that only the Soviet system is able to ensure real equality for the nations, because it unites first the proletarians, and then all the masses of the working people, in the struggle against the bourgeoisie. Secondly, communist parties must give direct support to the revolutionary movements among the dependent nations and those without equal rights, e.g. in Ireland, and among the American Negroes, and in the colonies. Without this last particularly important condition, the struggle against the oppression of the dependent nations and colonies, and the recognition of their right to secede as separate states, remains a deceitful pretense, as it is in the parties of the Second International. 10. To acknowledge internationalism in words only, while in fact adulterating it in all propaganda, agitation, and practical work with petty bourgeois nationalism and pacifism, is a common characteristic not only of the parties of the Second International, but also among those which have left the Second International. This phenomenon even occurs not infrequently among parties which now call themselves communist. The fight against this evil, against deeply rooted petty bourgeois national prejudices which make their appearance in every possible form, such as race hatred, stirring up national antagonisms, anti-Semitism, must be brought into the foreground the more vigorously, the more urgent it becomes to transform the dictatorship of the proletariat from a national dictatorship, i.e. a dictatorship existing in one country alone, and incapable of conducting an independent world policy, into an international dictatorship, i.e. a dictatorship of the proletariat in at least a few advanced countries, which is capable of exercising decisive influence in the political affairs of July 1920 143 the entire world. Petty bourgeois nationalism calls the mere recognition of the equality of nations internationalism, and, disregarding the purely verbal character of such recognition, considers national egoism inviolable. Proletarian internationalism on the other hand demands, 1. Subordination of the interests of the proletarian struggle in one country to the interests of the struggle on a world scale. 2. That the nation which achieves victory over the bourgeoisie shall display the capacity and readiness to make the greatest national sacrifices in order to overthrow international capitalism. That is why, in the states where capitalism is fully developed and which have workers' parties which really are the vanguard of the proletariat, the struggle against opportunist and petty bourgeois pacifist distortions of the idea and policy of internationalism is the primary and most important task. 11. In regard to the more backward states and nations, primarily feudal or patriarchal peasant in character, the following considerations must be kept specially in mind. A. All communist parties must support by action the revolutionary liberation movements in these countries. The form which this support shall take should be discussed with the Communist Party of the country in question, if there is one. This obligation refers in the first place to the active support of the workers in that country on which the backward nation is financially, or as a colony, dependent. B. It is essential to struggle against the reactionary and medieval influence of the priesthood, the Christian missions, and similar elements. C. It is necessary to struggle against the pan-Islamic and pan-Asiatic movements and similar tendencies, which are trying to combine the liberation struggle against European and American imperialism with the strengthening of the power of Turkish and Japanese imperialism and of the nobility, the large landlords, the priests, etc. D. It is particularly important to support the peasant movement in the backward countries against the landlords and all forms and survivals of feudalism. Above all, efforts must be made to give the peasant movement as revolutionary a character as possible, organizing the peasants and all the exploited wherever possible in Soviets, and thus establish as close a tie as possible between the West European communist proletariat and the revolutionary peasant movement in the East, in the colonies and backward countries. e. A resolute struggle must be waged against the attempt to clothe the revolutionary liberation movements in the backward countries which are not genuinely communist in communist colors. The Communist International has the duty of supporting the revolutionary movement in the colonies and backward countries only with the object of rallying the constituent elements of the future proletarian parties which will be truly communist and not only in name in all the backward countries, and 144 the Communist International educating them to a consciousness of their special task, namely, that of fighting against the bourgeois democratic trend in their own nation. The Communist International should collaborate provisionally with the revolutionary movement of the colonies and backward countries, and even form an alliance with it, but it must not amalgamate with it. It must unconditionally maintain the independence of the proletarian movement, even if it is only in an embryonic stage. F. It is essential constantly to expose and to explain to the widest masses of the working people everywhere, and particularly in the backward countries, the deception practiced by the imperialist powers with the help of the privileged classes in the oppressed countries in creating ostensibly politically independent states which are in reality completely dependent on them economically, financially, and militarily. A glaring example of the deception practiced on the working classes of an oppressed nation by the combined efforts of Entente imperialism and the bourgeoisie of that same nation is offered by the Zionists' Palestine venture, and by Zionism as a whole, which, under the pretense of creating a Jewish state in Palestine, in fact surrenders the Arab working people of Palestine, where the Jewish workers form only a small minority, to exploitation by England. In present international conditions there is no salvation for dependent and weak nations except as an alliance of Soviet republics. 12. The centuries-old enslavement of the colonial and weak peoples by the great imperialist powers has left behind among the working masses of the enslaved countries not only feelings of bitterness but also feelings of distrust of the oppressing nations as a whole, including the proletariat of these nations. The despicable treachery to socialism committed by the majority of the official leaders of that proletariat in the years 1914 to 1919, when the social patriots concealed behind the slogan of defense of the fatherland the defense of the right of their bourgeoisie to enslave the colonies and plunder the financially dependent countries, such treachery could only strengthen that quite natural distrust. Since this distrust and national prejudice can only be eradicated after the destruction of imperialism in the advanced countries and after the radical transformation of the entire foundations of economic life in the backward countries, the removal of these prejudices can proceed only very slowly. From this it follows that it is the duty of the class-conscious communist proletariat of all countries to be especially cautious and particularly attentive to the national feelings, in themselves out of date, in countries and peoples that have been long enslaved. It is also their duty to make concessions in order to remove this distrust and prejudice the more quickly. Unless the proletariat, and all the working masses of all countries and nations of the entire world, themselves strive towards alliance, and unite as one, the victory over capitalism cannot be pursued to a completely successful end. July 1920 145. Extracts from the Theses on the Trade Union Movement, Factory Councils, and the Communist International, adopted by the Second Comintern Congress July 1920. Protocol 2. p. 526. The theses were introduced by Radek in a speech in which he argued that, although capitalism could no longer ensure a rising standard of life for the workers, it was wrong to say that the economic struggle was pointless. It kept the working classes in fighting trim, and they would only be convinced by experience that capitalism had nothing to offer them. Communist policy was to give support to all factory organizations which helped to break the power of the trade union bureaucracy. So long as the unions were controlled by the reformist bureaucracy, the factory committees should not be incorporated in the unions. We go into the unions in order to overthrow the bureaucracy and if necessary to split the unions. We go into the unions in order to make them instruments of struggle. We shall try to turn the unions into fighting organizations, but if the resistance of the bureaucracy should be stronger than we assume, we shall not hesitate to destroy them, for we know that it is not the form that is most important, but the capacity of the workers to organize, and their will to organize the revolutionary struggle. It was in connection with communist work in the unions, whose leaders, he thought, would do their best to exclude them, that Lenin wrote, shortly before the Second Congress, "One must know how to resist all this, to accept any and every sacrifice, even in case of necessity to resort to every kind of trick, cunning, illegal expedient, concealment, suppression of the truth, in order to penetrate into the trade unions, to remain in them, to conduct in them, at whatever cost, communist work." Objections to the theses were raised by most of the British and United States delegates. Skeptical of the possibility of winning the existing unions for a revolutionary policy, they advocated the formation of new unions. In the debate on the statutes, Gallagher asserted that the British trade unions could never be won for communism. On the contrary, they were the strongest bulwark of capitalism against the social revolution. The unions could not be won for communism, but office in the unions would corrupt communists. The commission to which the theses were referred held 6 long sessions, but the conflict was unresolved. When the question came again before the Congress, the discussion was closed on a motion put forward by Zinoviev and carried by 50 votes to 25. The theses were carried by 64 votes, there were 13 abstentions, including the British and United States delegates. I1. The trade unions, which catered primarily for the skilled and best-paid workers, who were limited by their craft narrowness, bound by the bureaucratic machinery which cut them off from the masses, and misled by their opportunist leaders, have betrayed not only the cause of 146 the Communist International Social Revolution, but even the cause of the struggle for an improvement in the conditions of life of their own members. They deserted the platform of trade union struggle against the employers and adopted in its place a program of peaceful agreement with the capitalists at any price. This policy has been followed not only by the liberal unions in England and America, and by the allegedly socialist free trade unions in Germany and Austria, but also by the syndicalist unions in France. 2. In order to wage their economic struggle successfully, the broad working masses are now streaming into the ranks of the trade unions. In all capitalist countries, the membership of the trade unions is increasing by leaps and bounds. The unions no longer organize only the advanced sections, but the great mass of the proletariat, who are trying to turn them into their own fighting weapon. The greater acuteness of class contradictions forces the unions to lead the strikes which are spreading in a broad wave over the entire capitalist world and constantly interrupting the process of capitalist production and exchange. As prices rise and their own exhaustion grows, the working masses raise their demands and thus destroy the basis of all capitalist calculations, which are the essential prerequisite of any orderly economy. The trade unions, which during the war became channels for influencing the working masses in the interests of the bourgeoisie, are now becoming organs for the destruction of capitalism. 3. This change in the character of trade unions is being hampered in every way by the old trade union bureaucracy and the old organizational forms of the trade unions. The old union bureaucracy is trying to maintain the unions as organizations of the labor aristocracy. It retains the rules and regulations which make it impossible for the badly paid working masses to join the unions. Even now the old trade union bureaucracy is trying to substitute for the strike struggle of the workers, which with every day takes on more and more the character of a revolutionary struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie, a policy of agreement with the capitalists, a policy of long-term agreements which, with the uninterrupted mad rise in prices, are utterly meaningless. It is trying to force on the workers the policy of collaboration with the employers, of joint industrial councils, and to make the conduct of strikes more difficult from the legal point of view, with the help of the capitalist state. 4. Since powerful working masses are streaming into the unions, and since the economic fight which these masses are waging, in opposition to the trade union bureaucracy, has an objectively revolutionary character, communists in all countries must join the trade unions, in order to turn them into conscious fighting organs for the overthrow of capitalism and for communism. They must take the initiative in forming trade unions where these do not exist. All voluntary abstention from the unions, all artificial attempts to create July 1921 47, separate trade unions unless compelled thereto either by extraordinary acts of violence on the part of the trade union bureaucracy, such as the dissolution of revolutionary branches of the unions by the opportunist union headquarters, or by their narrow policy of serving only the labor aristocracy which makes it impossible for the masses of less skilled workers to join the union, are extremely dangerous for the communist movement. They involve the danger that the masses, who are on the road to communism, will be separated from the most advanced and class-conscious workers and surrendered to the opportunist leaders who work hand in glove with the bourgeoisie. The indecision of the working masses, their intellectual irresolution, their susceptibility to the specious arguments of the opportunist leaders, can be overcome only in the course of the sharpening struggle, to the extent that the broadest strata of the proletariat learn from their own experience, from their victories and defeats, that it is no longer possible within a capitalist economic system to get human conditions of life, to the extent that the advanced communist workers learn to act, in the economic struggle, not only as heralds of the ideas of communism, but as the most determined leaders of the struggle and of the trade unions. Only in this way will it be possible to get rid of the opportunist union leaders. Only in this way can the communists get at the head of the trade union movement and make of it an organ of revolutionary struggle for communism. 5. Since communists attach more importance to the goal and nature of trade unions than to their form, they should not shrink from a split in the union organizations if the refusal to split would be tantamount to abandoning revolutionary work in the unions, abandoning the attempt to make them instruments of revolutionary struggle and to organize the most exploited sections of the proletariat. But even if such a split should prove to be necessary, it should be effected only if the communists succeed in convincing the broad working masses, by constant struggle against the opportunist leaders and their tactics, by the most vigorous participation in the economic struggle of the broad working masses, that the split is to be made not for the sake of distant revolutionary aims which they do not yet understand, but for the sake of the most immediate practical interests of the working class, in the development of their economic struggle. 6. Where splits between opportunist and revolutionary trade union leadership have already occurred, where, as in America, there are, in addition to the opportunist unions, unions with revolutionary if not communist tendencies, communists are obliged to support these revolutionary unions, to help them free themselves of syndicalist prejudices and adopt a communist standpoint, which can alone serve as a reliable compass in the perplexities of the economic struggle. Where there are factory organizations, whether part of or outside the trade unions, such as shop stewards. 148 The Communist International and Factory Committees, whose object is to fight the counter-revolutionary tendencies of the trade union bureaucracy and support the spontaneous direct actions of the proletariat, communists must of course support these organizations with the utmost energy. But support for revolutionary unions should not mean that communists leave the opportunist unions which are in a state of ferment and are moving towards advocacy of the class struggle. On the contrary, in seeking to accelerate this development of the mass unions which are on the road to revolutionary struggle, communists will be able to play the part of an element uniting the workers in the unions, theoretically and organizationally, for the common struggle for the abolition of capitalism. 7. In the epoch of capitalist decay, the economic struggle is transformed into a political struggle far more quickly than could have happened in the age of peaceful capitalist development. Any large-scale economic conflict may confront the workers with the question of revolution. It is therefore the duty of communists, at all stages of the economic struggle, to point out to the workers that the struggle can be successful only if the working class defeats the capitalist class in open battle and embarks on the work of socialist construction by means of dictatorship. With this in mind, the communists must try to establish complete unity as widely as possible between the trade unions and the Communist Party, subordinating the unions to the leadership of the party as the vanguard of the workers' revolution. For this purpose communists must form Communist Party fractions in all trade unions and factory committees and with their help take over and lead the trade union movement. 2.1. The economic struggle of the proletariat for higher wages and better living conditions generally for the working masses is getting deeper into a blind alley every day. The economic disorder which is enveloping one country after another shows even the backward workers that it is not enough to fight for higher wages and a shorter working day, that with every day the capitalist class is less and less able to restore economic life and to ensure for the workers even the standard of life they enjoyed before the war. From this growing recognition arise the efforts of the working masses to create organizations which can take up the struggle to rescue economic life by workers' control, exercised through the control of production by the factory committees. It is therefore a mistake to want to organize factory committees only of those workers who have already adopted the program of proletarian dictatorship. On the contrary, because of this economic disorder, it is the duty of the Communist Party to organize all workers, and to arm them for the struggle for the proletarian. July 1920 149 Dictatorship by extending and deepening the struggle, which they all understand, for workers' control over production. 2. The Communist Party will be able to accomplish this task if, in the struggle of the factory committees, it intensifies the awareness of the masses that the planned restoration of economy on a capitalist basis, which would mean the further subjugation of the workers by the state for the benefit of the capitalist class, is now impossible. The organization of economic life in the interests of the working masses is possible only when the state is in the hands of the workers, when the strong hand of the workers' dictatorship starts on the abolition of capitalism and on socialist reconstruction. 3. The struggle of the factory committees against capitalism has as its immediate general object workers' control over production. The committees in the different factories will soon be faced with the question of workers' control over entire branches of industry and industry as a whole. But since any attempt by the workers to supervise the supply of raw materials and the financial operations of the factory owners will be met by the bourgeoisie and the capitalist government with the most vigorous measures against the working class, the fight for workers' control of production leads to the fight for the seizure of power by the working class. 5. Factory committees cannot replace the trade unions. Only in the course of the struggle can the committees step outside the limits of the individual factory or workshop and unite on the basis of an entire industry, establishing machinery for the conduct of the struggle as a whole. The trade unions are already centralized fighting organs, although they do not include such great working masses as the factory committees can, which are looser organizations accessible to all the workers in an undertaking. This division of function between factory committee and trade union is a result of the historical development of the social revolution. Trade unions organize the working masses for struggle on the basis of the demands for higher wages and a shorter working day throughout the country. Factory committees are organized for workers' control over production, for the fight against economic chaos. They cover all the workers in the factory, but their struggle can only gradually assume a nationwide character. Only insofar as the trade unions overcome the counter-revolutionary tendencies of their bureaucracy, deliberately become organs of revolution, should communists support the effort to turn factory committees into factory branches of the trade union. 3. The opportunist trade union leaders, who during the war acted as lackeys of the bourgeoisie, are now trying to re-establish the Trade Union International and make of it a weapon for international world capital in its fight against the proletariat. Led by Legion, Jouerho, and Gompers. 150 The Communist International. They are forming a labor office attached to the League of Nations, that organization of the international system of capitalist robbery. In all countries they are trying to throttle the strike movement by legislation which will compel the workers to submit to courts of arbitration composed of representatives of the capitalist state. Everywhere they are trying to reach agreement with the capitalists on granting concessions to the skilled workers, seeking in this way to shatter the growing unity of the working class. With every day the economic struggle of the proletariat in every country is becoming more revolutionary. Therefore the trade unions must consciously use all their power to support every revolutionary struggle, in other countries as well as their own. For this purpose they must not only strive to bring about the greatest possible centralization of the struggle in their country, but they must do this on an international scale by entering the Communist International, uniting with it into an army whose various parts carry on the struggle in common by reciprocal support. Extracts from the Theses on Communist Parties and Parliament adopted by the Second Comintern Congress. August 2, 1920 Protocol, 2, p. 466. The historical introduction to these theses was written by Trotsky. The theses themselves were drafted and introduced by Bukharin. In the commission they were adopted against 2 votes, Switzerland and the IWW. Theses submitted to the commission by Bordiga, Italy, urging abstention from Parliament, received 2 votes. Bukharin's theses were adopted by the Congress against 7 votes, with 11 abstentions. In his introductory speech Bukharin said the theses were directed against the parliamentarians who became part of the bourgeois state machine, and the anti-parliamentarians on principle, the anarchists and abstentionists who believed that in the given conditions of class struggle participation in parliament was a mistake. Gallacher, shop stewards, supported by a German syndicalist, Suchy, thought the theses opportunist. They would discourage a revolutionary spirit among the workers, and parliamentary activities would corrupt those who were elected. Murphy disagreed with Gallacher, and supported the theses. Lenin maintained that Parliament, reflecting class conflicts and interests, was an arena of the class struggle. It could be used in a revolutionary way, which would itself contribute to the destruction of Parliament. The new epoch and the new parliamentarian. From the very first, at the time of the First International, the attitude of socialist parties towards Parliament was to utilize bourgeois parliaments. August 1920 151 for purposes of agitation. Participation in Parliament was viewed from the standpoint of developing class consciousness, that is, of awakening the class hostility of the proletariat towards the ruling class. This attitude changed under the influence, not of theory, but of political developments. The attitude of the Communist International towards Parliament is determined not by any new theory, but by the change in the role of parliaments themselves. In the preceding epoch Parliament, as the instrument of developing capitalism, accomplished work which was to a certain extent historically progressive. In present conditions of unbridled imperialism, however, Parliament has become an instrument of falsehood, deception, and violence, an enervating talk shop. In the face of the devastation, looting, violence, robberies, and destruction committed by imperialism, parliamentary reforms, lacking system, durability, and order, lose all practical significance for the working masses. Socialists who, while inclined towards communism, point out that the moment for revolution has not yet come in their country, and refuse to break away from the parliamentary opportunists, are in fact arguing from a conscious or semi-conscious assessment of the approaching epoch as one of relative stability of imperialist society, and assuming, on this basis, that practical results can be obtained by a coalition with the Touratis and Longuets in the fight for reform. But communism must start from a clear theoretical analysis of the character of the present epoch, the culmination of capitalism, imperialist self-negation and self-destruction, uninterrupted spread of civil war, etc. The forms of political relations and groupings may be different in different countries, but their essential nature is the same everywhere. For us the question is the immediate political and technical preparation of the insurrection of the proletariat for the destruction of bourgeois power and the establishment of the new proletarian power. For communists, Parliament today can in no circumstances serve as the center of the struggle for reforms, for improving the lot of the working class, as it did at certain times in the preceding epoch. The center of gravity of political life has now been completely and finally removed beyond the confines of Parliament. On the other hand, the bourgeoisie are compelled, in virtue not only of their relation to the working masses, but also of the involved interrelationships within the bourgeois classes, to put some of their measures into effect, in one way or another, through Parliament, where the various cliques bargain for power, display their strength and betray their weakness, show themselves up as they really are, etc. Therefore it is the immediate historical task of the working class to wrench this machine from the hands of the ruling classes, to destroy and annihilate it, and to put in its place new proletarian organs of power. At the same time, however, the revolutionary general staff of the working class 152 The Communist International has a strong interest in having reconnaissance units in the parliamentary institutions of the bourgeoisie, to facilitate the work of destruction. From this emerges clearly the fundamental difference between the tactics of communists, who enter parliament with revolutionary aims, and the tactics of the socialist parliamentarians. The disgusting traditions of the old parliamentary tactics have however impelled some revolutionary elements into the camp of opponents of parliament in principle, the IWW, the Revolutionary Syndicalists, KAPD. The Second Congress therefore puts forward the following theses. 2. Communism, the fight for the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the utilization of bourgeois parliaments. 1. Parliamentarianism as a state system became a democratic form of the rule of the bourgeoisie who, at a certain stage of development, needed the fiction of a popular representative body, which from the outside seems to be an organization of the popular will standing outside classes, but is in essence an instrument of oppression and subjection in the control of ruling capital. 2. Parliamentarianism is a particular form of the state order, hence it cannot be the form of communist society, in which there are neither classes nor class struggle, nor any state power. 3. Nor can parliament serve as the form of proletarian state administration in the transition period from the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie to the dictatorship of the proletariat. When the class struggle has come to a head, in the Civil War, the proletariat must build up its state organization as a fighting organization to which representatives of the former ruling classes are not admitted. At this stage the fiction of the popular will is directly harmful to the proletariat. The proletariat needs no parliamentary division of powers, which is harmful to it. The form taken by the proletarian dictatorship is the Soviet Republic. 4. Bourgeois parliaments, one of the most important pieces of machinery in the bourgeois state apparatus, cannot as such be won permanently, just as the proletariat cannot win the bourgeois state. The task of the proletariat is to shatter the bourgeois state machine, to destroy it, and to destroy with it parliamentary institutions, whether republican or deriving from a constitutional monarchy. 6. Consequently, communism repudiates parliamentarianism as the form of the future society, as the form of the class dictatorship of the proletariat. It denies the possibility of winning parliament over permanently, its object is to destroy parliamentarianism. It follows that communism can be concerned only with exploiting bourgeois state institutions. August 1920 I-53 with the object of destroying them. In this way, and only in this way, can the question be conceived. 2.7. Every class struggle is a political struggle, for in the final analysis it is a struggle for power. Any strike which spreads over the whole country endangers the bourgeois state and therefore assumes a political character. 8. Consequently, the question of political struggle is by no means identical with the question of the attitude to parliament. The first is a general question of the proletarian class struggle, in which small and partial struggles mount up to the general struggle for the overthrow of the capitalist order as a whole. 9. Civil war is war. In this war the proletariat must have its courageous political officers' corps, its strong political general staff, directing all the operations of the struggle in every field. 10. The mass struggle is an entire system of developing actions which become more and more acute in form and logically lead to insurrection against the capitalist state. In this mass struggle which develops into civil war, the leading party of the proletariat must as a rule secure all legal positions, using them as auxiliary centers of its revolutionary activity and incorporating them in its main plan of campaign, the campaign of mass struggle. 11. One such auxiliary center is the rostrum of the bourgeois parliament. It is no argument against participation in the parliamentary struggle that parliament is a bourgeois state institution. The Communist Party does not enter this institution to function there as an organic part of parliament, but in order by action inside parliament to help the masses to shatter the state machine and parliament itself. 12. This activity inside parliament, which consists chiefly in revolutionary agitation from the parliamentary tribune, in exposing enemies, in the ideological mobilization of the masses, who, particularly in the backward areas, are still encumbered with democratic illusions and look to the parliamentary rostrum, must be wholly and completely subordinate to the aims and tasks of the mass struggle outside Parliament. Participation in the electoral struggle and revolutionary propaganda from inside Parliament are particularly important in the political approach to those sections of the working class, such as the agricultural working masses, who have up to now been remote from political life. 316. Anti-parliamentarian on principle, that is, the absolute and categorical rejection of participation in elections and in revolutionary. 154. The Communist International parliamentary activity is therefore a naive and childish doctrine which is beneath criticism, a doctrine which is occasionally founded on healthy disgust with paltry parliamentary politicians, but which is at the same time blind to the possibility of revolutionary parliamentarianism. Moreover, this doctrine is frequently connected with a wholly false idea of the role of the party, which pictures it not as the centralized vanguard of the workers, but as a decentralized system of loosely connected groups. 17. On the other hand, it does not at all follow from the theoretical admission of parliamentary activity that participation in actual elections and in actual parliamentary sessions is in all circumstances absolutely necessary. That depends on a whole series of specific conditions. In certain circumstances it may be necessary to walk out of Parliament. The Bolsheviks did that when they left the pre-Parliament in order to destroy it. In certain circumstances it may be necessary to boycott elections and to remove by force both the entire bourgeois state apparatus, as well as the bourgeois parliamentary clique, or it may be necessary to take part in elections while boycotting Parliament itself, etc. 18. The boycotting of elections or of Parliament, as well as walking out of Parliament, are permissible primarily when the conditions for the immediate transition to armed struggle for power are at hand. 19. The comparative unimportance of this question should always be borne in mind. Since the center of gravity lies in the struggle for state power waged outside Parliament, it is obvious that the question of the proletarian dictatorship and of the mass struggle for that dictatorship cannot be placed on the same footing as the question of the utilization of Parliament. 20. That is why the Communist International emphasizes most strongly that it considers any split or any attempt at a split within the Communist Party solely on this question a serious error. 3. Revolutionary Parliamentarian. 2. After elections, the organization of the parliamentary fraction must be completely in the hands of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, whether or not the party as a whole is at the time legal or illegal. The chairman and presidium of the Communist parliamentary fraction must be confirmed in their office by the Central Committee. The Central Committee must have a permanent representative in the fraction, with the right of veto and, on all important political questions, the fraction must seek in advance guidance from the party Central Committee. The Central Committee has the right and the duty, when the Communist fraction in Parliament is about to undertake an important step, to appoint or to contest the spokesman for the fraction and to require that the outline of his August 1920 155 speech or the speech itself be submitted for approval by the Central Committee, etc. Every communist candidate must officially give a written undertaking that he is ready to resign from Parliament at the first request of the party Central Committee, so that in any given situation resignation from Parliament can be carried out in unison. 4. A communist member of Parliament is obliged, on the decision of the Central Committee, to combine legal with illegal work. In those countries where communist deputies enjoy immunity under bourgeois law, this immunity must be used to support the party's illegal activities in the fields of organization and propaganda. 5. Communist deputies must subordinate all their activities in Parliament to party action outside Parliament. Demonstrative legislative proposals should be regularly submitted on the instructions of the party and its Central Committee, not with the idea that they will be accepted by the bourgeois majority, but for purposes of propaganda, agitation, and organization. 8. Every communist member of Parliament must bear in mind that he is not a legislator seeking agreement with other legislators, but a party agitator sent into the enemy camp to execute party decisions. The communist deputy is responsible not to the loose mass of the electors, but to his communist party, legal or illegal. 9. The speeches of communist deputies in parliament must be readily understandable to every ordinary worker, every peasant, every washerwoman, every shepherd, so that the party can issue his speeches as leaflets for distribution in every corner of the country. 11. Communist deputies must use the parliamentary rostrum to expose not only the bourgeoisie and their avowed followers, but also the social patriots and reformists, to expose the indecisiveness of the centrist politicians and other opponents of communism, and to conduct propaganda for the ideas of the Communist International. Extracts from the Theses on the Agrarian Question adopted by the Second Comintern Congress. August 4, 1920 Protocol, 2, p. 767. These theses, drafted by Lenin, were to have been introduced by Marklevsky, who was, however, prevented from speaking by the gratifying progress of the Red Army. Marklevsky, Dzerzhinsky, F. Kahn, and Unschlicht were in Bialystok as a kind of provisional revolutionary government, ready to take over in Poland should Warsaw fall. Cerruti, of the Italian Socialist Party, who abstained from voting, spoke against the theses, arguing that they did not correspond with the needs of the 156 the Communist International Revolution in Western countries, and ignored both the existing peasant parties and peasant mentality. 1. Only the urban industrial proletariat led by the Communist Party can liberate the working masses of the countryside from the yoke of capital and large land ownership, or protect them from decline and from the imperialist wars which are forever unavoidable so long as the capitalist system is maintained. The masses working on the land cannot find salvation otherwise than in alliance with the communist proletariat, and in all-out support of its revolutionary struggle for the overthrow of the Junkers, large landowners, and the bourgeoisie. On the other hand, the industrial workers cannot accomplish their world historical mission of emancipating humanity from the shackles of capital and war if they shut themselves up within the circle of narrow craft trade unionist interests, and self-complacently restrict themselves to efforts to improve their more or less tolerable petty bourgeois position. But that precisely is what is being done in many advanced countries by the labor aristocracy, which forms the basis of the allegedly socialist parties of the Second International, but which is in reality the worst enemy of socialism, its betrayers, petty bourgeois chauvinists, and agents of the bourgeoisie within the labor movement. The proletariat is a genuinely revolutionary class, a class acting in genuinely socialist fashion, only when it comes forward and acts as the vanguard of all working and exploited people, as leader in the struggle for the overthrow of the exploiters. But this cannot be put into effect without the class struggle being carried over onto the land, without rallying the working masses of the countryside, without the Communist Party of the urban proletariat, without the training of the rural by the urban proletariat. 2. The working and exploited rural masses whom the urban proletariat must lead in the fight or at least attract to its side, are represented in capitalist countries by the following groups. First, the agricultural proletariat, the wage workers, seasonal, migrant, and daily laborers, who get their living by wage labor in agricultural undertakings and the industrial concerns connected with them. To organize this class, including forestry workers, artisans on large estates, etc., independently of other groups of the rural population, politically and militarily, in trade union, cooperative, and educational organizations, to intensify propaganda and agitation among this group and to draw them over to the side of Soviet power and the dictatorship of the proletariat, that is the basic task of the Communist Party in all countries. Second, the semi-proletariat, the dwarf holders, that is, those who earn their living partly by wage labor in agricultural, industrial, and capitalist undertakings, and partly by drudgery on a plot of land which they own or rent, and which yields only part of the food required by their families. August 1920 157. In all capitalist countries this part of the working rural population is very large, their existence, however, and their situation is ignored by the representatives of the bourgeoisie and the socialists who belong to the Second International. This is done in part deliberately, to mislead the workers, and in part as a result of the common petty bourgeois view which confuses this group with the mass of the peasantry as a whole. This method of misleading the workers is most in evidence in Germany and France, but can also be seen in America and other countries. If the Communist Party does its work correctly, this group can become reliable adherents of the party, for the lot of these semi-proletarians is very hard, and the advantages they would gain from Soviet power and the proletarian dictatorship are great and would come into effect immediately. In some countries the first and second group are not sharply separated from each other. In special circumstances therefore they may be organized jointly. Third, the small peasants, that is, those who work small farms, their own or rented, which just cover the requirements of their family and which need no hired labor. This section undoubtedly gains by the victory of the proletariat, which brings them, a. freedom from the payment of rent or part of the harvest to the landowner, e.g. the métayers in France and Italy, b. freedom from mortgage payments and redemption dues, c. freedom from the various forms of dependence on the large landowners, use of woods and commons, etc., d. immediate help for their farm from the proletarian state, the opportunity to use agricultural machinery and part of the arable land of the large capitalist farms expropriated by the proletariat, immediate transformation by the proletarian state of consumers and agricultural cooperatives from organizations which under capitalism served primarily the wealthy and powerful peasants, into organizations which primarily serve the poor, i.e. the proletarians, semi-proletarians, and small peasants. At the same time the Communist Party must bear in mind that in the transition period from capitalism to communism, that is, during the period of the proletarian dictatorship, waverings in at least part of this stratum towards complete freedom of trade and the free disposal of private property are inevitable. For this stratum, which on a small scale at any rate has a food surplus to sell, is tied to customs and habits of trade and property. With a firm proletarian policy, with a resolute settling of accounts between the victorious proletariat and the large landowners and large peasants, the vacillation of this stratum need not be significant. Nor can it change the fact that the small peasants as a whole will stand on the side of the proletarian revolution. 3. Taken together, these three groups represent, in all countries, the majority of the rural population. Therefore the final triumph of the 158 the Communist International Proletarian Revolution is ensured not only for the towns, but also for the countryside. The contrary opinion is widespread, but it is only kept alive, firstly by the systematic deception practiced by bourgeois science and statistics, which use every means to conceal the deep abyss between these three strata and the exploiters, the landowners and capitalists, and that between the semi-proletarians and small peasants on the one hand, and the large peasants on the other, and secondly, by the inability and reluctance of the heroes of the Second International and the labor aristocracy, demoralized by imperialist privileges, to carry out genuinely proletarian, revolutionary propaganda and agitational and organizational work among the rural working population. The entire attention of the opportunists was and is directed to reaching a theoretical and practical understanding with the bourgeoisie, including the large and middle peasantry, and not to the revolutionary overthrow by the proletariat of the bourgeois government and the bourgeoisie. Thirdly, this false opinion is kept alive by a stubborn prejudice which goes with all bourgeois democratic and parliamentary prejudices. This prejudice holds out against a truth thoroughly demonstrated by theoretical Marxism and fully confirmed by the experience of the proletarian revolution in Russia, namely, that with the exception of the rural workers who are already on the side of revolution, the dispersed, oppressed, intimidated rural population in the groups referred to, who are condemned in all countries, even the most advanced, to semi-barbaric living conditions, groups which are economically, socially, and culturally interested in the victory of socialism, can give decisive support to the revolutionary proletariat only after the proletariat has seized political power, after it has finally settled accounts with the large landowners and capitalists, and after these groups have seen from experience that they have an organized leader and defender who is powerful and resolute enough to help them and put them on the right road. 4. The middle peasants, using the term in an economic sense, include the small farmers, that is, owners or tenants of farms which as a rule, under capitalism, not only support the family but also yield a small surplus which, at least in good years, can be changed into capital. Many of these farms also employ outside labor. As an example of the middle peasantry in an advanced capitalist country, we can take the group of German farmers with 5 to 10 hectares of land who, according to the 1907 figures, employed agricultural wage laborers totaling one-third their own number. In France, where special crops, e.g. vines, are cultivated which require a great deal of labor, this group probably employs an even larger number of hired workers. The revolutionary proletariat cannot undertake, at least in the immediate future and in the early stage of the proletarian dictatorship, to attract this group to its side. Rather, it must restrict itself to the job of August 1920 159 neutralizing them, that is, preventing them from giving active help to the bourgeoisie in their struggle with the proletariat. The vacillations of this group are unavoidable, and at the opening of the new epoch they will tend to lean, in the developed capitalist countries, towards the bourgeoisie, for the outlook and feelings of proprietors are turned very markedly in the direction of private capital. The victorious proletariat will improve the condition of this group by cancelling rent and mortgage debts, by providing machinery and installing electricity, etc. The question of the immediate abolition of private property by the proletarian regime does not arise in most capitalist states. But the proletarian state power will annul all the obligations imposed on this group which arise from private property. In any case, the proletarian regime will guarantee the small and middle peasantry not only the retention of their land, but also that it will be increased by all the land they hitherto rented, by the abolition of rent. The combination of such measures with the implacable struggle against the bourgeoisie guarantees the success of the policy of neutralization. The transition to collective farming among the middle peasantry, without the use of any compulsion, can be effected by the proletarian state only gradually and with the greatest caution, by the force of example, provision of machinery, the introduction of technical improvements, electrification. 5. The large peasants are represented by capitalist undertakings in agriculture, employing as a rule several wage laborers, and connected with the peasantry only by their cultural level, their manner of living, and by personal, physical cooperation on the farm. This is the most numerous of the bourgeois strata, who are openly and definitely hostile to the revolutionary proletariat. The work of the Communist Party in the countryside must have as its main object the emancipation of the working and exploited majority of the rural population from the moral and political influence of these exploiters, the struggle against this group. After the victory of the proletariat in the towns, this group will inevitably resort to every kind of resistance and sabotage of a counter-revolutionary character, even to armed resistance. Therefore the revolutionary proletariat must immediately begin the intellectual and organizational training of the forces necessary to disarm this stratum and at the first sign of resistance to deal it, when the industrial capitalists are overthrown, a decisive, ruthless, annihilating blow. For this purpose the agricultural proletariat must be armed and organized in Soviets, estate councils, in which there should be no place for exploiters, and which must assure overwhelming influence to the proletarians and semi-proletarians. The expropriation of the large peasants should not, however, be the direct task of the victorious proletariat, for the material prerequisites, in 160 the Communist International particular the technical as well as the social, for the socialization of these farms are not yet at hand. In individual cases, which will probably be exceptional, those parts of their land which are rented out, or for which there is a particular need among the small peasant population of the neighborhood, will be expropriated. These small peasants must also be guaranteed the free use on certain conditions of part of the agricultural machinery of the large peasants. In general, the proletarian state power can leave the large peasants their land, and expropriate it only if resistance is shown to the rule of the working and exploited people. The experience of the proletarian revolution in Russia, where the struggle against the large peasants was extremely complex and long drawn out because of a number of exceptional circumstances, showed that this stratum is capable, if it gets a proper lesson at the least sign of resistance, of loyally meeting the demands of the proletarian state power, and even begins to feel respect for that power which protects every worker and ruthlessly pursues the wealthy idlers. 6. The revolutionary proletariat must at once expropriate, without exception and without compensation, all the land belonging to the large landowners and proprietors of estates and all who, whether directly or through leasing land, systematically exploit the labor power of wage workers and the neighboring small, frequently also middle, peasantry, and do not themselves work. In the most advanced capitalist countries, the Communist International recognizes that it is correct to maintain the majority of large-scale agricultural undertakings and to run them on the lines of the state farms in Russia. It will also be appropriate to encourage the formation of collective undertakings, cooperative estates, communes. The maintenance of large agricultural undertakings is the best way of taking care of the interests of the revolutionary section of the rural population, the propertyless land workers and the semi-proletarian dwarf holders, who earn their living largely by wage labor in large concerns. Moreover, the nationalization of these large estates makes the urban population at least partly independent of supplies from the peasantry. In countries and regions where large-scale agriculture is of comparatively insignificant proportions, but where there are large numbers of small peasant proprietors who hope to receive land, the division among them of the land of the large proprietors will be the most certain means of winning the peasantry for the revolution. 7. It is urgently necessary that the conditions of the rural working masses, the most exploited of them, should be immediately and appreciably improved, by the victory of the proletariat, at the expense of the exploiters, for without that the industrial proletariat could not rely confidently on support from the countryside or on the provisioning of the towns with food. 8. The tremendous difficulty of organizing the masses of the rural population, who have been kept by capitalism intellectually undeveloped. August 1920, 161 scattered, suppressed, and frequently in a state of semi-medieval dependence, and of training them as revolutionary fighters, requires the Communist Party to pay particular attention to the strike movement in agriculture, and to give wholehearted support and every encouragement to mass strikes of the rural proletariat and semi-proletariat. The Congress of the Communist International denounces as traitors and deserters those socialists to be found, unfortunately, not only in the Second International, but also in the parties, particularly important for Europe, which have left that international, who manage not merely to regard the rural strike movement with indifference but, like the trade union bureaucracy, the Chademans and Koskis, come out against the strikes because they look at them only from the standpoint of the danger of a decrease in food production. No program and no declaration, however solemn, is of the slightest value if it is not demonstrated indeed that the communists and the workers' leaders place the development of the proletarian revolution and its victory above everything else, that they are ready to make the greatest sacrifices for it, and that there is no other way and no other means of getting rid of hunger and ruin forever and preventing new imperialist wars. The communist parties must make the utmost efforts to prepare for the establishment in the countryside of Soviets, estate councils, composed in the first place of representatives of wage laborers and semi-proletarians. Propaganda should also be carried out for the formation of small peasant councils. Only in association with the mass strike movement and together with the most oppressed class will the Soviets be able to carry out their task and consolidate their position, to get the small peasants under their influence and later bring them into the land workers' councils. But so long as the strike movement is not strong enough, and the organization of the agricultural proletariat is still weakly developed, so long as the landlords and large peasants still exert great pressure and the industrial workers and their organizations give inadequate support, the formation of Soviets in the countryside requires long preparation. This preparation must be effected by the creation of Communist Party cells, however small to begin with, by active propaganda which explains communist demands in everyday language and illustrates the different methods of exploitation and enslavement by practical examples, by regular agitation tours of the rural areas by industrial workers, etc. Statutes of the Communist International adopted at the Second Comintern Congress August 4, 1920. Protocol 2, p. 599. Kabachev reported on the statutes, which were put forward by the ECCI and adopted unanimously. Unlike the Second International, which exercised no. 162. The Communist International authority over the program and activities of the affiliated parties. The Third International was to be as highly centralized and disciplined as the party which had overthrown capitalism in Russia. To the objection urged in the Commission that too much emphasis was laid in the statutes on armed struggle and illegal organization, Kabachev replied that their concealment would not save communists from persecution. Could they shrink from talking of armed struggle at a time when the victorious Red Army is inflicting deadly blows on Entente imperialism and clearing the road for the world revolution, and when civil war was raging in a number of countries? This diplomatic prudence is dangerous, for today the illegal is as important as the legal organization. And not only important, but indispensable. It is not by omitting from the statutes the article about illegal organization that we shall parry the blows of the bourgeoisie, but by learning, by getting used to creating illegal organizations which elude the investigations and vigilance of the bourgeois authorities. Zinoviev said that it was not the form of communist work but the work itself that the bourgeoisie were fighting. Illegal organizations were essential because in times of crisis legal parties would be suppressed. Wichkoop said Article 8 would mean not an international, but an enlarged Russian executive. This might be unavoidable, but if so it should be frankly admitted. Levi also expressed misgivings on this point. It would mean that delegates from the national sections would lose touch with their own parties. Reed and Freyna, United States, objected to Article 14, which left the unions too little autonomy. In 1864 the International Workingmen's Association, the first international, was founded in London. Its provisional rules ran as follows: that the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves, that the struggle for the emancipation of the working classes means not a struggle for class privileges and monopolies, but for equal rights and duties, and the abolition of all class rule, that the economical subjection of the man of labor to the monopolizer of the means of labor, that is the sources of life, lies at the bottom of servitude in all its forms. Of all social misery, mental degradation, and political dependence, that the economical emancipation of the working classes is therefore the great end to which every political movement ought to be subordinate as a means, that all efforts aiming at that great end have hitherto failed from the want of solidarity between the manifold divisions of labor in each country, and from the absence of a fraternal bond of union between the working classes of different countries. That the emancipation of labor is neither a local nor a national, but a social problem, embracing all countries in which modern society exists, and depending for its solution on the concurrence, practical and theoretical, of the most advanced countries, that the present revival of the working classes in the most industrious August 1920 163 countries of Europe, while it raises a new hope, gives solemn warning against a relapse into the old errors and calls for the immediate combination of the still disconnected movements. The Second International, founded in Paris in 1889, undertook to carry on the work of the First International. But in 1914, at the beginning of the world's slaughter, it suffered complete breakdown. Undermined by opportunism and shattered by the treachery of its leaders, who went over to the side of the bourgeoisie, the Second International collapsed. The Communist International, founded in March 1919 in the capital of the Russian Federal Soviet Republic, Moscow, solemnly declares before the entire world that it undertakes to continue and to carry through to the end the great work begun by the First International Workingmen's Association. The Communist International was formed after the conclusion of the imperialist war of 1914-18, in which the imperialist bourgeoisie of the different countries sacrificed 20 million men. Remember the imperialist war. These are the first words addressed by the Communist International to every working man and woman, wherever they live and whatever language they speak. Remember that because of the existence of capitalist society a handful of imperialists were able to force the workers of the different countries for 4 long years to cut each other's throats. Remember that the war of the bourgeoisie conjured up in Europe and throughout the world the most frightful famine and the most appalling misery. Remember, that without the overthrow of capitalism the repetition of such robber wars is not only possible, but inevitable. It is the aim of the Communist International to fight by all available means, including armed struggle, for the overthrow of the international bourgeoisie and for the creation of an international Soviet Republic as a transitional stage to the complete abolition of the state. The Communist International considers the dictatorship of the proletariat the only possible way to liberate mankind from the horrors of capitalism. And the Communist International considers the Soviet power the historically given form of this dictatorship of the proletariat. The imperialist war bound the destinies of the proletariat of each country very closely to the destinies of the proletariat of all other countries. The imperialist war once again confirmed what was written in the statutes of the First International: the emancipation of the workers is not a local, nor a national, but an international problem. The Communist International breaks once and for all with the traditions of the Second International, for whom in fact only white-skinned people existed. The task of the Communist International is to liberate the 164 the Communist International working people of the entire world. In its ranks the white, the yellow, and the black-skinned peoples, the working people of the entire world, are fraternally united. The Communist International supports to the full the conquests of the great proletarian revolution in Russia, the first victorious socialist revolution in world history, and calls on the proletariat of the entire world to take the same path. The Communist International undertakes to support every Soviet republic, wherever it may be formed. The Communist International recognizes that in order to hasten victory, the Workingmen's Association, which is fighting to annihilate capitalism and create communism, must have a strongly centralized organization. The Communist International must, in fact and indeed, be a single communist party of the entire world. The parties working in the various countries are but its separate sections. The organizational machinery of the Communist International must guarantee the workers of each country the opportunity of getting the utmost help from the organized proletariat of other countries at any given moment. For this purpose the Communist International ratifies the following statutes. 1. The new International Association of Workers is established to organize joint action by the proletariat of the different countries which pursue the one goal, the overthrow of capitalism, the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat and of an international Soviet Republic which will completely abolish all classes and realize socialism, the first stage of communist society. 2. The new International Association of Workers is called the Communist International. 3. All parties belonging to the Communist International bear the name Communist Party of such and such a country, section of the Communist International. 4. The supreme authority in the Communist International is the World Congress of all the parties and organizations which belong to it. The World Congress meets regularly once a year. The World Congress alone is empowered to change the program of the Communist International. The World Congress discusses and decides the most important questions of program and tactics connected with the activities of the Communist International. The number of votes to which each party or organization is entitled shall be fixed by special Congress decision. 5. The World Congress elects the Executive Committee of the Communist International, which is the directing body of the Communist International in the period between its World Congresses. The Executive Committee is responsible only to the World Congress. 6. The seat of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, August 1920 165 shall be determined on each occasion by the World Congress of the Communist International. 7. An extraordinary World Congress of the Communist International may be convened either by a decision of the Executive Committee or at the request of half the parties which belong to the Communist International at the time of its preceding World Congress. 8. The chief work of the Executive Committee falls on the party of that country where, by decision of the World Congress, the Executive Committee has its seat. The party of the country in question shall have 5 representatives with full voting powers on the Executive Committee. In addition, the 10 to 13 most important communist parties, the list to be ratified by the regular World Congress, shall each have 1 representative with full voting powers on the Executive Committee. Other organizations and parties accepted by the Communist International have the right to delegate to the Executive Committee one representative each, with consultative voice. 9. The Executive Committee conducts the entire work of the Communist International from one Congress to the next, publishes, in at least 4 languages, the central organ of the Communist International, the periodical Communist International, issues any necessary appeals in the name of the Communist International, and issues instructions which are binding on all parties and organizations belonging to the Communist International. The Executive Committee of the Communist International has the right to demand that parties belonging to the International shall expel groups or persons who offend against international discipline, and it also has the right to expel from the Communist International those parties which violate decisions of the World Congress. These parties have the right to appeal to the World Congress. Should the need arise, the Executive Committee shall set up in the various countries its technical and other auxiliary bureaus, which are wholly subordinate to the Executive Committee. The representatives of the Executive Committee shall carry out their political tasks in closest contact with the party center of the country concerned. 10. The Executive Committee of the Communist International has the right to co-opt onto the committee, with consultative voice, representatives of organizations and parties which, while not belonging to the Communist International, sympathize with and stand near to it. 11. The press organs of all parties and all organizations which belong to the Communist International, and those which are recognized as sympathizing parties and organizations, are bound to publish all official decisions of the Communist International and its Executive Committee. 12. The general situation all over Europe and America compels communists throughout the world to create illegal communist organizations side by side with the legal organization. The Executive Committee is obliged to see that this is put into effect everywhere. 166. The Communist International 13. As a rule, political communication between the individual parties belonging to the Communist International will be conducted through the ECCI. In urgent cases, communication may be direct, but the ECCI shall be simultaneously informed. 14. Trade unions adhering to the Communist platform and organized internationally under the leadership of the Communist International, shall form a trade union section of the Communist International. These trade unions shall send their representatives to the World Congresses of the Communist International through the Communist parties of the countries concerned. The trade union section of the Communist International shall have one representative with full voting powers on the ECCI. The ECCI has the right to send one representative with full voting powers to the trade union section of the Communist International. 15. The Communist Youth International is, like all other members of the Communist International, subordinate to the Communist International and its Executive Committee. The Executive Committee of the Communist Youth International has one representative with full voting powers on the ECCI. The ECCI has the right to send one representative with full voting powers to the Executive Committee of the Communist Youth International. 16. The ECCI confirms the appointment of the International Secretary of the Communist Women's Movement and shall organize the women's section of the Communist International. 17. When moving from one country to another, every member of the Communist International shall receive the fraternal help of the local members of the Communist International. Conditions of admission to the Communist International approved by the Second Comintern Congress August 6, 1920. Protocol 2, p. 387. Neither the First Congress, nor the ECCI in the interval between the First and Second Congresses, had laid down conditions of admission to the Communist International. These conditions, or rather 19 of them, were drafted by Lenin, amended and supplemented in the Commission, and debated at 2 sessions on 29 and July 30. Zinoviev and Meyer, KPD, acted as reporters. Zinoviev, who described them later as a bulwark against centrism, said they were designed to establish what the CI is and what it wants to be. In March 1919 it was nothing but a propagandist society, and it had remained that for a whole year. Now they had to become a fighting organization. The defeat in Hungary was due in part to the amalgamation of the Hungarian Communist Party, with the consent of the ECCI, with the Social Democrats, who at the decisive moment went over to the bourgeoisie. There could in future be no cooperation with those. August 1920 167 who did not wholeheartedly accept the CI platform. The USPD and the Scandinavian, French, and Italian socialist parties would have to choose between the CI and the reformist and opportunist elements in their own ranks. But, whatever their choice, the hearts of the workers in all countries belong to us, and more so with every day, because the last hour of the bourgeoisie and of the semi-bourgeois Second International has struck. To those, such as Crispien of the USPD and Cerruti of the Italian Socialist Party, who suggested that it should be left to the parties themselves to determine the appropriate moment for splitting from the right wing, Lenin replied that there could never be an inappropriate moment for splitting from the McDonald's and Co. skies. Cerruti contended that conditions of admission could be laid down only after a program had been adopted, otherwise what were they being admitted to? Surveying the work of the Congress at the meeting of August 7, Zinoviev said, "Just as it is not easy for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle, so, I hope, it will not be easy for the adherents of the center to slip through the 21 conditions." They were put forward to make clear to the workers in the USPD and in the Italian and French socialist parties, and to all organized workers, what the International General Staff of the Proletarian Revolution demands of them. A split was to be preferred to diluted theory or lax discipline. The most severe critics of the 21 conditions were Crispien and Dittmann, two of the USPD delegates. "I can imagine conditions," said Crispien, "in which a split is necessary. The USPD is a proof of that. It was a bitter necessity. But, before splitting, you must try to win the workers to a clear position of principle. And for that you need time and patience. It is much easier to split the workers in Germany than to win them for the revolution, and keep them together." The USPD had also criticized the use of terror, as opposed to force. Here too, as in the question of dictatorship, the specifically Russian form is raised to a principle for the entire international proletariat. Content is stifled by form, and this makes the course of the revolution more difficult, for not enough consideration is given to circumstances which, within a different sociological frame, may also require a different form of revolution. Lenin did not reply to this charge, but said that Crispien's attempt to distinguish between terror and force might do for a textbook on sociology, but did not work in practical politics. It was during this interchange with the USPD delegates that they were attacked for their attitude in November 1918, when the offer of Soviet grain, made as a gesture of solidarity to show that the fate of the Russian and German revolutions was linked together, was refused for fear of offending the Allies, and for not having prevented the expulsion of the Soviet diplomatic representative Joff. The United States, Dittmann replied, had promised sufficient grain to maintain the rations. They were grateful for the Russian offer, but Russia itself was short of food, and they had to think of the danger of starvation in Germany. As to the expulsion of Joff, that had been decided before the socialist government, consisting of 3 members of the SPD and 3 of the USPD, had taken office, and the USPD was unable to persuade the SPD to cancel the order, although they had urged that the charge against Joff of intervention in domestic affairs was a formal one which they, as revolutionary socialists, could not endorse. The conditions were carried against 2 votes. 168 The Communist International. The first Congress of the Communist International did not draw up any precise conditions for the admission of parties to the Third International. When the first Congress was convened, there were in the majority of countries only communist trends and groups. The Second Congress of the Communist International is meeting in different circumstances. At the present time there are in most countries not only communist trends and tendencies, but communist parties and organizations. Application for admission to the Communist International is now frequently made by parties and groups which up to a short time ago still belonged to the Second International, but which have not in fact become communist. The Second International has finally broken down. The in-between parties and the centrist groups, seeing the utter hopelessness of the Second International, are trying to find a support in the Communist International, which is growing steadily stronger. but in doing so they hope to retain enough autonomy to enable them to continue their former opportunist or centrist policy. The Communist International is becoming, to some extent, fashionable. The desire of some leading centrist groups to join the Communist International indirectly confirms that it has won the sympathies of the overwhelming majority of the class-conscious workers of the entire world, and that with every day it is becoming a more powerful force. The Communist International is threatened by the danger of dilution by unstable and irresolute elements which have not yet completely discarded the ideology of the Second International. Moreover, in some of the larger parties, Italy, Sweden, Norway, Yugoslavia, etc., where the majority adhere to the communist standpoint, there still remains even today a reformist and social pacifist wing which is only waiting a favorable moment to raise its head again and start active sabotage of the proletarian revolution and so help the bourgeoisie and the Second International. No communist should forget the lessons of the Hungarian Revolution. The Hungarian proletariat paid a high price for the fusion of the Hungarian communists with the so-called left Social Democrats. Consequently, the Second Congress of the Communist International thinks it necessary to lay down quite precisely the conditions of admission of new parties, and to point out to those parties which have already joined the duties imposed on them. The Second Congress of the Communist International puts forward the following conditions of adherence to the Communist International. 1. All propaganda and agitation must be of a genuinely communist character and in conformity with the program and decisions of the Communist International. The entire party press must be run by reliable communists. August 1920, 169 who have proved their devotion to the cause of the proletariat. The dictatorship of the proletariat is to be treated not simply as a current formula learned by rote. It must be advocated in a way which makes its necessity comprehensible to every ordinary working man and woman, every soldier and peasant, from the facts of their daily life, which must be systematically noted in our press and made use of every day. The periodical press and other publications, and all party publishing houses, must be completely subordinated to the party presidium, regardless of whether the party as a whole is at the given moment legal or illegal. Publishing houses must not be allowed to abuse their independence and pursue a policy which is not wholly in accordance with the policy of the party. In the columns of the press, at popular meetings, in the trade unions and cooperatives, wherever the adherents of the Communist International have an entry, it is necessary to denounce, systematically and unrelentingly, not only the bourgeoisie, but also their assistants, the reformists of all shades. 2. Every organization which wishes to join the Communist International must, in an orderly and planned fashion, remove reformists and centrists from all responsible positions in the workers' movement, party organizations, editorial boards, trade unions, parliamentary fractions, cooperatives, local government bodies, and replace them by tried communists, even if, particularly at the beginning, experienced opportunists have to be replaced by ordinary rank-and-file workers. 3. In practically every country of Europe and America the class struggle is entering the phase of civil war. In these circumstances communists can have no confidence in bourgeois legality. They are obliged everywhere to create a parallel illegal organization which at the decisive moment will help the party to do its duty to the revolution. In all those countries where, because of a state of siege or of emergency laws, communists are unable to do all their work legally, it is absolutely essential to combine legal and illegal work. 4. The obligation to spread communist ideas includes the special obligation to carry on systematic and energetic propaganda in the army. Where such agitation is prevented by emergency laws, it must be carried on illegally. Refusal to undertake such work would be tantamount to a dereliction of revolutionary duty and is incompatible with membership of the Communist International. 5. Systematic and well-planned agitation must be carried on in the countryside. The working class cannot consolidate its victory if it has not by its policy assured itself of the support of at least part of the rural proletariat and the poorest peasants, and of the neutrality of part of the rest of the rural population. At the present time communist work in rural areas is acquiring first-rate importance. It should be conducted primarily with 170 The Communist International, the help of revolutionary communist urban and rural workers who have close connections with the countryside. To neglect this work or to leave it in unreliable semi-reformist hands, is tantamount to renouncing the proletarian revolution. 6. Every party which wishes to join the Communist International is obliged to expose not only avowed social patriotism, but also the insincerity and hypocrisy of social pacifism, to bring home to the workers systematically that without the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism no international court of arbitration, no agreement to limit armaments, no democratic reorganization of the League of Nations, will be able to prevent new imperialist wars. 7. Parties which wish to join the Communist International are obliged to recognize the necessity for a complete and absolute break with reformism and with the policy of the center, and to advocate this break as widely as possible among their members. Without that no consistent communist policy is possible. The Communist International demands unconditionally and categorically that this break be effected as quickly as possible. The Communist International is unable to agree that notorious opportunists, such as Turati, Modigliani, Koskai, Hilferding, Hilkett, Longuet, MacDonald, etc., shall have the right to appear as members of the Communist International. That could only lead to the Communist International becoming in many respects similar to the Second International, which has gone to pieces. 8. A particularly explicit and clear attitude on the question of the colonies and the oppressed peoples is necessary for the parties in those countries where the bourgeoisie possess colonies and oppress other nations. Every party which wishes to join the Communist International is obliged to expose the tricks and dodges of its imperialists in the colonies, to support every colonial liberation movement not merely in words but in deeds, to demand the expulsion of their own imperialists from these colonies, to inculcate among the workers of their country a genuinely fraternal attitude to the working people of the colonies and the oppressed nations, and to carry on systematic agitation among the troops of their country against any oppression of the colonial peoples. 9. Every party which wishes to join the Communist International must carry on systematic and persistent communist activity inside the trade unions, the workers' councils and factory committees, the cooperatives and other mass workers' organizations. Within these organizations communist cells must be organized which shall by persistent and unflagging work win the trade unions, etc., for the communist cause. In their daily work the cells must everywhere expose the treachery of the social patriots and the instability of the center. The communist cells must be completely subordinate to the party as a whole. August 1920 170-110. Every party belonging to the Communist International is obliged to wage an unyielding struggle against the Amsterdam International of the Yellow Trade Unions. It must conduct the most vigorous propaganda among trade unionists for the necessity of a break with the Yellow Amsterdam International. It must do all it can to support the International Association of Red Trade Unions, adhering to the Communist International, which is being formed. 11. Parties which wish to join the Communist International are obliged to review the personnel of their parliamentary fractions and remove all unreliable elements, to make these fractions not only verbally but in fact subordinate to the party presidium, requiring of each individual communist member of parliament that he subordinate his entire activity to the interests of genuinely revolutionary propaganda and agitation. 12. Parties belonging to the Communist International must be based on the principle of democratic centralism. In the present epoch of acute civil war the Communist Party will be able to fulfill its duty only if its organization is as centralized as possible, if iron discipline prevails, and if the party center, upheld by the confidence of the party membership, has strength and authority and is equipped with the most comprehensive powers. 13. Communist parties in those countries where communists carry on their work legally must from time to time undertake cleansing, re-registration, of the membership of the party in order to get rid of any petty bourgeois elements which have crept in. 14. Every party which wishes to join the Communist International is obliged to give unconditional support to any Soviet republic in its struggle against counter-revolutionary forces. Communist parties must carry on unambiguous propaganda to prevent the dispatch of munitions transports to the enemies of the Soviet republics. They must also carry on propaganda by every means, legal or illegal, among the troops sent to strangle workers' republics. 15. Parties which still retain their old social democratic programs are obliged to revise them as quickly as possible, and to draw up, in accordance with the special conditions of their country, a new communist program in conformity with the decisions of the Communist International. As a rule, the program of every party belonging to the Communist International must be ratified by the regular Congress of the Communist International or by the Executive Committee. Should the program of a party not be ratified by the ECCI, the party concerned has the right to appeal to the Congress of the Communist International. 16. All the decisions of the Congresses of the Communist International, as well as the decisions of its Executive Committee, are binding on all parties belonging to the Communist International. The Communist International, working in conditions of acute civil war, must be far more. 172. The Communist International centralized in its structure than was the Second International. Consideration must of course be given by the Communist International and its Executive Committee in all their activities to the varying conditions in which the individual parties have to fight and work, and they must take decisions of general validity only when such decisions are possible. 17. In this connection, all parties which wish to join the Communist International must change their names. Every party which wishes to join the Communist International must be called Communist Party of such and such a country, section of the Communist International. This question of name is not merely a formal matter, but essentially a political question of great importance. The Communist International has declared war on the entire bourgeois world and on all yellow social democratic parties. The difference between the Communist parties and the old official social democratic or socialist parties, which have betrayed the banner of the working class, must be brought home to every ordinary worker. 18. All leading party press organs in all countries are obliged to publish all important official documents of the Executive Committee of the Communist International. 19. All parties belonging to the Communist International and those which have applied for admission, are obliged to convene an extraordinary Congress as soon as possible, and in any case not later than 4 months after the Second Congress of the Communist International, to examine all these conditions of admission. In this connection all party centers must see that the decisions of the Second Congress of the Communist International are made known to all local organizations. 20. Those parties which now wish to join the Communist International, but which have not radically changed their former tactics, must see to it that, before entering the Communist International, not less than 2/3 of the members of their Central Committee and of all their leading central bodies consist of comrades who publicly and unambiguously advocated the entry of their party into the Communist International before its Second Congress. Exceptions can be made with the consent of the Executive Committee of the Communist International. The ECCI also has the right to make exceptions in the case of representatives of the center mentioned in paragraph 7. 21. Those members of the party who reject in principle the conditions and theses put forward by the Communist International are to be expelled from the party. The same applies in particular to delegates to the extraordinary congresses. August 1920 173. Extracts from the Manifesto of the Second World Congress of the Communist International August 8, 1920 Protocol, 2, p. 718. This manifesto was delivered as a speech by Trotsky at the open meeting held at the conclusion of the Congress. The economic restoration of Europe, about which its statesmen talk, is a lie. Europe is being ruined and the whole capitalist world along with it. On capitalist foundations there is no salvation. The policy of imperialism does not lead to the abolition of want but to its aggravation, because existing reserves are plundered. The question of fuel and raw materials is an international question which can be solved only on the basis of universally planned socialist production. It is necessary to cancel state debts. It is necessary to emancipate labor and the fruits of labor from the monstrous tribute paid to world plutocracy. It is necessary to overthrow this plutocracy. It is necessary to remove the state barriers which atomize world economy. The Supreme Economic Council of the Entente imperialists must be replaced by the Supreme Economic Council of the world proletariat, to effect the centralized exploitation of all the economic resources of mankind. Imperialism must die, that mankind may live. 3. The bourgeois regime after the war. The entire energy of the propertied classes is concentrated upon two questions: to maintain themselves in power in the international struggle, and to prevent the proletariat from becoming the master of the country. In these tasks the former political groupings of the bourgeoisie have wasted their powers. Not only in Russia, where the banner of the Cadet Party became at the decisive stage of struggle the banner of all the property owners against the workers' and peasants' revolution, but even in countries with an older and higher political culture, the former programs which used to separate the different sections of the bourgeoisie disappeared without a trace, even before the revolutionary onslaught of the proletariat. Lloyd George steps forward as the spokesman for the amalgamation of the Tories, Unionists, and Liberals for a joint struggle against the rising power of the working class. This hoary demagogue singles out the benediction of the Holy Church as the central power station whose current feeds equally all the parties of the propertied classes. In France the epoch of anti-clericalism, so lively only a brief while ago, seems like an antediluvian ghost. The radicals, royalists, and Catholics. 174 The Communist International now form a bloc of national order against the rising proletariat. Ready to extend its hand to every reactionary force, the French government supports the arch-reactionary regime and re-establishes diplomatic relations with the Vatican. Giolitti, champion of neutrality and Germanophile, has taken the helm of the Italian government as the joint leader of interventionists, neutralists, clericals, and Mazzinists. He is ready to tack and veer on the subordinate questions of domestic and foreign policy in order all the more ruthlessly to repel the offensive of the revolutionary proletarians of city and country. Giolitti's government rightfully considers itself the Italian bourgeoisie's last court card. The policy of all German governments and government parties since the downfall of the Hohenzollerns has been to create, in concert with the Entente ruling classes, an atmosphere of hatred of Bolshevism, that is, of the proletarian revolution. While the Anglo-French Shylock is tightening the noose around the neck of the German people more and more savagely, the German bourgeoisie, regardless of party, entreat their enemy to loosen the cords just enough to enable them to strangle the vanguard of the German proletariat with their own hands. This is the gist of the periodic conferences and agreements on disarmament and the delivery of war material. In America the line of demarcation between the Republicans and the Democrats has been completely erased. These two powerful political organizations of the exploiters, adapted to the hitherto narrow circle of American relations, revealed their total hollowness when the American bourgeoisie entered the arena of world plunder. Never before have the intrigues of individual leaders and cliques in the opposition and in the ministries alike been marked by such cynical frankness as now. But at the same time all the leaders, cliques, and parties of the bourgeoisie are building a united front against the revolutionary proletariat. Whilst the social democratic Philistines persist in advocating the road of democracy in opposition to the violent road of dictatorship, the last vestiges of democracy are being trampled underfoot and destroyed in every state throughout the world. Since the war, during which the national assemblies played the part of powerless but noisy patriotic screens for the ruling imperialist cliques, parliaments have fallen into a state of complete impotence. All important issues are now decided outside Parliament. Nothing is changed in this respect by the apparent extension of parliamentary rights, so solemnly proclaimed by the imperialist clowns of Italy and other countries. The real masters and rulers of state destinies, Lord Rothschild and Lord Weir, Morgan and Rockefeller, Schneider and Lusher, Hugo Stinnes and Felix Deutsch, Rosello and Agnelli, the gold. August 1920 175 coal, oil, and metal kings operate behind the scenes and send their second-rank lieutenants into Parliament to carry out their work. The French Parliament, more discredited than any other by its false rhetoric and cynical corruption, whose chief amusement lies in the procedure of reading the most insignificant legislative bill several times, suddenly learns that the 4 milliards voted for the restoration of the devastated regions of France had been expended by Clemenceau for entirely different purposes, in particular to create more devastated regions in Russia. The overwhelming majority of members of the supposedly all-powerful English Parliament are scarcely better informed about the real intentions of Lloyd George and Lord Curzon with regard to Soviet Russia, or even France, than are the old women in the villages of Bengal. In the United States, Congress is a docile or disgruntled chorus for the president, who is himself a servant of the electoral machine, which is in its turn the political apparatus of the trusts, incomparably more so now after the war than ever before. Germany's belated parliamentarianism, an abortion of the bourgeois revolution, which is itself an abortion of history, suffers in its infancy from every disease peculiar to cretins in their senility. The most democratic in the world Reichstag of Ebert's Republic is impotent, not only before the Marshal's baton of Foch, but even before the stock market manipulations of its own Stinacies, and the military plots of its officer clique. German parliamentary democracy is a void between two dictatorships. The very composition of the bourgeoisie has undergone profound modifications in the course of the war. Against the background of universal impoverishment, the concentration of capital made a sudden and colossal leap forward. Firms hitherto standing in the shadows have stepped to the forefront. Solidity, stability, the inclination to make reasonable compromises, the observance of a certain decorum both in exploitation and in the enjoyment of its fruits, all this has been washed away by the torrents of the imperialist flood. To the foreground have stepped the newly rich, war contractors, disgusting speculators, upstarts, international adventurers, smugglers, criminals bedecked with diamonds, the unbridled scum greedy for luxury and capable of any brutality against the proletarian revolution from which they can expect nothing but the hangman's rope. The existing system stands before the masses in all its nakedness as the rule of the rich. In America, in France, in England, indulgence in post-war luxury has become an orgy of perversity. Paris, jammed with international patriotic parasites, resembles, as L. E. Temps says, Babylon on the eve of its destruction. Politics, courts, the press, the arts, and the church fall into line behind. 176 The Communist International, the bourgeoisie. All restraint has been cast aside. Wilson, Clemenceau, Milrand, Lloyd George, and Churchill do not shrink from the most brazen deceit and the crudest lie, and when convicted of falsity they calmly go on to new criminal feats. The classical rules of political duplicity as expounded by old Machiavelli become the innocent aphorisms of a provincial simpleton in comparison with those principles which guide bourgeois governments today. The courts, which formerly concealed their bourgeois essence under democratic tinsel, have now become avowed organs of class contempt and counter-revolutionary provocation. The judges of the Third Republic, without blinking an eye, acquitted the murderer of Jors. The courts of Germany, which has proclaimed itself a socialist republic, give encouragement to the murderers of Liebknecht, Rosa Luxemburg, and other martyrs of the proletariat. The tribunals of bourgeois democracy have become instruments for the solemn legalization of all the crimes of the White Terror. The bourgeois press carries the stamp of venality, like a trademark, on its forehead. The leading newspapers of the world bourgeoisie are monstrous factories of falsehood, calumny, and spiritual poison. The program of ameliorating antagonisms, the program of class collaboration, parliamentary reforms, gradual socialization, and national unity appears tragic tomfoolery in the light of the bourgeois regime as it has emerged from the World War. The bourgeoisie have entirely abandoned the idea of conciliating the proletariat by means of reforms. They demoralize a small and dwindling upper group with a few gifts and force the great mass into obedience by blood and iron. There is not a single serious issue today which could be decided by the vote. Of democracy nothing remains save its memory in the minds of reformists. The state organization is reverting more and more to its original form, i.e. detachments of armed men. Instead of counting votes, the bourgeoisie are busy counting the bayonets, machine guns, and cannon which will be at their disposal when the question of power and property is at the point of decision. There is no longer room for collaboration or mediation. Only the overthrow of the bourgeoisie will bring salvation. But this can be achieved only by the insurrection of the proletariat. At a time when national interests clash with imperialist encroachments and are a source of incessant conflicts, uprisings, and wars throughout the world, Socialist Russia has shown that the workers' state is able to reconcile national and economic requirements without suffering, by purging the former of chauvinism and by liberating the latter from imperialism. Socialism wants to bring about a union of all regions, all provinces, and all nationalities in a unified economic plan. Economic Centralism, Fried. August 1920. 177 From the exploitation of one class by another, and of one nation by another, and therefore equally beneficial to all, is compatible with real freedom of national development. The experience of Soviet Russia is enabling the peoples of Central Europe, of the southeastern Balkans, of the British possessions, all the oppressed nations and tribes, the Egyptians and the Turks, the Indians and the Persians, the Irish and the Bulgarians, to convince themselves that the fraternal collaboration of all the national units of mankind can be realized only through a union of Soviet republics. The revolution created in Russia the first proletarian state. In the 3 years of its existence its boundaries have undergone constant change. They have shrunk under the external military pressure of world imperialism. They expanded whenever this pressure relaxed. The struggle for Soviet Russia has merged with the struggle against world imperialism. The question of Soviet Russia has become the touchstone by which all the organizations of the working class are tested. The German Social Democrats committed their second most infamous treachery. The first was on August 4, 1914 when, at the head of the German state, they sought the protection of Western imperialism instead of seeking an alliance with the revolution in the East. A Soviet Germany united with Soviet Russia would have been stronger than all the capitalist states put together. The Communist International has proclaimed the cause of Soviet Russia as its own. The world proletariat will not sheath its sword until Soviet Russia is one member in the World Federation of Soviet Republics. V. The Proletarian Revolution and the Communist International. Civil war is on the order of the day throughout the world. Its device is the Soviet power. Capitalism has proletarianized immense masses of mankind. Imperialism has thrown these masses out of balance and brought them into revolutionary movement. The very concept of the term masses has undergone a change in recent years. What used to be regarded as the masses in the era of parliamentarianism and trade unionism have now become the upper crust. Millions and millions of those who formerly stood outside political life are being transformed today into the revolutionary masses. The war has roused everybody, it has awakened the political interest of even the most backward, it aroused in them illusions and hopes and it has deceived them. Craft exclusiveness among the workers, the relative stability of living standards among the upper proletarian strata, the dumb and apathetic. 178 The Communist International hopelessness among the lower, these social foundations of the old forms of the labor movement have receded beyond recall into the past. New millions have been drawn into the struggle. In different countries the struggle has passed through different stages. But it is the final struggle. Not infrequently the waves of the movement flow into obsolete organizational forms, lending them temporary vitality. Here and there old labels and half-obliterated slogans come to the surface. Minds are still filled with much error, confusion, prejudice, and illusion. But the movement as a whole is of a profoundly revolutionary character. It is all-embracing and irresistible. It spreads, strengthens, and purifies itself, it casts off all the old rubbish. It will not halt before the rule of the world proletariat has been attained. The basic form of this movement is the strike, of which the primary and most potent cause is the rising cost of living. Not infrequently the strike arises out of isolated local conflicts. It breaks out as an expression of the masses' impatience with the parliamentary socialist tussle. It combines economic and political slogans. It originates in the feeling of solidarity with the oppressed in their own and other countries. In it are not infrequently combined fragments of reformism with slogans of the program of social revolution. It dies down, ceases, and rises again, disturbing production, keeping the state apparatus under constant strain, driving the bourgeoisie out of their wits and taking every opportunity to send greetings to Soviet Russia. The premonitions of the exploiters are not unfounded. This inchoate strike is in reality the signal of the social revolution, the mobilization of the international proletariat. The profound interdependence between one country and another, which was so catastrophically revealed during the war, invests with particular significance those industries which serve to connect the various countries, and puts the railroad workers and transport workers in general as it were into first place. The transport proletarians have had occasion to display some of their power in the boycott of White Hungary and White Poland. The strike and the boycott, methods applied by the working class at the dawn of its trade union struggles, i.e. even before it began utilizing parliament, now have a far wider field of play and a new and menacing significance, like the artillery bombardment before the final attack. The growing helplessness of the individual before the onslaught of historic events has driven into the unions not only new strata of working men and women but also white-collar workers, officials, and petty bourgeois intellectuals. Until the proletarian revolution leads of necessity to the creation of Soviets, which will immediately assume ascendancy over all of the old workers' organizations, the working people are streaming into the traditional trade unions, tolerating for the time being their old forms, their official program, their bosses, but introducing into these organizations an increasing revolutionary impulse of the many-millioned masses. August 1920 179. The most lowly, the rural proletarians, the agricultural laborers, are raising their heads. In Italy, Germany, and other countries we observe a magnificent growth of the revolutionary movement among the agricultural workers and their fraternal rapprochement with the urban proletariat. The attitude towards socialism of the poorest among the peasantry is changing. The parliamentary reformists flirted unsuccessfully with the property superstitions of the peasants, but the genuine revolutionary movement of the proletariat and its implacable struggle against the oppressors has brought a glimmer of hope into the hearts of the most backward and benighted peasants, ruined and chained to the soil. The ocean of human misery and spiritual darkness is bottomless. Under every social layer that rises there is another layer that is about to rise. But the vanguard does not have to wait for a large following before engaging in battle. The work of awakening, uplifting, and educating its most backward sections will be accomplished by the working class only after it has won power. The working people of the colonial and semi-colonial countries have awakened. In the vast areas of India, Egypt, Persia, over which the gigantic octopus of English imperialism sprawls in this immeasurable human ocean, internal forces are constantly at work, throwing up huge waves that cause tremors in the city's stocks and hearts. In the movement of colonial peoples, the social element is combined in diverse forms with the national element, but both are directed against imperialism. The road from the first stumbling steps to the mature forms of struggle is being traversed by the colonies and backward countries in general through a forced march, under the pressure of modern imperialism and under the leadership of the revolutionary proletariat. The promising rapprochement of the Muslim and non-Muslim peoples who are welded together by the common shackles of British and foreign domination, the purging of the movement internally, the elimination of the influence of the clergy and of chauvinist reaction, the simultaneous struggle against foreign oppressors and their native rulers, the feudal lords, the priests, and the usurers, all this is transforming the growing army of the colonial insurrection into a great historical force, into a mighty reserve for the world proletariat. The pariahs are rising. Their awakened minds ardently gravitate to Soviet Russia, to the barricades in the streets of German cities, to the growing strike struggles in Great Britain, to the Communist International. The socialist who directly or indirectly helps to perpetuate the privileged position of one nation at the expense of another, who accommodates himself to colonial slavery, who makes distinctions between peoples of different race and color in the matter of rights, who helps the bourgeoisie of the metropolis to maintain their rule over the colonies instead of aiding the 180 the Communist International armed uprising of the colonies, the British socialist who fails to support by all possible means the uprisings in Ireland, Egypt, and India against the London plutocracy. Such a socialist deserves to be branded with infamy, if not with a bullet, but in no case merits either the mandate or the confidence of the proletariat. More, the proletariat is being thwarted in its international revolutionary actions not so much by the half-destroyed barbed wire entanglements that still remain, in many places, from the war, as by the egotism, conservatism, stupidity, and treachery of the old party and trade union organizations which rose on the backs of the workers during the preceding epoch. The leaders of the old trade unions use every means to counteract and to obstruct the revolutionary struggles of the working masses, or, if they cannot do it otherwise, they take charge of strikes in order all the more surely to strangle them by underhand machinations behind the scenes. The historical treachery perpetrated by international social democracy is unequaled in the history of oppression and struggle. It was shown most clearly and terribly in Germany. The collapse of German imperialism occurred at the same time as the collapse of the capitalist system of economy. Save for the proletariat, there was no class that could pretend to state power. The success of the socialist insurrection was amply assured by the development of technology and by the numerical strength and the high cultural level of the German working classes. But German social democracy blocked the road by which this mission could be accomplished. By means of intricate maneuvers in which cunning vied with stupidity, it deflected the energy of the proletariat from its natural and necessary goal, the conquest of power. Over a number of decades, social democracy had won the confidence of the masses only in order to place, when the critical moment came and the fate of bourgeois society was in the balance, its entire authority at the disposal of the oppressors. The treachery of liberalism and the collapse of bourgeois democracy was less important than the monstrous treachery of the socialist parties. Even the part played by the Church, the central powerhouse of conservatism, as Lloyd George called it, recedes into the background against the anti-socialist role of the Second International. The governmental and semi-governmental socialists of various countries have no lack of pretexts on which to ground the charge that the communists by their intransigent tactics provoke the counter-revolution into action, and help it to consolidate its forces. This political accusation is nothing but a belated echo of the grievances of liberalism. The latter maintain that the independent struggle of the proletariat drives the propertied classes into the camp of reaction. This is incontestable. If the working class refrained from encroaching upon the foundations of capitalist rule, the bourgeoisie would have no need of repressive measures. The very concept, August 1920, 181, of counter-revolution would never have arisen if revolutions were unknown to history. That the uprisings of the proletariat inevitably entail the organization of the bourgeoisie for self-defense and counter-attack, simply means that the revolution is the struggle between two irreconcilable classes which can end only with the final victory of one of them. Communism rejects with contempt the policy which consists in keeping the masses inert by intimidating them with the whip of counter-revolution. To the disintegration and chaos of the capitalist world, whose death agony threatens to destroy human civilization, the Communist International opposes the united struggle of the world proletariat, the abolition of private ownership of the means of production, and the reconstruction of national and world economy on the basis of a single economic plan, instituted and carried out by a community of producers acting in solidarity. Rallying millions of working people in all parts of the world round the banner of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the Soviet system, the Communist International purifies, builds up, and organizes its own ranks in the fire of struggle. The Communist International is the party of the revolutionary insurrection of the world proletariat. It rejects all those groups and organizations which openly or covertly stupefy, demoralize, and weaken the proletariat. It exhorts the proletariat not to kneel before the idols which adorn the facade of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, legalism, democracy, national defense, etc. Neither can the Communist International admit into its ranks those organizations which, while recognizing the dictatorship of the proletariat in their program, continue to conduct a policy which counts on a peaceful solution of the historical crisis. Mere recognition of the Soviet system settles nothing. The Soviet form of government does not possess any miraculous powers. Revolutionary power lies within the proletariat itself. It is absolutely necessary for the proletariat to rise and to fight for power, only then does the Soviet organization reveal its qualities as the irreplaceable weapon in the hands of the proletariat. The Communist International demands the expulsion from the ranks of the workers' movement of all those leaders who are directly or indirectly implicated in collaboration with the bourgeoisie, who directly or indirectly afford any political aid to the bourgeoisie. We need leaders who have no other attitude toward the bourgeoisie than that of deadly hatred, who rouse and lead the proletariat in indefatigable struggle, who are ready to lead an insurgent army into battle, who will not stop halfway in fear and who, whatever happens, will not shrink from punishing ruthlessly all those who may try to hold them back. The Communist International is the world party of proletarian revolt and proletarian dictatorship. It has no aims and tasks other than those of the entire working class. The pretensions of tiny sects, each of which wants to save the working class in its own manner, are alien and hostile to the spirit of the 182. The Communist International. It does not possess any universal panacea or magic formula, but bases itself on the past and present international experience of the working class. It purges that experience of all blunders and deviations, it generalizes the results and recognizes and adopts only such formulas as are the formulas of mass action. Trade union organization, the economic and political strike, the boycott, parliamentary and municipal elections, the parliamentary tribune, legal and illegal agitation, secret footholds in the army, work in the cooperatives, barricades. The Communist International rejects none of the forms of organization or of struggle created in the development of the workers' movement, nor does it single out any one of them as a panacea. The Soviet system is not an abstract principle opposed by communists to the principle of parliamentarianism. The Soviet system is a class apparatus which is to do away with and replace parliamentarianism during the struggle and as a result of the struggle. While waging an implacable struggle against reformism in the trade unions and against parliamentary cretinism and careerism, the Communist International condemns sectarian appeals to leave the ranks of the multimillion trade unions or to refuse to work in parliamentary and municipal institutions. Communists do not separate themselves in any way from the masses who are being deceived and betrayed by the reformists and the patriots, but engage the latter in an irreconcilable struggle within the mass organizations and institutions established by bourgeois society, in order by this struggle to overthrow bourgeois society more surely and more quickly. Under the aegis of the Second International, the methods of class organization and of class struggle, which were almost exclusively of a legal character, turned out to be, in the last analysis, subject to the control and direction of the bourgeoisie, whose reformist agents acted as a brake on the revolutionary class. The Communist International wrenches this brake out of the hands of the bourgeoisie, wins over all the organizations, unites them under revolutionary leadership, and through them puts before the proletariat one single goal, namely, the conquest of power for the abolition of the bourgeois state and for the establishment of communist society. In all his work, whether as leader of a revolutionary uprising, or as organizer of underground groups, as secretary of a trade union, or as agitator at mass meetings, as member of parliament or cooperative worker or barricade fighter, the communist always remains true to himself as a disciplined member of the Communist Party, an unrelenting fighter, a mortal enemy of capitalist society, its economic foundation, its state forms, its democratic lies, its religion, and its morality. He is a self-sacrificing soldier of the proletarian revolution and an untiring herald of the new society. Working men and women. On this earth there is only one banner under August 1920 183 which it is worth fighting and dying, it is the banner of the Communist International. The Second World Congress of the Communist International. Extracts from an ECCI appeal to the workers of England and France on the Russo-Polish War. August 1920 KI, 13, Colonel 2601, September 1920 The Polish counter-offensive opened on August 16 and the Soviet army was soon in full retreat. Strikes had occurred in Germany and Britain against the loading of munitions for Poland, and the Central Council of Action in London had sent a deputation to the Prime Minister threatening more drastic action if Britain gave direct support to Poland or to Rajul. The French granted Rajul de facto recognition on August 12. Desultory negotiations for an armistice had been going on at Minsk between Russia and Poland. The war between White Poland and Soviet Russia is a war between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat of the whole world. That has become clear to every conscious worker. The outcome of that war depends above all on the actions of the workers of England and France. When the Polish White armies got into an extremely difficult position, the English government came out with a whole series of ultimatums to Soviet Russia, broke off the peace negotiations with the Russian delegation in London, and has not yet resumed them, in order to exert pressure on the Russian Soviet government. The reactionary French bourgeoisie act even more openly. From every one of its 100 mouths the entire French press repeats again and again that the fate of bourgeois Poland is the fate of all bourgeois Europe. As one man the French bourgeoisie declare frankly that the cause of the Polish landlords and capitalists is their cause and that they will support with all their forces the continuation of the Polish robber campaign against Soviet Russia. At this moment, when the Communist International addresses these words to you, it is not yet clear whether the English and French capitalists will succeed in provoking a new slaughter and organizing a crusade against the First Workers' Republic. The troops of White Poland, with powerful support from English and French capital, have passed to the counter-attack against the Red Soviet forces. At the first glimmer of military success the Polish capitalists are beginning to disrupt the negotiations for peace and are clearly anxious to prolong the war. What is the proletariat of Europe doing in these circumstances, and what should it do? That is the burning question of the day. 184 The Communist International. With great joy the Communist International notes that in England a magnificent workers' movement has begun, which is with every day taking on a more explicitly revolutionary character. For the first time after long years of crisis the English working class is beginning to play a revolutionary part. In France the workers are only just beginning to stir. But even in France one trade after another has proposed replying with a general strike if the French bourgeoisie should dare to continue and extend offensive action against Russia. Under the pressure of the proletarian masses the old leaders of the moribund trade unions seem to be beginning to move to the left. The Communist International considers it its duty to warn you, French and English comrades. Of course, if the leaders of the Council of Action in England, and the councils which are beginning to be formed in other countries, really carry out their duty to the proletariat, if words do not take the place of deeds, if they remain true to the movement to the end, we shall be the first to welcome such a fulfillment of duty. But we must remember what happened in the past. We must not ignore the lessons of last year's strike called for July 21. We remember that under mass pressure the French and English opportunists came out in favor of the strike, but when they took the lead in the movement they did so in order to betray it at the decisive moment. The partisans of the Second International took control of the growing movement in order to sabotage it from within. In July 1919 the international situation was such that the treachery of the Second International leaders was paid for with the heads of the Hungarian Soviet Republic. Now, in the late summer of 1920, such treachery might cost the international proletariat a much heavier price. Workers of England and France. Without any exaggeration, you hold in your hands the fate of Europe, the fate of the proletarian revolution. Be firm, be vigilant, rely only on yourselves. Watch every act of these newly made advocates of the revolutionary struggle, who only yesterday were sabotaging every genuinely revolutionary movement. Remember that meetings and resolutions of protest will not by themselves accomplish anything serious in the way of results. The general strike is not the last but only the first word in the struggle which is impending. Armed insurrection, the dictatorship of the proletariat, the establishment of the Soviet regime, these are the real means with the help of which the working class can change the present situation in Europe and in the whole world. August 1920 185. Extracts from a manifesto to all trade unions on the decision to found a Red Trade Union International. August 1920 Ki. 13, Colonel 2361, September 1920. In supporting the trade union theses at the Second Congress, Zinoviev reported on the preliminary steps taken on July 15 to found the Red International of Labor Unions, Profintern or RILU. Russian, Italian, Bulgarian, and French delegates, claiming to represent 8 million members, had formed an international trade union council with the declared objects of fighting the IFTU, of overthrowing bourgeois society, and establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat by winning the trade unions for the communist cause. He added that they must split Amsterdam and draw the workers away. We can now say to every union, leave the Amsterdam International. You now have an international of red unions, and you should join it. Tanner argued that it was inconsistent to urge the workers to stay in the unions, but to split them internationally. The council was to convene an international congress of revolutionary trade unions, and the ECCI was to issue an appeal to all trade unions to send delegates. The delegates of the British shop stewards and of the IWW did not sign the declaration. At the ECCI in September 1920, Zinoviev, asserting that the right wing were calling for the expulsion of communists from the unions, added, "This proves that our plan arouses fear among these gentlemen, that we are on the right road. Of course, the trade unions cannot be won in a day. It will take months, perhaps years. But when we have won the unions, the victory of the world revolution will be assured." Rosmer recalls that after the theses had been adopted, John Reed said to him, "We cannot go back to America with a decision like that. In the American unions the Comintern has friends only in the IWW, and we are being sent into the AFL, where it has nothing but bitter enemies." The International Federation of Trade Unions, IFTU, had been revived in July 1919 with its headquarters in Amsterdam. In April 1920 it took an active part in the conference at which the ILO was established. In January 1921 the ECCI discussed the work of the International Trade Union Council set up at the time of the Second Congress, and put forward proposals for the agenda of the conference that was to be called later in the year of all trade unions and trade union minority organizations hostile to the IFTU. Workers, members of the trade unions of all countries. The most backward worker, the most backward workers' organization, must now recognize that the bourgeois world is crumbling in ruins. The old social relations are destroyed, the stability of the bourgeois order is seen to be an illusion. The bourgeoisie cannot restore the economy destroyed by the war. In bloody civil war there is being born the new free world of labor and true brotherhood. The whole of mankind is divided into two parts, on one side the 186 the communist international bourgeoisie, well organized, the master of all the technical resources at the disposal of the modern state, and keenly class conscious, on the other, less conscious than the bourgeoisie, less well organized than its enemy, and, most important of all, too loosely bound together on the international level, the proletariat. This high degree of class consciousness, the awareness of common interests, and the excellence of organization, are the basic strength of the bourgeoisie in their struggle against the working class. But this alone does not explain the victories of the bourgeoisie on every international front except the Russian. They owe their strength also, to the inadequate consciousness and the backwardness of the workers, and to the fact that in their fight against the revolution they can rely on some workers' organizations. This is monstrous, but it is an historical fact which cannot be disputed. It is enough to think of the chief countries of Europe and America to be convinced that the strength of the bourgeoisie and their victories rest on the trade unions of these countries. In the war years the trade unions of almost all countries acted as pillars and strongholds of their government's war policy. Who advanced and supported the idea of a class truce? The non-political trade unions. Who during the war persuaded the workers to refrain from any revolutionary offensive and even from any industrial strikes? The Free Social Democratic Unions. Who advocated a longer working day, the greater exploitation of the labor of women and children, the surrender of hard-won rights? And if the war dragged on endlessly, if during the course of that war the bourgeoisie succeeded in bringing into subjection hundreds of millions of people and making untold millions in profits from the mutual exhaustion of the nations, then the overwhelming share of the responsibility for this falls on those leaders of the trade union movement who forgot the first principles of international class solidarity. When the war ended, these leaders started to create international organizations which were to consolidate on the international level what they had done in their own countries during the truce between proletariat and bourgeoisie. Two institutions were created for this purpose by the experienced traders of the working class, the Labor Office of the League of Nations, and the International Federation of Trade Unions. The Amsterdam Federation is an agency of the bourgeoisie in the workers' camp. And the working class should therefore realize that the class struggle today consists not only in fighting against the ruling classes, but primarily and above all in an unrelenting and pitiless struggle against the lieutenants of capital in their own midst. Throughout the world there are 30 million workers organized in unions. This is a gigantic army, and the fate of mankind depends on the direction its activities take. If this army were imbued with the spirit of August 1920 187 revolutionary class struggle, it could overturn the entire world. But it is still influenced and run by leaders who have gone over to the side of the bourgeoisie. Why are the unions backward? Why in most countries do they continue to act as a barrier to the social revolution? Because they have retained their old machinery, their old forms of organization, their old habits, their old outworn leaders. The working masses are for the revolution, the old trade union organizations are against it. The Second Congress of the Communist International is perfectly well aware of the value of the yellow leaders and the extent of their treachery. Nevertheless, it came out sharply and categorically against leaving the workers' mass organizations. Communists must be where the working masses are. Every worker must realize and remember that in Western Europe and America no social revolution is possible without the trade union army of millions, and therefore it is necessary to expel from the ranks of the working class, from its organizations, those elements which at the moment of the most acute conflict between labor and capital will play the part of strike breakers. This struggle against the treacherous policy of the trade union bosses must be fought by means of the factory committees. These committees must be won over, brought under the influence of communist and revolutionary parties. But the socialist revolution is international. The conflict between labor and capital, which begins in each separate country, can be resolved only when our international organizations are filled with revolutionary energy and communist determination to overthrow international capital. Therefore, besides winning the trade unions in each country, the union members in all countries have the task of creating an international center for the trade union movement which, together with the Communist International, will make one whole, a single steel block. This task will be accomplished when the unions reject the Labor Office and turn their backs on the Yellow Amsterdam Trade Union Federation, which is bound ideologically and materially to the capitalist world. The Communist International summons all workers who stand for the social revolution and the proletarian dictatorship to fight vigorously for the adherence of their unions to the International Council of Trade Unions established in Moscow on 15 July by the unions of Russia, England, Italy, Spain, Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, France, and Georgia. The program of the International Council is the program of the Communist International, that is, the revolutionary overthrow of the bourgeoisie, the establishment of the proletarian dictatorship, the creation of a world republic of Soviets, and a close and indestructible alliance between the communist parties and the trade unions. Hence it follows that the Amsterdam Center must be destroyed. All revolutionary class. 188. The Communist International Unions must become, through their International Council, an indissoluble part of the Third Communist International. Trade union members, communists, revolutionaries. The Second World Congress of the Communist International summons you to active struggle for the unions. Take into your own hands these powerful organizations, not shrinking from the most resolute struggle against those who are distorting the workers' organizations into instruments of bourgeois policy. They try to frighten you with splits and expulsions. but only the weak-willed and passive will be frightened by expulsions or splits. The Communist International does not want to split the trade union movement, does not aim at it, but does not fear it either. The unions, like other workers' organizations, are not an end in themselves, but a means to an end. And therefore neither a split nor unity is an absolute. It is not necessary to split the unions, but it is necessary to expel from them the treacherous group of leaders who are making the unions into a plaything of the imperialists. Extracts from an ECCI letter to the Italian Socialist Party. August 27, 1920 Ki. 13, Colonel 2605, September 1920 Cerruti, editor of Avanti, and delegate from the Italian Socialist Party to the Second Comintern Congress, concluded his report with the words, "Thus the political and economic conditions in Italy are such that they inevitably drive towards revolution. The party is so powerful that it may be said that the Italian proletariat is almost ready to seize power, establish a dictatorship and then institute the Soviet system." He added that its military forces were, however, very weak, while the bourgeoisie were already organizing their White Guards. During the debate on the 21 conditions at the Second World Congress, Cerruti had argued that if, as seemed likely, a new wave of reaction was rising in Italy, it would be inappropriate for the Socialist Party to split or to expel part of its membership. At its meeting after the Second Congress, the new ECCI discussed with the Italian delegates the question of expelling the reformists. Cerruti said he was in favor of this course, but it had to be done in a way that would not alienate the masses. To the Central Committee and all members of the Italian Socialist Party, to the revolutionary proletariat of Italy, the Executive Committee wishes, with complete proletarian candor, to direct the attention of all members of the Italian party to some deficiencies in the party's policy. The EC considers this not only its right but its duty. August 1920 189. The Italian proletariat and its party are in the front ranks of the international attack on capital. Your party was one of the first to adhere to the Third International. This makes it the more essential to overcome as quickly as possible that harmful resistance which arises from the voluntary and involuntary mistakes of the party. Capitalist Poland's war on proletarian Russia, in which Poland is supported by the entire capitalist world, will inevitably be transformed into an all-European conflict of labor and capital. Therefore it is the duty of every party which stands for the dictatorship of the proletariat, not in words but in fact, to get ready to throw into the scales at the right moment the entire weight of the revolutionary energy of the proletariat. An attitude of indefinite waiting for the revolution in other countries is profoundly mistaken. If some Italian comrades say that it is necessary to wait for the revolution in Germany or in England, because Italy cannot live without importing coal, the same argument can be used in other countries. Power should not be seized in Germany because the Entente will attack. It should not be seized in Austria because America and the colonies will refuse to trade, etc. It is obvious that this is equivalent to arranging mutual insurance for the capitalists against the revolution and delaying the international revolution at the very moment when it is essential to unleash and expand it. The Executive Committee knows that there are circumstances in which it is more advantageous for the proletariat to wait, until its own forces are stronger and those of the bourgeoisie weaker. But it should not be forgotten that every hour's respite will be used by the bourgeoisie in their turn to rally their forces, to form a bourgeois White Guard. It is clear to everybody that the Italian bourgeoisie are already not quite so helpless as they were a year ago. The Italian bourgeoisie are feverishly organizing their forces, arming. And at the same time they are trying to break up and demoralize the Italian proletariat by means of the reformists. The danger is great. If the Italian bourgeoisie get a little stronger, they will show their teeth. If certain Italian leaders are using the Entente to frighten the Italian workers, they are, consciously or unconsciously, leading the Italian working class into error. The Entente will not be able to send its troops against the Italian working class. The events in England in connection with the attempt of the English imperialists to give active support to White Poland, clearly prove this. The French bourgeoisie will not be able to send their troops to pacify the proletarian revolution in Italy. and if they should risk sending them they will break their own necks. It is quite clear that nowhere in the world is the victory of the proletariat possible without suffering and deprivation for the workers. If the revolution does not come quickly in other countries also, it is possible that 190 the Communist International, the Italian proletariat will have to travel the same hard and painful road as the Russian proletariat. But it is far more likely that the Italian revolutionary road will not be so difficult. Soviet Russia had for years to fight alone against the entire bourgeois world. The Italian proletarian revolution will not in any case stand alone. The Italian working class shows astonishing unanimity. The Italian proletariat is as one for the revolution. The Italian bourgeoisie cannot count on their regular troops, who will at the decisive moment go over to the rebels, and the greater part of the peasantry are for the revolution. It is now up to the Italian Workers' Party. In this situation, the confused attitude, the hesitations, the indecision within the party can bring incalculable misfortune on the working class. We repeat that we are opposed to artificially provoked putches, we are opposed to actions which have not been thought out in advance. But we are equally opposed to the proletarian party turning itself into a fire brigade, which puts out the flame of the revolution, when that flame is breaking through every crevice in capitalist society. In Italy there are at hand all the most important conditions for a genuinely popular, great proletarian revolution. This must be understood. This must be the starting point. This is the contention of the Third International. The Italian comrades themselves must determine the next steps. We suggest that from this point of view the Italian Socialist Party has acted and is acting too irresolutely. Every day brings news of disturbances in Italy. All eyewitnesses including the Italian delegates assert and reiterate that the situation in Italy is profoundly revolutionary. Nevertheless, in many cases the party stands aside, without attempting to generalize the movement, give it watchwords, give it a more systematic and organized character, turn it into a decisive offensive on the bourgeois state. The basic reason for this is contamination of the party by reformist and liberal bourgeois elements who at the moment of civil war become outright agents of the counter-revolution, class enemies of the proletariat. It is naive and foolish to mix up the subjective honesty and decency of these people with their objectively dangerous role. They may be personally honest, but objectively they are enemies of the revolution for whom there can be no place in the party of the communist proletariat. The position is even worse in regard to the trade unions. Unless these mass organizations are correctly led by the party, the proletariat cannot be victorious. The Italian unions, which are allied with your party, are still members of the treacherous Yellow Amsterdam International. Their leaders like D'Aragona and other reformists collaborate with the bourgeoisie on committees created by the capitalists to fight the revolution. Such a state of affairs is absolutely intolerable. The Executive Committee thinks it necessary to state that it must put August 1920 191 the question of cleansing the party and all the other conditions of admission as an ultimatum, as it cannot otherwise take responsibility before the world proletariat for its Italian section. We are not out for numbers alone, we do not want weights on our feet, we shall not allow reformists into our ranks. The decisive struggle is approaching. Italy will be Soviet. The Italian party will be a communist party. The Italian proletariat will be the best detachment in the international proletarian army. President of the ECCI, G. Zinoviev. Members of the ECCI, N. Bukharin and Lenin. ECCI appeal on the Russian peace proposals to Poland. September 13, 1920 Ki. 15, Colonel 3371, December 1920 The armistice between Poland and Russia was signed on October 12. It gave Russia a far less favorable frontier than that proposed by the Allied Supreme Council, the Curzon Line. There is some confusion of dates here. The resolution of the Central Executive Committee was passed on September 25, that is, 12 days after the date given to the present document. To all communist parties, all communist youth organizations, to all unions adhering to or sympathizing with the Communist International, to the workers and peasants of the whole world, comrades. The Russian Socialist Federal Soviet Republic, the Republic of Workers and Peasants, has in the 3 years of its existence never for a moment ceased to struggle for peace and quiet. In the days of most bitter trial, as in the days of brilliant success over the enemies of the working class and on the government of workers and peasants, it had one care, one desire, one thought: peace. In order to demonstrate once more its devotion to peace, the All-Russian Central Executive Committee, the highest legislative authority of the Republic, took on September 23 a decision of tremendous historical importance, to avoid the impending winter campaign, which would have claimed thousands of new victims from the Russian and Polish peoples. The Soviet government is prepared to make a heavy sacrifice and offer the Polish government a frontier more advantageous than that defined for the Polish state by the Allied Supreme Council, if it concludes peace with Soviet Russia by October 5 this year. The Polish government, supported by the English and French imperialists, will probably reject this generous 192 the Communist International proposal. If it does so, it will prove to the entire world, and in particular to all the oppressed and the dispossessed, that it is fighting not for Polish independence, but for the destruction of the Russian Soviet Republic, fighting against the Russian Revolution, the center and light of the world revolution. Comrade workers of Poland, England, France, America, Germany, Italy. You must not allow this crime to be committed. You must rise as one man, and with all the means at your command insist on your governments using their influence on the Polish government to persuade it to cease shedding the blood of the Polish people for alien interests, to accept Soviet Russia's proposal. By protests, meetings, and strikes proclaim to the entire world the will of the working people: peace with Russia. The Polish government and the Anglo-French imperialists must be made aware of your wishes, your will, your strength. Do not delay. Hurry. On you depends the peace of Europe, on your decision depends the fate of the world revolution, your own emancipation. Prove, comrades, not in words but in actions, your fraternal solidarity with the Russian workers and peasants who have for 3 years been fighting not only for their own but also for your liberation from the yoke of bloodthirsty capitalism. Act. Down with international imperialism. Long live international peace. Long live the international revolution. Extracts from an ECCI letter to the Italian Proletariat, September 22, 1920 Ki. 14, Colonel 2939, November 1920. The disorders and strikes of the post-war period in Italy became more widespread and acute in the second half of 1920. A lockout of engineering workers in Milan in August was answered by the trade union with an order to its members to remain in the factories. The lockout was made national, and all over the country workers, acting unofficially, and numbering altogether some 600,000, occupied the factories, that is, attempted to run them independently of the employers. Most of the technical and clerical staffs left. The resolution of the Third World Congress on the report of the ECCI observed that the attitude of Seredi's group after the Second Congress showed that they were not seriously intending to implement the Congress decisions. In an article in Avanti on October 5, 1920, Seredi referred to the draconian conditions dictated by comrades who were too far off to grasp the situation correctly. Lenin replied in an article in Perkda that unity with the reformists would be a catastrophe, since they were bound to sabotage the revolutionary movement. At critical moments the loss of hesitating and reluctant leaders does not weaken, but strengthens the party, the movement, and the revolution. Such a moment had now come in Italy. September 1920, 193. Strike after strike, rising after rising, are breaking out in Italy. Matters have gone as far as the mass seizure of factories, houses, etc., by the workers. The labor movement in Italy is faced by decisive conflicts. As in every severe crisis, its course reveals clearly the strength and weakness of the movement. The Italian bourgeoisie are retreating, and their most skillful man of affairs, an experienced swindler, Signor Giolitti, pretends to make concessions to you. He is playing for time, he is trying to localize the movement. He wants to discredit the movement, to put it in a Procrustean bed. The Italian reformists, as was to be expected, are betraying you. Their leader, Signor d'Aragona, following Giolitti, suggests that you restrict yourselves to economic demands and abandon the seizure of factories and workshops. The ECCI sends you this message: you cannot win by the seizure of factories and workshops alone. The bourgeoisie will leave you without raw materials, without money, without orders, without markets. They will try to compromise the movement, to provoke disappointment among the workers. We do not conclude from this that you should abandon the seizure of factories and workshops. We conclude that the scope of this movement must be extended, generalized, that the question be raised to a general political level, in other words, that the movement be broadened into a general uprising with the object of overthrowing the bourgeoisie by the seizure of power by the working class, and the organization of the proletarian dictatorship. This is the only way to salvation, otherwise the disintegration and collapse of the mighty and magnificent movement that has begun is inevitable. Italian proletarians, you should now, by quick and energetic action, be in a position to cover the whole of Italy with councils of workers, peasants, soldiers, and sailors' deputies. You should begin at once to arm. You should drive out the representatives of the reformists. You should mobilize all the genuinely revolutionary forces of the country. The Italian party should become a communist party in the full sense of the word, that is, a party taking the road to insurrection and leading the insurrection. Your fight must be unified and centralized. You must have your general staff. This general staff is a reorganized communist party cleansed of reformists. The councils of workers' deputies should be led by communists. Time will not wait. The movement that has begun must be expanded. Clear the traitors and reformists out of the way. 194 The Communist International. Extracts from an ECCIRILU manifesto to the workers of France on the French Trade Union Congress. September 1920 Ki. 14, Colonel 2927, November 1920 The 15th Congress of the CGT, Confédération Générale du Travail, was held at Orléans from September 27 to October 2, 1920. The minority resolution condemned CGT participation in the ILO and proposed adherence to the Moscow Trade Union Center. It mustered 658 votes against 1,485, with 54 abstentions. By the time of the next Congress, held at Lille from 25 to June 30, 1921, the left wing had greatly increased their strength, having in the interval organized themselves into revolutionary trade union committees. Feeling at Lille ran high, and shots, none fatal, were exchanged. The minority resolution protested against the expulsion of local revolutionary unions from the CGT and advocated adherence to the RILU. The voting was 1,556 for the CGT, 1,348 for the minority, and 46 abstentions. At the end of the Congress the minority met independently to consider future action, and convened a conference for December 1921. The CGT denounced the Congress as a split, and announced that any organization taking part would thereby place itself outside the ranks of the CGT. Some half-hearted negotiations between the IFTU and the RILU broke down. The Congress set up a provisional administrative commission which issued membership cards and collected dues. In March 1922 it claimed a membership of 337,000. At the Congress in Saint-Étienne in June 1922 where the opposition founded the CGTU, Confédération Générale du Travail Unitaire, the proposal to affiliate to the RILU was passed by 783 to 406 votes. Among the resolutions passed by the Congress was one condemning the persecution of anarchists, even by the Soviet government. The ECCI wrote to the French party that the existence of the CGTU must be explained to the French masses not as an end in itself, but only as a means to attain the earliest possible unification of the trade union movement. At the Fourth Comintern Congress, Loredan, of the French Communist Party, supported by Rosmer, criticized the CPF attitude to the trade unions very sharply. The Provisional Committee of the CGTU had submitted a syndicalist platform expressing hostility to any state, and the party had not even convened a meeting of the communist fraction in the CGTU before the Saint-Étienne Congress. Rosmer added that the party made no attempt to influence the CGTU, but merely followed and supported it. The attitude of the two speakers was endorsed by Lozovsky, who had attended the Saint-Étienne Congress, when winding up the debate on the trade union question. Your present Congress was provoked by the failure of the railwaymen's strike and the general strike which was to have been called in support, and it is meeting in the shadow of that failure, just as last year's Congress met under the shadow of the failure of the general strike called for July 21st. Failure after failure. Why? The French proletariat can no September 1920 I-95 longer tolerate being led from defeat to defeat. It must seek out the reasons and act accordingly. Well-meaning people, who preach reformism at a time when the bourgeoisie are getting machine guns ready, not reforms, the old and the new advocates of social peace, at a time when social peace is impossible, accuse the Communist International of wanting deliberately to provoke a split in the workers' forces. The Communist International does not want to split the workers' ranks. It does not advise the creation of revolutionary unions side by side with reformist unions. It has said to the communists, and it repeats, that they are obliged to remain and fight inside the reformist unions, and it has rebuked the German comrades who with the best intentions took the opposite course. But at the same time it stigmatizes the Amsterdam International as yellow and, as a counterweight to this caricature of an international, which is nothing but a section of the League of Nations, it has created a genuine international. French imperialism acts so boldly and aggressively and provocatively, only because it knows how greatly the vacillations of those who are at the head of the trade unions have disordered and harassed the French workers' movement. The Communist International trusts that the workers' organizations, realizing that the choice must now be made between Amsterdam and Moscow, will accept the resolution of the Paris Congress minority which declares that there is only one international of the revolution, that is, the Third, Moscow International. Zinoviev Rosmer. Extracts from an open letter from the ECCI to all members of the USPD September 28, 1920 Ki. 14, Colonel 2901, November 1920. During the debate on the 21 conditions at the Second Comintern Congress, Lenin, Levi, Radek, and Rakovsky were among the most bitter critics of the USPD. Radek said they acted as a brake on the German workers' militancy. Rakovsky held them responsible for the collapse of the revolutionary movement, for by their collaboration with the right-wing socialists they deceived and misled the German workers. Levi said that their boast of being always at one with the masses revealed their cardinal error. They were weak. The masses were unconscious of their strength, they did not understand the role of leadership that had to be played by a revolutionary party. Lenin said that, whatever their intentions and subjective honesty, their entire way of thought was opportunist. In a series of letters to the USPD after its Leipzig Congress, the ECCI analyzed 196 the Communist International, the differences between them, discussed the attitude of the 4 USPD delegates to the Second World Congress, and elaborated on the 21 conditions of admission to the Comintern to which 2 of the 4 had agreed. At the time of the Halle Congress the USPD membership was about 800,000 and it controlled 55 daily papers. 81 of its members were in the Reichstag. The USPD Congress was held in Halle from 12 to October 17. The debate on affiliation to the Third International lasted 4 days. The voting was 236 in favor of the Third International against 156. Zinoviev addressed the Congress in a speech which lasted 4 hours. Most of the Reichstag members and the control of most of the papers remained with the USPD, which continued as an independent party until September 1922, when it amalgamated with the SPD. About 300,000 USPD members joined the KPD, which at that time had fewer than 50,000 members. The Halle Congress, Zinoviev wrote, showed how right the Comintern was to adopt the 21 conditions of admission. It made the reformists and the semi-reformists show their true colors. If the Third, Moscow, International had not been so strict, then some of these semi-reformist elements would have preferred to slip through the half-open door of the Third International, to continue their opportunist activities there. The Third International had to take precautions against this possibility. It must be an unadulterated organization, all of one piece. The right-wing leaders of the USPD had said that they would continue as before to demonstrate their solidarity with the Soviet government. But that is not true. A socialist who today comes out against the Third International will tomorrow come out against the Soviet government also. Hilferding, one of the principal speakers against affiliation, accused the Comintern of exploiting the socialist and colonial independence movements in the interests of the Russian state, citing the Baku Congress as a flagrant example. In a message to all socialist parties which had left the Second International, and which was signed also by the Central Committee of the KPD and the USPD majority, Zinoviev wrote that Halley had shown that it was unnecessary to make any concession to the reformists. Economic conditions in Germany were ripe for revolution, but the movement had been held back and checked by the right wing. To the USPD Congress at Halley: comrades, your Congress at Halley is to take a decision of historical importance. For some weeks your entire party press has been discussing the conditions of admission to the Communist International. The ECCI considers it its duty to address to you this letter on the results of our conversations with your Central Committee and the arguments with which your press has been and still is filled. In the centrist parties in your independent party in Germany, in the French Socialist Party, the Socialist Party of America, etc. a process of extremely rapid differentiation is going on. More and more the proletarian elements in the party are liberating themselves from the ruinous and September 1920 197 rotten ideas of the center. At the same time the leading party organs remain, because of inertia, in the hands of the right-wing leaders who will do anything, fair or foul, to retain their power in the party. It is the task of the Communist International to accelerate and strengthen this process of differentiation, to help free the proletarian elements from the moldering influence of reformism. That is precisely why we cannot accept into the Communist International all those who express the desire to join it. To a certain extent the Communist International has become the fashion. We do not want our Communist International to resemble the bankrupt Second International. We open our doors wide to every mass proletarian revolutionary organization, but we think it over 10 times before opening the doors of the Communist International to newcomers from the camp of the petty bourgeois, bureaucratic, opportunist leaders like Hilferding and Crispien. Remember what happened in the German Revolution, beginning with its very first steps. How often the German working class has paid, with the lives of hundreds and thousands of its best fighters, because at the decisive moment the forces of the party were not organized and the working class had no unified center. The experience of the Great Russian Revolution showed that without a centralized and powerful communist party the working class cannot win the civil war. The principle of centralism, valid for every party separately, remains valid on an international scale. The Communist International will exist as a centralized association of organizations, or it will not exist at all. It is a single universal workers' party which has its sections in different countries. The imperialist war created a situation in which the working class of every single country cannot take any serious step that does not have repercussions throughout the entire movement and the entire struggle of the working class of every other country. Every basic question of our life is now decided on an international scale. We need an international which acts as the international general staff of the proletarians of all countries. We cannot change the Communist International into a mere post office, like the Second International. The war between Soviet Russia and the Polish bourgeoisie in Lithuania and White Russia brought about the establishment of the Council of Action in London. This one example shows how closely the workers' movement in one country is bound to the workers' struggle throughout the world. There has been a great deal of discussion among the independents of the question of illegal organization. In our very first letter to the USPD 6 months ago, we dealt with the necessity of forming an illegal organization at a time when the bourgeoisie placed force on the order of the day. The working class should cherish no illusions about the permanency of 198 the Communist International Bourgeois Legality. The working class must make use of every slightest legal opportunity, but at the same time it must have its illegal organization. There are historical situations in which splitting is the sacred duty of every revolutionary. This is when the leaders are deceiving the party and betraying the working class. To split away from your right-wing leaders is necessary not in the interests of some mythical Russian dictatorship, but in the interests of your own German working class movement. It is a vital necessity if we want, when the decisive moment comes, to be firm, united, resolute. If we keep the reformists and centrists in our ranks, we are keeping enemies within our own house, we are deliberately preparing our own defeat. Whether to cleanse the party or to split, that now still depends on you, workers in the independent party. If you are able, firmly and unanimously, to impose your will on your leaders, if you can remove those who are incorrigible, who belong to the bourgeois rather than the proletarian camp, then a split will not be necessary. But if part of the workers are still so blind, after all the dreadful lessons they have had, as to follow leaders like Hilferding and Crispien, then you will have to split. And the sooner, the more resolutely you do this, the sooner will their eyes be opened, and the sooner will they return to you. You must break with the vacillating right-wing elements and unite with the entire international revolutionary proletariat, or unite with the faltering elements of the petty bourgeois center and break with the international revolutionary proletariat. That is how the question stands. German workers, choose. Extracts from a letter from the ECCI to the Congress of the German Communist Party, October 1920, Ki. 14, Colonel 2925, November 1920. The 5th Congress of the KPD was held early in November, primarily to discuss the question of amalgamation with the USPD after the Halle Congress. The Communist Party of Germany has achieved most important results. The reformist and semi-reformist elements in the USPD have been excluded. The best part of the workers in the USPD are on our side, on the side of communism. The job now is to take the lead in the large united Communist Party that is being formed, to bring to it communist clarity of thought. Everything else is of secondary importance. Recalling the past may only hamper the essential fusion and theoretical understanding. We also ask you to show more toleration than before to the KAPD. The KAPD has given serious proof of its desire to fight against nationalist infection. Some leaders of the KAPD still show a non-Marxist and non-October 1920 199 communist attitude on trade union and parliamentary questions. But just the same, there are in the ranks of the KAPD serious and excellent proletarian revolutionaries. We must at all costs attract them into our ranks, and it is essential to meet them halfway. The amalgamation of all communist elements in Germany into a large united party is an event of world historical importance. The Spartakusbund has fulfilled its mission. Its task at the given moment is to merge into the new great united party and to be the moving force in communist unification. A new struggle confronts you, new sacrifices, new sufferings. The Russian Communist Party, the entire Communist International are completely confident that the German working class will be able to shoulder these gigantic tasks. Extracts from an ECCI appeal to all members of the Italian Socialist Party and the Italian trade unions. November 1920 Ki. 15, Colonel 3395, December 1920. Under an agreement made in 1918 between the Italian unions and the Socialist Party, the party was to take over political as distinct from industrial strikes. The National Council of the Trade Union Federation, meeting in September 1920, decided that the occupation of the factories did not constitute a political movement. The employers, anxious to take over their factories again, consented to the negotiation of collective agreements, and to a vague formula giving the unions a share in the management of industry. At the Third Comintern Congress, Trotsky attributed the failure of the strikes in Italy in the autumn of 1920 to the influence of the right wing in the Socialist Party. The resolution on the report of the ECCI took the same line. The Comintern leaders exaggerated both the extent and the strength of the movement. In a speech 2 years later, a few days before the March on Rome, Trotsky said, "In September 1920 the working class of Italy had in effect gained control of the state. But there was no organization capable of consolidating the victory. And since then the working class of Italy has been retreating." At the end of September the Central Committee of the Italian Socialist Party met in Milan. While agreeing to accept the 21 conditions of admission to the Comintern, it was divided on the question of expelling the right wing. The right wing then met separately at Reccio Emilia, the left at Imola, where it was decided to break with the reformists at the next party congress. Serrati's centrist group, meeting at Florence, wished to apply the 21 conditions at a suitable time in accordance with prevailing historical circumstances. With unflagging attention the ECCI is following every step of your heroic struggle. Communists all over the world see in you one of the best. 200 The Communist International and toughest detachments of the International Proletarian Revolution. The Proletarian Revolution is knocking at your door. You are at the moment closer to victory than the workers of any other country. In Italy practically all the prerequisites for a victorious proletarian revolution are at hand. The working class is unanimous in its readiness to overthrow capitalism. A significant part of the peasantry is on your side, a good part of the army is with you. Up to the very latest moment the bourgeoisie were demoralized. The Entente will not have the forces to maintain a blockade of Red Italy. And if they should try they will break their necks. Grain from Soviet Russia for Red Italy is assured. Ardent fraternal support from the French workers for a Soviet Italy is also assured. The prerequisites for victory are practically all there, all except one, that is the state of organization among yourselves. We do not say that you are not organized. The working class of Italy is organized. But your organizations are not homogeneous. Reformists have found refuge there, that is, people who at bottom share the views not of the communist proletariat but of the liberal bourgeoisie. Reformist influence in the Italian workers' organizations is the principal brake on your movement, the curse which weighs it down. It is self-evident that the seizure of factories and workshops without a parallel struggle for the proletarian dictatorship cannot bring victory to the working class. But it was a superb beginning from which a genuinely revolutionary mass movement might grow. Victory was in your hands. Who snatched it from you? The reformists. The bourgeoisie were powerless to take up open struggle. Giolitti was forced to resort to the method of strategic retreat, as the Italian bourgeois press said. Through its agents the bourgeoisie injected the poison of reformism into the Italian workers' organizations, above all into the unions. The reformists at the head of the Italian unions advanced the slogan of establishing commissions composed of representatives of the workers' leaders and capitalists on a parity basis to work out the principles and methods of control over production. This was the high-class funeral arranged by the reformists for your revolutionary movement. The Italian capitalists were saved by the efforts of D'Aragona, Turati, Modigliani, Dugoni and other agents of capital. The Italian bourgeoisie received a new lease of life. Now, when D'Aragona and co. have done their job, the bourgeoisie have begun to arrest hundreds of the best leaders of the Italian working class. They are filling the prisons with our best fighters. Having introduced confusion into our ranks through their reformist agents, the bourgeoisie now think they are strong enough to resort to force. The immediate future, we are convinced, will show them that they are cruelly mistaken in thinking surgical methods appropriate to cure their ills. Counter-revolutionary surgery will rebound against the Italian bourgeoisie. November 1920 201. But, comrades, we must just the same learn from our mistakes, we must be able to draw the practical conclusions from the great lessons of your movement. What is the lesson of the autumn movement? That so long as there are reformists and semi-reformists in our ranks, So long as we tolerate disguised bourgeois at the head of the unions, our victory over capitalism is impossible. Of late there have been in evidence in Italy every possible kind of uniter, frightening you and trying to convince you that a break with the reformists would weaken us. That is nonsense. Not every split is harmful to the working class. Splitting away from the agents of capital is not harmful but good for us. The Italian party at one time reached an agreement with the Confederation of Labor that during strikes and other revolutionary movements the Confederation would acknowledge the leadership of the party. But we have seen that at the decisive moment the reformists, while observing the letter of the agreement, in fact broke it. That will happen whenever serious issues are at stake. We must relentlessly eject from the party and the unions the reformist leaders. Only then will it be possible to think seriously of decisive battles with the bourgeoisie. To effect the break with the agents of capital, to defend honestly and sincerely all the decisions of the Second Congress of the Communist International, our Italian friends have organized themselves in a communist fraction. Its leading paper is the Turin Avanti and the periodical Communist published in Bologna. All honest and consistent partisans of the Comintern are asked to support this fraction, and only this fraction. To all other fractions we say, whoever is not with us is against us. Comrades, if the Italian bourgeoisie have now passed so rapidly from defense to attack, it is because they rely on the demoralizing work of the reformists. Our answer must be the following: while fighting back against the capitalists with one hand, we must with the other, and without losing an hour, carry out to the end that cleansing of our organizations of reformists and semi-reformists without which our organizations cannot become organs of the proletarian masses. The lawyer reformists, who occupy so many seats in the parliamentary fraction of the Italian Socialist Party, are trying to present the entire dispute with the Communist International as turning on organizational questions. This is the favorite method of all opportunists. It was resorted to by the socialist renegades among the right-wing independents in Germany. Comrades, do not believe them. These are far more than organizational questions. The Communist International does not encroach on the autonomy of the individual workers' parties. It is well aware that there is a large field in which each party must act independently. It has declared 202 the Communist International more than once that it takes binding decisions only in regard to questions where such decisions are possible. Our dispute with the reformists and semi-reformists is not about the necessity or otherwise of accepting the 21 conditions, or 18, or 2.5. Our fight with the reformists turns on the question whether our party is to be the militant vanguard of the proletariat in its struggle for communism, or whether it is to remain, as the reformists would have it, a plaything in the hands of petty bourgeois patchers up of the capitalist regime. We are divided from the reformists and semi-reformists not by mere organizational differences. No, it is a case of two philosophies, two camps, two classes, two programs. We appeal to all members of the Italian Socialist Party and trade unions. Our ranks must be cleansed of the ulcer of reformism. This must be done as quickly as possible, and at whatever cost. With the leaders, if they want to, without the leaders if they hesitate and hold back, against the leaders if they interfere with our carrying out this work. Extracts from an ECCI letter to all left-wing members of the USPD, to the KPD, and the KAPD. November 1920 KI, 15, Colonel 3401, December 1920. The 6th Congress of the KPD was held early in December 1920, and effected amalgamation with the section of the USPD which had broken away at Halle. Of the 485 delegates, 349 were from the USPD. Of the 7 principal platform speakers, 2 were from the USPD. Representation on the Zentrale was equal. What happened at the Halle Congress is of immense importance not only for the members of the USPD, but for all socialists, for the entire German working class, and for the world proletariat. The German labor movement is breaking away from the moribund ideology of the center and is rejecting, once and for all, the counter-revolutionary ideas of Kosciuszysm. Practically all over Europe the forces of the working class at the present moment are so great that the victory of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie would present little difficulty if the working class were sufficiently prepared to carry out its historical mission. What the working class chiefly lacks at the moment is its own clear, theoretical orientation, the consciousness of its aims, a clear understanding of its revolutionary road. The chief obstacle to our victory is among us ourselves. In a country like Germany it is particularly obvious that the opportunist leaders, the reactionary trade union officials, the labor aristocracy and bureaucracy, are incomparably more dangerous to the workers' movement than the November 1920 203 avowed white guards of the armed bourgeoisie. In the German trade union movement there are in round figures about 100,000 officials, that is, employees of the unions. These form the chief white guard detachment of the bourgeoisie. These people came from our ranks, the ranks of the workers. These leaders know the strengths and weaknesses of the labor movement. Everything that is good in the worker, his energy, his fortitude, his knowledge of life, these opportunist leaders have placed at the service of the bourgeoisie. This stratum of opportunist leaders, born and reared in the working class in the preceding period of the peaceful organic development of the labor movement, are the biggest counter-revolutionary force of our time. To liberate the labor movement from the influence of this stratum is to clear the road for the victory of the proletarian revolution. And that is precisely what happened at Halle. Only from this point of view can the real historical meaning of what happened there be fully understood. In Germany a mass communist workers' party is being created which will from the first include some hundreds of thousands who have overcome their illusions and grasp the necessity of breaking not only with the open social chauvinists but with the center which hides behind left phrases. The German workers now see clearly that we fought the right-wing independence not on the question of one or another of the 21 conditions of admission to the Communist International, but on the question whether they are partisans or enemies of the proletarian dictatorship, friends of Soviet Russia or its secret foes. The clearing of the ground has created the conditions for the formation of a united and mighty mass communist party in Germany. The Central Committee of the Left Independent and the Communist parties in Germany have already agreed to convene a joint congress early in December for the establishment of a united German Communist Party. Those members of the KAPD who wish to join this united party are also invited to the congress. Old personal and petty differences must be forgotten. Differences on particular questions must be relegated to the rear, as against what now unites all those in the left USPD, the KPD, and the KAPD. Among the right-wing independents there are some workers who only yielded to the demagoguery of the right-wing leaders because they believed their stupid assertions that the Communist International wants to deprive the German party of its autonomy, that Moscow wants to impose its views by force on the workers of other countries. To these proletarian elements we say, shake off the lies and the demagoguery, and look at the facts. The gulf that divides the right-wing leaders from the Third International is one of principle. They are opponents of the world revolution and they do not believe either in the dictatorship of the proletariat or in the conquest of Soviet power in Germany. 204 The Communist International extracts from an open letter from the ECCI and the International Trade Union Council to the IFTU November 1920 Ki. 15, Colonel 3409, December 1920 The IFTU Congress in London in 1920 was a special one to discuss the program for economic reconstruction drafted by the Management Committee. The program adopted by the Congress was designed to combat reaction and the danger of a new world war, and to contribute to the establishment of a new system which would form a sound basis for world economic restoration. In his memoirs Rosmer, the French representative on the council which organized the formation of the RILU, deplores the stupidity and vulgarity of Zinoviev's manifestos against Yellow Amsterdam, which betrayed in his view a complete ignorance of the nature of trade unionism in Western Europe and of the kind of propaganda required. To the World Congress of the Yellow Leaders of the Trade Unions in London Citizens. You call your Congress a World Trade Union Congress. In fact it will be a Congress of Yellow Leaders, betraying at every step the true interests of the labor movement in general and the trade unions in particular. We know that you will at once cry that this letter is an insult to tens of millions of workers in the unions. Shout as much as you like. We are not insulting the workers in the unions. It is not their fault that it is still possible for you, yellow leaders, to speak in the name of workers' organizations. We know very well that among the millions and millions whom you represent there are many honest and conscious workers who are not yet organized adequately enough to expel you. But rest assured that the time will soon come. What did you do in the war, yellow leaders? You were the worst traitors to the working class. Legion and Co. incited the German workers against the French. Jouherho and Co. equally cynically stirred up the French workers against the Germans. And now these traitors meet and absolve each other of their sins, proclaim a mutual amnesty, and conclude an alliance to go on deceiving the workers. Equally with the imperialist executioners, you are responsible for the millions of corpses, for the tens of millions of crippled lives, for the hunger and cold, for the wretchedness and savagery which accompanied the imperialist war, which you called the Great War of Liberation. You have declared war on the Communist International. Yes, that war will be fought. In that war the organized workers can lose nothing but the shackles on their feet, and you are those shackles. In fighting the capitalists we must also fight their agents, and that is you, gentlemen. You are hated by the workers as they hate the leaders of International. November 1920 205 Imperialism. Conscious workers despise you yellow leaders even more than they despise the kings of the stock exchange and the magnates of capital. These at least do not hide behind socialist slogans. They do not call themselves leaders of the working class, they are our avowed enemies. Many of you, gentlemen, at one time belonged to the workers. Many of you were brought up in poor homes. Many of you came from among us. Until now many in the working class trusted you. You have mocked everything that is sacred to the working class. You broke all your promises and betrayed the workers at the very time when the fate of the working class was being decided. You are the most dangerous enemies of the proletariat. You are the chief bulwark of capitalism, now living out its last days. You are the watchdogs of capital, barking furiously at all those who approach your master's lair. You are the last bourgeois barricade which the revolutionary working class must storm to clear the road to a new life, to happiness, and to true freedom. Your yellow Second International has finally perished as a political organization. You are now trying to take revenge in the trade union field. In Amsterdam and London you are trying to revive the Trade Union International. Rest assured that this last attempt, too, will fail. The conscious workers have formed in Moscow an international council of genuinely proletarian red trade unions. By furious slander and lies you will perhaps for a time succeed in restraining the workers from entering this real proletarian international of red unions, but your game is played out. Labor kulaks, labor reactionaries, such as you all are, cannot deceive the proletarian masses much longer. The more you rage against the Communist International the worse for you, the sooner will the workers throw you where you belong in the bourgeois cesspool. Pygmies. Just as a tattered handkerchief cannot hide the sun, so your manifestos, patched together with lies and hypocrisy, cannot vanquish the Communist International. The Communist International is the sun of the working class. This sun is shining more and more ardently over the entire earth, over all the oppressed and exploited, over all the working masses it could have deceived and betrayed. Soon, from the throats of these millions and millions of workers in the unions whom you claim to represent there will arise one cry, down with the yellow traitors, down with the enemies of the International Fellowship of Workers, long live the Communist International. ECCI, Zinoviev, Lenin, Bukharin, Radek, Steinhardt, Quelch, Tskakaya, Belikun, Rudniansky International TU. Council, Tomsky Lazovsky, Rosmer, Shablin, Milkich. 206 The Communist International. Extracts from an ECCI resolution admitting the German Communist Labour Party to the Communist International as a sympathizing party November 28, 1920 K.L. 15, Colonel 3368, December 1920 The resolution admitting the KAPD as a sympathizing party was passed with one abstention. 2 sessions of the executive had been devoted to this question, to meet the objections of the central committees of the KPD and the USPD, not yet amalgamated. The January 1921 meeting of the ECCI considered a protest from the Central Committee of the German Communist Party against the admission of the KAPD as a sympathizing party on the grounds that it was not a revolutionary party, that it was a dying party to which the ECCI had given an artificial stimulus, and that the KPD, in its fight against the incorrect ideas of the KAPD, was deprived of its chief weapon, the authority of the International. Levi, who had been largely responsible for the split in 1919 which led to the formation of the KAPD, was particularly incensed by the executive's action. Zinoviev replied that the ECCI action was in accordance with the decisions of the Second Comintern Congress. The KAPD consisted of genuinely revolutionary workers, and the KPD must be patient and tolerant in its conduct. The ECCI passed a resolution, 1 delegate voting against and 1 abstaining, confirming its previous decision. Having once more, in conjunction with delegates of the KAPD, subjected the question of the KAPD to a thorough examination, the ECCI resolves, the only section of the Comintern in Germany with full rights is the United Communist Party of Germany (VKPD) now being formed. We once again suggest that all members of the KAPD join this United Communist Party and fight within it for their views. The ECCI trusts that the KAPD organizations will take part in the joint Congress of the KPD and the Left USPD in Berlin on December 4, 1920. The ECCI again declares that the KAPD tactics, particularly in reference to trade unions and parliament, are mistaken, and suggests that the comrades of the KAPD submit to international proletarian discipline and the decisions of the Second World Congress of the Comintern. To facilitate the unification of all communist elements in Germany and to meet halfway the best proletarian elements in the KAPD, the ECCI declares its readiness to accept the KAPD temporarily into the Communist International as a sympathizing party with consultative voice. This acceptance obliges the KAPD to insert regularly in its press all the manifestos and resolutions of the ECCI. It also obliges the KAPD to render fraternal support to the Communist Party of Germany in all its actions. December 1920 207. Letter from the ECCI to the Congress of the French Socialist Party at Tours. December 1920 KL, 16, Colonel 3803, March 1921. In May 1919 the left-wing opposition in the French Socialist Party, which had in 1915 constituted themselves as the Committee to Re-establish International Relations on an Anti-War Platform, was renamed the Committee for Adherence to the Third International. The Tours Congress was attended by 285 delegates holding 4,574 mandates. Clara Zetkin attended the Congress as ECCI delegate. The voting gave 3,028 for adherence to the Third International, against 1,022. A Comite director was elected, including Froissart as secretary, Laureat as international secretary, and Kakin as editor of Humanite. The majority included 13 deputies. Dear comrades, the ECCI will follow with intense interest the course of your Congress, which will undoubtedly occupy a prominent place in the history of the French workers' movement. We have read the draft of the resolution bearing the signatures of Comrades Laureat, Minute, Souverin, Kakin, Froissart, and others. With the exception of certain points, for example, the question of the name of the party, we can agree with this resolution. We have also read the draft of the resolution signed by Jean Longuet, Paul Faure, and others. This resolution is permeated through and through with the spirit of reformism and the most pettifogging diplomacy. The theses approved by the Second Congress of the Communist International permit certain exceptions to be made in regard to those reformists who now submit to the decisions of the Communist International and renounce their former opportunism. The resolution signed by Longuet and Faure shows that Longuet and his group have no desire to be exceptions in the reformist camp. They were and are outright conductors of bourgeois influence into the proletariat. Their resolution is unmistakable, not only on the points it deals with, but even more on those about which its authors keep silent. On the world revolution, the proletarian dictatorship, the Soviet system, Longuet and his friends prefer to say nothing, or to utter the most banal ambiguities. The Communist International can have nothing in common with the authors of such a resolution. The worst service that could be done to the French proletariat in the present state of affairs would be to think up some kind of confusing compromise which would then turn out to be shackles on the feet of your party. We are deeply convinced that the majority of the conscious workers of France will not allow such a despicable compromise with the reformists. 208 The Communist International but will at last create at Tours a strong and united genuine communist party free of reformist and semi-reformist elements. In this spirit we greet your Congress and wish it success. Long live the Communist Party of France. Long live the French proletariat. On behalf of the ECCI, G. Zinoviev. Extracts from an ECCI letter to the Congress of the Italian Socialist Party January 1921 Ki. 16, Colonel 3805, March 1921 The Leghorn Congress of the Italian Socialist Party, which opened on January 15, 1921, was attended by Rákosi and Kabachev for the ECCI, and by Paul Levi as a fraternal delegate from the German Communist Party. The resolution introduced by Bordiga for unconditional acceptance of the 21 conditions of admission to the Comintern received 59,000 votes, against 98,000 for Serrati's motion of conditional acceptance, and 15,000 for Turati's motion of rejection. Serrati was willing to accept the conditions, but not to proceed to the expulsion of the right wing which they implied. Levi disapproved of the insistence of the ECCI representatives on effecting the break. The left wing of the Congress seceded and formed the Italian Communist Party. At the Third Comintern Congress Terracini declared that the left were not thinking of a split, only of expelling the reformists. Serrati was therefore responsible for the split. But it is clear from the proceedings of the ECCI in November 1920 that the break with Serrati had been determined beforehand. At the meeting in November, Zinoviev suggested that no further concessions should be made to Serrati, who had failed both in his attitude to the reformists, and in his conduct during the autumn strikes. That was the beginning of the revolution. The workers seized the factories and started to organize their own Red Guard. The movement was not defeated by force, it was broken by the opportunists. Serrati and his friends had remained silent while the old reformist leaders were collaborating with the Italian government in pacifying the workers with promises. After the Leghorn Congress, the Socialist Party reaffirmed its adherence to the Third International, but reserved independence in the interpretation of the 21 conditions. It was expelled by the ECCI. The Congress of your party, being held at a moment when the proletarian revolution is knocking on your country's door, will be of tremendous importance for the fate of the international revolution. The Italian proletariat has at last fully grasped the need of creating a communist party cleansed of reformist and semi-reformist elements. The entire Italian situation cries out against any compromise of principle whatever with the reformists. The deepest and most vital interests of the Italian proletariat. January 1921 209 and the World Revolution demand a complete and unreserved break with reformism as a tendency. We have received your Central Committee's reply of October 31, 1920 to the ECCI letter sent to your party in August. We tell you frankly, comrades, that the reply seemed extremely unsatisfactory to us. One example will serve our purpose. In its letter, the Central Committee still thinks it possible to take up the defense of the reformist leaders of the Confederation of Labor. The Amsterdam International is part of the Second International. It is at present the chief instrument of the bourgeoisie in their struggle against the proletariat. D'Aragona and Co. still find it possible to belong to this organization, and your Central Committee finds it possible to tolerate this. We think it necessary to say to you once again, dear comrades, that the Communist International has and wishes to have nothing in common with people belonging to the reformist camp. We tell you, firmly and clearly, you must choose between Turati, D'Aragona and Co., and the Third International. The ECCI, attaching great importance to your Congress, intended to send 2 delegates from Moscow to attend it. Unfortunately, because of circumstances outside our control, this has not been possible. On behalf of the ECCI, GZLNOVIEV. Extract from an ECCI statement on the Vienna Conference of Socialist Parties January 15, 1921 KI, 16, Kernel 3799, March 1921. The International Union of Socialist Parties, usually referred to as the Vienna Union or the 2½ International, was founded at a conference held in Vienna from 22 to February 27, 1921. There were 80 delegates from 13 countries, claiming a following of 10 million members. The negotiations which led to its foundation had been started in April 1920 between the Swiss Socialist Party and the Independent Labour Party. It included the Austrian, French, and Swiss Socialist parties, the Independent Social Democratic Party of Germany, the British Independent Labour Party, the Russian Mensheviks, and a number of smaller parties and groups, which had dissociated themselves from the Second International but were unwilling to join the Third. At the invitation of the Labour Party, representatives of the Vienna Union met the Labour Party in London on October 20, 1921 to discuss the question of fusion with the Second International. After the meeting, the Vienna Union published a statement rejecting fusion. At its meeting in Frankfurt, the Vienna Union approved the fusion of the USPD-SPD which had been agreed at Nuremberg on September 24, 1922. After the Hague Conference of December 1922, the Second International and the Vienna Union agreed on fusion, and the constitution of the 210, the Communist International Labour and Socialist International, LSI, was adopted at a congress held in Hamburg in May 1923. Radek, writing on the foundation of the Vienna Union, asserted that it was an organization without ideas or program of its own, but if the development of the revolutionary movement in Europe were slowed down, it would be able to deter workers, who were still hesitating at the crossroads, from joining the Third International. A new attempt at international deception, the 2½ International. The Second International collapsed like a house of cards. Conscious workers of the whole world refer to it in disgust as the Gendarme International. Larger and larger contingents of conscious workers are joining the ranks of the Third International. But the leaders they leave behind cannot reconcile themselves to the state of affairs. And so the supporters of this center have evolved a plan to build a new international, neither the second nor the third, but the 2½. In the guise of forming an allegedly new international, an attempt is being made to reconstruct the Second International. An entire international conference is being called for this purpose in the near future in Vienna. Who will take part in this conference? Renner, Bauer, and Co., that is, gentlemen who are in no decisive respect distinguished from Scheidemann and Niski. This one fact is eloquent enough testimony to the character of the forthcoming conference. Germany will be represented by Messrs. Dittmann and Crispian, also former ministers of the German bourgeoisie. Rejected by the German workers, these gentlemen are moving further to the right every day, and soon it will be impossible to distinguish even with a magnifying glass between Dittmann and Scheidemann. France, apparently, will be represented by Citizen Longuet's party. Even in the Second International you do not often meet such dirty and abject traitors as these gentlemen. Russia will be represented at the forthcoming international conference by M. Martov and other Mensheviks. Rejected and despised by the whole Russian working class, Martov and Co. will make notable members of the future 2½ International. The Russian Mensheviks, who betrayed the interests of the proletarian revolution in Russia from the very day of its outbreak, who joined the governments of Milyukov, Kerensky, and Kolchak, who even helped the Tsarist government at the beginning of the imperialist war. These Russian Mensheviks are quite worthy of being leaders of the 2½ International. January 1921 211. Conscious workers of the whole world should know that the right-wing German independents, the French Longuetists, the Austrian Social Democrats, are enemies of the proletarian revolution, that their press violently slanders Soviet Russia, that their leaders more and more cynically help the bourgeoisie against the workers. Conscious workers of the whole world should heap on the forthcoming Vienna Conference of deceivers and traitors the contempt it deserves. They should boycott the 2.5 International just as they boycotted the second ECCI resolution on the resignation of 5 members from the Central Committee of the German Communist Party. March 1921 Ki. 17, Colonel 4071, June 1921 Levi's support of Sarety at the Leghorn Congress had brought him into conflict with the ECCI delegates. At the Third Comintern Congress later in the year Zinoviev accused Levi of conspiring with Sarety, and on their return via Berlin Rákóczi and Kabachev asked the German Central Committee to condemn his action. The resolution, moved by Thalheimer at a meeting on February 24, was passed by 28 votes to 23, whereupon Levi, Zetkin, and 3 other members resigned from the Central Committee. Reporting on the Comintern to the 10th Congress of the Russian Communist Party in March 1921, Zinoviev assured his audience that Clara Zetkin's resignation was a temporary affair, an episode that would soon be settled, whereas Levi's attitude showed his steady drift towards reformism. The Congress did not discuss Zinoviev's report, but passed a resolution approving the action of the RCP delegates on the ECCI, with particular reference to Italy and Germany. It was in the debate on the report of the ECCI to the Third Comintern Congress that Koenen, Germany, referring to Clara Zetkin's statement that, once convinced she was wrong, she was willing to accept correction, but I would feel humiliated and unworthy if I ever did anything against my convictions, said, of course, one must act even against one's convictions, if it is in the interests of the party. In certain circumstances it is possible to settle conflicts of conscience only by making the alternative clear, for the party or out of the party. 5 members of the CC of the VKPD have resigned from the Central Committee because of their dissatisfaction with the attitude of the Executive Committee towards the split in the Italian Socialist Party. For any thinking communist it is enough that the centrist group of leaders, faced with the necessity of choosing between the reformists and the communists, broke with the 60,000 communist proletarians of Italy in favor of Sarety and 12,000 reformists. This fact is of greater weight than all the long-winded speeches about the tactless conduct of one or another. 212 The Communist International representative of the Communist International. That should have been clear to all members of the German Central Committee. In a communist party the leaders, placed there by the workers, have as little right to leave their posts without permission of the party as a soldier in the Red Army has to leave his sentry box. Only in bourgeois and opportunist parties does a leader think he has the right to act independently, against the will of the members of the party. In any case, these 5 comrades were bound, out of respect for international discipline, to inform the Executive Committee of the Communist International of their intention to leave the Central Committee. The ECCI regrets the departure of these comrades and sees in it, 1. Inadequate discipline among the leading elements of the VKPD, 2. Proof of the fact that among the leaders of the VKPD there are signs of the formation of a right wing. The Executive Committee adheres to the opinion that the reason why Comrade Levi and his group left the Central Committee of the VKPD was not the Italian question, but opportunist vacillations concerning German and international policy. It should be clear to all conscious German communists that the ECCI has as its aim the formation in each country not of a sect, but of an active communist revolutionary mass party. The efforts of the Executive Committee to unite in Germany the Spartakusbund, the USPD, and the KAPD, into a powerful mass communist party, is sufficient proof of this. The attempt of some comrades to represent the events in the Italian party as a mechanical split shows either that they are inadequately informed about the real situation in the Italian party, or that they are yielding to Menshevik reformist tendencies. The ECCI directs the attention of all German communists to the fact that in the past few months there have been signs of an attempt to form a communist right wing. Therefore communists should close their ranks and nip these tendencies in the bud. Comrade Levi's statement of March 23 shows that he has already reached a complete break with the Communist International. This should show the comrades who formerly declared their solidarity with Levi where his road leads, and help them to recognize their error. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto on the Kronstadt Rising. March 1921 Ki. 17, Colonel 4299, June 1921 The policies of war communism, in particular the requisitioning of grain, had aroused deep discontent among the peasants, and the severe shortage of food and fuel supplies was felt in the towns, where real wages had fallen far below the March 1921 213 pre-war level. With the ending of the Civil War in November 1920 the unrest and resentment came to the surface. The strike movement was most marked in Petrograd. It spread to the Putilov works on February 28, 1921 and a state of emergency was declared. The Kronstadt garrison expressed full sympathy with the strikers, and put forward a program which amounted to an attack on the monopolist position of the Communist Party within the state and on the economic policies of war communism, and called for new elections to the Soviets. The crisis interrupted the deliberations of the 10th Congress of the Russian Communist Party, in session at the time, and the delegates were sent to Petrograd to assist the army. Kronstadt was besieged and surrendered after 10 days of fighting. Speaking to the Fourth Comintern Congress at the end of 1922, Lenin said that in 1921, we felt the impact of a grave, I think it was the gravest internal political crisis in Soviet Russia, which caused discontent among considerable numbers of the peasantry, and even of the workers. That had happened because we had advanced too far in our economic offensive. The Second and 2.5 Internationals as accomplices of the counter-revolution, the victories of the Red Army, and the steadily growing movement of protest among English and French workers, have forced the Entente to cease open warfare against Soviet Russia. The leading power in world counter-revolution, England, was compelled to sign a trade agreement with Soviet Russia because the English workers looked to it to reduce unemployment. So now the Entente states are seeking out all kinds of other methods of overthrowing the Soviet government. Entente agents are roaming all over Russia trying to stir up peasant revolts. They tell the peasants that their land is no longer threatened by the nobles or by the white generals, and that they have no need to supply the industrial workers with grain. Peasant revolts are to cut railway communications between the industrial centers and the grain areas, and hunger will then force the backward working masses to rise against the Soviet government. This is the Entente's plan. The capitalist counter-revolution is counting on a number of workers being so exhausted and harassed that they will be inclined to yield to the enticements of the counter-revolution. Working side by side with the usual Entente spies and the agents of monarchist organizations to these ends are the underground organizations of the Social Revolutionary Party, and also part of the Mensheviks, who belong to the Second International. Their agitation was successful in provoking a rising among some of the Kronstadt sailors on March 2. To explain the mere possibility of such a rising, it should be borne in mind that the old sailors of Kronstadt, the heroes of the October Revolution, either fell on one of the many fronts of the Civil War or are occupying responsible posts in the Red Army or in Soviet institutions. The Kronstadt garrison consisted in large part of 214 the Communist International peasants from the south of Russia, and of sons of bourgeois and petty bourgeois families of technicians who had not finished their education, who had joined the navy, attracted by the comparatively good conditions of life it offered. Dissatisfied, and irritated by the discipline prevailing in the fortress and on board ship. These sailors allowed themselves to be enticed by the S.R.S. anarchists and monarchists who pursued their secret purposes under the apparently innocent slogans of new elections to the Soviets. That they did not dare to proceed under the device of the Constituent Assembly or of restoration of the monarchy, shows that they realized that even these backward sailors would on no account consciously serve the cause of counter-revolution. Behind the backs of the sailors they turned for help to capitalist governments and to counter-revolutionary organizations abroad. Russian banks abroad, headed by the monarchist leader Gukakov and the former Tsarist minister Kokhovtsov, immediately sent large sums to Finland for the support of the Kronstadt movement. The French and American governments also at once mobilized support for Kronstadt under the flag of the Red Cross. This help, however, did not arrive quickly enough. The Red troops, commanded by communists, went into action before the émigré counter-revolutionaries succeeded in reaching Kronstadt through Finland with their supplies. The Kronstadt counter-revolutionary attack was liquidated, and besides the many lessons which it taught the international working class, it succeeded at last in tearing the mask from the Second and 2.5 Internationals. The entire Second International press stood on the side of the counter-revolution. If these enemies of the proletarian dictatorship came out in favor of the Kronstadt sailors, who were allegedly calling for a genuine Soviet government, it was because they clearly understood that, should the Russian Soviet government fall, the Vanderveldes and Scheidemanns would see the realization of their dream of the return to Russia of the only legal bourgeois government. Far more important for an appraisal of the real state of affairs in the international labor movement is the fact that the press of the 2.5 International, which in words supported the Russian Revolution, the proletarian dictatorship, the Soviet government, in fact also sang the praises of the Kronstadt Rising. At a time when conscious Russian proletarians were falling in their thousands on the ice of the Gulf of Finland, in the battle against the heavy artillery of the Kronstadt forts, and filling with their bodies the breach made by the Kronstadt revolt in the rampart which protects Petrograd from the Entente, the USPD Freiheit found nothing better to say than to denounce Comrade Zinoviev as the destroyer of the Russian proletariat and thus to surround the Kronstadt counter-revolutionary rising with a halo of martyrdom. March 1921 215. Jean Longuet in his Organ Populaire published an article in honor of the Kronstadt Rising. The Vienna Arbeiterzeitung, organ of Bauer and Friedrich Adler, was firmly on the side of the Kronstadt sailors. Thus, at a moment of world historical importance, when the capitalist counter-revolution was striking a new blow, Hilferding, Crispien, Dittmann, Jean Longuet, Friedrich Adler, Otto Bauer, stood hand in hand with Rigel, Miliukov, Kokovtsov and the heroes of English and French espionage. This fact must penetrate the consciousness of the broad proletarian masses of the entire world. They will certainly now understand that the rising favored by the entire Russian counter-revolutionary movement, is a counter-revolutionary rising, even though it hoisted the red flag and used the slogans which were used in Russia in 1917 when the power of the bourgeoisie was overthrown. Therefore down with the Second and the 2.5 Internationals. Down with the open and the masked lackeys of the bourgeoisie. ECCI statement on the March action in Germany April 6, 1921 Ki. 17, Colonel 4317, June 1921 rioting in the Mansfeld area of central Germany led on March 16, 1921 to the intervention of the Reichswehr. On the following day the Central Committee of the KPD called for open insurrection, although there was little response to this summons. It was followed a few days later by a call for a general strike, which brought members of the German Communist Party into conflict with their fellow workers as well as with the police and troops. There were many casualties, and thousands of arrests. On March 31 the action was called off. Of the March action Trotsky wrote later that the German CP mistook its own impatience for a mature revolutionary situation. At the time Bellakon and two less well-known Comintern emissaries were in Berlin, and the resignation of the 5 moderate members of the Central Committee enabled them to carry proposals for a more active policy. This was, both at the time and later, interpreted by many as action designed to help Russia, profoundly shaken in March 1921 by the Kronstadt revolt. Heckert, the German delegate to the Russian Congress of Trade Unions in May 1921, said, "These German communists let themselves be shot and thrown into prison because they were conscious that, in raising the standard of revolt, they were rendering aid to the Russian proletariat." At the Third Comintern Congress in the following summer Clara Zetkin said that the ECCI bore at any rate a great share of responsibility, for the incorrect slogans and incorrect political attitude of the Central Committee. The question of ECCI responsibility was shelved at the Congress, presumably because leading members of the ECCI were involved. Zinoviev wrote later in the year, "The leaders of the KPD made, it is true, only one mistake, they made an incorrect estimate of the situation. 216 The Communist International. In the debate on the tactical theses at the Third Congress, Trotsky said that the German workers must be told that the March action was a mistake. A repetition might really put an end to the party. We consider the philosophy of the offensive as the greatest danger and its practical application as the greatest political crime. In the same debate, Lenin said that in spite of faulty leadership and the absence of preparation for an offensive, the action marked a great step forward, because hundreds of thousands of workers had fought heroically against the bourgeoisie. Trotsky replied to the assertion that, because of the serious Russian situation, the Comintern provoked in other countries revolutionary action which bore no relation to the situation there. If we were capable of such treachery, we would all deserve to be lined up against the wall and shot down one by one. Zinoviev's figure, given in the ECCI report to the Third Congress, of 500,000 workers drawn into the action, was disputed by some of the German delegates, who placed it, as a maximum, at 200,000. In the discussion, Thalheimer said that although the March action was a defeat for the proletariat, it was not a defeat for the party. For the party it was a victory in the sense that it emerged from the struggle strengthened by the masses. Communist Party membership after the March action fell from over 400,000 to 180,000. At the meeting of the ECCI in December 1921, Zinoviev began his report with Germany because the revolution is nearest there. The March action, he said, was a heroic measure designed to counteract passivity and reformism in the working class, although it was not wholly free of irresponsibility and adventurism. Radek, in an article published at the end of the year on the tasks of the Communist International, wrote that the mistakes of the March action were that the party used the methods appropriate to the final struggle for a partial struggle forced on them armed insurrection when at the best the situation called for a mass strike. He attributed this to the influence of the ex-USPD membership, who still entertained putschist ideas, and who, acting on the theory of the offensive, and in an attempt to avoid defeat, resorted to terrorist acts which repelled the masses. The evidence about communist terrorism published by Vorwärts at the end of 1921 was followed by the resignation of Ernst Reuter, at that time secretary of the KPD, and some other prominent members. In a speech to the Moscow Communists shortly before the opening of the Fourth Comintern Congress, Trotsky said, "These two retreats of ours in 1921, the one in the economic field and the other in the political field in Europe, are intimately linked, because we could have developed war communism into complete socialism and communism without retreating, on one condition, namely, that the proletariat of Europe seized power in 1919 and 1920. The signal for a review of the international tasks of communism was given by the March 1921 events in Germany. During the March days of 1921 in Germany, we saw a communist party devoted, revolutionary, ready for struggle, rushing forward, but not followed by the working class. Because of its revolutionary impatience, this most revolutionary section of the working class came into collision with the rest and tried, mechanically as it were, and here and there by force, to draw them into the struggle. The party incurred the risk of shattering itself not so much. April 1921, 217 against the resistance of the bourgeoisie, as against the resistance of 4/5 or 2/3 of the working class itself. But at that moment the International sounded the alarm, proclaiming a new stage. For the first time since the January and March days of 1919, the revolutionary proletarians of Germany have entered into battle against the capitalist government, not only for a piece of bread, not only as a protest against the violence of the white gangs, but in an attempt to bring to an end the rule of the German exploiters. For the first time they took up the struggle as a strongly fused mass moved by one will. They showed the whole of Germany that millions of proletarians are ready to sacrifice their lives to win freedom from the rule of capital. This first organized assault of the revolutionary German proletariat was not crowned with success. The proletariat suffered defeat thanks to the unconscionable treachery of the German Socialist Party, whose members, all those Horsings and Severings, are playing Niski's part even now, under a purely bourgeois government. Further, thanks to the open going over of the Independent Socialist Party of Germany to the camp of the counter-revolution, The proletariat could not establish a united front against the united bourgeoisie. Relying more on the disarray among the proletariat than on their own bayonets, the German bourgeoisie are again celebrating a victory. But their rejoicings will be short-lived. The proletariat gained a great deal of experience in the struggle. It will know better how to prepare for the forthcoming struggle, and its call to arms will find a response among broader and broader masses, for the bourgeoisie will be less inclined and less able than ever to satisfy even the most trifling demands of the proletariat. Horsing triumphed, but Foch is on the Rhine, and the victors in the field of civil war are feeling round their necks the noose of victorious world capital. The bourgeoisie, aware that they cannot rely on the defeated working masses, will yield to the demands of victorious world capital in order to unload all the burdens imposed by the Entente onto the backs of the German proletariat. The moment will soon draw near when the workers, basely deceived by the SPD and the USPD and the trade union bureaucrats, will understand that they have to choose between shameful apathy under the double yoke of German and Entente capital, and a bold united struggle for power, for a Soviet Germany. We, together with you, mourn the heroic victims who have fallen in the struggle for proletarian liberation. We, together with you, think with anger and bitterness of the sufferings of our arrested comrades at the mercy of the harsh and arbitrary jurisdiction of the democratic courts-martial. The first assault of the German proletarian vanguard has suffered defeat. The bourgeoisie and their lackeys will try to bring disorder into the ranks of the retreating troops. 2L8 The Communist International says to you, you acted rightly. The working class can never win victory by a single blow. You have turned a new page in the history of the German working class. Prepare for new struggles. Study the lessons of your past struggles. Learn from your experience. Close your ranks, strengthen your organization, legal and illegal, strengthen proletarian discipline and communist unity in struggle. Long live the united communist proletariat of Germany. Long live the proletarian revolution in Germany. Long live the Communist International. ECCI Statement on the Expulsion of Paul Levi. April 29, 1921 Ki, 17, Colonel 4295, June 1921 Paul Levi was in Austria when the March action began. He returned to Germany, and on March 29 wrote to Lenin describing it as a putsch. His pamphlet Unserweg, attacking the action and those responsible for it, was sent to the press on April 3, and he was expelled from the KPD on April 15. In his pamphlet he described the action as war by the Communist Party on the working class. The initial impulse had come from persons without any understanding of the situation, and the ECCI must be held at least partly responsible because it interpreted the strong anti-putschist tendencies in the KPD as opportunism. ECCI delegates, he said, never work with, but always behind and frequently against the Central Committee of the country to which they are sent. The ECCI acts like a Chaika projected beyond the Russian frontiers. He was bitterly critical of the irresponsible game being played with the existence of the party, and with the life and fate of its members. In conversation with Clara Zetkin, Lenin said that Levi's criticism of the March action was entirely negative, and embittered his colleagues more by its tone than by its content. You know how highly I value Paul Levi. Ruthless criticism of the March action was necessary, but what did Paul Levi give? He tore the party to pieces. He gave nothing to which the party could usefully turn. He lacks the spirit of solidarity with the party, and it was that which has made the rank and file deaf and blind to the great deal of truth in Levi's criticism, particularly to his correct political principles. The leftists have to thank Paul Levi that up to the present they have come out so well, much too well. At the Third Congress Clara Zetkin defended Levi. He wrote his pamphlet, she asserted, only because the party center was persisting in its incorrect line. Levi was being made the whipping boy, he had acted honestly, to save the proletariat. To Radek's interjection that Levi's pamphlet had supplied material for the public prosecutor, she replied that the manifestos and articles in the Rotfani had supplied him with even more. I can take 20 lines from anybody's writings and bring him to the gallows. April 1921 219. After his expulsion, Levi formed a new Reichstag fraction, the Kommunistische Arbeitsgemeinschaft, KAG, which was joined by other dissident members of the KPD fraction, including Domig. In a letter to the Jena Congress of the German Communist Party in August 1921, Lenin explained that he defended Paul Levi so long at the Third Congress because, in essentials, much of Levi's criticism of the March uprising in Germany was right, but his criticism was clothed in an impermissible and harmful form. After the disclosures in Vorwärts about organized terrorist action by the KPD during the March action, a Central Committee resolution attacking the KAG prohibited Communist Party members from giving it any direct or indirect support. At its conference on February 19, 1922, the USPD agreed on the admission of the KAG. The ECCI at its meeting on April 29 held a thorough discussion of the situation created in the United Communist Party of Germany. In regard to the celebrated pamphlet by Paul Levi, there was complete unanimity. All members of the ECCI spoke of it with burning indignation. The general opinion was Paul Levi is a traitor. In the name of the small bureau and the entire ECCI, Comrade Zinoviev declared, "It is an abominable lie that the ECCI or its representatives provoked the March rising." This fable was needed by the German counter-revolution, on whose side Levi stood. Sentiments of ardent sympathy and affection were expressed for our German brothers, fighting and languishing in prison. At the end of the discussion, the following resolution was unanimously adopted: having examined the situation created in the VKPD by the March action, the ECCI declares, 1. In regard to the tactical differences arising in connection with the March action, the ECCI thinks it necessary, because of the great international importance of the question, to submit the question to the Third Congress of the Communist International and asks the German comrades to see that all the material shall be made available to the Third World Congress. 2. The ECCI is not in a position to decide whether or not the VKPD shall hold an extraordinary Congress before the Third World Congress. It suggests, however, that with the White Terror now prevailing in Germany, serious preparations for a Congress, and the work of the Congress itself, may perhaps be impossible to carry out. If the Central Committee of the VKPD shares this opinion, the ECCI invites all German comrades to adhere to this decision. 3. Having read Paul Levi's pamphlet Unser Weg wider den Putschismus. 220. The Communist International. The ECCI ratifies the decision to expel Paul Levi from the United Communist Party of Germany and, consequently, from the Third International. Even if Paul Levi were 9/10 right in his views of the March offensive, he would still be liable to expulsion from the party because of his unprecedented violation of discipline and because, by his action, in the given circumstances, he dealt the party a blow in the back. 4. In view of the persecution of the party by the government, the ECCI considers it the unconditional duty of all members of the VKPD, notwithstanding all their differences, to enter with closed ranks and maintaining strict discipline, into implacable struggle against the reaction now raging. President, G. Zinoviev. ECCI, Russia, Lenin, Trotsky, Bukharin, Radek France, Rosmer England, Quelch, Bell Hungary, Belikun, Rudniansky, Varga Poland, Walecki Bulgaria, Dimitrov, Popov, Shablin Finland, Kuusinen, Manner, Raya Norway, Frias Austria, Steinhardt Holland, Janssen Georgia, Tskakea Latvia, Stuka Switzerland, Ichner Persia, Sultanzade Communist Youth International, Shatskin. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto on the payment of reparations by Germany. May 7, 1921 Ki, 17, Colonel 4311, June 1921. After prolonged disputes and correspondence between the German and Allied governments and the Reparations Commission, and appeals from Germany to the League of Nations, the Pope, and President Harding, the Allied governments drew up a new schedule of reparations payments, which was on May 5, 1921 sent to the German government with a 6-day ultimatum threatening further sanctions. 3 towns in the Ruhr had been occupied in March, if the new terms were not accepted. On May 11 the Reichstag voted 225 to 172 to accept the schedule. The minority vote included the Communist and the right-wing parties. May 1921 221. At the Third Congress Kolarov, Bulgaria, complained that during the reparations crisis the French and German Communist parties had pursued different policies, and the executive had failed to lay down a clear line. To the proletarians of all countries, working men and women, the Entente, led by the French government, is preparing to draw the noose round the neck of Germany in order to compel it to agree to demands which would amount to the economic suicide of 60 million people. The German bourgeoisie, covetous, bloodthirsty, and brutally cruel when, protected by cannon, they lorded it over almost half the world, are not now in a position to defend the vital interests of the German people. Not only because they cannot reject the Entente's demands, but primarily because they fear the unarmed German workers even more than they fear the troops of the Entente, armed from head to foot, because, having waded knee-deep in the blood of the German proletarians, they know that the workers of other countries also hate them. If they accept the conditions put forward by the Entente usurers, Germany's economic situation will get so much worse that the workers, driven to desperation, will be forced to rise against the robber Entente and its German underlings. We do not yet know whether the German bourgeoisie have already submitted to the Entente in order to avert the occupation of the Ruhr. Perhaps the blow has already fallen. German workers, if you continue to put up with the government of capitalists and Junkers, you will at the same time be helping the robbers of the imperialist Entente to rivet Germany in the chains of slavery. The Russian people not only found in themselves the strength to defend their rights against the Entente, but also attracted to their side the workers of the whole world. Only by breaking the class government of Stins, by establishing the rule of the working class, and by forming an alliance between Soviet Germany and Soviet Russia can the proletariat find salvation, if it does not want to perish in the dual fetters of the German and Entente bourgeoisie. To you, proletarians of France, England, and all the vassal states of the Entente, we say, rise vigorously against the robber campaign plotted by your governments, not for the sake of bourgeois Junker Germany, but for your own sakes. If you allow Germany to be strangled, it will not be long before the sweated labor of the German helots will force your bosses to reduce your wages. 222 The Communist International. When the German proletariat comes out with the slogans, "Down with the German capitalist government," "Long live Soviet Germany," "Long live the alliance with Soviet Russia," let the echo sound from the Vistula to the Elbe, from the Rhine and the Channel. Down with the Versailles robbers. Peace to the cottages, war on the palaces. Extracts from an ECCI circular on the agenda of the Third Comintern Congress, May 1921 Ki. 17, Kernel 4031, June 1921. At the time of the Congress, Rákosi claimed in an article in Pravda, the International had 51 sections with a total membership of 2,800,000, of these the Russian party accounted for 550,000, the German and Czechoslovakian parties for 300,000 each, the French 130,000, Norway 97,000, Yugoslavia 85,000, and Italy 70,000. The Youth International had an affiliated membership of 800,000. Of the 646 daily newspapers, 500 were published in Russia, 45 in the Ukraine, and 33 in Germany. To all proletarian organizations belonging to or wishing to join the Comintern, the Third World Congress of the Communist International will open in Moscow on June 1, 1921. We have called the conference 2 months earlier than laid down in the statutes, and are sure that the parties affiliated to the Comintern will agree with us that the interests of the cause require the date to be put forward. In the 9 months which have passed since the Second World Congress, broad discussions have taken place in a whole series of parties on all the questions resolved at the Second Congress. In a number of countries differentiation has reached the point at which at last there is an open break between the communists and the followers of the center. In Germany, in France, England, Sweden, Norway, Romania, Yugoslavia, Greece, Switzerland, Belgium, and other countries the rupture between the communists and the adherents of the Intermediate to Annahof International is an accomplished fact. During that time the ECCI had to make a number of most important decisions, on which it will have to report to the entire Communist International. The Third Congress will first of all have to satisfy itself in regard to the May 1921 223 extent to which each of the affiliated parties has in fact carried out all the conditions advanced by the Second Congress. An important period of Comintern activity is drawing to an end. Up to its first Congress the Communist International went through its gestatory, preparatory period. Between the first and the second Congress the Comintern lived through its initial period of agitation. At that time it was not yet a formal international organization. It was only a banner. The period between the second and third Congress was a period of greater differentiation, and of the formation of genuine communist parties. The Third Congress will draw up the balance sheet of all the work done and give the Comintern a finished organization and clear-cut tactics. The Comintern must lay down a firm and definite rule: the ECCI is entirely responsible to the regular World Congress. Appeals can be made to the World Congress against an ECCI decision. But between one Congress and the next the entire conduct of affairs is in the hands of the ECCI. Its decisions must be carried out. Without that the Comintern cannot exist as a centralized and disciplined international organization. If the Communist International is not to call itself the International of Action in vain, then as a fighting organization it must have a general staff and there must be certainty that discipline will be maintained not only in words but in fact. The tactics of forming communist cells inside the trade unions, put forward by the Second Congress, have been justified. They have had considerable success in Germany, France, England, and other countries. The first substantial blows have been struck against the Yellow Amsterdam Federation. The Yellow leaders vacillate from side to side. Today they are prepared to make concessions, tomorrow they start excluding from the unions all supporters of the Comintern. This is a certain sign of their complete future bankruptcy. The Comintern has had its first successes in work among the Eastern peoples. The Baku Congress of the Peoples of the East was of great and undoubted historical importance. The Congress of the Peoples of the Far East which is to be held will also play its part. The Third Congress will have to deal with the Eastern question not only theoretically, as at the Second Congress, but as a practical matter. Without a revolution in Asia there will be no victory for the world proletarian revolution. This too must be firmly grasped by every proletarian communist. Only then will the worker communists be adequately armed ideologically against the European opportunism of Herr Hilferding and other heroes of the 2.5 International, who have in stock nothing but disdainful smiles for the oppressed peoples of the East. The question of the Italian Socialist Party, the 10th item on the agenda, will be of the greatest importance. The Italian Socialist Party, formerly 224 the Communist International, belonged to the Comintern. Under the influence of Serrati's centrist agitation the Congress of that party at Leghorn refused in fact to apply the 21 conditions put forward by the Second Comintern Congress for all parties. The worker communists formed an independent communist party. In these circumstances the ECCI considered it its duty to recognize the young Italian Communist Party as the only section of the Comintern in Italy, and to expel from the Comintern Serrati's party, which had in fact repudiated the Second Congress decisions. The Italian Socialist Party protested against this and appealed from the ECCI to the Comintern Congress. In a special letter to the Central Committee of the Italian Socialist Party the ECCI wrote, "We invite you to the Third Congress, but we ask, 1. That your delegates should be fully empowered to give definite answers to the Congress, 2. That you answer clearly and precisely whether you agree to the expulsion from a Comintern party of the group of Turati, Treves & Co. The Italian question has assumed international importance. In January Levi's group, which had long been anxious to create some kind of a right wing in the Comintern, seized on the Italian dispute, asserting that the ECCI had made tactical mistakes and was advocating mechanical splits and so on. We ask all parties and unions belonging to or wishing to join the Comintern to open immediately the widest possible discussion of the Third Congress agenda in their press and at meetings. We ask them further to deal at once with the question of electing delegates to the Congress. The ECCI unanimously agreed to suggest to all parties, 1. That the delegation to the Congress should be as large as possible, 2. That 1/3 of the delegation should be members of the Central Committee, the other 2/3 to be drawn from the most important local organizations and be most closely connected with the working masses. We attach particularly great importance to this last point. With communist greetings, President of the ECCI. The Third Congress of the Communist International, the Third Comintern Congress, held from June 22 to July 12, 1921, was attended by 509 delegates from 48 countries, of whom 291 had full voting rights. Its meetings were dominated by the discussion of the March action in Germany. This, the Kronstadt Rising, and the new economic policy in Russia, brought to a close the first period of the Comintern's history. With the Third Congresses, Trotsky wrote later, it is realized that the post-war revolutionary ferment is over. The turn is taken to winning the masses, using the united front, that is, organizing the masses on a program of transitional demands. The broad revolutionary perspectives opened by the war and its consequences had not led. May 1921 225 to the victory of the proletariat, he said, because of the absence of revolutionary parties able and willing to seize power. Comparing the Second and Third Congresses, Lenin, using Japanese action at Port Arthur as an analogy, said that the Comintern had passed from the tactics of assault to the tactics of siege, infiltration taking the place of open armed struggle. Zinoviev, at the end of the year, wrote that the Third Congress had to take note of a slower rate of development in the proletarian revolution than the First Congress assumed. The Comintern's task now was to win positions from the Social Democrats and the reformist unions, using the tactics of siege, not of assault. Thus, although Levi had been expelled for attacking the policy of artificially creating revolutionary situations, it was his policy which was in fact adopted. The question was thoroughly debated in the Politburo of the Russian Communist Party before the Congress. In his closing speech, Zinoviev singled out as the two chief events of the Congress the tactical theses and the expulsion of the Italian Socialist Party. The tactical theses made it clear that in Europe and America the enemy was stronger, cleverer, and better prepared for struggle than the enemy the Bolsheviks had to face in Russia in 1917, therefore the work and preparation of the parties for the struggle must be careful, thorough, and solid. The expulsion of the Italian Socialist Party redefined the attitude to centrists. Who is not with us is against us. But they would continue to agitate among the membership over the heads of the leaders. At the subsequent Congress, Trotsky said, at the Third Congress the overwhelming majority called to order those elements in the International whose views involved the danger that the vanguard might by precipitate action be shattered against the passivity and immaturity of the working masses, and against the strength of the capitalist state. That was the greatest danger. In so far as there was a retreat, it ran parallel with the economic retreat in Russia. In the discussion of Lenin's report on the tactics of the Russian Communist Party, Sachs, KAPD, argued that agreements and treaties which contributed to Russia's economic progress also strengthened capitalism in the countries with which the treaties were concluded. The International had not given thought to this conflict of interests. Sachs referred to an interview given by Cresson to the Rotfani in which the British miners' strike was said to have interfered with the execution of the Anglo-Soviet trade agreement. Radek and Bukharin, in reply, derided the idea that Soviet purchases in Western Europe could halt the economic crisis. Radek in his speech contended that any measure which is a necessity from the standpoint of Soviet Russia is also a necessity from the standpoint of the world revolution. Real help could not be given to the British miners because the Comintern was not in a position to persuade the German and American miners' unions to prevent the export of coal to the United Kingdom. Bukharin added that trade with Russia intensified competition among the capitalist states, and consequently heightened the political antagonisms between them, and, finally, that the balance of advantage was to Russia, which got more economic benefit from the trade and concessions than capitalism did.